Man, that was sus. Yeah, like, let me see. No, 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 not this. The, I didn't have contact with the microphone because I don't know, I was doing some stuff on my computer. I lost contact with it. And then I was just recording on mute. On literal mute. So yeah, there's no audio in here. The desktop audio is not there. So, I mean, I was just listening to songs here. This one and now this one. But there wasn't much to listen here. Whoa. The full album. I might link the full album still. I don't know, because this is a SoundCloud link. There was just taking a look at it. There's no. This one? Yeah. It's this link here. Whoa, 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 whoa. But I'm not listening to the whole thing. Yeah, it's somewhere there. Brazil is better than Sweden 1 year ago. It will depend on who you ask. It really depends on what you're looking for. It really depends on the region of the country that you're going to. Well, I guess I'll take a look at this one. Beast. Let's take a look. There's the stuff. Maybe as well play one day. But no. Maybe. Maybe surely. No. Just like I was saying. I think I didn't record it. for next year. I've been filming up my musical videos, man. All the stuff I listen to. Cleaning up some bunch of stuff. And I also let me show you. Yeah. I also installed a bunch of cause I bought a bunch of songs here. But I never added to my music folder. I'll try to do that soon enough. 26. I was downloading before going to sleep. So I better delete a bunch of songs I don't kind of want to listen anymore. And actually add a bunch of more. Like it was about 1,000 tracks. And I reduced it to about 700. I'll see how much more I can add. Maybe not much else, but well. Yeah, it's crazy. This one. Well. Nova versão do aplicativo. Tudo em um. Desenvolvedor desenvolveu. Developer. Seu aplicativo. When the installação. French only looks similar to Portuguese, but it doesn't sound like at all. It sounds too different.
Brazil is better than Sweden. Now, a lot of you probably think, what is he talking about? He's crazy. Sweden is more developed than Brazil, and also it's always near the top of the lists of the best countries to live in, so surely Sweden is better than Brazil. Well, in my opinion, no, and in this video I'm going to explain why. So the first reason why I think Brazil is better than Sweden is because of the climate. So Sweden has a relatively short summer, so it is hot and sunny. I think Sweden's great. But usually 1 or 2 months, and then it starts getting a bit cold again. And winters in Sweden can be very long and very cold, lots of snow, lots of daylight. So it's in the peak of winter, you can have 6 or 7 hours of daylight per day. So you can wake up in the morning and it's dark, and then you go to work, and then you come home in the evening from work, it's already dark. So you don't get to see the sun that much in winter. And these long, cold, dark winter days in Sweden had a big impact on me when I was living there, and I started feeling depressed. And then comparing that to Brazil, so I live in the south of Brazil, and down here, the summers are long, they're hot, and they're sunny, and the winters here are short, and not that cold either, so you can get down to like 5 degrees in wintertime, but usually it lasts for like a week or so, and then suddenly the next week, it's 30 degrees again in wintertime. So you've got real fluctuations in temperature in wintertime here in the south of Brazil, and for me, I just feel a lot better with this type of climate in Brazil. I feel a lot more
the food. He's going to talk about the food next.
Also, warmer, sunnier climate, well, it brings other benefits. So like in wintertime in Sweden, there's lots of extra work to do. So putting on lots of clothes when you go out, scraping the car window when you got ice on it, shoveling snow from the highway and the sidewalk all the time, and having to change tires every winter as well to put on winter tires on the car. So there's just a lot of things that you have to do if you live in a cold country. And also, a cold climate means you have to spend more money as well in terms of buying warm clothes, heating the house, and buying the winter tires for the cars and all that, which you just don't have to spend in a warmer climate. But saying that, the climate in the south of Brazil isn't perfect. It can be very humid, which brings its own challenges, and also in summertime it can get very hot, so you're having to switch on the air conditioning the whole day and night as well, which can be expensive as well. So it's definitely not perfect here in Brazil. But for me, I'd rather deal with the heat and humidity than the cold, long, dark winter days in Sweden. But again, the second reason why I think Brazil is better than Sweden is because of the people and the culture. So I would say that Swedish people, which includes me, were quite cold, serious, and not that friendly. And comparing that to Brazilians, I would say Brazilians are in general happier, friendlier, more sociable, and just more positive. An example of this is the barbecues in the south of Brazil. Brazilians love to have their barbecues at the weekend and invite friends and family over, and they kind of have a little mini party every weekend during their barbecues. And in Sweden, you just don't have anything like that. Obviously, I'm generalizing here that you've got Swedes who are very friendly and sociable, but in general, this is what you have. And also, it's worth mentioning that it depends on where you are in Brazil. So I'd say that Brazilians in the south are a bit more reserved than Brazilians in other parts of Brazil. But even so, I would say that Brazilians in the south are more friendly and sociable than Swedes. And also, another difference I noticed is that we Swedes, we kind of need some alcohol in order to relax and become more sociable. And Brazilians don't really need alcohol in order to relax and to let their hair down. Obviously, they like their beer and wines, but they don't need as much as Swedes do in order to have fun and relax. And also, in terms of being helpful as well, I would say that Brazilians are more willing to help each other. So, for example, when I drove to the beach here in the south of Brazil, I got my car stuck in the sand a bit. And before I even got out of the car, the 2 men came over and asked if I needed some help. And they helped put some rocks under the wheel, and I managed to get the car out. And if this had happened in Sweden, it would not have been this easy to get help. I mean, Swedes are helpful. It's just it wouldn't have been this spontaneous, and I probably would have had to ask a few people before I managed to find someone who would help me. And actually, having lived in Brazil for a number of years, I can feel myself changing slightly, becoming a bit more sociable and a bit less reserved. I've still got Swedish blood in me, so I'm never going to totally change. But I do kind of feel that I am changing slightly, having lived here now a long time. Reason number 3 why I think Brazil is better than Sweden are the beaches. Now, I mean, Brazil has some beautiful beaches, not in all states though. So I would say in the far south in Rio Grande do Sul, the beaches aren't very nice. But Santa Catarina has very beautiful beaches, Rio de Janeiro, and in the northeast of Brazil. And these are really nice sandy beaches, warm, clear water, nice forests and vegetation and mountains behind the beaches. So Brazil has some super nice beaches. And in Sweden, there's a lot of coastline, but the beaches aren't white sand and warm water and nice mountains.
It's same,
yeah. Very different here in Sweden. But saying that,
it's tough here as well. Here in Massachusetts, it's kind of hard to find a nice beach. If when you find one, it's kind of a private property kind of thing, which is weird. Well, it's it's weird. It's weird. It's not even that hot, that warm either. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Sweden has a lot of nice lakes and lots of nature and forests. But in terms of beaches, Brazil definitely wins there. And so what happens a lot in Sweden is people go on holiday a lot. So people travel a lot to Spain, Portugal, southern France, Italy, and also further afield to Thailand and the Caribbean. So Swedes travel a lot to
I don't know where exactly was this weird private property thing. We were trying to go there the other day, just only for residents or kind of thing. We're like, what the heck? Okay.
some warm weather. Like in Brazil, it's a lot easier. So for me, I can just jump in a car, drive for a couple of hours, and I arrive at a really nice beach. So it's a lot easier and less expensive to go and enjoy a day at the beach here in Brazil than it is in Sweden. And the reason for why I think Brazil is better than Sweden is because Sweden is a more expensive country than Brazil. So it covers a whole range of things. So I mean, one of the key things is housing. So buying a house and renting a house in Brazil in general is a lot cheaper than in Sweden. So obviously it depends on where you live. So obviously there are certain cities like Sao Paulo, Rio, and Florianopolis, which can be very expensive here in Brazil. But if you live in a smaller city and town here in Brazil, then you can buy or rent a house for a lot less money than you can in Sweden. And then other things like buying groceries in supermarkets, restaurants, and also if you need a plumber or electrician or something to fix something in your house, that's cheaper. And also cleaners. So all these kind of things are definitely cheaper in Brazil than Sweden. But there are some things that are more expensive in Brazil than Sweden. So electronics, if you buy a new TV or a mobile cell phone, domestic appliances, they can be more expensive here in Brazil than Sweden. And also things that are imported. That can be clothes, food, or electronics and stuff.
Yeah.
They can be more expensive here in Brazil than in Sweden. And that's because Brazil has some very high importation taxes. But it's also worth noting that salaries are higher.
Go figure why.
So things are cheaper, but then salaries are lower. And in Sweden, salaries are higher, but then you spend more on housing and groceries and all that kind of stuff. So I think it all kind of nets out. Unless obviously you do geo-arbitrage, which I've talked about in other videos. So you keep earning a high income in Sweden, but you live in Brazil, where the cost of living is lower, and you can have the best of both worlds. And I'll leave a link to those videos.
Yeah. That's the reality, like a small percentage for the present population that can afford the nice stuff. Some basic appliances like that. Yeah. Maybe like up to 5%, maybe. Up to.
Description below. And reason number 5 why I think Brazil is better than Sweden, and this one might shock you a bit, and that's security and crime. So I mean, yes, crime in general is higher in Brazil than in Sweden. So if you look at homicides, for example, the homicide rate is around 20 per 100,000 in Brazil, while in Sweden it's kind of 1 or 2.
Jesus fucking Christ. It's a fucking war zone. There's no way this is normal. A literal war zone.
But crime is increasing a lot in Sweden, especially violent crime between gangs. So a lot of gangs from overseas are coming to Sweden and they start fighting each other, and this can be very violent because they have weapons.
What is going on in Albania? What the hell? England and Wales. Oh, gun crime, okay, because they use knives there, Lamo.
Sometimes exploding bombs. In Sweden, and the police are struggling a bit to deal with this because it's a fairly recent thing, and the police just don't have the expertise and know-how on how to deal with this. And it's quite sad to see this happening in Sweden. But if you live in the small towns in Sweden, you're not really going to be affected by this. And the same applies to Brazil. So in Brazil, yes, the crimes are higher in Brazil, but if you live in the small towns in the countryside, they are super safe. And that's what I do. So in my town, there's very little crime. I mean, there's 1 or 2 burglaries, but that's about it. So I prefer to live here with nice climate, close to the beaches, and feeling very safe. And living in Sweden with the long cold winters, and the risk that crime might keep on increasing and spreading out from the cities into the smaller towns. Reason number 6 why I think Brazil is better than Sweden is because I find life in Brazil slightly easier than Sweden. Now, what I'm referring to are things like buying alcohol, for example. So in Sweden, it's pretty difficult to buy alcohol, and beer and wine and stuff. So you have to go to something that's called Systembolaget, which is a government-run liquor store.
What the fuck?
But it's only open Mondays to Fridays between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. and then open in the mornings on Saturdays. And that's it. So if you want to buy some beer or wine in the evenings or on Sundays, then you just can't do it. I mean, supermarkets have some...
The government having a liquor store, that's an actual thing.
And that's it. So if you want to buy some beer or wine in the evenings or on Sundays, then you just can't do it. I mean, supermarkets have some low alcohol beer and a couple other things. But that's it. So, I mean, there's some strict controls in Sweden about buying alcohol. Obviously, you can go to restaurants and bars and drink some alcohol there, but I'm talking about buying alcohol and taking it home. And Brazil, you don't have any of that. You can buy beer, wine and everything in the supermarkets. You can even buy beer and wine in the petrol stations, which I found a bit crazy. And some of these petrol stations are open 24 hours a day. So, yeah, so it's a lot easier in Brazil to buy alcohol. But it's not just alcohol, it's other things as well. So, for example, pharmacies. So, again, pharmacies in Sweden in general just open during the days, not open on Sundays again. So what that means is that Swedish people are not allowed to get sick in the evenings or on Sundays because then they can't go and buy any medicine in the pharmacies. I mean, what happens is that Swedes know that pharmacies are only open during these hours, and so they go and they stock up on some medicines, and so they always have medicines at home when they need it. But in Brazil, it's a lot easier. There, you've got pharmacies open 24 hours a day, and you also have a lot more pharmacies here in Brazil. So, I mean,
yeah, 24 hours, right?
And you also have a lot more pharmacies here in Brazil. So, I mean, in the town that I live in, I think there are like 6 or 7 pharmacies. It's not a big town, and you definitely don't have that many pharmacies in Sweden. So, yes, it's a lot more convenience if you, you start coughing, have a sore throat or something, and you don't have any paracetamol at home. You can just pop down to the 24-hour pharmacy and buy some there. And another thing with pharmacies is that you can buy a lot more things in the pharmacy without.
What did I think of it? I don't think, let me see. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they open 24 hours as well. Okay. Just wondering, because I think I never noticed it, but okay.
A prescription here in Brazil than you can in Sweden. So I mean, in Sweden, kind of anything that isn't paracetamol, you kind of need a prescription for it. While here in Brazil, there's a lot more medicines than you can buy without prescription. I mean, medicines like antibiotics and antidepressants and strong sleep medication and stuff like that, you still need a prescription. But those other things, you can just go to the pharmacy and say, I want this, and they give it to you. I'm not sure which system is better. Obviously, you've got a risk that you can kind of self-medicate yourself here in Brazil, which can be dangerous. But on the other hand, in Sweden, it's a real hassle. You just want the medicine, which isn't very strong or dangerous or anything. But you still have to book an appointment with a GP and get a prescription just to get a simple medicine. But I think both sides have positives and negatives, that's for sure. But then here in Brazil, there are other things which are more difficult because there's more bureaucracy. So if I want to renew my driving license, it definitely takes a lot longer, and it's more bureaucratic here in Brazil than it is in Sweden. So I don't think it's all easier here in Brazil, but certain things it definitely is. Okay, so that's the reason why I think Brazil is better than Sweden. Now, I mean, don't get me wrong, I think Sweden's a great country. I go back there to see friends and family all the time. And like I said, in summertime it's quite sunny. I think it's one of the best countries in the world. And also it's great to go there in wintertime for 1 or 2 weeks and do some skiing and see some snow. But for me personally, in terms of living there, I much prefer living in Brazil than Sweden. So if you like this video, please leave a like, subscribe. If you've got any questions, anything, leave in the commentary below. So thanks for watching, until next time.
If only Brazil was just a little colder, because he already lives in the south region. It's kind of a rare event to snow there. It's not often that it snows up when it snows, it's not that much. It's not enough for skiing or anything.
Bureaucratic here in Brazil.
Yeah.
And like I said, in summertime it's quite sunny. I think it's one of the best countries in the world. And also it's great to go there in wintertime for 1 or 2 weeks and do some skiing and see some snow. But for me personally, in terms of living there, I much prefer living in Brazil than Sweden. So if you like this video, please skiing and see
Hold up.
all the time. And like I said, in summertime it's quite sunny. I think it's one of the best countries in the world. And also it's great to go there in wintertime for 1 or 2 weeks and do some skiing and see some snow. But for me personally, in terms of living there, I much prefer living in Brazil than Sweden. So if you like this video, please leave a like, subscribe. If you've got any questions, anything, comment below.
Okay, then maybe. Yeah, maybe some parts of the south region may have some snow, but is that enough for skiing like that? I don't know. It's kinda hard to tell. Yeah, exactly. And there are other people who wants remote work from Brazilians because yeah, you're gonna pay much less than you would for a local employee. Yeah, it's a mixed bag. Can be either the best place or the worst place to live. It's a mixed bag. It's like, I don't know, comparable to like living in fucking California, maybe. If you have the cash to be there, great. Otherwise, just get the fuck out of there. Yeah. Mm. Boom, boom, boom.
A few months ago, I found this mysterious video game machine at a flea market.
Alright. Oh, it doesn't say here now, I remember. This is a collaboration video. If you watch this on YouTube, it's gonna appear a second channel there. I didn't watch the video yet, but I noticed it on my other subscription feed. It is supposed to be there. And somebody else. This channel. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Alright. Alright. Mm.
A few months ago, I found this mysterious video game machine at a flea market. Back in 2006, while the motion gaming trend was in full swing. This was Hasbro's answer, the Ion Educational Gaming System. There's a camera built into the console right here, you can angle it up and down, and you use your body as the controller. Now, where have I heard that before? Now, unless you had one of these as a kid, you almost certainly have never heard of it. It was so incredibly niche that they only ever released 6 games for the thing before it bit the dust. I can tell you right now that the reason this console failed was because the iToy had already been out for 3 years, and the Nintendo Wii had just released. This thing didn't stand a chance, but none of that matters because when I plugged this thing and turned it on, I was met with a pretty major issue. It doesn't play games. The disc will spin up, it says that it's reading it, and then after like 30 seconds, it just gives up and says, please insert an inactive running disc. Oh, please, won't you? Look, I tried to insert the disc. I'm sorry I wasn't good enough for you. So I got down to business. I cleaned the drive laser, but that didn't help. I took the whole thing apart to see if any caps or joints were popped. I didn't see any issues there either. So I was thinking, okay, I guess my discs are rotted then. But the problem is, the Ion uses non-standard discs that are a little smaller than your standard CD. So I had to remove the top shell of the console in order for my standard sized CD in the drive. I got all the way to the finish line just for it to spit out the same exact error. I ran out of things to try with this console, so the only option left was to buy another one, and it has the exact same problem. The internals look pristine, but still won't read discs. So I want another one. Same deal.
No way.
What's the odds that all 3 consoles all can't read discs in the exact same way?
There has to be another problem.
Ions, my friends, with you to see if you can make heads or tails of it. We'll be hearing from her later. As a last ditch Hail Mary so that I could make this video, I bought a 4th Ion, and this one works. So let's document this thing before it dies of old age. But before we can do that, okay, so as I said earlier, there are 6 games released for the Hasbro. But before we can do that, it's time for the ad. This video is sponsored by ROG. So while back at an integration time.
No.
So as I said earlier, there are 6 games that released for the Hasbro Ion: SpongeBob SquarePants Best Day Ever, Loser Room Birthday Party Surprise, Dora the Explorer: The Great Soccer Ball Adventure, Danny Phantom Ghosts on the Loose, Batman Shadows of Gotham City, and Lazy Town Challenge for the Beach, which unfortunately is the only Hasbro Ion game I do not have. There are no listings on eBay, and the game hasn't been dumped. In fact, most of these games haven't been dumped. I'll be sure to do that at some point. But for now, I don't have a way to play Lazy Town game aside from the pack-in demo that comes with the console. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But for now, let's play SpongeBob SquarePants Best Day Ever. Wow.
Whoa, you have the Ion. That's really cool.
When you boot any game with the Ion, it plays a 2.5-minute long instructional video telling you about the buttons on the console, how far to stand from the TV, and saving
It's
you
like
6 games to choose from.
144p.
Legend of the Golden Underpants, Jellyfish Roundup, Hang Gliding Highway, Krabby Patty Showdown, Goo Goo Boogie.
Salmon Says is exactly what it sounds like.
Salmon says, maximum muscle urge.
This game would be a lot of fun if it weren't for the shoddy motion detection.
Cool jumping jacks.
He didn't say Salmon Says, so I didn't move, but then I lost anyway.
I didn't say salmon said.
That's pretty much the entire game.
Watch your face.
Crazy.
Like you can say, 7 10.
In Legend of the Golden Underpants, you move SpongeBob by hovering your hands over the icons in the corners. You collect clues to a word puzzle, which opens a treasure chest, revealing the Golden Underpants. This game actually controls great. It's a lot of fun. In Jellyfish Roundup, you can only catch jellyfish that are in season, so you have to pay attention to that sign down there. You make a lasso above your head, then hover over the jellyfish with the correct number of spots. This one's really fun, but also suffers heavily from poor motion detection. Hang Gliding Highway has the worst controls. You're supposed to hover your hands over these meters, which controls the direction your glider goes, but my hands end up escaping the meters without me realizing it. It feels really inconsistent, and my arms get tired almost immediately. Krabby Patty Showdown is probably my favorite game in this. SpongeBob and Robot SpongeBob have to face off to make Krabby Patties the quickest. It gives you an order on screen, and you have to hover your hand over the correct ingredients before your opponents. Kind of like a weird game of quick draw. And the final game, Goo Lagoon Boogie, nothing really happens. You just get to dance inconsequentially. It's nice enough. Okay, next up, let's take a look at Blue's Room Birthday Party Surprise.
It's Frederica's real birthday today. Let's surprise her when we see her. Come hide with me behind these boxes. Nice hiding. Now, let's jump out and say, surprise, when we see Fred. Okay? Great. Hello. Where's
Surprise!
Happy birthday, Fred.
Blue's Room has 5 games, starting off with birthday cake mix and make. It teaches kids how to measure out ingredients. They're using a number how many cups have been put in the bowl already. You measure out the flour, the milk, and the eggs, and you get to crack the eggs and stir them together, and then decorate the cake. Now, if it looks like I'm having fun, it's because I am. After all, Ion games are really elegantly designed. They take advantage of the camera gimmick really well. Next up is Birthday Boogie, which is essentially a game of musical chairs. You dance when the song is playing, and you try to collect the stars, but when the song stops, you have to freeze or you lose points. This one's a lot of fun, and the motion detection feels perfect. In Birthday Party Polka Dots Puzzle Surprise, yes, that's what it's called. You have to quick draw with Polka Dot, and then he gives you puzzle pieces that you then have to put together. That's the game. In Birthday Doodle Doodle Guess, the whiteboard starts off a drawing, and you have to guess what it's going to turn into. If you get it right, you get to bust a pinata or gobble a bunch of snacks like an alligator. It's really cute and really fun. And the final game, Birthday Handy Dandy Journal, isn't really a game in itself. You just kind of place stickers into a journal of your favorite parts of the previous games, and then you watch the Birthday Girl
Let me
Candle
take
and
the
game
mirrors. Let me see.
how much I enjoyed this as an adult. I feel like I would have adored this as a kid. Right, next up, let's take a look at Dora the Explorer, the Great Soccer Ball Adventure. You guys wouldn't know this because this is an edited video and it's cut out every time, but the Ion spends more time loading than it does playing games, and it is infuriating. Every single screen transition is a loading screen, and it will load for like 45 seconds to a minute every single time. Normally load times don't bother me because I was marathoning every Ion game in a row in one huge 3.5-hour session. By the end, I was about to go feral.
Hola, soy Dora. Wooden and I are going on an adventure to Tall Pyramid to get our soccer ball back.
The first game is the soccer ball. You're playing goalie, where the flags will start flashing, and then you have to block the ball using your hands. It's really fun, actually. The next game is the Rainbow River, where you have to fish for shapes by hovering your hand over them and then turning the wheel to pull it in. And then once you're actually on the water, you whip both hands to row both oars, and only one hand at a time to move left or right. It's a very frantic game. I like it. It works really well. In the Rainforest game, you have to mimic animal movements, flapping like a babs or jumping like a frog. It's really cute. So the pyramid game is very overly simple. You have this little screen on the top right, and it tells you a riddle. The correct button is one that has 3 sides, and then you pick the triangle, and then you win. Wow. The next one is the dials, which is equally simple. The screen shows a math problem you have to do, and then you hover your hand over the thing that has the correct number. And the final game is to get your soccer ball back. There's a bird whose eggs look suspiciously like soccer balls, and the bird is like, I only have 4 eggs, but for some reason there are 5. And then wow, there's a soccer ball. Yippee, we did it, we did it, we did it. Yeah, this game is really cute and nice. I like it. All right, next game. Let's take a look at Danny Phantom Ghosts on the Loose. Because I have to acknowledge Danny Phantom, I would love to roast the creator of that show really quick. Butch Hartman is what happens when you put all your skill points into being a selfish douchebag. He's a snide, big that stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from his biggest fans and then people try to hold him
I
accountable.
don't remember
You
that.
know, you have any idea who you're dealing with? Somebody working hard for years, and you are going to take me down? What are you kidding?
But yeah, anyway, he sucks. Don't defend people
Bro.
like this. Now we got all that out of the way. Back on track. And Danny Phantom Ghosts on the Loose. Each game is a battle with a different ghost from the show. The first fight is against Desiree. You have to shoot the even or odd numbered enemies depending on what they shout out. The motion detection is very busted in this game. I kept getting false positives constantly. The next fight is against Skulker. You have to move Danny around to avoid enemy fire, but it's very unclear where he's allowed to go. Like where do I put my hands to make him get out of the way of the shot? Not to mention that again, the motion detection is very poor. So oftentimes Danny will erroneously move back to the position that he was already in, and then he just gets shot anyway. It's ridiculous. The box ghost puzzle is really fun. It controls great actually. You blast the lock off of the box that you want to move, and then tilt the entire stage, and then both boxes touch together, and they both explode. Kind of like Puyo Puyo. The box ghost game is one of the best on Hasbro Island. It is very well done. The lunch lady game is next, and it is so annoying. Oh my god. So your PDA says you have to find a number that's either greater than or less than that number, right? And the kitchen has a bunch of goop all over it. And you have to clear the goop off of all of the kitchen items in order to find the number that fits that category. But there's an entire mechanic that doesn't work that makes this whole thing not fun. When you sit still in the camera view, Danny is supposed to turn transparent, and then the other ghosts can't see him. But it is impossible to sit still enough for him to go transparent. So when the lunch lady comes along and Danny's like, quickly sit still so I can turn transparent, I sit as still as I possibly can, and it doesn't work, and then I get punished. The lunch lady starts regrouping everything that I already removed the goop from, completely undoing all of my hard work. I got to go and do that once, and I'm pretty sure it was a flip. But yeah,
The problem is that it's trying to evaluate between movement and without movement. Yeah, it's like a difference between one and the other. Maybe there isn't enough movement. Like it's like having 2 variables. It's trying to evaluate I'm bad at explaining anything, but I think what is going on is that he's not moving too much. He's not moving enough. So whichever function is there in the console thinking, and in the game itself thinking, the movement. The movement status. It's something like almost stand still like that. So there isn't much of a difference between the function that tells that you're moving or not. Maybe you need to move more. Whenever.
that I already removed the goop from, completely undoing all of my hard work. I got to go invisible thing that happened once, and I'm pretty sure it was a flip. But yeah, that's what's supposed to happen when you sit still.
But you're not moving a lot before you do.
It's that category. But there's an entire mechanic that doesn't work that makes this whole thing not fun. When you sit still in the camera.
Yeah, maybe the game expects it should be on foot, moving a lot to the sides. And yeah, it's gotta make sure the game understands when you're moving or not, because you cannot tell the difference properly. It's getting confused. Maybe probably because it's poorly coded or whatever.
Review. Danny is supposed to turn transparent.
That's what I think is
But
happening.
it's impossible to sit still enough for him to go transparent. So when the lunch lady comes along and Danny's like, quickly sit still so I
It
can
could
turn
be
transparent.
wrong,
Sit still as
but I
fast as
don't know.
possible, and it doesn't work, and then I get punished. The lunch lady
Man,
starts regrouping everything that I already removed the
I'm
goop
so
from,
horrible at
completely undoing all of my hard work. I got to go
explaining
invisible
anything.
once, and I'm pretty sure it was a flip. But yeah, that's what's supposed to happen when you
And
sit
I
still.
don't think I would be able to explain better in Portuguese either.
I don't know why,
Nope.
but I'm so desperately trying to pick a 5th game, I just won't do it. Well, I guess it's time we mosey on to Batman: Shadows of Gotham City. Okay, there's 5 games in Shadows of Gotham City. The first one is Gotham Light and Power, which is literally a game of Simon. You just have to remember the sequence and then run it back. The challenge comes in because you have to hit each one 3 times because you're breaking ice. The next game, which is the Water District Tunnel, barely functions. Let me show you. Go that way. Go in the yellow. Go in the yellow. Go in the yellow. Go in the yellow. This thing barely works. I'm shocked. For the next game, Wayne Manor, it uses a similar flying control to the SpongeBob game. This one's much nicer because you're only moving left and right as opposed to left, right, up, and down. I got pretty good at the controls in this. It's all right. Wayne Tower is the next one. It's really fun. He plays Batman, and you have to put your hand up to pick the next letter in the sequence of letters that's on the bottom left, and that's how you defuse the Joker's bombs. It's cool. I like this one. When I tried to pick the next game, my Ion did this.
Already?
Why is the R doing that? Why is the T like 2 pixels higher than the rest of the letters? And why does my console have ghosts in it? Anyway, the final game, Gotham Sewer System, is actually a really fun puzzle game. Whenever you touch a color, it teleports the ball to the opposing chamber that has that color. And you have to teleport the little ball thing all the way to the end. And it's really fun, and the controls are great too. So that's it for Batman. We only have one game left, which is the Lazy Town game. Like I said earlier, I don't have that game, it's very rare. However, the console comes with a demo of the game, so let's take a look at that. In this game, you're a board god way off in the distance, teaming up with Stingy to defeat Robbie Rotten in volleyball. They even got the original voice actors and everything, so Stefan Carl growls at you when you win. And it rocks so hard.
Something typing there.
Man, rest in peace, Stefan Carl. I hope you know that you are so loved and cherished as an actor to this very day. It seems pretty easy, but that doesn't mean it isn't fun to play. You can get kind of silly with it. Like, it doesn't matter what physical motion you do, so long as the pixels are changing. So you can bop with your head, you can uppercut, you can do whatever. Also, if you step closer to the camera, you just become huge, and that's very funny to me. Once you win the volleyball game, it's dance party time. All right, I'll say it. Asper Ion is really, really cool. These games feel so earnest and passionate. Like, these people really want to make something good. If this thing hadn't released at the same time as the Wii, I feel like it really would turn some heads. I think this thing has something going for it. It's not perfect, but a lot of these games are way better than the GoGo TV and the Vsmile, honestly. I just wish I didn't have to buy 4 consoles to be able to play it, but that's just from time passing. Thank you everyone on Patreon. Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. We still have to hear from Zerthia. Here's her segment now.
So, Kluber just sent me a box of bags. I love bags, so this is the best Christmas gift ever. Wait, there's something in the bags? Whoa, a broken Hasbro Ion. How is this even better than multiple plastic bags? Repairing electronics is kind of my bread, butter, and jam, so let's make a sandwich. I mean, figure out what's wrong with it.
Oh my, what the fuck was that? Is that me? Is that, what the fuck? Yeah, there's, oh. Yeah, there's a lot. Oh man, I'm still sensitive to fucking high frequency noises. It was very loud.
Oh my god, it works. Kluber, what did you just send me something that works? What am I supposed to do with this? You know you're weird when something working out of the box is disappointing. Regardless, let's open it up anyway to see if I can figure out why it wasn't working back on Clues Planet. Warning, young children can be killed when furniture tips over. Phew, thanks for the warning. Wouldn't have the Ion touching my pint-sized progeny. Popping it open, I can't see much wrong on this side, so let's flip out this PCB to reveal blob chips and electrolytic capacitors. Name a more iconic duo. Capacitors are always suspect number 1 when old devices aren't working quite right, so I'll measure them. Some seem off from their rated capacitance, but measuring in circuit means all the components nearby can influence the readings. So I'll take some of the iffiest looking ones off the board. Out of circuit though, they test good enough, so I'll put them back in. There's some iffy solder joints, but nothing looks dry or cracked. Maybe the laser mechanism needs more grease?
Wow.
No, once I stop trying to work against the motor, the laser
I am
starts
coughing a lot
Is
for
it
some
possible
reason.
that got knocked loose and shitting or something? Who knows? It's kind of hard to perform an autopsy when the patient springs back to life after being shipped to the morgue.
Very familiar shape there.
I'll put the ion back together and
Don't eat the disc. Do not eat the place. Don't eat the ion. Oh god, help me. Oh Jesus. Oh god, what have I done? Oh, I didn't plug it in all the way. Yeah, that's better.
Phew, of course, now I gotta test it out. Really put it through its paces and make sure it's truly capable of handling the sheer adrenaline pumping intensity of its most hardcore games.
Oh hey, cat. I'm using this. You're allowed to use your ball in here. I'm allowed to use my cat. Got it. Yeah, I'm the cat. The whole strat. Oh, it's a dance. Oh, it's a dance. Oh, oh, I was waiting on the subtle. Oh, what are those eyes, Boots? What are those eyes? Into culo. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my. What's wrong with this guy? Comatose.
Why not move?
I am.
Can't the party up now?
Hurry up. Hurry up.
You know, with these controls, it kind of looks like it should be able to play CDs, right? I wonder if it'll play a regular audio CD.
I'm sorry, what? What? They're slightly small. Is this their copy protection?
Yep, doing a bit of research, it appears Hasbro reused the optical disc format from the Video Now Color, a little portable video player which encoded video data as audio tracks on a standard Redbook audio CD. To be fair, the PlayStation and Dreamcast did similar things with their game content, which is why if you put one of their discs into a CD player, you'll hear a warning at the start.
This is a Sega Dreamcast disc. This is not a music CD. If you continue, you run the risk of transmitting deadly viral diseases to your household electronic appliances.
If you don't listen to that, then good luck listening to anything ever again.
Jeez, some people.
What makes the Video Now and Ion discs particularly annoying though is that they're 12 millimeters smaller in diameter than a regular CD, and the players are sized to match, presumably for big copy protection reasons.
Give me your secrets. Ah!
So wait, it sounds
My
like video,
ears.
but why? Wait, this gives me an idea. An awful, horrible, terrible.
This is a bad idea.
Oh man.
This is the best idea. Nobody's ever had a better idea than this. Should I be wearing eye protection? I should probably be wearing eye protection. What am I doing with my life? Who else up at 12 in the morning turning day ions? It's beautiful.
Well, my apartment's full of Memorex microplastics now, but was it worth it? Does it boot? Will it blend? These are the questions.
Some part of it is sitting against the... Oh no. I hear it. I hear it tapping. Oh my god! Yes! I've cloned the ion disc! This is important for some reason. It just works.
Why was I doing this? I don't know. If you'll excuse me, I have 12 millimeters of shiny CDR shards to locate and dispose of. Joy!
They're everywhere!
Thank you, Zari, for the wonderful and funny segment. By the way, I swear, I put that console through its paces. I tried everything to get it to boot any game, and it wouldn't do it. And then as soon as I sent it across the country, it works immediately. I'm infuriated. Hey, at least we got some cool research that it is just a regular CD-ROM, just cut down to size. Unbelievable. Yeah, thanks for watching my YouTube video all the way to the end. Thanks for enjoying Zari's segment as well. That's all I got for you. I'll see you next time.
It was nice. How many times I saw this joke? Okay, okay, okay. trying to be positive. But
2025 is nearing its end, and luckily for all of us, Ebo Noah's prediction on the global flood that was going to kill us all turned out to be incorrect, but knock on wood. Yes, any day now could still happen, I suppose. Ebo Noah, for those that don't remember, was a TikToker who claimed he got a message from God that the world was going to flood on the 25th, and he needed to build arks to save all the people and all the animals, so he started building some arks. But you know how the story goes, world did not flood on the 25th, and Ebo Noah was very excited about that, saying that his prayers were answered and God postponed it. And then turns out he also got himself a nice luxury vehicle, allegedly, potentially from some donations he had received from a lot of people panicked that the world was ending and their only way of surviving was to go to his arks. There's even video footage of hundreds, if not thousands of people that showed up to his arks prior to the prophesied flooding. But luckily, didn't flood. We're all still here. No rapture either. That one also turned out to be a little alone. And as I look back on 2025, it's safe to say, boy, howdy, it's going to be one for the books. And there's plenty of negative things to point out, but I want to focus on the positives of 2025, on a personal level. There were a couple decisions I made this year that have led to a lot more happiness in my life. The first, getting a farm. I cannot tell you how much nicer it is to live life outside of just the four walls you're surrounded with. As every tech company on the planet tries to do its best to get you suckling from their titty, like locked in your rooms, getting all your socialization through ChatGPT and other AI services, and as more and more things are pushing you to just stay at home, it's nice to buck that trend and be outside. And not to sound like a great grandpappy, you know, talking about how back in my dad walked 15 miles up a hill of fucking molten lava in order to get to school, that kind of thing. But I gotta tell you, there really is something about that whole outdoors thing. It kind of lives up to the hype, you know. It does feel nice to just disconnect and like be outside and shit. Like I started running again recently. I got around outside too, which was something that I'd not done for a while. For the last 10 or so years, it's been exclusively weightlifting. Like the main cardio I would do is pick up basketball, but I don't know. It feels pretty good to just be running for the sake of running. These old bones and the old joints, they may ache and don't appreciate it in the moment, but I know they'll thank me long term. And I guarantee I look like shit while running too. Like I bet my form looks awful. I probably look like a zombie from 28 days later. But it feels good. I don't know. It's nice breathing the fresh air and shit. So getting that farm, and I want to do a lot more out there with the land, like with agriculture and shit. But just taking that first step has been very nice. Another thing that I did this year that's been extremely fulfilling is getting back to like my roots. At the end of 2024, I recognized that I barely played any games for that whole year, and over the last like handful of years, I've kind of like weaned off of gaming without even really noticing. So 2025, I made like a strong point to get back to gaming a lot. It's something that's always made me happy since I was a wee toddler. So I even made like a whole channel dedicated to it, Moist Critical Gaming, and I've been having so much fucking fun with that. I have played hundreds of games this year, hundreds, not exaggerating, and I've still missed some bangers that have come out this year. It's been a stacked year for great games I've been slapping. But it's been so fucking refreshing just going through and playing like some classic retro games. Like I played the old school Peter Jackson King Kong game, Sly Cooper, Sling the Finished the whole series. Of course, then I also did my Resident Evil marathon where I played every motherfucking Resident Evil game ever made, all 30 of them. It's just been so nice. Like getting back to something that I used to love just feels really good for the soul. And playing shitty games, oh man, chef's kiss. It's never been so enjoyable. And piggybacking off that, one other thing that I've been doing and making more of a conscious effort on is physical media. I think all of us recognize now we're in the era of you will own nothing and be happy. Corporations are pushing you to just basically rent shit from them. You get like a permission slip to access something for however long they deem appropriate, but can revoke it at any time. RIP to incredible cartoon series that are no longer being streamed and you don't have access to unless you have them on physical media. And so I've been making more of an effort to get like CDs and movies of things that I've always really liked. And I've been tinkering with the notion of doing the same for video games. But for video games, I'm just a huge proponent of emulation. Emulation is just absolutely integral to the medium because it is aggressively changing towards you own the idea of a game. It's all just imagination at this point. Fucking Ubisoft really leading that charge where they're just proudly with the whole chest saying gamers need to be comfortable not owning their games. So I am a big proponent of emulation. It preserves games. You have the games that can't really be taken away from you per se. So like emulation's been amazing. But I also just love the idea of having a physical copy and playing on the CRT behind me. But since I've been recording all of my old school gaming, that's kind of difficult to like record off the CRT. It can be done, but it's a little more
what?
headache. So I haven't really dove into physical media for my games yet, but I probably will take the plunge because it's just nice to have. Another thing, I don't want to sound like an advertisement, but this has been a huge part of my year, Cheeky Soap. I had no idea what to expect when we launched GT last year because it was never meant to be like a product to launch out to people. It was something that we made for me, a problem I have. So I have psoriasis, and after a shower, feeling really dry and just accepting that as the way of life. But then like 2 or so years ago, I was like, there's probably a better way of doing it. So I learned about like bar soap being better for you than liquid soap, which I use most of my life. And then while experimenting with a bunch of bar soaps, I figured we can probably do something better. So then Matt, Shane, and I started trying to formulate a much better bar soap that's extremely hydrating for me. So when I get out of the shower, I don't feel like SpongeBob when he has his helmet off. That's always the reference I make because that's literally how it felt leaving a shower with psoriasis. It just didn't feel good. So Cheeky Soap was born just from that want. And then as we gave like family and friends, they really liked it and wanted more. So then we decided to just open up to anyone that might want it if anyone else has sensitive skin. And it's just done extremely well, like more so than any of us possibly could have foreseen. And it's not just for people with sensitive skin, it's just like people with normal skin that just really like high quality soap with, you know, all natural good ingredients. It's just like people really liked it a lot. So much so that we even were able to partner with Chainsaw Man for the Chainsaw Man movie, also Solo Leveling, and we have a couple more huge ones in 2026 because they all really like the product. And then like a bunch of content creators that we really like the product and wanted to work with us. So it's just been crazy with what's happened with Cheeky Soap this year. The one thing that I do want to mention that I really want to set as a goal for 2026 with Cheeky is doing something about international shipping. It is just a disaster. Like at first when we launched, we didn't have it as an option because you pay more for shipping internationally than you do for the actual soap itself. It's such a fucking catastrophe with how expensive international shipping is in the current climate of everything going on. All our soap is made here in America, so shipping overseas is not cheap at all currently. The only way to really solve that problem is to have warehouses overseas that have the inventory there so we don't have to ship it overseas, but we're not at a size where that makes sense to do that right now. It's very expensive, but I would like in 2026 to be able to eventually do that. So that way anyone that wants to order it overseas can do so without the crazy fucking fortune you have to spend on that shipping price. But anyway, like I said, I didn't want this to feel like an ad. It's just been like a really big, very nice part of 2025 with everything that's been going on with Cheeky. Another huge piece of 2025 that's just been amazing for myself as well as friends that have been working on it with us is the Godslap animated feature film. We have an entire movie being made for Godslap. Our comic series is a traditional 2D animated feature film. It's animated from an extremely talented studio that I've been very hush-hush on because I want to wait until we have like a trailer or something to show all of you to reveal that. I am financing it out of my own piggy bank. Charles' purse here, so there's no like outside investment pulling the strings and like forcing things in there or anything like that. So it will be our exact vision, and I'm extremely excited about that. We just got the first 25-minute animatic in. It'll probably be about like a year and a half if I had to guess for the first 25 or so minutes, which will be on my channel here, totally available to everyone for free. After that, then we'll start production on the next like 80, 90 minutes, whatever it is when we get to that point. There's so much I want to talk about with the Godslap animated film, but I've been trying my best to keep the details to myself so we can show you it as opposed to just, you know, generate hype, which might be, you know, months out before you see anything. So I don't want to go too deep into it here, but it's been a big part of my 2025 and it is extremely exciting. I can't wait to share more of it with all of you. I could probably yap for quite a lot longer on some other things, but the other big one that I want to mention is my dad's 32 Ford project being completed this year. That was an extremely special thing. I know for him and Joe, his friend that he worked on it with over the last couple years, but just seeing my dad so excited about something and putting so much time and effort into this project, building this car from his childhood was so fucking cool to me. And he just recently took it to a car show, which he was really proud of. Everyone really liked it. car show. So just seeing the work that he's done on that and seeing it completed now was another very special moment of 2025 for me. I guess there's no point in me blabbering for another 20 or so minutes, but even though there are plenty of negative things to point out about this year, I wanted to try and instead look at some of the positive personal things that have happened for me in 2025. And there's been a lot. And I hope for any of you watching us out there who are seeing so much bad going on in the world to maybe like take a moment and reflect, see if there was anything good about your 2025 and maybe focus on that going into the new year. And I don't know, just something uplifting. I was trying to deliver something like a little more positive using my own personal experiences in 2025. And I'm really hoping that you watching this also had some great things that have happened in your life this year that you can look back on positively in the midst of, a lot of not good stuff going on out there. Anyway, though, that's really about it. Wishing you all a wonderful new year. That's about it. See ya.
What's up, people? Phoenix here. I'm really excited now because I'm going to Korea again tomorrow, and this time I'm going to the city of Daegu for the first time. So Daegu is probably not the most famous city in Korea, but it is the hometown of so many very delicious-looking kinds of food, of which I've always wanted to try this very peculiar kind of cuisine called muntiki. So it's basically like very thick slices of raw steak. But the more important reason is I'm going to this very old temple called Haeinsa, which is a historically very important temple because it's preserved a series of Buddhist canons, or technically printing plates, not canons themselves, but the printing plates of the canon. Within these printing plates, there are like canons from the Song Dynasty and the Liao Dynasty in China, and also from Goryeo Dynasty in Korea. This temple has preserved these plates for more than 700 years, I think, since the Mongol invasion of the Korean Peninsula. So it's played a very important role in the history of Buddhism and also history in general. And I'm going to go to Haeinsa to collect some materials for a book I've been writing and just walk around the more like remote areas of Korea. Because most of us, when we go to Korea, we go to Seoul, we go to Busan, it's all like urban and modern, and there's a lot of people and everyone's busy. And this time I want to go to a more remote and more like a place with natural views and traditional lifestyle and that sort of thing. So yeah, I'm really excited. But the thing is, whether Daegu or Haeinsa, which is in the county of Hapcheon, they're both in the region of Gyeongsang-do. And in Gyeongsang-do, they speak Korean with a very peculiar kind of accent, and I haven't used my Korean for a long time. So this will be a challenge for me, and we'll see how it goes. 우리 시장에서 왔습니다. 예. 근데 우리 하얼빈에서 우리 하얼빈 사람이에요. 아시죠? 하얼빈. 그 안중근에 이상한 그 기업금이 앉아 있던 그. 예. 여기 장훈이 아시죠? 조자룡. 이거 어떻게 아십니까?
전국 일반을 하고 우리가 뭐 깨끗한 그런 지역적인 구조가 되어 있잖아요.
그렇죠.
그러니까 역사 공부가 잘 되기 때문에 물론 뭐 수랑 안 좋은 건 있을 거고, 좋은 건 있을 거고, 상관된 건 많다는 거죠.
예.
그렇죠. 그럼 뭐 시대 일반 가지고 뭐 그냥 안 하고 싶다. 옛날 거 근데
예, 맞습니다.
네, 들어가세요. 네, 들어가세요.
아? 너도 없어. 어떻게 좀 좋아한다. 그렇지. Yes. Yes. Now it's about 7 o'clock in the evening, and we're gonna go have some muntiki, which is like a Daegu specialty.
Oh, what?
Now it's about 7 o'clock in the evening, and we're gonna go have some muntiki, which is like a Daegu specialty. Basically, like thinly sliced raw meat. I don't know why, but I'm obsessed with the texture of raw meat, like rare cooked steak, or like tap-tap, French tap-tap, or like Ethiopian curd steak, and also like the Korean yukke or like muntiki. I crave this kind of texture. So now we're gonna try it out, and of course we're gonna have some soju. Yeah, hopefully it's gonna be good. Yeah, so we found a little muntiki place in the same neighborhood that we had. 주말에 무튀기 승장 그리고 소주 하나랑 주도 주세요. 예, 감사합니다.
It was too quick, I couldn't. The lens.
여기 기자 것을 기다린 거예요? 시간표 보고 가죠. 예, 좋죠. 예, 시간표 딱 보고. 예, 감사합니다. 차표들이 있었는데 여기서 반대쪽에 있습니다. 예, 자, 시간 보고 기다릴게요.
혹시나 만약에 뭐 사기승을 여쭤보세요.
예, 알겠습니다.
시범 몰러가가 되게 나가시겠구만.
아니, 괜찮습니다. 예, 알겠습니다.
시범 몰러가가 되게 나가시겠구만.
아니, 괜찮습니다. 아니, 그 시작했습니다.
민현역 차선입니다. 통화를 좀 시선이 못 쓰게 됩니다.
그래요?
계절이.
계절이 너무 좋아서.
네.
너무 감사합니다.
예. 아버지.
네, 감사합니다.
혹시 여러 번 살겠으면 여기 와요.
예, 예.
여기
예, 알겠습니다.
여기 항상 저기 나잖아.
예, 예.
여기
예, 알겠습니다.
여기 항상 저기 나잖아.
진짜로 무슨 말하는 궁금했는데 엄청 걱정했는데 어떤 생각을 쓸수 있는지. 예.
안녕하세요.
其实不知道怎么买票，有点一个人在我那边，然后就是马上要1分钟要到4点的时候，有一个人在开那个黑色汽车，然后在停下来，然后向我们走过来，一直坐车，不是对，然后不是对，然后说啊，我在开那个黑色汽车，然后在停下来，然后向我们走过来，一直坐车，不是对，然后说啊，我来买票，
然后拿了个票，你不是我拿到那个票，因为我没办法，
不是你看这个就把你
对，然后我在想把你骗我的钱，然后就走了，然后上车以后就买票，
所以那没人接的。
然后以后就买提前5分钟去，然后买票。什么味道？是鱼的一部分。你吃那个弹的，这是那个弹的吗？这个你看，这个是啊，这个不像汤鱼吗？
Alright. Difference soup.
Melhores sucos do mercado. Natural One, sem açúcar, sem aditivos, recebeu nota 90 no aplicativo de rotulando.
Olha isso aqui.
Não é uma boa opção?
Isso aqui, ó, não é suco. Pode ter diferença entre suco, néctar e refresco, para não comprar produto de baixa qualidade no supermercado. Suco de verdade, segundo a lei brasileira, tem que ser 100% do suco da fruta.
Aqui ele já lava o suco.
Nada de água, nada de corante, nada de aroma artificial. Pode ter até 10% de açúcar adicionado no máximo. Mais que isso, deixa de ser suco. Agora o néctar é bem diferente. Ele só tem uma parte de suco, vai ser água, açúcar e aditivos. Alguns têm só 30% de suco. E ainda chamam de néctar para parecer chique docinho, mas não é saudável. E o tal do refresco, beleza, fruta.
Ah, finalmente os refrescos.
É o mais diluído de todos. A porcentagem mínima de suco exigido no refresco é de 30% de suco de laranja para efeitos de laranja, 20% para efeitos de maçã, só 6% de suco para maracujá. Inclusive, esses aqui tem 0,056% de suco. Eles são preparados sólidos, não são nem refrescos. Às vezes você está comprando suco de verdade, lê o rótulo e segue a ciência para mais dicas de saúde.
Well, crazy how that works. Yep. Screaming chicken on tree. What is that supposed to mean?
The screaming chicken on a tree can represent a lot of things, however, it does seem to be used most commonly to represent a shriek of pure frustration and rage in the face of cringe content. In that sense, the audio evokes a feeling similar to what the Pink Project achieves, placing it as yet another example of how the social media ecosystem is able to express extreme emotion via memes. The earliest and highest resolution version of the Image I can find was posted on the 15th of November by Piss. However, on the 12th, there seems to be a now deleted version posted by So Chicken on TikTok, although it's unclear the exact date it was combined with the famous scream. So if you have the original link, please comment below. However, now that it's been at least a month since the original was posted, it seems the screaming chicken is totally inescapable. Reel after reel, TikTok after TikTok, short after short, post after post, it appears. And whether or not the video can be deemed as cringe is no longer relevant. The screaming chicken on a tree will come for you one way or another, as the algorithm really seems to enjoy boosting it as a jump scare, similar to
Never
the
seen it.
2022. Not to mention the fact that it has become so prevalent that posting the image of chicken without any audio elicits a scream in the mind of audiences. It's simple, it's easy to clip and share, has the bones of traditional meme, and since it doesn't require a ton of editing to recontextualize. However, this simplicity may also be its downfall, as the memes that last the longest tend to evolve into more complicated iterations. Meanwhile, it is interesting that the screaming chicken is a trope in itself. From Moana's Hey Hey to the simple rubber chicken toy, to of course the chicken in the tree. It seems like it's universally shared joke at this point. It's swiftly replacing the screaming meme from the 2010s, which also got extremely overplayed and oversaturated, so it'll be interesting to see if the chicken receives the same fate. As a result of its popularity, some describing it as the last meme of 2025, although it might just be gone over to 2026 at this rate, given there's only a couple of days left of the year. In short, the screaming chicken on a tree has become an inescapable edit on all social media platforms, appearing not only as a clip but also as an image that instantly manifests as that classic screeching audio. What meme would you guys have immediately listening next? Let me know in the comments below.
Oh.
You know what? I've realized that the job market has so bad that people have now hit a brand new limit of ability. Okay, I was not prepared for this. I'm not prepared for what I'm looking at. But here we are. And what are we looking at? We are looking at Tailwind as well. Have you ever thought that the only thing missing in your life is even more classes in AML? Well, guess what? I got an open source project that not only allows you to enjoy Tailwind at Island, but you also get classes where you can make database queries right on the back end. If there's one thing the world needs, it is more user control over the database queries that are on the back end. It's fundamentally one of the biggest problems we're having right now. All the theory on the back end, people are having that and all that. Whereas this just allows last time I checked, there's not a bunch of client vulnerabilities always on the server. So we just move the database queries to the client. I don't even think we're gonna have more security vulnerabilities. Like it's gonna be the end of the end. I'm pretty excited about this project right away. So here we go. What are the features? We got regular queries using familiar class names. Exactly. So one thing I also always hate about it is super confusing. Like, is it like R? Like I don't remember call names. What's going on? Like, my radar uses this on the other hand. Just like give me the table name, and I can just do operate right on top of it. Like, order by easy. Like that's way easier than that. I mean, way easier than that. It works with reactor components. Obviously, that's really good because reactor components have been rusted and reliable, preventing any sort of using on your back end while also having the ultimate security lab developer. But I create the fact that it's automatically integrated with the backend is real. I feel like people like zero runtime, we're parsing that build side. Like, I'm actually curious how that's okay. I gotta break the fourth wall here for a second. How would one have like, what kind of data coming down build that you would want that build time? Would you always want that build time? Would you always want that runtime? Like, it starts confusing a little bit. And then I say zero runtime.
There's no runtime except for the runtime part. Okay, so this is a little bit confusing. I'm a little bit confusing. I'm struggling a little bit to understand this, but I'm sure I'm positive. Look how much nicer this is in text. Honestly, you use the DD, you use the call, you email, or buy, send it, okay, way easier. These people are hard. Honestly, the fact that they're only for 18-year-olds and older, really understandable. We can't give them that power to, I mean, and I don't think any numbers should be on social media, let alone do I think that they should be on, oh my god, it's just fundamentally a bad idea. You know, I'm like, okay, so 18-year-olds are good choice, really love it. Obviously, the process is very easy, very curious, I mean, the database, but hey, I'm willing, I could just check out websites. I don't know why websites work. Like, I just access this website, doesn't work. Really good. I'm very happy that Gabe is the website. Honestly, it's probably the fact that I'm really live in the database right now, and so therefore the whole site is not working. Nice, I know a lot of people don't know what you're doing in the program. It's nice little breakdown of how like hard ruin, no ruin, sector project. It's really good. I love it. I love it. I love the beautiful project for CSS for database. Yeah, honestly, it's something research being done right now. I hear by the way, in yesterday, you're in the database. Honestly, you know, can we all be real for a second? Vmode, we're now ending like the greatest developer has always been with us. I know that we have APS into the database. Like, kind of really off application. Like, Cobalt, and we've never really recovered. So I've never really iterated on Cobalt. So the fact that we're finally making those that are real programming languages, it also makes me feel good. It's really serious, like declarative, not getting. I think about what we could provide with CSS. It'd be pretty powerful. And then like you really need to go down and know all you drop tailwind and go to JavaScript. I think it'd be honestly, I think it'd be like low high level strength tailwind. That's the low level actually. I'm not a low programmer, so I don't do CSS myself. Honestly, I've never been that good as a low programmer. I have to think about being as a low programmer and doing CSS myself. Just haven't got it. So one day we'll be able to get it. Friendship.
Did you know that browsers fly over who renders HTML best? Which one do you think wins most of the time?
Depends. I don't know. Chrome, Brave, Chrome, Edge, or Chromium. Yeah. I don't know. Does it make a difference in just loading up pages? If you're not doing much, a lot of multitasking these days, doesn't make much of a difference which browser you use. Because it's not about loading times. And more about usefulness, extensions, and features in the browser. Yeah, but okay. And then loading shit properly, because if you code a website for in one way it may not be compatible to the other browser as well, which is kind of annoying. There may be some broken stuff, broken fonts, broken layout. It's annoying. It's more about how they work than how fast they do. It's annoying. But bro, hold me. I did not watch that one. But this one I can link, I guess, with. What the hell is that? A quick share, okay. For a moment I thought I saw the Skype logo in here. What the fuck? Cat, frog, cat. I'm not watching those either. I'm not watching those either. Bro. I did not watch that either. And neither this one. Bro.
E não é uma pipoca sem um monte de jogo obscuro, cabuloso que ninguém nunca ouviu falar. E é isso que vamos ver hoje. Redirect, jogo que saiu em 1991, já depois saiu para a Europa como Rupolia e não saiu nos Estados Unidos. O jogo acabou caindo no anonimato muito rápido. Dizem que a vida dele, principalmente a europeia, né? Mesmo para alterações japonesas, é raro para caramba. E o jogo ele foi baseado, pelo que eu vi aí, em uma série de brinquedos. Só isso que eu sei, o resto vamos descobrir juntos aí, né? Eu peguei a versão japonesa, porque tem uma diferença de site para a europeia, então originalmente, porque assim, é site Asford. Nossa, que beleza, hein?
Não, mas shit.
Rapaz, esse é a caixinha. É uma coisa, start, select, tem itens, beleza, selecionar players. Tem um bichinho também, passa
Caramba,
que a gente vai pegando os bonecos, cada um tem o seu cozinho. Precisa matar, né? Por aqui. Ô, por aqui. Calma aí, vai lá, isso. E tá tudo pra cima. Ah, isso tá tudo pra cima. Peraí, isso, vai, me. A gente subiu na pata do bichinho bolinha azul aqui. Isso, vai fazer slime. Caraca, que isso, velho? Saiu uma poção ali, que pode ter gente que assiste ali, tá poção, pô, passar em porco, caramba. Caramba, a gente tá dando depois uma tijolada nessa cabeça. Você vai matar os bichos. Vou atacar direto no vizinho, tá? Achou um fichu. Faz um beijinho. Muito ruim esse jeito. Select, depois eu achei que era isso, né? Boa sorte. Sorte se ali. Aí. Não, eu falo que achou um item e vamos nessa. Vamos lá. Ele escorrega no gelo, né? Escorrega, cai a cabeça. Falou que eu vou voltar, né? Olha, eu já vi muita sacanagem faz no gelo, mas essa daqui foi a primeira vez que o personagem escorrega e abaca no chão só de andar. Eu nunca vi isso na minha vida.
O jogo é da Sunsoft, é estúdio bom, pô. Eles foram criativos, tá? Eu acho que é essa... Aquele fui pra eu voltar lá pra cima? É gelo. Eu acho que já sei. Eu vou fazer o seguinte, eu vou resetar, eu vou pelo outro lado, já que tô aqui no começo, né? Beleza, apesar que eu achei o negócio... Mas tá, eu quero ver o que tem aqui do outro lado. Eu tinha visto que tinha caminho aqui pelo outro lado. Ah! As bocas do Mick Jagger ali me lambendo?
Crazy. Can I jump
Qualquer
on
briga
top?
que os caras pegaram, velho. Eu tô duvidando um pouco que eu vou conseguir fazer alguma coisa nesse jogo aqui hoje, viu? Além de ficar de cara. Tá. Deixa eu tentar ir por aquele lado, então. Eu tenho que dar um jeito de matar os bichos. Eu não sei, eu vou pular no slime. Ih. Eu sabia que isso ia acontecer. Claro.
Entendi tudinho.
Ah.
What is
Peguei
that?
o Sui Show. Alguma coisa de água, isso. Sui. Deve ter alguma coisa a ver com água. Acabamos falando pra eu voltar. Não tem nada a ver. Falou pra eu voltar? Vamos voltar então. Ah! Escorreguei no toroço. Deixa eu ir pra esse lado. Pra cá eu não fui ainda, né? O que é isso? Uma molona. Um buraco. Eita. Ah, tá. As partes que eu entendi não servem pra nada. E agora é pra pular, velho. Não é possível. Ah, dá pra pegar. Dá pra pegar. Beleza, temos lutinha.
Meu Deus.
Porcaria.
Ah, não.
Oxi. Eu tenho que ficar de um lado só. Tá inventando mola, não, sai do meu lado. É eu aqui, você lá, ô. De égua, sai daí. Ah! Chupa, Lazarento! Boleu, guaxinim, sei lá que porcaria que é essa. Vai. Tô entendendo tão pouco que não vai me servir pra nada. Desapareceu. Vai. Aê, temos outro personagem! Aê, conseguimos substituir agora. O que esse aqui faz? O que esse aqui faz?
Walk.
Ah, se eu abaixo, daí ele...
What? Why is Go walking like that?
De novo. Entendi a diferença dos dois, ó. Esse se rasteja assim e o outro se rasteja assim. Entendeu, né? Muito útil saber disso. Tá bom. O que eu vou fazer com esse porcaria? Ele parece que é mais lento que o outro. Deixa eu ver aqui.
Maybe I can walk the wall or something. I don't
Com
know.
certeza.
Just
Ele é
climb
mais
the
lento.
walls.
Ah, será que ele anda no gelo?
Climb walls, maybe. I don't know.
Pode ser que ele tenha os pé peludo. Ele
Wall
segura mais
climbing.
no gelo. Mas, pô, velho, esse aqui é um pinguim, caramba. E ele não consegue andar no gelo?
That's what I'm thinking. So,
Pegar outro personagem pra fazer isso? Que isso? Tô morrendo, hein?
I think it's possible to walk if
Preciso trocar.
you can walk slowly.
0 de vida.
Oh,
É isso aí, ele anda no gelo.
crazy.
Descobrimos a habilidade dele. E legal, ó. E aqui nessa caverna eu chego aqui e não tem nada pra fazer. Eva! Mano, cada tela que a gente passa desse jogo aqui é uma emoção diferente.
Eita. Oh,
Ó, continue.
damn.
Continuar, eu continuo com... continuo com os dois, ó. Tá, então aqui era o início. Deixa eu tentar achar outra caverna. Tinham 2 cavernas de gelo, eu não consegui nenhuma das 2, né? Será que o bicho nada? Opa, ele nada, só não afunda. Não afunda, mas não passa vergonha. Joga alguma coisa, já é mais útil que o pinguim. Só que o pulo dele é bem ruinzinho. Eu tava pensando aqui, né? Pô, o pulo, a movimentação do bicho é mó bom. É mó bom porque é o pinguim ali, os outros são bicho. Era aqui? Foi nesse que eu fui? Foi, né? É, foi nessa caverna. Tinha outro.
It's on me. Cannot even step on it.
Assim, o jogo é mó maneirinho, viu? Quem gosta de ficar descobrindo coisa aí, pá. Isso aí, eu precisava dele pra cruzar a água aqui, porque eu tinha que pular o pato. Oh, não. Esse é grande. O que eu faço? Não é pra pular na cabeça dele.
Oh, what?
Não é pra pular na cabeça dele. Eu vou morrer!
Oxi.
Mas o que eu faço?
Chora.
O jogo, pelo que eu vi, ele não me deixa ir onde eu não posso ir. Né? Porque eu chego lá e ele começa a pitar. Setinha.
He's not very intuitive, I guess, but to be fair, he's not reading the text either.
Passar com o que eu tenho aqui agora. Ei. Vamos lá de novo. Ele é tipo o Metroidvania, né? Ou o Metroid-like. No caso aqui, é o Metroid Kawaii. Metroid Kawaii do inferno.
Bro.
Tá, voltamos aqui. Esse aqui não consegue pular por cima dele, eu acho. Não dá pra bater. Não sei o que fazer, gente.
What about that item? Where did you put the item? I don't know, think I can do better. Nah, maybe it's... Nah, it's for something else.
Com certeza não é só pra ficar desviando ele. O único botão que funciona aqui é o D. Tive que consultar um guia pra isso, gente. Mas ó, esse infeliz, ele dá um ataque pra baixo. Só que quando você aperta pra baixo, ele não muda a animação direito. Eu não tinha reparado nisso. Ah, esse aqui eu posso pegar e jogar. Tá certo. Nossa, eu joguei aqui até agora com uma dificuldade. E como na época lá tinha muitos jogos que a gente pegava pra jogar sem manual, né? As locadoras não emprestavam, a gente conseguia os jogos daquele jeitinho assim, sabe? Aí não vinha manual neles. A gente ficava quebrando a cabeça pra descobrir coisas básicas da jogabilidade que todo mundo devia saber. Então foi isso, agora vai. Não tinha notado que lá era uma animação de ataque pra baixo. Esse aqui também tem? Tem.
Yup. Bring it to the boss. What
Isso é
happened?
padrão dos bichos, né? Só que esse aqui, o pulo dele é ruim. Não é essa a utilidade dele. Agora vamos. Põe. Deu uma babada. Põe. Ficou feliz. E agora?
Voice smiling.
Eu bato duas na cabeça dele e o azulzinho desaparece, né? Tá ficando mais rápido. Alguma coisa eu tô fazendo certo.
Pretty much it.
Não sei qual dos dois, ou talvez os dois. Aê! Chupa lazarento! Bauzito. Uma estrelinha. Apertar o B.
What?
Ó, ele faz um coraçãozinho. Faz um coraçãozinho mágico que dispara nos outros. Aqui não tá gravando, não, né? O que é isso?
Imagine
Pera aí. Coraçãozinho e...
What?
Ele joga a cabeça pra frente. Coisa esquisita, gente.
Ok.
Tá bom. Então daí. Rebereque. Joguinho esquisito para um caramba. Fofinho, mas ele é bem divertido, viu? Uma baita curiosidade esse jogo aqui, né? Explorar ele e tal. Várias surpresas, altas emoções. Tudo indica aí, hein? Tem que estar de férias aí agora, né?
Sei o que jogar. Tá louco.
Tá querendo uns joguinhos aí,
Jogo
conhecer uns
bizarro.
joguinhos aí pra jogar. Esse daqui com certeza vai ser uma diversão, viu?
Só
Se eu não
consultar o
conhecia
manual.
ainda,
Se eu não
vai
souber
poder
japonês.
jogar. E claro, tá? Comentem pra gente. Você já conhecia esse jogo na versão europeia ou na versão japonesa? Eu não conhecia. Que cachorro dele? Era essa outra caverna. Conhecia. Que cachorro dele? Era essa outra caverna. O que você achou dele? Deixa aquele comentário para nós, que seu engajamento é muito importante. Não precisa ser isso não, pode ser qualquer abobrinha. Beleza? E deixa o seu like aí também para dar aquela fortalecida na nossa maratona Uma Fita por Dia. Os jogos, assim, principalmente jogos mais obscuros, que ninguém fala deles e tal, o YouTube não recomenda para ninguém o vídeo. Porque, né, ninguém procura isso. É assim. Então, se não tem o engajamento legal do público, o YouTube não impulsiona e a gente fica aí com 1000 visualizações no vídeo. Isso é muito chato. Oxe, morri com o bichinho. Ah, não é bichinho, não. É um guri com touca, velho. Agora que ele caiu ali que eu fui ver. Emoções até agora. Então é isso daí, tá? Manda ver no engajamento aí. Seu like, seu comentário. Inscreva-se para acompanhar os lançamentos. Manda um vídeo aí pros seus amigos, né, que curtem jogos de Nintendinho. Pergunta pra eles se eles já conheciam esse jogo. Beleza? Então é isso daí, eu vou ficando por aqui e nos vemos depois que eu abrir esse baú aqui. Pera aí. Eu consigo chegar no baú? Ih, consigo.
Web.
Tinha um mapa. É isso?
Oh, that helps a lot.
Mapa do quadradinho ajuda pra caramba. Então agora sim, eu vou ficando por aqui. Nos vemos no próximo vídeo. Falou!
That's good.
Oh.
E
aí, aqui é o Zangado e como é que vocês estão hoje? Espero que bem, jovens. Hoje lhes trago One Last Choice, mais precisamente a sua beta. O jogo Pedra, Papel, Tesoura ficou um pouquinho, mas só um pouquinho diferente. Então, bora lá, sem enrolar, já dá o like pra valorizar o vídeo e o trabalho feito no canal, não custa nada, lembrando que dá pra ficar mais lento, então deixa o like, não se esqueça de ativar o seu YouTube pra receber as notificações das novidades do canal e fique por dentro das promoções que vão pipocando aí na tela com os melhores produtos nos variados sites do Brasil. E simbora!
Oh, man. This is just like the revolver game. I forgot the name.
Bom, jovens, é o seguinte.
It was a
É uma
shotgun.
mistura de
Yeah, it was a
pedra, papel,
shotgun.
tesoura com jogos mortais ou albergue
It's the shotgun game.
e
I forgot
roleta
the name.
russa. Calma aí.
Bro. Level.
Ok.
It's gonna.
Calma, eu tô entendendo as regras junto com vocês aqui, peraí.
Yeah, it's gonna.
Tá. Primeiro a gente vai escolher uma emoção em cada mão. Depois a gente escolhe qual mão a gente vai ficar. E aí eu posso escolher atirar em mim ou atirar nele. Legal.
Still alive. Crazy.
Cada um tem 3 vidas. Qual seria a vantagem de atirar em si mesmo? É que se não tiver munição, não tiver bala, eu ganho uma carta. Essas cartas são vantagens, né, pra rodada. E óbvio, quanto mais balas na arma, mais chances de disparar. Só que... Caramba, tem muita coisa, calma aí. Vou dar uma prejudicada aqui no cara. Ah, já ganhei. Só escolher a tesourinha. Agora você vai tomar. Legal. Ok, agora você pode mostrar um símbolo. Aqui tá. Revelar uma câmera vazia aleatória para revólver. Mas aí foi aleatório demais. A segunda eu quero saber a próxima, se vai ter munição ou não. Eu não sei se vai ter munição aqui. Tá, mas vocês entenderam, né? Já foi, já deu pra entender, bem de boinha. Eu imagino que esse jogo tenha como jogar versus outros players. Aê.
Lol.
E disse que vai ter campanha também. O jogo tá prometido ano que vem, deve ser baratinho, creio eu. Vou colocar muita munição, meu amigo. Mas muita munição, mas muita munição. Boa. Olha que da hora. Se ele vencer, ele vai ter que atirar em si mesmo.
Yeah. Buckshot
Aí beleza, vai atirar em si mesmo. Toma mais uma.
just written wrong.
Aí. Tá só com uma vida, bebê.
Yeah.
É.
Monótono. Morro.
Ah, uma coisa que acontece também. Mesmo que tenha 4 munições ali na rodada e você dispare, na próxima rodada, reseta. Volta com uma munição só. Não fica ali 3, aí você tá mais outra 4 de novo. Não, reseta. Então, o que eu fiz ali naquela hora de... O que eu fiz naquela hora de acrescentar 3 munições foi um erro. Só uma, tá bom?
Pois
Não
é.
acontece nada, acho que acumulava e não.
Não, parece que não ouviu, não.
E o lance de atirar 2 vezes é uma
Never
chance
seen it
de você
before.
acertar o cara. Não quer dizer que se você disparar na primeira, vai dar dano que você vai disparar de novo e matar o cara, entendeu? É só pra ter chance, 2 chances numa mesma rodada. Então confunda com 2 acertos na mesma rodada.
One last choice.
Na moral, é legal, legal. Mas é só isso. Vai ser só isso, não vai ter mais nada. A gente tá vendo aqui na beta o jogo todo. Aí é meio... tem que ter alguma coisa a mais, velho. Você tem campanha, você jogar com alguém diferente. Mas vamos ver, né? Vamos ver. Ganhei uma cartinha. Tá bom. Ah, velho, tá bom.
Nothing.
Aí. Eu não entendi muito bem essa escolha. Se eu pegar a máscara, eu fico aqui. Se eu pegar a arma, eu atiro em mim. Não entendi.
Nothing.
E bom, jovens, então é isso. E aí, curtiram o jogo? É interessante. Aí fica a questão. É só isso? Jogo lança ano que vem. Comenta aí se curtiram.
Buckshot roulette. So far, not much else. I don't know. It's just buckshot roulette, but without flavor. Yeah, I'm just trying to see more info about the developer because it just seems like there's a chance he was paid to show the game. It's just so. There's nothing about it. Nothing. Nothing about the developer. Nothing. Nothing. Ugh. I'm really thinking he paid him to show the game. Yup, that's a very great choice. Well, it sucks. It doesn't seem very organic at the same time. Prefer something that's more like word of mouth kind of thing. If it's good, you don't need to pay someone to show the game, you know? They're just gonna show the game because they feel like showing it. Because it's decent. Well, if it's so, it's a way to inspire them, Buckshot Roulette. And so far, there's not doing much else. It's, I don't know. Seems very so for this one. I'll fire this one. Get it. Where did I stop? No idea. No idea about this one.
Bom dia, desgraça!
Bom dia, coisinha linda. Droga, olha só o que você fez! Olha só! Não. Vem aqui. Não me passa detalhe, deve haver, Otaku. Prende todo mundo.
If you guys have met someone who has Tuor, you sort of may get this. The first thing that happens is these people tend to get ick resistance. So the rest of the world is very sensitive to ick. Oh, I don't want to hang out with people who are losers. I'm going to chase clout. I'm only going to hang out with people I want like invitations. And like if I'm an influencer, I want VIP treatment wherever I go. And like, oh yeah, there's like the icky people down there and there's the strong people up there. The majority of people that I've encountered have an immense amount of ick resistance because all of that social crap does not matter once you are connected to the divinity within. You start to see it as like, okay, this is all just a weird drama of like people who are trapped in their own egos and trying to get ahead of the world and stuff like that. With the ick resistance comes compassion. And this is where if you like really pay attention to people who have ick lack compassion. These two things cannot coexist. Right? Ick is when I reject a person and I'm not able to see, okay, there's a fundamental good human being that's underneath all the ick, and that's the person that I should have compassion for. This person may evoke the ick, but imagine what their life is like if they're evoking the ick and all these other people, they must be so lonely. And so this sense of compassion also comes in the Eastern traditions. We sort of say that okay, each of us has a spark of divinity, and one of the ways to develop this compassion is to recognize that every person has a spark of divinity. And so all the ick that you're seeing is just the crud on the surface. It's like there's a diamond that has been at the bottom of the ocean for a while and has accrued a lot of like junk on top. But if we pick it up and if we clean it off, there's divinity to be found within.
Maybe surely I've gotta dig it in and figure out. Maybe surely. Surely, maybe. Ugh. Sin. Wings on the shoulder. The usual.
These 12-foot cylinders of steel are blockbuster bombs, capable of reducing to rubble everything within 400 yards of the detonation. Each evening, at air bases throughout Britain, these 2-ton monsters move out in hundreds to the waiting bombers. Each evening, the great bomb doors close on yet another load of devastation for the war production centers of Axis Europe. Night after night, the air crews and the thousands, British and Canadians, climb aboard their giant planes. Last night, it was the valleys of the Ruhr and the Po. Tonight, the U-boat docks at Brest and Lorient. Tomorrow, Milan again, and Genoa, Danzig, and Berlin. You have no chance, the bomber commander told the German people. We are coming every night, every day, rain or flood or snow. You have no chance. But as the Allied air offensive gains in strength, the demand is for ever more men to take over the growing fleets of bombers. For men hitherto tied to ground jobs to win their wings as flyers. And to release these men for duty in the sky, the call goes out for a new force to take their places. A new force in the ground to keep the bombs falling fair and square on Germany. This is Canada's answer to the call. The Women's Division of the RCAF. Already 9,000 strong, these Canadian airwomen have taken the oath to serve for the duration, both within their homeland and outside its frontiers, have pledged themselves to perform those thousands necessary tasks which release the men to fly. To the manning depots of the Women's Division are coming new recruits at the rate of many hundred a month. Librarians and bookkeepers, store clerks and students, girls just out of school, married women whose husbands are already overseas. They ask no feminine favors. They come prepared to accept the same conditions as the men, prepared to live in identical quarters, 68 to a room, prepared to share the same Spartan discipline and the same comradeship of barrack life. Four weeks to new recruits spend in the manning depot. 4 weeks to take off the leisure of civilian life and become airwomen. 4 weeks to learn the language of the parade ground, to soften muscles and acquire the reasoned, thinking team spirit of a close-knit fighting force. Red letter day for every recruit is that on which he draws the first uniform of Air Force Blue. Every tunic and skirt is altered and re-altered for a perfect fit.
Oh shit, I still...
Must be worn straight
Man,
and square
I still
ahead,
left this
every
open.
tuck at an angle.
I still had this
Giving
open.
sometimes center around the blue Lyle stock until the quartermaster points out that every parachute requires 600 square feet of silk. On the subject of hairdos, the regulations are clear-cut and strict. But here
The amount of insufferability. Insufferability because one guy in Germany decided to be very funny. We elected this guy. He's very funny. He's a very funny guy. We got elected. He talks funny. He talks funny. He talks with passion. He's gonna do something funny. And the entire, the rest of the fucking planet is gonna hate the guy. At least most nations are gonna hate the guy. And we have to go to war because of that. God damn it. What one dude can do, one single person.
On their shoulders, the wings of a proud fighting service. And in their ears, the blue horizons marked of the Royal Canadian Air Force. And today, at training stations the wide Dominion over, amid the roaring engines and the flashing propellers, in the hangars and the tool pits, in the fitting shops and armories and stores, you will find Canada's airwomen on active service. Equipment assistants, transport drivers, fitters and riggers, photographers, fabric workers, and instrument makers. They do the work that once was done by aircraftmen, but they do not regard it as men's work. Rather, they will tell you that in the satisfaction of cooperative effort and in the spirit of cooperative life that inevitably goes with it, they have found an answer to a long-felt demand, the demand for direct participation in the shaping of their nation's destiny. And each day, as the long lines of bombers stand growling on the aprons, and the crews prepare to take off on their training missions, many of Canada's airwomen, the girls who once were farm and factory workers, who came from classroom and college and leisure homes, will tell you that they have no intention, when victory is won, of returning to a life of privacy and personal ease. For they believe that even as Canada needs their special skill to build her military air power now, so also she will need it to build her civil air power in the coming world beyond the war. The airwomen do not fly. But even when the bombers are off down the runways, rising on their journey to the distant ranges, their tasks on the ground are not finished. For below, at the observation post, the spotters are waiting, telescopes trained on the target, out there on the lake.
Right-hand quadrant, 46 degrees, 15 minutes. Right-hand quadrant, 46 degrees, 15 minutes. Number 2 detail, coming in now. Number 2 first, 30 minutes, 52 degrees, 30 minutes. Number 3 detail, coming in now.
Only the
Crazy.
men do the flying. And afterwards, how gratifying to male pride to stroll into the plotting office in the certainty that that third burst was a direct hit. And how disturbing to discover that airwomen, as well as mathematics, are accurate and tough. This, then, is the women's division of the RCAF. In less than 2 years, it has grown from a single small group to a great organization. Today, its members are stationed at air bases from the Pacific to Newfoundland. They are posted to Canadian detachments on special duty in the States. They are in the front line with Canadian squadrons overseas. A young service, they proudly represent the eyes of a young country, looking in courage into its future in the sky. Such are the women of Canada's Air Force, the women who wear wings on their shoulders that men may fly.
Oh boy, being a man or not have to join the army. I mean, if it's to be against the Nazi, okay. As for everything else, it's questionable.
Welcome to the conditionals and loops chapter. Let's bring back a program we had from the previous chapter. It's nice that we have a number to print, but wouldn't
Alright.
it be better if we could do different things depending on what the value we have is? In order to do this, we need to use what are known as conditionals. Specifically, we'll start with if-else statements. Here we have one if statement by itself. An if statement is written by using the if keyword, followed by in parentheses writing a condition to check. Does I double equal sign 67 means we want to check to see if the variable I matches the value of 67. In C, two equal signs is how we compare if two things are the same. Since one equal sign is already used for assignment, then we have some curly braces to hold the code we want to run if the condition ends up being true. You can write an if statement without the curly braces, but only the very first statement after it will be considered part of that if statement. I personally recommend always using the curly braces, even if you just have one statement. Now, if we run a program, we'll get both of the printfs displayed since our if condition is true. Naturally, if we change the value of I and rerun the program, the condition will run, since then it will be false. This is great and all, but what if we wanted to check for more numbers? Let's say we wanted to check if I is a single digit number. We could write something like I is less than 10. Now, with this condition, it doesn't matter if we use 1, 5, or the value 9. We'll trigger the if statement, though there's a problem. Let's say we use a negative number like negative 12. It still triggers the if statement since negative 12 is smaller than 10, but that's not what we want from our if statement. So how would we fix this? Here we can add an additional check by using 2 ampersands and adding a second check within the if statement. Here we added if I is greater than or equal to negative 9. The double ampersand here means both conditions have to be true in order for this if statement to execute. A less than equal sign for the check simply means the value of I can be less than or equal to negative 9 to be considered true. Now, what if we wanted to print something out if the variable I is in a single digit? Let's say we want to print out something if a variable is 2 digits instead. We could add a second if statement afterwards, but there's a better way to do this. We can add an else if right after our original if statement. Here we can add another conditional check where we'll see if a variable I is less than or equal to 99 or equal or greater than negative 99. When we have if statements change like this, only one of the possible paths will run. So if we change our variable I to let's say 24, only the second branch path of the if chain will run. Also, the conditional checks inside an if chain will be procedural, which just means it'll check the first one, then it'll go to the second one. If the first one happens to be true, it won't check the second one. Now, let's say we wanted to write another condition to check if we have 3 digits or more. We could add another else if, but since we don't care what the number is specifically, we can use an else statement. This statement will run if all the other branches of the if chain fail to resolve. So since our first if is checking for single digits and our second one is checking for 2 digits, we can be sure that anything that reaches the else block will be 3 digits or more. Now, with that out of the way, we've been writing very simple checks so far. But what if we wanted more complex conditional checks? We have quite a few options to pick from. We have the not equal operator, where we can check to see if 2 values don't match. Here we have an if statement where we're checking to see if a variable value is lucky 7 or not. We can also do either or conditions by using 2 pipe characters. Here we can write out if we're checking to see if a number is 7, 77, or 777. And basically, if any one of these inner conditions is true, we'll print that the number is lucky. Unlike the double ampersand operator, which needs both sides to be true, the or operator just needs one of the sides to be true for the entire condition to be considered true. We can still go further though. We can make the conditions inside the if statement more complex by using additional parentheses. We can create inner conditions as well. Here we have a mixed condition that needs both sides inside to be true, but as a whole, since we have the or operator, only the left or right side in total needs to be true. Now that we covered all the major cases for if statements, let's focus in a bit on what all this is. These logical operators we've so far are tied to what is known as Boolean logic, and a Boolean is nothing more than a value of 1 or 0, or in another sense, true or false. In fact, if we write an if statement with the condition being 1, it'll be evaluated as true and run. And if we create an if statement with the condition being 0, it'll be evaluated as false and never run. Booleans are so common in programming, most languages even have a Boolean data type, and we can write out the values as true or false directly. With C though, it's a bit of a special case. With the newest latest version of C, C23, technically the C language now does have a native Boolean type, but exactly 1 bit of memory and uses real true and false values. Though there's a big problem with using this. If you're using the MSVC Windows compiler, it doesn't yet support C23, which means you can't use the native bool type. Not to mention, if you're writing code that you want to be usable by a lot of people, targeting the latest version of the C language isn't a good thing. Language support for C is slow, and the industry moves even slower to adopt it. To this day, there are people writing C89 code since they want their code to be able to run anywhere. I think targeting C89 is way too extreme for most people, so I recommend splitting the difference and going with C99 as your absolute baseline if you do want to write code that can run just about anywhere. Thankfully, C99 also has a standard bool header file as part of the C standard library. This file thankfully defines a bool data type and the keywords of true and false for us to use. The bool within standard bool is an integer data type, so it's not quite the same thing as the native bool data type. So the true and false defined in standard bool are actually aliases to the value of 0 and 1, but for practical purposes, you can use this as if it were a real Boolean data type. Also, since we're on the topic of Boolean data types, there is one more Boolean operator that is commonly used when creating conditionals. We have the logical not operator. This is simply an exclamation mark in front of a value or variable, and all it does is flip the value from true to false and vice versa. So if we look at our bool variable that's set to the value of false, if we run our program, we can see that the condition not false ends up being true and the condition runs. The not operator is a great shorthand for checking the opposite of a condition. Now let's change up our program, and let's say we wanted to check if the value of I was 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. We could write a long series of if-elses, but there's a better way to handle this. For this type of situation, we could use what is known as a switch statement. To write a switch, we'll start with the switch keyword, followed by the argument of what variable we want to check against. Next, within the braces, we want to write what are known as cases. Each case keyword is followed by the value we want to check against, and then the code we want to execute for that specific case. Lastly, we'll close off every case with a break keyword. Also, switch statements can have a default case at the very end. This is a good practice to have just in case your switch runs into a value you didn't account for. Now, let's return to this break keyword. What is it and why do we need it? The break keyword, like the word implies, lets us break out of the switch statement case. As soon as we hit the break keyword, we'll leave the switch statement. Switch statement cases, unlike if conditions, aren't isolated paths. If we don't use the break keyword and instead we had two cases back to back, the switch cases would hit the first case and then execute the second case's code. This is known as case fall through. Sometimes this behavior is wanted and used in programs, but if you're just starting out, this is probably confusing. The reason this happens is because the underlying way if and switches work are different. If we move closer to how the compiler actually converts your code, when you have a chain of ifs, you'll have multiple conditions individually to check in code. Whereas if you have a switch, it has something known as a jump or lookup table. So what a switch will do is when it compares the value, it'll jump to a specific location and continue executing code from there. The conditional checks don't exist around this jump code location, so we're the ones responsible for writing when we want to stop executing. Also, because of this difference, switch statements are also technically faster than long chains of if-elses. So this difference is minor, and you should always prioritize code readability over this minor performance difference, unless you're working on a special piece of code that absolutely needs max performance. Anyways, with that, we're done with the ifs and switches. So let's move on to the next portion and work with loops. A loop, like the word implies, is simply a piece of code that will repeat itself for some specified period and condition. C itself has 3 different types of loops. We'll start with a simple while loop. Just like our if statements from earlier, we start our while loop with a condition. In this case, the loop will run if I is less than 10. Since our I variable is 0, the condition is true and we'll start a loop. And then we'll print our line and then we'll move on to the increment operation. Adding or subtracting 1 from a variable is so common in programming, we have special operators for this. The one being used here is a prefix increment operator. All it's doing is adding +1 to the variable I and setting that as its new value. There are also postfix operators where the plus signs are after the variable, and there's also subtraction versions of this operation as well. Though there's a slight difference between the postfix and prefix operators. The prefix operators will immediately add +1 to the variable, whereas the postfix operator will get the value of the variable first and increase its value by 1. For most cases, this doesn't matter too much, though technically speaking, the prefix operator is faster since it doesn't need to create a temporary variable to do the addition operation with. It's perfectly fine to use both, and modern compilers should be smart enough in most cases to automatically do the right thing, though I personally almost always use the prefix operator. That little aside done, after that we hit the end of our loop braces. At this point, a loop condition will be rechecked again. Since we increased our I variable by 1 with the increment operator, the condition now will be 1 is less than 10, which is still true, and we'll run our loop yet again. This will continue all the way up till the number 9 is reached, after which point the I variable will be equal to 10, and the condition for the loop will no longer be true. Then we'll exit the loop and the program will finish. One thing though that you need to be careful about when working with loops is avoiding the possibility of what is known as an infinite loop. For example, if we write a loop of while 1, this loop will never end unless we manually try killing the program or the system halts the entire program. These infinite loops can be useful and desired in some situations, but you do have to be extra careful to make sure you have a condition to break out of the loop in some scenario. Now, while our simple loop is nice and all, it's a bit restrictive. What if there's a time we want to break out of a loop early, or what if there's a specific iteration of the loop we don't want to do anything with? For these cases, we can use the continue and break keywords. Let's say we don't want our loop printing even numbers. What we can do is we can add an if condition at the very top of our loop, simply checking if the modulus operation is 0. If this is true, we know the number is even, and we can hit our continue keyword and move on to the next loop iteration. Since the continuation immediately moves to the next loop iteration, it's also important to update your variable condition value, otherwise you'll create an infinite loop in the scenario. Now, let's also say if we hit the number 6 or larger, we want to abort our loop. We can add another condition here and use the break keyword. The break keyword will completely exit out of the loop when it is hit. Anyways, with that, we've covered working with while loops. Next up, we have a do while loop. This loop is nearly identical to the while loop we just made, except for one difference. The do while loop will always run at least once, no matter what the condition of the while loop is. It's useful in a few situations, though this is likely the least used loop type in most programming. Excluding its guarantee of one loop iteration, it functions the same as a normal while loop, and there's nothing else to really note about it. And lastly, we have the for loop. This loop contains 3 parts: a variable initialization portion, a conditional check, and a post-iteration part. If we look at our while loop example from earlier, you'll notice this is basically the same thing, except just a lot more compact. Looping over a range is so incredibly common in programming that we have the for loop to make it simpler to write and to easily be able to tell what the loop condition and variables are. For the for loop, it goes as follows. When the loop starts, it'll perform its initialization first. Then we'll check the loop condition to see if it should start. Once we reach the end of the loop endcode will run. Also, while this is the most incredibly common way to write a for loop, you can take more liberty and write a more complex for loop condition or post-iteration operation. For example, you can check multiple things within the condition, and for the post-iteration portion, you can also do something like a multiplication operation if you want to do. Anyways, with that, we're done with this chapter. At this point, you should understand how to use if, else, switches, for loops, while loops, and do while loops, plus how to continue inside loops, and how to use the break keywords in both conditionals and loops.
Welcome back.
Stuff I had already studied before, but it's nice to rewatch the. It's not like I know how to code or anything, but for those who started coding, probably seen those types of loops, most likely. I was learning C++, I kinda stopped the moment I was messing up with pointers. It's like it's what people either decide to continue studying or not. It's kind of annoying. What to do with that?
Welcome back to Slop Live. Today's Slopic is about a viral video. As you may or may not be aware, the year is coming to an end. Well, this video of a kid singing went viral with some pretty good advice, saying, stop saying 6-7, it is almost 2026. With over 3 million views in only 2 weeks. The video is him singing, it's honestly a banger.
Stop commenting 6-7. I know you're gonna comment 6-7.
His channel has other videos like him playing games, and when this video blew up, he then made reacting to my most famous video 3 days later, where he reacts to stop saying 6-7, it's almost 2026. But of course, with everything pure on the internet, something came along to ruin it. 7 days after his viral video, he put out this video which says Pump Fun is officially here, which is 8 seconds long and has him advertising a meme coin for stop saying 6-7.
My tokens are still on Pump Fun, stop saying 6-7 in the
Went about as well as you'd expect, crashing a few hours after he released the video. It did go back up again to about 200,000 market cap a couple days later, but now it's back down to 16,000. The video has since been deleted, and I can only assume his siblings or maybe a parent put him up to this, unless 8-year-olds really are just scamming and rug pulling people these days. Regardless of this, his original video still holds up, and I think everybody should take his advice. Thanks for slopping by.
Yeah, that's how the world works. Scam other people so you can keep yourself afloat. Live by that motto or kill yourself. Bro. Stop making rug pulls. It's almost yeah. Yeah, it's sad. Oh wait, this one. This one. I'm gonna skip to this one. Yeah. I've seen these. But yeah, the others accounts start to get deleted. Yeah. I didn't repost or anything, but it's kind of funny to see the tweet. I saw the moment I saw the tweet about, yeah, they were already suspending a bunch of those accounts, but when I went to check again, pretty much all the posts were gone. No. Oh man, stop making slender videos. It's so 2021. Further, economists trying to understand your terms.
They've been saying you're sophisticated. They're complaining, overeducated. You are saying all the words I'm dreaming. Say it after me. Say it after me. They will blame us, crucify and shame us. We can't help it if we are the problem. We are trying hard to get your attention, climbing up your wall. Climbing up your wall.
Bro. Yep. What enough for you? Enough for you. All for you. Hell no. The one instance. There's no instance, nothing. By a bunch of normies, which is even worse. Ugh. No. Bro. What an awful year. It's gonna be a worse one next. Ugh. Bro. Desgraçado. It's gonna be a miracle. It's a miracle after another to be alive. 1 year after the other, after the other. I'm still alive. You're doing fairly okay. I guess the worst part of it is just being overly concerned about the worst happening, even if it still doesn't. It's just you. A bunch of threats everywhere. You never feel safe going outside. Yeah, just make for another year, another year, another year. It's just how the fuck am I still going? How the fuck? Jesus. Yeah, Doge was a good thing. They inflated the fucking government. We didn't need Doge for this shit. We didn't need Doge for this shit at all. There was no need to, only fucking common sense. You could deflate the government without Doge. Didn't have to. You really didn't have to. Just fucking a new government body made out of thin air. Crazy. Yeah, let's not forget the fact there were a bunch of literal Zoomers working for Doge. Don't forget the fact of that. Don't forget about it. Some Polish tradition. Just people being insecure and putting other people down for their own, quote-unquote self-preservation. Greedy as fuck. It's easier to just get away putting other people down than to go down and try to lift others out of the fucking hole. It's so much easier to put other people down for your own fucking profit. What is the thing called? What is the thing called? Empathy. Empathy is a tool to make you weak. You should not be empathetic. You should not feel empathy toward anybody. Only. Oh. Laughing. There's not much to laugh about. A few things in there. Ugh. Depressing as fuck. I cannot put the link in here because it's copyrighted music. So yeah. The order of those links. This is actually tragic. 2025 Slender. Yep. Japan fat shaming America's victim culture. Both are bad, period.
Did you know it's actually illegal to be fat in Japan?
Millions of dollars in penalties will be assessed unless companies can get employees to slim
They
down.
already start.
People get fired in Japan for being fat. The government introduced a fat tax in the law that if your employee's waists are too big, your company gets fined. This is your job.
This one's got almost a million views.
Being fat is illegal in Japan. You actually get taxed for being fat.
So it's actually true. And is the real reason people stay in here because they're fat shaming all the time? And is it why 1 out of 5 Japanese women are actually underweight? There are tons of comments on fat shaming on my videos about why Japan isn't fat. One of the top comments for a while with 5,000 likes said that social pressure is the biggest reason people are in here. The standards of what's fat are very different between Japan and the US. This is a plus size model in America, this is one from Japan. We need to dive into this and whether America's victim culture is affecting Japan.
Microaggression.
Long story short, no, it's not illegal to be fat in Japan. There's no government mandated waistline, and companies do not get fined for having too many fat employees. This misconception mainly came from too many American news outlets misinterpreting the 2008 Metabol Law. Yes, per Article 66 of the Industrial Safety and Health Act, Japanese companies are required to provide an annual health checkup to their employees. This is meant to be a service to the employees to encourage health, not to police fat people. So no, if the annual health checkup finds that too many employees are fat, nothing happens. The company doesn't get fined. The only way the company can get fined is if they don't provide the annual health checkup. It's all about participation rates. What some people might find odd is that the health checkup is technically mandatory. If the employees refuse themselves to do the health checkup, the company can get fined. So the company is usually going to be hounding their employees to make sure they get it done. So if you're staying up too late and drinking too often and eating tons of crunchy chocolate, the worst thing that's going to happen if your annual health checkup finds that you're really fat and unhealthy is that the doctor's going to tell you you've gotten fat and you'll lose weight because it's unhealthy. Even if you are fat, as long as you do the health checkup, you won't have any problems. So how did a rumor like this get so big despite being so wrong? Well, it's because of course outrage sells. Some small Twitter or X user got 600,000 views on a post claiming a Japanese actress was fired from a TV show for being mixed race, and that Japan hates mixed race people. Except the real reason she was fired was for breaking the law. She was doing underage drinking. And by the way, Economic Security Minister Ono Akimi is half Japanese. His famous newscaster is half Japanese. These male celebrities are all half Japanese, and these female celebrities are all half Japanese.
Japan hates fat people. Japan hates fat people. Japan hates fat people.
Now to get some perspective on Japan's alleged hatred of fat people, let's look at a study on prejudice. They did this experiment at Dartmouth College where they give participants a huge realistic scar using special effects makeup. They told the participants in the experiment that they were going to have a discussion with a number of people after they had this scar applied to the face. They asked them to pay attention to whether the people they were talking to were judging them because of the scar. So they had a discussion and filled out a questionnaire about prejudice during the interaction. They reported that they thought they were indeed being discriminated against. They said that because of their scar, the people they were talking to were much more tense, preferred to be more distant from them, were less attracted to them, liked them a little less, and they thought they patronized them much more. But here's the catch. Before they went out to have that discussion, the experimenters told them that the special effects scar makeup needed to be moisturized because it would dry out. Without the participant realizing it, they had actually completely removed the prosthetic makeup instead of moisturizing it. So the participants thought they had a scar, but in reality, it was totally gone. Moral of the story, they felt like they were being discriminated against simply because they mistakenly assumed that people had a reason to discriminate against them. They found discrimination because they were looking for signs of discrimination. So if you come to Japan after seeing all these online rumors and these videos saying Japan hates fat people, and you happen to be fatter than Japanese people, you're likely going to be self-conscious, even if in reality no one is actually doing something like pointing at you or making comments about you. Having lived in Japan for 15 years, what I've noticed is that people from English-speaking countries are much more dramatic.
Doesn't mean
Sometimes
that
zero
never
fat shaming in
happens.
Japan, but it's really rare that you can actually call something
You
shame.
just dismiss it entirely. It's a mixed bag. But it's much easier to just point out fingers. Point the finger. Even this is also finger pointing. It's not much different. Just finger pointing the people finger pointing. It's not much different.
Or you're half Japanese, I'm jealous. Or your Japanese is really good for an expat.
It is okay to.
It's called kotobakari, or word hunting. In the new segment on the poster, they introduced several brand new words like micro-assault, micro-insult, micro-invalidation, which are all apparently different types of microaggression. They feature a non-binary person who they introduced as a victim of microaggressions. They also talked about a woman who said that in her workplace when she announced that she became pregnant, no one even said congratulations to her for fear of that somehow being interpreted badly. Another man pointed out how some managers are afraid to make even generally positive comments towards women as they might be taken the wrong way. But there's something I don't think anyone really picked up on. It was specifically highlighted that the non-binary person Yuri suffered from her coworkers talking to her as if she's a woman. However, later in the segment, the HR compliance expert who was there to explain to everyone what a microaggression is and how to avoid them referred to non-binary Yuri as a woman. Because not even the well-meaning microaggression expert can stay vigilant enough to keep up with all the things you can and can't say. I read the top 50 comments on this video and not a single one was in favor of the microaggression post. Personally, I don't think Japan really needs the American practice of vigilantly searching for things to take offense at. In 2022, I talked with Dr. Ken Berry about how American people are so sensitive to accidentally fat shaming others that even some doctors were afraid to tell their patients that their main problem is that they're just too fat and they need to lose weight for the sake of health.
I can't believe a doctor is going to tell me if I'm healthier. That's the job, stupid.
I thought one of the reasons people are so offended by being told something like to gain some weight is because, well, staying thin in Japan is much, much easier. But in America, you have to avoid 80% of the food supply and go out of your way to eat healthy. So it's a lot harder to lose weight. And so it's probably a lot more frustrating to hear comments about your weight.
Body positivity was all a big lie because it's better to not be overweight.
On that note, once losing weight became really easy with Ozempic, the whole body positivity and fat positivity movement got pretty quiet.
There's been a more than 930% increase in patients getting prescription semaglutide in the past 4 years. You represented body positivity. And then some women are saying it's kind of a cop-out.
Yeah, body positivity. Normalize growing comfortable with your body positive community.
So Liz will be on her weight loss journey.
You already know I'm not moving
But wait, one of the phrases on that "Don't do microaggressions" poster was "You'd be a lot more popular with the guys," or "You'd be a lot more popular with ladies if you lost some weight." In a Japanese news spot from this year, they asked 100 Japanese women whether they thought their body was fine as it is, or if they wanted to lose weight. 82% said that they wanted to lose weight. Personally, I do think that number in reality is probably a bit lower, since women don't like to be the odd one out, saying that they think they look great as they are, but their friends are all saying that they have work to do. Now, about 40% of the women who gave a reason why they wanted to lose weight said that they wanted to be skinny like their favorite idols. Another program reported that as of 2023, 1 in 5 Japanese women are technically underweight with a BMI of under 18.5. They even reported that in a survey of 1,000 women, among those that were technically underweight, 18.8% of them still thought that they were fat, and 53% of women who had a normal BMI thought that they were fat. The main thing that they blamed on this was the influence of social media and traditional media.
You just showed it to one. Man, both.
Didn't mention fat shaming. Now,
It's the. God damn it, it's going the opposite way. It's just not healthy either. Just both sides are in the wrong here. Putting up as a mug face, trying to make a point that it's not helping either. It's not how you're gonna convince people to stay healthy, you know?
Being brutally mocked for being chubby in grade school. Kids can be pretty brutal in general. Japanese kids are, from what I've seen, better behaved than American kids. That doesn't mean Japanese kids are all perfect angels to each other. Bullying certainly does happen here, and any Japanese kid, of course, knows the word dead.
There goes another.
Can we really say that the fat shaming in Japan is definitely worse than that of, say, America? Well, a study in the Journal of Social Development on 175 5th and 11th graders in the United States and 257 in Japan examined their reactions to obese kids and kids who look different. They found that the Japanese 5th graders were more inclusive and more positive about the
It's just that better ways to. That's a message, but not being.
They found that 16.4% of girls and 5% of girls experienced body-related teasing. Another 2018 study on weight teasing in Minnesota that found that the body teasing was worse than Japan. 45.1% of adolescent girls and 37.1% of adolescent boys had experienced weight-based teasing. So yeah, the data on this very specific topic is limited, but what we do have access to suggests that if anything, there's slightly less teasing in Japan. If fat shaming is the main reason Japanese people are able to stay thin, why are American kids fatter despite more teasing? Now, social pressure still is a thing here. As I explained in a recent video about Japan's health, people are indeed influenced by their social group. People want to fit in.
Like just looking out to everyone else and then, oh, I'm not
Right, no kidding, like everybody else. Like everywhere else.
Studies have found that if you have a lot of obese friends, your chances of becoming obese yourself increase. If you have a lot of thin friends, you're less likely to gain weight. The thinner everyone around you is, and the more time you spend on Instagram watching dance videos, the more you'll naturally generate internal pressure towards yourself to stay thin. There are even a couple comments saying that you have the reverse situation of America, where obesity is normalized, and you're almost pushed into gaining weight. That is, the social culture is centered around food and eating, and you're pressured to go out and eat all the time and eat a bunch of junk food in America. I also get the impression that more so than Americans, Japanese people are very concerned with how they think the people around them view them. So they probably do feel some unspoken pressure to fit in if they're the odd one out due to their weight. Where this gets tricky is that the data would suggest that if you're overweight, the social pressure of being surrounded by people who are of a healthy weight would technically be good for your health. However, if you're already thin, then being surrounded by underweight people is not a good influence. Now, for most English-speaking countries, being underweight isn't the big issue, and unhealthy and overweight countries like America can learn a lot from Japan's food culture, considering that their obesity rate is 1/10 that of America's. The tricky thing is, as I hinted earlier, health can be confusing. For example, it's common knowledge that salt is bad, but I've done deep dives on why it's really not that simple. Actually, the thing about salt is it may help curb your appetite. We actually need salt and have a set of brain cells dedicated to making us crave salt. So your craving for potato chips or fries might just be a craving for salt. Studies have even found that drinking a savory soup before a meal reduces the total calories people eat. Now, personally, I haven't gotten into the habit of drinking salty miso soup every single morning like most people here in Japan do. What I do is have a glass of Element. I found that Element helps curb my appetite and helps me avoid snacks I don't need, probably thanks to the sodium in it. Most people don't realize how important sodium and electrolytes are for keeping your energy levels up in general. That's why
I forgot to really. This kind of trip bad. I got free samples of that shit before. It's not good. Even the flavored ones are just too salty. But yeah, I tried it. It's just meh. It's not making much of a difference on my energy levels. Nothing. But to take profit, to know if this making a difference or not, you gotta go and exercise. But if I were to go exercise and all that, I'll be feeling myself better from the exercise itself. The salt, the increase in salt intake, and probably not making much of a difference. More than that, my body's probably just gonna waste away. I'm just gonna eject all the salt that I'm not using. That's what I'm saying, man. It's just both sides are kind of wrong there. Too much shaming or too much acceptability. It's not good, man. It's just also the same thing. At the same time, putting a smug face like that saying, you're wrong, Lamau, and let me explain you why. It doesn't help either. It's just... it doesn't help either. It's just kind of a bad video as well. I don't like it. But this channel has been like this since forever ago, from what I can tell. It's kind of my fault. I can still follow him. Well, I don't know. I've been trimming my music folder for a while. I kind of forgot. I forgot I also had to do the same shit with the people I follow on YouTube. I'll probably just check one by one to see if I still want to follow a bunch of people I have here. There are people here that have been like a bunch of people here. Most of them just stopped uploading because whatever. Those ones I may keep the subscription still for a while. Maybe they will re-upload something later for some reason, whatever. As for some people who upload some type of sensationalist bullshit, yeah, I may have to just unfollow and forget about them. Maybe double check on them much years down the line. Just sensationalist bullshit. Look at one of those hearts. Where is it? Losers for losers. Government proved wrong again. Yes. Whoa. Wait, where's the cringe upload? Did he delete the cringe stuff? I think it's this shit. No, it was something else. Yeah, I think it was this one. Jesus. We're Charlie Kirk. No, you can see it. You can see it. Oh, hey. Kind of corny. Cringe, corny, embarrassing. The joke. Just a kind of a meta irony that I'm supposed to get. Some type of a meta irony, meta sarcasm. Yep, I was just kidding, guys. Don't take it seriously. Oh man. Again, both sides wrong. Just be pay attention to the fucking body mass index. Stop eating crap from fast food chains. And well, I don't know. Like, I bunch about shit from Stop and Shop just today, but I hardly ever do that. My diet is like half and half bad, half okay. Not exactly perfect like the Mediterranean low carb boat, whatever. It's not far to the other direction either. It's somewhere in the middle. But mostly because I don't have much control of what I can buy. So, well. But yeah, only like for exceptions, like it's the new year or whatever. I'm gonna buy some trash and not try to, and just eat it slowly, I guess. Oh, well, I don't know. It's just the cultural bullshit on both sides. Just, I don't know, man, put up a smug face and try and, it's better here, even though it's kinda insufferable as well. It just doesn't help. It doesn't help anybody. When I try to make a point, you just stop with the smug face and the sensationalist bullshit. But you will not stop it because it gets the clicks. It feels great at the end of the day. Well, very well.
Boy, come hither. Yes, Papa? This new Colorsoft Kindle from Amazon. It's incredible. It makes this look like this. Oh, joy. I can finally read Mr. Watson's comics without guessing Papa's color. It is an incredible device to be sure, but it costs 280 shillings. Money doesn't grow on trees, my boy. Before we can make a decision whether to purchase it, we must determine its worth. How can we do such a thing, Papa? There's only one way. You must walk out into the land, gather all the Kindles, compare them, and compile a report for me, right? Are you tired of scrolling through your... It happened. After 10 long years, Amazon has finally given me a fresh reason to be excited about the Kindle again. The Colorsoft introduces Color E-Ink, which made a great first impression on me and my kids, with colors that I might not describe as vibrant, but I would certainly describe as more immersive. Compared to Amazon's monochromatic offerings, it really helps illustrations jump off the page and come to life. Other than that, it's a Kindle, it's reasonably light, just 219 grams, feels pretty good in the hands, and this one stayed relatively smudge-free, despite being handled for weeks by Teenage Boy Meets constantly, and didn't bother to wipe down the screen before the shoot. During that time, it only needed to be charged once, thanks to its beefy 2310 mAh battery. By the way, if, like me, you haven't upgraded your Kindle in a while, charging has been via USB-C ever since the Paperwhite 5. But why am I the one talking right now? The real reason we're doing this video, aside from me just wanting a new Kindle, was that my son finally took an interest in the family business, asking me if he could help write and host a video. Not wanting to nepotism straight to the top, I gave him the least glamorous possible assignment, a Kindle review. Let's see how he does. How much battery life? Amazon claims you can expect up to 8 weeks. I'm not sure I quite agree with that. Maybe if you read like a few chapters a day, but I will say that between the many hours of battery life, not to mention almost zero standby drain, it will comfortably outlast any reading device you have that isn't a black and white e-reader or a literal book. And when you finally need to charge it, you can do so in just a couple hours. As for using it, how do I say this? Spec-wise, it should crush its black and white cousin, the Paperwhite 6. I mean, it's got twice the memory, a processor that runs at twice the speed, but while it's great on paper, it doesn't feel twice as strong in daily use. Look at this. While the double tap anywhere gesture is a convenient time saver, the animation for page flipping takes noticeably longer than the Paperwhite. And while I wish Amazon could fix this by just adding a page turn speed setting, look at this. The store has the same issue. There's no way they want to slow down the process of selling more ebooks. So why is it so slow? Before you buy one, the Colorsoft has another downside that could be a deal breaker. One of the key benefits of e-ink displays is their
Don't you guys have phones to buy it? Buy on your phone.
and the Colorsoft is no exception, boasting a sharp 300 ppi black and white image. Black and white image. Yeah, it does color, of course, but only at 150 ppi. That's because it uses an extra color layer on top of your typical black and white layer that you might be used to. Some people might feel that enjoying books, comics, and manga in color isn't worth that trade-off, especially after they spend so much money. But for me, there's no going back. I think it's great, and in some cases offers a clear benefit to clarity as well. Look at this comic cover. Sure, the grayscale image is sharper, but to my eyes, the color image helps separate the various characters, making it easier to see the artist's intent. It's obviously not as vibrant as reading on a phone, though, so how does that compare? Honestly, if it's early in the day and my eyes aren't tired, I'd probably use the app. It's super similar to the Kindle experience without having to pay for a separate device. The interface runs faster, you get speakers so you can listen to your audiobooks out loud rather than over Bluetooth speakers, and there are even some extra features. I really like WordButter. It lets you use a method of reading called RSVP reading, which helps you process information faster without sacrificing retention. The Kindle literally can't do this because of its low refresh rates, so it's a nice little bonus. With that said, reading on a phone is full of downsides too. Most phones can't get dim enough for your weary midnight eyes. A small screen means more page flips, you can't expect a super long battery life, and if you're anything like me, your phone is full of distracting apps and notifications. That is a big part of why the Kindle has been such a success for Amazon over the years. They've managed to strike a great balance of being capable, it even has a web browser, but also slow enough that you can't really get a good
What?
For that reason, the ColorSoft alone has racked up over it even has a web browser, so you can scope out the latest deals at LTStore.com like our new color transfer drivers, but also slow enough that you can't really get a good doom scroll going. For that reason, the ColorSoft alone has racked up over 4,000 reviews. And wait, they aren't really that positive, are they? At just 3.8 stars for the signature edition. I mean, my son and I both like it. What's up with that? As it turns out, a lot of that negativity was actually back when it launched, with users like Vinny, Michael, and Sam here reporting an ugly yellow gradient at the bottom of the display. Amazon has promised to resolve the issue, but that was over a year ago, and you can find reports of it still happening as recently as a few months back. But maybe it's mostly fine now because the star rating has climbed since that time. It was actually still under 3 stars back when I first ordered it, and I personally have never experienced the issue. Overall, I've been pretty happy with this thing, and that's without even needing to test its rating resistance to both fresh and even salt water. But none of that makes it an obvious buy either. Sure, by comparison, the Kindle feels like watching a private show on a black and white TV, but Amazon's charging a lot of money for their color pictures. And adding insult to injury, I found multiple cases where books are more
Aren't books a little bigger than the...
For example, why the heck is Harry Potter pricier on a device I already paid $280 for? You paid for it. That's not the point, Dad. What's important is this is a luxury device costing more than twice as much as a paperweight, and the customer spirit should be treated fairly. He's right. Even competing color e-readers like the Kobo Clair Color are markedly less expensive. At least the ColorSoft, a gorgeous device that I love to use, but a tough sell from a value standpoint. At the end of the day, then, the choice is yours. Kindle or alternative brand, color or black and white, Segway. Thanks for watching. If you guys like this video, make sure to check out the last e-ink video we did. It went into a little bit more depth about how exactly these super cool displays actually work.
Maybe it's okay, the size. Most books are about this size, right? Problem with manga and all that, they tend to be a little bigger than that, from what I'm not sure if it's just comics in America or if manga as well. I think, yeah, the comics here, I think they're a little bigger than, I really don't know, I'm just speculating. But reading manga like that and Kindle, maybe it's a bit small, maybe. For reading books, I guess it's fine. For comics and manga, I don't know. Maybe a little small. Maybe, surely. Oh, hold on. Back.
What the hell? No. Hey, you throw the towel right down here, right here. What the hell? No. Stop taking my bathroom. Emotion. No. I hear you, my lady. No. Let's go. Oh, my kingdom. The day in the next day. No. I don't get it.
Pure autism.
One move now. Are you okay? I think so. Yeah, I know. Man, we got a large number of clovers on the hall. No. Oh, hey, Cleveland, Australia, here I come.
Bro.
No one's overboard from the house. No. Doggone it, that's it, no. I'm tired of being kicked around by this world. I'm sorry, I don't
Boom, 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 boom. This is one of those. It's the water. I had put in here. I had I was back when the Undertale came out. I was listening a lot of the songs of the game until I got sick of it and I started deleting pretty much all of them. Only recently I put them back in here. Yeah, it's there. Yeah. Oh man. I only had like one or two. I have like maybe 4 songs on the playlist. Now I had a bunch of more recently. I had a ton of. I don't know why. What was wrong with me? There was a bunch of Undertale Yellow stuff in here. Now it's only 3. There's only 3 now. It was like pretty much the entire album was there. Now it's only 3. Oh yeah. Crazy. What a Pronobis. It's not the same type of protein that you get from the meat.
No vídeo de hoje eu vou revelar quais foram as 10 maiores mentiras espalhadas em 2020. Muitas foram vocês que me mandaram lá no Instagram, outras são a minha opinião e da equipe Bola Ciente. Então já coloca nos comentários qual você acha que foi a pior de todas. Vamos ver quem vai acertar a minha número 1 da lista. E nada mais justo vocês passarem raiva comigo, mas acima de tudo, aprender o que é correto pra nunca se enganar. Vamos começar da mentira menos pior até a mais bizarra de todas. Em 10º lugar, tem uma desinformação fresquinha que circulou em novembro. A folha de Ora Promox tem tanta proteína que vale por um bife de carne. Essa história do Ora Promox ser rico em proteína é velha. Mas ressurgiu das cinzas no debate dos 30 veganos versus uma carnívora.
Existe uma planta chamada Ora Pronovis que tem a mesma proteína da carne, então as pessoas não precisam do animal.
Sim.
100 gramas de Ora Promox desidratado, até 20 gramas
The literal same.
Então, lá de verdade, quanto tá o erro? O erro é comparar a planta totalmente desidratada, que por ter perdido toda a água, fica mais leve do que a folha que você encontra no quintal da sua avó. Se você pegar aquela folha de Ora Promovis fresca direto do pé e colocar exatamente 100 gramas dela na panela, vai ter só 2 gramas de proteína, 12 vezes menos que um bifinho de frango grelhado. 100 gramas. Não tenho nada contra você ser vegano, nem nada contra o Ora Promovis, inclusive eu adoro. Mas dizer que ela é o bife dos pobres, ou que ela tem a mesma quantidade de proteína das carnes, é uma mentira que não ajuda ninguém.
O bife dos pobres comprarem.
Ficaram vídeos na questão clássica de pânico com pessoas alertando pra não usar Listerine. Você viu? Diziam que usar enxaguante bucal favorecia uma bactéria causadora de câncer na boca. E pra provar que era coisa séria, até citaram um estudo científico, claro, galera, preocupado. Só que nenhum dos estudos citados gerava essa conclusão. Um deles viu que usar enxaguante bucal diminui a quantidade de algumas bactérias na garganta e aumenta outras. Só isso, não teve nenhuma análise com pessoas que tiveram câncer. Outro estudo analisou enxaguantes bucais junto com outras substâncias para descobrir como eliminar bactérias ligadas ao câncer de intestino. Exatamente o oposto do que estavam dizendo na internet. No fim das contas, era só uma galera distorcendo dados reais, usando estudos científicos para ganhar credibilidade, que é uma estratégia bem comum, inclusive. Você nunca ouviu alguém vendendo suplemento de beterraba ou cúrcuma para inflamação, distorcendo dados reais de utilidade de nutrição, e funcionou tanto que os vídeos bombaram, infelizmente. Agora você já pode ficar tranquilo sabendo que o seu óleo de fresco não tem nada a ver com, mas não muito tranquilo, porque a mentira número 8 do nosso ranking disse que o problema está no óleo de soja. Na verdade, eu trouxe aqui 2 mentiras que chegaram para mim esse ano envolvendo famigerado óleo de soja. A primeira foi essa aqui, ó.
Você sabe que o óleo de soja fica 3 anos compondo as suas células. Se o grande problema é você consumir uma gordura molecularmente destruída, inflamatória.
Daí a pessoa segue o vídeo falando que o certo seria trocar por gorduras mais naturais, como azeite, manteiga, óleo de coco ou outra gordura animal, como os alunos do desafio dele fazem. Cuidado, eu já fiz vários vídeos no canal explicando que não existe isso de alimento que inflama. Se você se sente mal comendo alguma coisa, fica inflamado de alguma forma, o mais provável é que seja alguma doença gastrointestinal, talvez uma intolerância ao alimento ou alergia. Não é o alimento que faz mal e nem faz mal para todo mundo. É o seu organismo que está precisando de um acompanhamento com um médico nutricionista para descobrir se você tem alguma intolerância ou alergia a ele. Mas para completar o combo das desinformações sobre óleo de soja, abril de 2005 surge essa notícia que gordura de óleo comum pode acelerar câncer de mama. Tudo isso por causa de um estudo feito em ratos. Os cientistas deram óleo para eles comerem e isso aumentou o nosso rato, a produção de uma molécula de câncer de mama humano também produz. Mas ninguém liga, que nenhum
It's all fat and oil. They're not supposed to be healthy. What you want is the least damaging to your body. They are fucking damaging, aren't they?
O estudo nem estava analisando o surgimento de câncer de mama. O que os pesquisadores fizeram foi pegar tumores já existentes em uma situação bem específica e observar como uma molécula essencial para a vida, presente em vários alimentos e óleos, influencia o ritmo de crescimento das células nesse contexto facial de laboratório. Ou seja, o estudo não mostra que comer óleo causa câncer de mama. Em pessoas saudáveis estão nisso. Ele discute um mecanismo muito específico em tumores muito específicos, não a sua alimentação do dia a dia. Inclusive, daria até um vídeo falando só sobre óleo de cozinha.
Just abuse and all that shit. As simple as.
Viralizou no Twitter uma imagem chocante de um raio-x mostrando uma pessoa cheia de larvas de tênis. Mas o que mais chamou a atenção foi a conclusão da pessoa. Ela estava se perguntando se o problema teria sido contato íntimo da língua com a região anal masculina. Beijo grego, chupa. Vamos aos fatos sem tabu. O raio-x mostra um caso de cisticercose disseminada, uma infecção que acontece quando você come ovos de tênis sólido. A maioria das pessoas sabe que não pode comer carne de porco procedência duvidosa, crua ou mal cozida, porque ela pode ter larvas de tênis. Se você comer essas larvas, elas podem até morar no seu intestino e virar um verme gigante que muitos chamam de solitário. Mas poucos sabem também nada se infectar com um alimento contaminado pelas fezes de alguém que tem. A pessoa doente elimina ovos de tênis pelas fezes. Eles contaminam água, alimentos e até as mãos da pessoa se ela não lava direito depois de ir no banheiro. Essa água, comida ou não contaminada, a boca de outra pessoa ou da própria pessoa causa cisticercose. Inclusive, pessoal, pra quem tem tênis, tem que tomar muito cuidado na hora de limpar pra não comer de volta os ovos de tênis, porque além da tenise, que é o parasita do intestino, cisticercose, que é quando você come os ovos se desenvolvem larvas e se espalham pelo corpo todo, inclusive no cérebro. É o que causou o negócio da imagem aí. Então não coloque a mão suja de coco na boca, por favor. Especialmente se você já tem verme saindo das fezes. Quando muitos ovos de tênis chegam no seu intestino de uma vez, o resultado pode ser esse. Seguindo esse raciocínio, parece possível que dá pra se infectar colocando a boca na rosquinha mal lavada de alguém que tem tênis. Teoricamente sim, mas na prática não existe nenhum relato na literatura médica de alguém que tenha pegado os peitos de alguém que pegou cisticercose via sexual nenhum. Apesar de ser tecnicamente possível, o fato de ninguém ter pegado cisticercose com beijo grego na história reforça que cisticercose não é uma infecção sexualmente transmissível, uma doença negligenciada de locais pobres. É sobre ter acesso a água limpa e alimentos de qualidade livre de pé. Por isso o tweet viralizou e estava mais pra moral.
Pure misfortune.
Fora a sexta mentira mais bizarra, a água do filtro de barro é o risco à saúde.
It's like being hit by a thunder, kind of unlikeliness. Wait, what? What? What?
A sexta mentira mais bizarra, a água do filtro de barro é o risco à saúde. Geral mandou esse vídeo aí de um homem dizendo que o filtro de barro é um perigo. Diz ele que solta bicarbonato de sódio na água, que causa pressão alta, dor de cabeça e até problemas no rins. Engraçado que enquanto alguns dizem que o bicarbonato é remédio natural, outros dizem que é um veneno. Não dá pra entender. Mas vamos lá. As velas que fazem a filtragem de água no filtro de barro não soltam bicarbonato. Elas são feitas de cerâmica, carvão, prata, materiais capazes de filtrar água e até matar bactérias com segurança. Qualquer água, seja filtrada, mineral ou natural da torneira, já tem bicarbonato. Ele não traz nenhum risco à saúde. O filtro de barro é excelente e ainda deixa a sua aguinha fresquinha se você lembrar de encher. Claro, eu recomendo já deixar o seu like aqui embaixo. Essa situação agora vai piorar bastante. Nós chegamos às 5 mentiras mais bizarras do ano. Em quinto lugar, vermífugo trata queda de cabelo. Junho a outubro de 2005, circulou um fenômeno na internet. Vários médicos e farmacêuticos começaram a falar que remédio pra febre era a solução.
Pharmacist even. God damn it, can I even trust them? Man, at least the bad ones.
Se a pessoa tem verme, e se esse verme chegou no ponto de causar desnutrição e queda de cabelo, aí sim tomar um vermífugo pode ajudar. Mas aí esse vermífugo trata a queda de cabelo, um salto grande, né? Enganamente, a sua queda de cabelo não veio de um estresse emocional, ou até de um problema na tireoide, porque é simplesmente uma questão genética, como acontece com a maioria dos casos. Eu expliquei nesse vídeo aqui. O primeiro passo para tratar a queda de cabelo é descobrir a causa dela. E existem muitos. Os vermes são só uma, e mesmo assim, mais provável é que a pessoa nem chegue a ter cabelo. Antes disso, ela provavelmente vai ter dor abdominal, enjoo, diarreia, perda de apetite, perda de peso e vai procurar um médico. Não tome vermífugo sem indicação médica. Inclusive, não é recomendado ficar tomando vermífugo todo ano.
People were saying the same shit to take that shit to cure COVID, right?
Mulher de plástico preto causa câncer. O ano mal começou e já dei de cara com essa notícia falando que mulher de plástico preto poderia aumentar o risco de câncer. Fiquei preocupado, tô cheio de mulher nisso.
Why the color specific?
Para medir a quantidade de retardantes de chama, que é uma substância que não deixa o plástico pegar fogo e que é importante para o alimento pegar fogo, né? Mas a gente já sabe que retardantes de chama podem aumentar o risco de câncer se estiverem em quantidades acima do permitido. E o que o estudo viu, galera, foi que as substâncias do plástico preto estavam muito perto do limite, que seria preocupante se não fosse por um detalhe. Os pesquisadores consideraram que o limite seguro era 10 vezes menor do que realmente é. Sim, colocaram um zero a menos na conta do artigo científico. E é por isso que eu achei tão bizarra essa história. Quando eu li o artigo, eu fiquei assustado, mas foi mesmo, teve que virar um artigo corrigindo o artigo original. Porque você já sabe, né? A notícia já tinha separado entre as mamães e avós do Brasil, WhatsApp, que ficaram desesperadas com um item carcinogênico em plena cozinha. É a prova que não dá pra acreditar cegamente em tudo que você lê. Mesmo se for um artigo científico, no fim das contas, todos os utensílios plásticos avaliados estavam dentro do limite seguro. Mas os plásticos pretos não superam a metade de bronze das bizarrices desse ano. Em terceiro lugar, a mentira de que pode começar à vontade porque ele não causa pressão. Julho de 2005, eu descobri que existe negacionista da hipertensão. Já imaginou? Mandaram vídeos falando que os europeus comiam 100 gramas de sal por dia no século XVI. E mesmo assim, não tem hipertensão. E que a recomendação da OMS de comer no máximo 2 gramas de sódio por dia no passado de mim. Engraçado, o vídeo não falava que os primeiros aparelhos para medir a pressão só surgiram 300 anos depois, no século XIX. Será que ninguém morria de hipertensão? Ou os médicos que naquela época não sabiam desse problema, se não tinham como medir a pressão? A medalha de bronze vai com o raciocínio inesperado do dono do vídeo que disse que excesso de sal não causa pressão alta.
Well, because people are dying from many other reasons. There were, like the life expectancy back then was like, what, 50 years old? Maybe not even that. If you make it to 60, it was kind of a miracle. Yes, wasn't it?
Indo contra todos os consensos médicos e científicos do planeta. Se merece parabéns. E eu mereço. Bora pra medalha de prata. Nossa segunda mentira mais bizarra. A vacina da Covid está... problemas que não tinham como medir a pressão. A medalha de bronze vai com o raciocínio inesperado do dono do vídeo que disse que excesso de sal não causa pressão alta. Indo contra todos os consensos médicos e científicos do planeta. Se merece parabéns. E eu mereço. Bora pra medalha de prata. Nossa segunda mentira mais bizarra. A vacina da Covid está causando AVC em jovens. Maio e junho de 2025. Viralizou no Twitter um gráfico mostrando um aumento absurdo de casos de AVC depois da pandemia. E usaram isso como justificativa para dizer que a vacina da Covid estaria causando mais casos. Mas o que não te contam é que, primeiro, já havia uma tendência de aumento nos casos de AVC pelo menos desde 2008, muito antes da Covid. O gráfico circulou na internet, usa uma artimanha que usa o erro, que é colocar a escala começando em 140 mil, que dá a impressão de que o aumento é muito maior do que é. Mas esse aqui é o gráfico completo de 2008 para 2024, que a nossa equipe montou com os dados originais do Sul. E segundo, que é algo que eu vejo pouca gente falando, os casos de AVC em jovens no Brasil não estão aumentando. Eu até fiz um vídeo mostrando que em 2015 a incidência de AVC em jovens de 20 a 29 anos era de 14,9 a cada 100 mil habitantes. E em 2024 esse número caiu para 13,2. Essa história de que tem muita gente morrendo de AVC por causa da Covid é uma mentira orquestrada para gerar pânico. Tanto se você perguntar pra galera e falar isso, onde estão os dados, ninguém sabe, mas muita gente acredita e por isso ficou em segundo lugar no nosso posto. Só não ganhou porque nós tivemos uma reviravolta na desinformação. Mas antes de contar a mentira mais bizarra de eis a mentira mais bizarra de 2005 eleita pela nossa
What was it?
Mas antes de contar a mentira mais bizarra de 2005, eu quero começar com você que chegou até aqui, que é realmente fã do assim. Já planejou suas metas de 2023 ser diferente de 2005? Desinformação com certeza vai ter e a gente vai continuar combatendo. Mas será que 2023 vai ser mais um ano com uma lista de metas não cumpridas, com a mesma sensação de frustração? Tem muita gente que está empolgada no ano, achando que o ano vai ser diferente, mas sabe que nunca ensinaram para as pessoas que não conseguem cumprir as metas? Não é falta de vontade, é falta de plano de execução com metas realistas e que estejam alinhadas com seus valores. Eu não sei se você já fez suas metas de 2006 ou se ainda tem apenas uma ideia.
Productivity course.
Dia 15 de janeiro, eu vou fazer ao vivo o workshop Plano Eficiente 2023. Vai ser um evento fechado aqui no canal, onde você vai transformar junto comigo suas metas vagas em um plano claro, executável e alinhado com prioridades definidas, prazos possíveis e estratégia para quando tudo sair, para conhecer todos os detalhes e garantir sua vaga, que é limitada, tá? Basta clicar no link da descrição, porque é hoje que eu te vejo lá. E dito isso, eis a mentira mais bizarra de 2005 eleita.
No, I don't know. Those courses, when you don't put a price tag on them, it's probably gonna be expensive, but okay.
Setembro de 2005.
Pay in many installments, in 12 times, in 12 months, 24 months.
Dentro dos Estados Unidos, vem a público para dizer que mulheres grávidas não deveriam tomar Tylenol, que é um nome comercial do paracetamol. Segundo ele, tomar Tylenol não seria bom porque aumentaria o risco da criança nascer com autismo. São muitas camadas de bizarrice aqui, galera. A primeira é o presidente fazer esse pronunciamento ao invés do órgão regulador responsável. E o Centro de Controle de Doenças, que é a Anvisa dele,
The floor, the water, the fluoride.
aumenta o risco de autismo. Os estudos científicos que nós temos hoje não permitem tirar essa conclusão, simplesmente porque nenhuma gestante toma paracetamol, ou ela toma porque tá com febre, tem alguma dor, uma inflamação, ou uma infecção. Tudo isso pode estar ligado com o autismo. É um fator confundidor que a gente chama assim. Será que alguma inflamação ou doença na gravidez para a qual é usado paracetamol aumenta o risco de autismo? Mais provável que seja isso do que o paracetamol em si, mulher. Na verdade, já tem estudos sim mostrando que não existe relação entre paracetamol e desenvolvimento cerebral do bebê, nem com autismo, nem com déficit de atenção, nem com deficiência mental. Já a desinformação, essa sim está associada com altos níveis de estresse, dor de cabeça, desnecessário. E aí, você concorda com o meu ranking de mentiras de 2005? Comenta aqui embaixo se teve alguma outra mentira que você colocaria em primeiro lugar. E se você caiu na mentira de feliz ano novo pra você, você tem muita paz e eu te desejo muitas felicidades em um ano que vem. Tchau.
Oh, man.
Which one are you most proud of? Linux by far. I don't think people understand how little I did forget. I did just the basic initial design. Hey, I'm proud of that. But at the same time, I worked on Git for 6 months. The moment I found somebody who I felt could take it over, I threw it over the fence and said, you go. To me, it was something I needed for Linux.
So that's like having a second child so that you could enhance your first child.
I worry about your children. Spare parts.
Right. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I didn't link to. This one and this one. Chum, boom, boom, boom. There. I think it's alright now. Yeah. Mm. ChatGPT has no emotions.
ChatGPT is still really bad with emotions.
Can you scream like you're being chased by a monster?
Oh, that was a bit too much, wasn't it? Let me know if you want me to turn it up again.
Yeah, can you scream like you're being chased by a monster like you're terrified?
Meu Deus. Meu Deus. Meu Deus. Oh man. But you must learn how to use the AI to hallucinate the right answers for you. It's gonna hallucinate the right stuff that you need. Sort of, maybe. He's too bad at debugging. He's too bad at many things.
We now ban every report instantly who submits reports we deem AI slot. The threshold has been reached. We are effectively being DDoSed. If we could, we would charge them for the waste of our time. We still have not seen a single valid report done with AI help. Think about that. They've literally received hundreds of reports, not one. Hopefully there's something in there that kind of tickles your mind and makes you go, well, wait a second, wait, what? I understand that AIs have PhD level intelligence, but sometimes the smartest people are also the stupidest.
No kidding. Has a bunch of, he's very intelligent. He just has a bunch of knowledge on a lot of stuff. It's like doing a test with the fucking internet on your side. You're not exactly intelligent, you just have the knowledge on your side that you can consult whenever you're prompted. It's not the same thing, it's just that AI can do that in a couple seconds, and that's about it. That's the advantage AI can have. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe for basic stuff, AI may be right like 95% of the time. But that one time in every 20 times, 1 in 20 times, that may get something very wrong. You gotta be cautious about the sources it's getting. Well, it's just convenient to get something that seems promising. Very convenient. But well, sometimes it can be painful. That convenience can get painful.
The Absolute 3D one is the first handheld gaming PC with support for stereoscopic 3D gaming with no glasses required. That is a pretty wild proposition. How did they manage to bring this technology to market first? Well, it's possible that they outcompeted all the other teams who were trying to build such a product. It's also possible, wow, it's really big. It's also possible that nobody else was trying to build glasses-free stereoscopic gaming into a handheld PC form factor. Oh my gosh. In fairness to Absolute, their marketing materials for the 3D one do kind of lean pretty heavily on using it as more like a gaming tablet with a kickstand, and then,
Yo.
Tablet with a kickstand, and then, detaching the removable controllers, which almost certainly makes a lot more sense, especially when you consider how the 3D screen works. But we'll get to that in a minute. First, let's finish taking a look at the included accessories. You get this USB-C to C cable. We also get a really nice carrying case with kind of a velvety interior.
Does it have support for the 3DS emulator? That'd be nice.
They have their own internal battery. They'll run for a little while off that, or you can put them on this ergonomic central piece.
Any 3DS emulator.
Except if it was a spaceship. Wow, is it ever bottom heavy, man? You'll need one of these. This is kind of like the setups that they have for like RC. No, I'm kidding. This is a strap for the carrying case, which makes a lot of sense. Goes on the loops right here. And finally, you get a whomping charging brick. This boy's rated at 100 watts maximum. We only ever saw it charge at an average of about 35 watts with both this charger and a known good third-party one. So it took a little over 2 hours to charge. Not the fastest charging device we've ever seen. The last accessory I want to look at right now is a keyboard cover. Goes on with something like that. Oh, nice strong magnets though. Gotta give them credit for that. Let's do a tour of all the I/O. At the back, we've got the kickstand that we already took a look at. Metal, by the way, pretty satisfying. And we also got an intake vent as well as a hint as to what hardware.
It's so big.
We'll get into that in a little more detail later. We've got
I can't play something like that. Handheld.
Up at the top, things get a little bit more exciting. We've got linear triggers as well as our shoulder buttons. Alongside
You gotta play like that on the fucking table. Not much of a point to make a handheld.
As well as what they call a full function USB-C port. I think that is to say that it's
Looks heavy.
volume rocker, power button, and a toggle switch between 2D and 3D mode that is not in fact a toggle, but is rather a momentary switch. Okay, we'll have to talk about that later. On the bottom, we have the interface for our keyboard folio as well as downfire speakers. On the front, we've got an 8-direction D-pad as well as Hall effect joysticks, full size ones I might add. Some buttons I'm gonna have to figure out along with our start select and our actually pretty nice feeling ABX ones. We also get a pair of touchpads, just like the Steam Deck. Ooh, it's kind of hard to see, but finally we've got a front-facing webcam as well as, that's right, an eye tracking sensor. So absolutely didn't disclose the exact technology that they're using for their glasses-free 3D on the display, but we know that similar products use a combination of eye tracking and adjustable lenticular lenses over top of the display to help diffract the light and ensure that each eye sees only the correct side image. Let's go ahead and fire it up. Let's fire
Just like the 3DS.
Is this absolute launcher? You know, that really is what the world needed, is more interfaces to look at all of my games. There's non-game stuff in here as well. There's some key settings. You can go ahead and adjust your performance profile, change your joystick dead zone as well as your trigger dead zones. Oh, and you can rename buttons, specifically these two buttons, and specifically to these functions. Let's play a game. Shadow of the Tomb Raider is apparently a great choice for experiencing this device both in 2D as well as 3D. The device features a whopping 10.95-inch 2560 by 1600 120 Hz IPS type display that maxes out at, they claim, about 480 nits, but we actually measured just a hair shy of 500 nits. So no, it's not HDR, but what it is high density, flipping gorgeous, and fluid thanks to its 120 Hz refresh rate. I don't think there's any point in us trying to run this at native resolution, so let's go with 1600 by 1200. That may be doable. Oh, here we go, big moment. Okay, not quite what I was expecting. Full screen, please. Now, 3D. Whoa! So you guys can't see this, but I can, and it is something. Definitely a bit of like kind of jutteriness when I move around. But if I get locked in, I feel pretty good about this. There's a number of different ways that you can apply 3D effects to your game. The first is integration at the engine is actually telling it what the depth values are for all the various items on screen. There's about 50 titles for that right now. We'll pop that up on screen. There's also games that support side-by-side 3D, which is often used when gaming in a VR headset. Finally, they claim to be able to use AI to add depth to both games and videos. We'll a little bit later. In the meantime, Shadow of the Tomb Raider is one of the games that supposedly is supported at engine mode. I can tell you now, it's running at about 15 FPS. So the first thing we're going to need to do is turn down the resolution a little bit, which on display the size, something I really wanted to do. I want more brightness. Definitely best enjoyed in a dark environment. That is running like absolute dog poo right now. It's very 3D though. Like it's, you know, that thing is bad air, you know? You see how choppy it's running though? Okay, is this just because, oh wow, yeah, we're 2D mode down, it's running awesome. I thought the performance difference is supposed to be so bad. Wait, this is the AI one. Why is it using the AI accelerated one? Apparently they chose Intel's platform because of the strength of the NPU, the neural processor for this kind of AI enhancement. But you know, wow, the AI effect one works surprisingly well. Okay, I'm gonna relaunch the game because I did notice when I first launched it, it seems to be running side by side. So let's
Try
another shot.
play
With
with the power supply.
Speaking of arc graphics,
Maybe
major red light
it
from
needs
this
some
device
extra
is
juice.
update to graphics drivers that could impact the 3D experience. And arc drivers are drivers that generally speaking you would want to upgrade. Right, so launching the game again. There's no like I want to do this in 3D or anything like that. Oh, nice little overlay though. Okay, was it using AI for this? Native 3D mode. Okay, so this is native 3D. Oh wow, the menu looks really cool. The selected items pop up and stuff. That's cool. Okay, is there just a 3D mode in here?
Holy shit.
Oh, for crying out loud, here it is. There's Puppet. Now, native 3D mode. All right. Okay, it's running better, which is good. There's surprisingly little crosstalk between the eyes. And now that we're using native 3D data, I'm actually getting not just depth past the display, but I'm also getting things popping out towards me, which is pretty cool. Should I switch to an all black video? Does that look like on camera? Oh yeah, I guess. Wow, that's weird. Yeah, you can see both sides of the image, so you guys see the blur, but to me it's clean. Really good depth effect. This thing is really heavy. Even resting my arms, it's like GPD Win 5 level of heavy, which is surprising given that it doesn't have that big of a battery. It only has a 50 watt-hour battery, which means that when you're running in the highest power profile, playing intense games, you're looking at less than an hour of continuous gaming time. In our endurance test, it did do quite a bit better, at about 5 hours, which I'm honestly kind of surprised by given the size of the screen. But most of the time you're gonna be gaming, not watching lightweight video. Whoa, that is a really good 3D effect. Yes, now's as good a time as any to kind of talk through the specs. I already mentioned the processor that we're using, so it's an 8-core Core Ultra 7 200 series. We've got 32 gigs of LPDDR5X memory, Wi-Fi 6E only, which is a little curious, Bluetooth 5.3, and I guess I covered most of the other stuff. Oh, this is so good. This is definitely going to be a niche device at the kind of pricing they have for it. The early bird price is $1,500, which I kind of get given the price of RAM and the unique value proposition of the giant screen, the kickstand, the detachable controllers, not to mention the 3D functionality. But I still think when you look at that compared to something like an RG Xbox Ally X or an MSI II Plus, which has functionally the same hardware just with a smaller screen, it's gonna be a tough one. And not every game is gonna look this good. Let's go ahead and find a game that doesn't look this good, which will be basically any other game. Labs didn't love the ergonomics of the controllers. I can't say I love them either, but if you have big hands, I guess you'll be okay. Like it kind of assumes maybe you're pressing these with your ring fingers if you want to be able to reach the shoulders and the triggers. The quality of the controllers is not something I would fault, but the layout and the way the weight sits on you, I'd say, is a little weird. They're bottom heavy when you're using them without the actual center screen, but they're probably weighted about right. Getting that balance where they work great both attached and not attached was probably a pretty tough challenge. I guess while I'm waiting for this game to launch, I can try out the trackpad and keyboard. Trackpad feels good. That's not something I like to see while I'm typing on something. Just kind of moving around like that and see if it actually impacts anything. Like that. Oh no, I'd like to be able to press here and also drag it. It's really flaky. Oh no, I got to work. Oh wow. Yep, the bounce is as bad as I hoped it wouldn't be. Also, these arrow keys are fast and short backspace keys are ass. But hey, at least you have full size shift, so good job. It's usable and keeps your screen safe. Look at that. I knew the battery life wasn't great, but I have lost 40% while I've been working on this. That is not amazing. Hey, all right. Well, this is dog ass. That right there, that is exactly what it looks like to me. So the frame rate cuts to like a third, and the image gets dark, and it is blurry. I don't know, the green dot seems to indicate that it is tracking my eyes. You can see it goes yellow and it's not looking at me. Let's try to get another shot. Utterly legitimate. Okay, so your mileage is definitely gonna vary. Hey, Street Fighter 6 demo. Feel better about this one. Capcom wouldn't let me down. 3 mode. AFU. Okay, it works in this game, and the performance seems fine for the most part. Wow. Oh wow. Those trees. Like instead of the little individual bits of foliage, you know, kind of poking out or poking in or whatever else, it just came out like a big bulge. Some stuff is handled pretty well though. Like my buddy in the foreground, I can almost cut those cheeks, you know. Oh yeah, like the hair. It just like it's like someone put their fist behind his head and just like
something, I guess.
I mean, it's something. Like it's cool. Oh, yeah, it's distracting. There isn't like a clear contrast. Like here, like his chest is coming out like, but then his head, it doesn't have enough contrast against this building, so it's like back like this. So he's like, oh, the way the text like wraps around anything that's popping out or popping in around it is pretty nauseating. Honestly, it's not great. Not nauseating, but headache inducing. The 3D headache, you know, the one that's like right in here, you know? Like where your brain freezes when you have too much ice cream. All right, fighting 3D. Whoa. It's something. It's something. It's 3D. It pops out. Some games it doesn't completely trash the performance, and it does give it more depth. I personally wouldn't choose to use it. I think I'd rather just have my display be brighter and have my performance be better for the most part. Let's try video. We have to be full screen for the 3D effect to work. Okay, this is pretty cool. I would expect it to work better in animation than other things. A little bit of crosstalk. Okay, the text is doing the funky thing where it wraps around stuff again. Okay, that was super funky. Like that apple has weird like grass that's closer to it. If I wasn't looking for any of this though, and I was just watching this, yeah, I'd say it would add some immersion. But I'd rather just watch like this though. Yeah, probably. I am a 3D enthusiast, but I like a good 3D, so that's where I'm at. You know what? First crab wave. Wait, plus is on the left. Oh, until I brought up the interface. Whoa. Ah, stop. Oh god. Wow. Until I brought up the interface, the 3D graphic was actually pretty good. Speakers are fine, basically no kind of depth or bass. They're clear, they get pretty loud. Oh man, this part's really good. I'm clearly in the foreground. Like I was clearly way back there. Man, when it's good, it's really cool. And then all the rest of the times, it's pretty rough. Oh man, photos. Apparently, by the way, they have support for Apple's spatial photos, which is pretty cool. Oh dude, oh that photo looks so good. This video's really hard. This is crazy. This is like AI enhanced. When I watch a video like this, maybe sometimes selectively I might turn it on. It's pretty cool. I have a really hard time justifying the price of it though.
I think it adds to it.
It does, right?
Like, I'm not paying for 3D movie at a theater, but like just saying watching, it does feel like you are more there.
Yeah, right.
That's impressive.
And you're right. You're not paying for a 3D movie at a theater. You're paying a lot more than what you would pay for a 3D movie at a theater. I think that's about everything to talk about other than the performance. We didn't mention the hardware, but we didn't mention that Absolute has not managed to squeeze as much performance out of this hardware as the MSI Claw AI 8 Plus. We found that even in the same power profile, we weren't really able to get quite the same level of turbo and therefore not quite the same frame rates at our various resolutions across our various games.
Boy,
This is
sad.
another product that I wish you could buy with a return policy, you know? But you could try before you buy, but you're just gonna have
What
to
if you just stream it from another computer?
Mais inchado no calor, isso é normal. É uma estratégia do organismo para não superaquecer. Na tentativa de manter a temperatura ideal, ele usa alguns mecanismos. Por exemplo, a dilatação dos vasos sanguíneos. Com os vasos mais dilatados, o corpo consegue se resfriar, mas parte dos fluidos corporais escapa e acaba ocupando o espaço entre excessos. Isso é chamado de edema, ou popularmente inchaço. Em geral, é uma situação passageira que acomete principalmente as extremidades do corpo, como as pernas, os pés e as mãos. A desidratação e a pré-existência de doenças como varizes, obesidade, diabetes e hipertensão podem piorar essas queixas durante o verão. A Sociedade Brasileira de Angiologia e de Cirurgia Cardiovascular afirma que nesse período há um aumento de 30% nos casos de doenças vasculares. Para evitar esse problema, medidas simples podem ajudar. A primeira tem a ver com a alimentação. Evite comidas muito gordurosas ou com sal em excesso. Dê preferência para alimentos ricos em potássio, como a banana e a laranja. Vegetais com alto teor de água, como a melancia e o morango. E diuréticos naturais, como alho e beterraba. Hidrate-se bem, porque isso facilita o trabalho dos rins, que é responsável por eliminar esses fluidos em excesso. Se preferir, alterne com chás gelados, sucos de frutas e água de coco. No dia a dia, evite permanecer sentado ou deitado por muito tempo. Faça pausas para caminhar. E ao fim do dia, eleve as pernas acima do coração por cerca de 15 a 20 minutos para renovar a circulação sanguínea nas pernas. Se houver indicação médica, meias de compressão podem ser muito úteis. Além disso, aproveite o sol lá fora para se movimentar. O exercício físico favorece a circulação e a eliminação de líquidos, além de te manter mais fortalecido para enfrentar as altas temperaturas. Porém, evite se exercitar nos momentos em que o sol está mais forte e a temperatura mais elevada, porque aí você pode estar prejudicando o seu organismo em vez de ajudar.
This is useful for people like at least middle-aged and older. Someone who's like 30-something years. If you're not obese, you may not have problems with that. I'm not even 30 yet, but yeah. Some people may have problems with that much earlier. Well, let me see. Oh, where is it? Here, I'm gonna put the watch later. Maybe I'll play the game first, then watch the review later, because I don't feel like getting spoiled. I did the same shit for Metroid Prime, I guess. Something like that. Yep. God damn it. I didn't play the game. I don't feel like playing the game anytime soon. Beyond bloated. Holy shit, my watch later playlist is a mess. Most of those videos here I don't want to even watch anymore. I don't even care anymore. Where is it? Come down here. There. Up for now. I've seen this. I've heard this one. Oh, whatever again. Okay.
This is one of the most damaging dynamics where instead of telling people what we want, we engineer controlling behaviors to create what we psychologically want. I feel threatened, I'm gaining weight, and I feel like I have self-loathing towards myself. Even if you tell me I'm just as attractive, I don't feel as attractive. But instead of addressing that and saying, hey, I want you to help me feel attractive again, instead what I'm going to do is no more hanging out with your female friends. You guys get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're going to structure the environment to address your psychological needs instead of addressing your psychological needs. This leads to the failure of relationships. This is why people have to sign prenups, because what happens when you sign a prenup is y'all are in love. And in this state of the relationship, there's no need for a prenup. But then what happens is something happens in the relationship where things get stressed, and we don't address our psychological needs. And it's amazing how brilliant. Ludwig has no idea about any of this stuff, but his mind is hungry for it. He wants the SL1. And you're like, no, bro. And he's like, no, let's do it. Just a tip. Come on, baby.
It's been over a month since the GameCube was officially announced. While the perception initially was very, very positive, I mean, people really loving it. And a dislike ratio on a product announcement that doesn't mention AI in 2025 is just amazing to see, to be honest. But now an almost internal war has been breaking out. People completely divided about this. And honestly, it's for a good reason, because people want the GameCube to be very freaking good. Valve has a great reputation of things that they release. They get glazed all the time. A lot of people love Valve. We just kind of want them to succeed. And now we're seeing takes about the GameCube that don't seem that excited anymore.
We committed the crime of suggesting that the Valve Steam machine potentially not going to be a highly successful product.
It's going to be difficult for this thing to really make sense. Obviously, it all hinges on the price. We don't know the price, but it's unlikely it's going to be priced where it would need to be in order to purchase it.
All that Valve would tell us is that they want their hardware business to be sustainable. What does that mean? I think it means $699 US, if there's no major changes in the market.
And there's the other side of the aisle that says everything that has been going on, the criticisms about it seem like they're incorrect.
Valve said that the Steam machine is going to be priced like a PC and not a console. I think at the root of what Valve is saying is that they're not going to subsidize the hardware.
I think that we're probably going to be looking at a price point of like 1100 for the lower end and like 1500 for the higher end. You guys are saying 700. 1100.
Man, you get too rich, you just forget. And some people just get too rich, they have no idea what things cost anymore. but okay.
So I think at the root of what Valve is saying is that they're not going to subsidize the hardware.
I think that we're probably going to be looking at a price point of like 1,100 for the lower end and like 1,500 for the higher end. You guys are saying 700.
But I think those fears are pretty misplaced. I think when you look at the items that are in here and what you can buy them for on your own, it's not going to reach anywhere near those levels.
People are really torn about what the price is going to be. Is it going to be dead on arrival because people don't want to buy it? Who actually wants to get the Steam Machine? Who is this made for? And will the specs even hold up because they aren't amazing? Because now we've seen people build versions of the Steam Machine, basically simulate the performance of what it would be. First off, I've made stuff about this before. You've probably known shit about it at this point too. But basically, the CPU is a 6-core Zen 4 processor. This is a Ryzen processor from AMD, and it goes up to 4.8 GHz with a 30-watt TDP. So it isn't a super high power chip. Usually desktop ones, usually their low end is like 65 watts, and really higher end are more like 200 watts. Like they can get really high power. This is very low power. This seems like the Ryzen 5 7640U just without the integrated graphics on it. Those are just kind of chopped off and forgotten about. And overall, this is like fine. It's not like a crazy processor. It's pretty entry to maybe mid-level. But really, the most limiting part about this is probably the power limit. But then also only has 6 cores, which in a lot of games that are pretty CPU intensive nowadays, they could go up to more like 8 cores. Then the other thing that's brought up is the graphics card that's in it. And these are separately soldered chips on the board.
And Valve considered modular CPUs and GPUs, but settled on soldering both chips to the board for thermal and size reasons. Unfortunately, this means it's not upgradable because they're soldered to the board, but it gives them more control over it, makes it smaller.
So if you're comparing like a PS5 or an Xbox, the CPU and the GPU are combined into one chip. My bad, my dog is barking. I have no clue what she's barking at. The normal PC, you could just plug in a new graphics card if you wanted to upgrade that, but that's not the case here. Now, this chip is a RDNA 3, also from AMD. RDNA 3 28 compute unit chip. Here's the 2.45 GHz and 110 watt TDP. Most things that basically led to this basically being the equivalent of a Radeon 7600M processor. This is a Navi 33 die, which is RDNA 3, just like how it said. And it seems like the base clock and the TDP are similar. 90 watts, whereas on the Steam Machine will go up to 110, so it should clock a little bit higher as well. And it does seem like they're allowing you to possibly overclock this or take away some power from the CPU to get more power to the GPU.
We're taking care of ourselves. Definitely make sure that the Steam Machine is not in mind.
And it seems like the technology they're also using is trying to combine the TDP of the CPU and the GPU with an AMD technology called like smart memory or something. I forget what it's called. Overall, how it stacks up, it seems like it's gonna be a little bit slower than the PS5.
I think I have better lighting. Your lighting is definitely better. But if I were to pick one, I actually think I would pick that. I was gonna say I'd probably pick the PlayStation. Interesting. There's no clear winner. There's no obvious winner.
Remember, the PS5 came out in 2020. It's not exactly new, and the PS5 does struggle in quite a bit of games. Like it says it's running 4K, but really it's just upscaling from like 1080p up to 4K most of the time, which can look okay. But it's also what Valve has said about the Steam Machine.
The mandate that we had was you need to be able to play every game on Steam, or at least have enough performance to play every game on Steam at 4K 60 Hz when using upscaling.
And the reason why I think they have to say that is because it's 4K, it has to be on a TV. Most TVs are 4K nowadays. I mean, just looking going for like $200. That's probably what they're targeting. They feel like they have to target it when realistically this would be a much better like 1080p chip, maybe even a 1440p chip if you want to use a little bit of upscaling stuff. Especially because of the most controversial thing about this chip is that it only has 8 GB of VRAM. 8 GB in 2025 isn't exactly good. Just introducing it in 2025 when Valve is going to probably be using this console or supporting this console to the future for probably like 5 to 7 years or something. That's a pretty low amount of VRAM. I'm not gonna lie. Even the system memory isn't very high. It's only 16 GB when a lot of PCs are
agree. Those stupid games, AAA games, they're using more VRAM than they have to. Really, can we all agree with that?
About RAM prices though, so but I think part of the argument is because it's on SteamOS, it's not on Windows, it's not using as much system memory. What's interesting is we've seen some people try to emulate what a Steam Machine would actually perform like. In order to get 4K performance, you have to use like ultra performance upscaling, which means you're upscaling like 720p up to 4K. It might look fine though. It's really not spec'd out to be 4K in 2025. I know a lot of people out there are gonna be like, but it's running on Linux, it runs so much better than Windows. And I'm yet to personally test this for myself. I do have a feeling that I don't think you're gonna be getting like 50% more performance or something like that. And this is apparently Valve's targets. Like they wanted games to just be able to achieve this performance. Their justification, Steam does have the Steam hardware survey. And if you were to look at this apparently, and I don't really like this argumentation that much.
We can essentially look at everybody's devices. We understand what the median performance looks like for people. We understand where the Steam Machine is going to be positioned relative to those. We think it's going to be a good upgrade path for a lot of people.
But apparently this machine is more powerful than like 70% of computers that are out there. And if you check things like with the CPU, 6 CPU cores is the most popular level of CPUs, but it is dropping over time. More people are using 8 cores. So you can see where the direction is going. People are getting a little bit more cores on their CPUs. The most common type of VRAM on people's GPUs is 8 GB, and that is about 33%. But obviously more people are trying to get to like 19%. That's even growing on 12 GB of VRAM. And even 16 GB of VRAM is growing quite a bit too. It's a weird argumentation. It's like, yeah, they could be absolute average PC. That's average right now. And the market is going to be trending a different direction in the future. So it almost seems like they could be holding back developers from doing stuff on PC.
The same idea as the Steam Deck. I think it was really important to us that
again, those people want to run the stupid games. People want to run the stupid games that needs a lot of VRAM. They're not often found when they're found on those they're mostly found on those AAA games. Most of them are so fucking generic and forgettable. And it's just no. Maybe you don't need all that VRAM, and maybe you don't really need that.
Because this is going to be slower for the most part than the PS5. PS5 is a CPU and a bigger, beefier GPU on it. And most people could just buy a console. I think honestly the only reason they can even say that is like faster than 70% of PCs are out there. Because if you even see on PC, let's look at the graphics cards. One of the most popular graphics cards in the world is just Radeon like graphics built on board. Maybe it could be pretty fast just because they play games on Steam.
Just an inflated demand for more VRAM. It fucking sucks.
Graphics card that's in it. Like, a lot of people just play light games on PC and use the integrated graphics on a laptop or something, or even just like low-end laptop GPUs and stuff might be around the bottom of the PC gaming stack. Because to be honest, it's going to be slower than the PS5 for the most part. And that console's 5 years old. And I think a lot of people on PC have pretty much caught up to where the PS5 is. So does it kind of take a step back and think about who is Valve making this for? It could be for somebody who already has a gaming PC but just wants to bring that PC into their living room and basically maybe stream games to the living room. Or it could be for somebody that already has a Steam Deck but wants something more powerful and they like the Steam operating system and everything that's closer to a console, even though you still have to tinker with some more things. Like remember you're on PC, so you still have a whole graphics settings options to tinker with if you really want to. And the last option would be is that you really run a console already and you might want to try PC. Maybe this is a smooth enough experience for you. Like Valve has said it themselves, they want to remove as much friction to the gaming experience as possible.
Steam Verified looks like an example of that, right? So people can sort of know Carousel is always showing you the last game you played. Theme here of how do we get you playing as fast as possible. And we can just go through the whole process and eliminate all those friction points. Another one actually is the CEC support, right? So Steam Machine also can wake up your TV and your soundbar and set all those channels for you just by single button press.
While still giving you the benefits of being on a PC if you want to dig into that. So those are like the 3 options. All of those do depend on the price. One of the major things that we're looking at here of why this is such an average PC in 2025, I don't think this is as bad a decision as we might want to make it out to be, because I think Valve got some really good deals. The CPU, for example, I'm not exactly sure where this might have come from, but it might have been from AMD just overproducing these 6-core low-power laptop CPUs, and maybe those weren't selling as well compared to Intel just recently released like a really nice power-efficient chip, so maybe they're competing with that. The last time around with the Steam Deck, they actually bought this extra chip that AMD just kind of had laying around. Basically, AMD had produced these for Microsoft because Microsoft was going to put these in like Surface laptops or something. And Microsoft ended up backing out of that deal. Steam took up that opportunity. This was already a design chip, it wasn't made yet. It seems like, hey, we're going to use that design, and we can guarantee a few million sales on this device or something like that. So Valve got a really good deal on the chips for the Steam Deck, and they probably are doing the exact same thing with this. They don't make much hardware and also make units as like Sony or PlayStation, so they can't leverage that same amount. And really, they're looking for the best deal possible because they realize that these devices need to be affordable if they want people to end up buying them.
It's not Steam, it's the best performance to play these settings. But we obviously also want to make the device affordable, right? Like we understand that affordability
is really important. So we kind of kept that in mind and make sure that's a device that's going to be reachable for a lot of people.
That's where it also comes down to the GPU. It's like, why do we get this like 8 gigabyte card in 2025, and why is it just not really that fast? This might be because back in like 2023, when AMD was producing these chips, that was faster than NVIDIA's RTX 4060, and this was the 4060 laptop GPU. AMD really wanted to capitalize and try to get the entry-level market of laptop gaming. This didn't end up working. It's because NVIDIA's 4060, yeah, it was a little bit more expensive, but it was more power efficient. It had about the same amount of performance than the AMD chip they're trying to offer. Now, a lot of these gaming laptops are costing like $1,000 if they have a dedicated graphics card in them. So like companies that are putting it into their laptops are just gonna be like, hey, we're just gonna put the NVIDIA chip in there. This is a big bet from AMD. They saved a lot of their Navi 33 dies, the same ones that are on the 7600 on the desktop processors. They saved a lot of the low-end versions of these to put them in the laptops. And all of a sudden, they weren't selling as many of them. So it's a pretty good theory that Valve got a good deal on these chips as well, and they might be able to keep the price down. And that's what brings me to this. Some people have been estimating what is the actual cost of the Steam Machine to make. Because Valve has gone out here and said that it's comparable to like a built PC.
With price, I know you haven't announced the price yet, but can you give us any information about what consumers might expect in this regard?
I think that if you build a PC from parts and get to basically the same level of performance, that's the general price window that we aim to get. Ideally, we'd be pretty competitive with that and have a pretty good deal, but we're working on refining that as we speak.
And if you're gonna build a PC, a lot of people have been trying to replicate the specs of this, and it seems to be about like $600, $650 before all the issues with RAM and everything. Moore's Law is dead is saying it only costs about $425 in order to make the Steam Machine, which really doesn't seem like that much. And it seems like in the industry, once you start doing the shipping as well, because Valve's gonna ship this themselves and not bring this to retailers as well, the system RAM probably wouldn't cost the same between the Steam Deck on the left and the Steam Machine on the right. Even though there's the same amount of RAM, technically speaking, it's because the Steam Deck would be soldered onto, and the Steam Machine would have SODIMM memory that you click into place. And those are just bigger modules, so I think they would cost more, and you need the hardware on the PCB in order to accommodate that. So like some things I see here probably don't quite line up, but it's probably a decent estimate. It wouldn't surprise me if Valve could still make a profit at like $600. And Tom at Moore's Law is dead did do this stuff for a living at one point, so he has a decent amount of experience. And the performance of these aren't that crazy, but this does start to answer some of the questions like, is it going to be relatively affordable? Because Valve's come here and said it's not going to be subsidized.
So if it's not going to be a subsidized device, like Valve's not going into this thing, we're going to need big loss on this so that we can grow market like share or category or anything like that, right?
No, it's more in line with what you might expect from the current PC market.
Usually the console pricing structure, maybe not as much recently because you've seen console prices go up like crazy, but like usually because they lock you into that ecosystem, they can guarantee some sales. But the Steam Machine is in a weird situation.
Steam Machine is a PC, so run whatever software you want. Steam Machine is a PC.
Yes, a lot of people are probably going to use it for gaming, and you'd probably be buying games on Steam because it's already has SteamOS on it, just convenient. At the same time, they can't necessarily guarantee sales on Steam because at the end of the day, it is a computer, and you can put your own operating system on it if you want, or just use a completely different store entirely, or just don't use it for gaming at all. Steam has to guarantee that you're going to spend some money on the store, and they can't necessarily guarantee that with the Steam Machine. So it's probably not a good idea to subsidize it, to be honest. They should try to make at least a little bit of money on each sale. Now, it's something you need to know is that yes, Moore's Law is comparing to the build materials of the Steam Deck, and you see that it only came out to about $300.
It gives more reasons for people to scalp it as well.
They're making them for $300. So technically speaking, none of this includes shipping, but they're making a $100 profit on every single unit that's sold, and that's really not that bad of a profit margin in the tech industry. So a lot of people say they're subsidizing the Steam Deck, and that might not even be entirely true.
I don't think it's going to cost over $1,000. Make it close enough, but no.
Kind of makes sense, but we've got some problems, and we all know about the RAM.
I don't think it'll be over $1,000. If you're going to need over $1,000, might as well not release it.
OLED monitor for less than a couple RAM sticks, because RAM really has gone up a lot. Here's the price increases in just a short period of time, and now so many people in the community are just making videos about like, hey, can we try to fix the RAM solution? Like, how do we get around this RAM situation? Jay made some hardware boxes, 2 videos on this now. It's like, can you just buy 1 stick of RAM right now, get away with it, and buy another one later and upgrade it? Also, the greatest technician to ever live just made this, where you could put SODIMM memory onto your motherboard. There's a lot of people just trying to get around the RAM shortage right now. What's kind of worrying is because Valve is a smart company, they have to deal hunt quite a bit. It's how much leverage do they have to guarantee contracts or try to build up a stockpile of memory before this shit hits the fan? Because for example, Sony, who makes PlayStations, obviously they were already ahead of this. They bought up a bunch of RAM, prepared to not be able to buy that much for a while. So Sony's PlayStation consoles are going to probably remain at their price for quite a while. Whereas Xbox did not do this, and Xbox is going to get price hikes relatively. We don't really know how long Sony has their stockpile will last, but it's going to go for a little while at least. Did Valve stockpile a bunch of memory? Did Valve make contracts and set these in place so they don't get ripped off in the future? We don't really know. It seems like Valve could be hesitant about this. They are still thinking about pricing right now.
Right now is just a hard time to have a pretty good idea what the price is going to be because there's a lot of different things that are fluctuating.
And if you check the SODIMM memory right now that is in the Steam Machine, crucial by the way, they're one of the only companies that makes SODIMM memory that would go into Steam Machine. This is retail pricing, so like what we would buy currently for 16 gigs of memory is like $144. And if you check the pricing trends on this just recently, not even that long ago, in like August, it's like $55, and now it's like like $144. It's almost increased 3 times in price. So if Steam would be paying off-the-shelf prices or close to that, maybe just in some bulk orders, yeah, the RAM could increase quite a bit. Right now it's only being estimated about $48 from that bill of materials from Moore's Law is dead. Could that increase 3 times? And that would add $100 to the cost. And that doesn't even mention that the SSD prices for the storage are also increasing right now. They've almost gone up like 2 times the price. Are they going to eat that cost? Is Valve going to basically sit here and say like we have some amount of memory stockpiled for the launch of the device? Like maybe we could sell at a lower price at the beginning because we already have some units made. But then after they run their stockpile, would they increase the price? That doesn't sound like a good idea. That's bad PR. Like where are they going to position the pricing? Are they going to try to wait for things to cool down before they launch it and guarantee that in the future they could have this price? Valve has obviously said they want to focus on affordability.
Obviously, our goal is for it to be a good deal at that level of performance, and then you have features that are actually really hard to build if you're making your own gaming PC from parts.
That makes me think they're not trying to be stupid about this. I just have no clue how much they've made, how much they have access to right now, and once they run out, what would be the price after that point? I've even seen some suggestions out here that they might need to do a bare bones version where you could buy one, for like $400 and then bring your own memory and bring your own SSD to go with it, which is a little bit more annoying to be honest. For them, because I don't think a lot of people want to do that. But if you have extra RAM, I guess that you could get away with doing that. Maybe that makes sense. The most worrying part about this is because Valve hasn't announced the price. They haven't announced the price on anything, to be honest, even the headset, because they're not saying anything about the price and they're giving us hints that it might not be that cheap. There's a lot of people out here, even ones that are very positive about the Steam Machine. Mostly, there's people out here they're saying like this costs more than like $700. This thing is completely dead on arrival.
$800. I'm going to give it a true. It is dead on arrival at $800.
And I completely agree with that. Like this has to be competitive with consoles, or else people are just going to build a PC. You know, it just does have nice conveniences that consoles typically have, and I like that stuff. It's better for a living room environment. But at the end of the day, people will just buy a PS5 or an Xbox. People won't buy this if it's too expensive, especially because the specs are not that impressive. Valve might have a trick up their sleeve though. A super interesting insight that I came upon is that this might not fall under tariffs that the consoles would fall under. And this is because the Steam Machine is classified as a PC and not a toy or a console like the other ones. And PCs are getting exclusions from a lot of the tariffs. So we might be in luck. Them not saying the price right now means they're either not confident, they know what it's going to cost, they don't know at all, and they're waiting to see, or they know that the price isn't going to be that attractive.
Why is this country becoming more like Brazil, man? It's the same shit in Brazil. If it presses as a console, it's gonna...
They already know the price, they already locked in all these contracts. And they don't want to reveal the price right now because it keeps us talking about it, it keeps in the limelight until really
another Brazil
sometime next year, maybe quarter 2 of 2026. That's a possibility. I don't think that's the case, to be honest, because in interviews it seems like Valve is also kind of concerned about what's going on. I mean, that's fun to speculate and to make some fun predictions. You assume that Valve overall has learned from the past. They know that the Steam Deck was very successful because it was aggressively priced. You know, Valve said it was painful to hit that price point, but they still did.
Speaking of Brazil,
so attractive nowadays. I think the reason why people are still so excited about this is because people really want this to be good, and a lot of people like Valve and want to see Valve be the company that does this. Anyways, though, I think a lot of just want to be a good device and for it to succeed. They just want to see it shake up the market. But let me know what you think in the comments below. How much do you think it's going to end up costing? If they nail the stuff with the RAM and a little bit of a hit to their margins for a little while, I think they could get away with like $650 $50 pricing for the base model, which is still kind of attractive. It does justify costing a little bit more because it is a PC. Linus, for example, is saying $700. But what do you think? Doesn't it for me? Hopefully you guys have a Merry Christmas. I think I'm uploading this on Christmas Eve. And oh, how foolish I was. I'm currently at another state right now. It is December 29th, so I don't think exactly Christmas Eve, to be honest. I don't know if you hear it. It's like completely windy and snowy outside. Like, it's crazy. But hopefully you have a Merry Christmas and you do celebrate it. At this point, it's coming up on New Year's, so hope you have a Happy New Year's too. That's gonna be it for me though. Have a good one, guys.
That was an interesting video. But two things to note. AAA developers need to stop abusing the VRAM minimum specs, minimum requirements. Stop doing that. You don't need over 10 gigs of VRAM. Maybe 12 could be at most. You're just abusing VRAM to get shinier graphics, shinier textures. Textures. That's what you need VRAM for fucking to start a lot of heavy textures. It's so stupid. Stupid as fuck. Oh, yeah. Textures, maybe other few things here and there, but you don't need a ton of VRAM. You really don't. You need a fast GPU, but not. But VRAM is just depend on what the type of lobby game you're gonna play with. No, I require you to have more VRAM to play our game. Go complain to Valve about it. And the second thing I want to note is the stupid taxation on consoles, but not on PCs, so retarded, has been already in Brazil for so long. And now, I guess the current government wants to turn this country into another Brazil for some reason. Okay. And speaking of which, and I think in here, you're kind of forced to have a car insurance, an auto insurance, when you're gonna drive here, but you don't necessarily need to pay taxes for your car. But in Brazil, you need to pay taxes for owning a car. And the more expensive your car is, the more taxes you gotta pay, from what I understand. And this shit here is tell how much you gotta pay. How much in taxation you gotta pay to the government, which is kind of retarded. How can you tell the value of your car tax in 2026 of your vehicle? This is so fucking retarded. And some people don't even wanna give a fuck about it until they get a letter from the government that they need to pay a fee, a very expensive fee. But yeah.
E aí galera, tudo certo com vocês? Bem-vindos a mais um vídeo aqui no canal. Hoje trago pra vocês um vídeo muito importante.
Very important.
Vou te mostrar como consultar o valor do IPVA 2026 para o seu veículo, carro ou moto, diretamente do seu celular. Vou te mostrar
How
no site do governo do estado de São Paulo, vou te mostrar como você pode montar esse site, então vamos lá. Então para fazer isso no seu celular, você vai abrir navegador de sua preferência, aqui no caso eu abri o Chrome dentro dele. Eu vou aqui no Google, vou clicar para pesquisar. Então aqui na pesquisa, pessoal, você tem aqui procurar pelos canais oficiais de cada estado. O imposto é gerido pela Secretaria da Fazenda, são CEFAS estaduais. Você pode procurar aí por Secretaria da Fazenda, IPVA, colocar lá a sigla do seu estado. Ou pode fazer como no meu caso, eu digitei aqui, consultar valor IPVA, placa, coloquei aqui no estado, PSP, e em seguida clique para pesquisar. Aí aqui no estado de pesquisa, você deve verificar se o site oficial do estado, se é, por exemplo, o site da Fazenda, e você termina, por exemplo, com a sigla do seu estado, que é, aqui no caso São Paulo, sp.gov.br. No meu caso, ele tá aqui pra gente a página do Poupa Tempo. Por essa página, ele já redireciona pro portal da Secretaria da Fazenda e Planejamento, então CEFAS, SP. Então vou clicar aqui, então Então vou clicar aqui no site do Poupa Tempo, vou clicar para poder iniciar. E aqui ele já cai no site fazenda.sp.gov.br, que é na Secretaria da Fazenda e Planejamento. Na opção aqui, ó, IPVA, consulta e informações.
Bureaucracy. Right on your phone.
Então aqui, nessa primeira aba, ele vai mostrar para você o valor do IPVA 2026 do seu veículo. Então aqui do lado ele vai mostrar a base de cálculo, que é basicamente o valor do veículo, o valor de alíquota, e aqui embaixo ele vai mostrar o valor do IPVA que você vai pagar em 2026. Embaixo, pessoal, ele vai dar para você as opções de pagamento de débito. Então você pode pagar à vista, com desconto da data de vencimento, e mostra que o valor que fica no à vista. Você paga uma única vez. Depois ele também dá a data para você pagar à vista sem desconto. Embaixo ele mostra para você o valor para você que vai pagar por parcelas. Ele dá a data de vencimento de cada parcela e o valor que vai ficar. E aqui embaixo, pessoal, ele vai mostrar para você se você tem débitos de IPVA anteriores, não inscritos ou inscritos em dívida ativa. Aqui nos valores lá embaixo, você também tem as taxas. Então aqui ele mostra também a taxa de licenciamento de 2026. Do lado aqui ele mostra o valor que vai ficar para você poder licenciar o seu veículo. Depois ele dá também valores em multa, caso você tenha tomado alguma multa, ele também vai mostrar para você. Então lá embaixo ele vai mostrar para você o valor total que você terá que pagar do IPVA, mais a taxa de licenciamento e também multas. Então eu queria trazer para vocês esse passo a passo completo de como você consegue consultar o valor do IPVA 2026. Bom, pessoal, então esse foi mais um vídeo. Espero que vocês tenham tirado todas as suas dúvidas. Gostou? Compartilha com amigos, não se esqueça de se inscrever no canal, que lá dentro do vídeo
Depressing.
vai até a próxima, tchau.
Depressing. Oh. What the hell? Absurd. In Portuguese, doesn't have an I between the B and the S. Not only doesn't have an I, it doesn't have double I's. Why the fuck did they put double I's in the word absurd? It doesn't have I at all. Not even single one. They gotta put both. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it could be just a way of saying que absurdo. Que absurdo. But this is not even the intonation syllable. It's here. Isn't it? Yeah, it's around here. That's why it doesn't make sense. Oh, well. I don't want to have a car in here. Neither there. No. I don't. Just insufferable. How do we even live then? How are you gonna live? How are you gonna live? How are you gonna live? Just, I don't know, get a bike or something. Oh, well.
Borneo is a payload map introduced to the game as part of the gun metal update in 2015. In this game mode, blue team pushes a car while red tries to stop them. It was the first.
Borneo is a payload map introduced to the game as part of the gunmetal update in 2015. In this game mode, blue team pushes a cart while red tries to stop them. It was the first jungle theme map included in the game, with lush rainforest surrounding the gameplay area. If you look at the outsides of the map, you'll notice a layer of trees after the 3D models are 2D textures. Blue team pushes the cart through and past a series of buildings and a tunnel to reach Red's base and deliver the payload. The map was made by Sean Heyo, who, if you've been keeping up with these videos, you might recognize as the creator of maps like Harvest, Junction, and Egypt. Another contributor was Matt Valhen, who helped balance the map for competitive play. The name of the map comes from Borneo, an island in Southeast Asia and the third largest island on Earth. Not surprisingly, it's mostly made of rainforest.
Hooray. What? This is my headcanon for what they look like.
Is that you? Obito?
Bro. Mm-hmm. Who needs RAM anyway?
Okay. Hey. Sorry. Yeah. I got winded from jogging over here because I stuffed myself fuller than a deep-fried American turkey, and now I got sugar plums dancing in my tum-tums. Anyways, tech news. Custom PC company Maingear has launched a Bring Your Own RAM program, letting customers buy fully built gaming PCs without memory as a practical solution to the ongoing RAM crisis. We can call it crisis.
Yeah, I'm crisis.
Hey, RAM's expensive. Have you considered not buying it? The idea is simple. DDR5 prices are high, availability is inconsistent, and a lot of buyers already have RAM on hand or want to shop around for a better deal. For people upgrade from an existing system, or for those willing to hunt for deals, it's a rare bit of flexibility in a PC market that usually insists you pay the markup or wait in line. Or, I suppose you could build your own RAM?
The box is scraps.
Some Russian enthusiasts are crazy over there. Reportedly started building their own DDR5 sticks by soldering memory chips onto blank PCBs. They may not be the fastest, and they definitely do not come with a warranty. But I feel like we're onto something with this. Scrapyard wars with DIY memory, anyone?
Bro.
Samsung is dealing with a bunch of their ex-employees leaking trade secrets to China. One engineer is accused of smuggling handwritten notes to a competitor in China, though South Korea prosecutors cannot confirm whether the note contained details about the company's DRAM tech or simply a message reading, "Do you like me?" Circle yes or no. This alleged leak is part of a broader case where
No,
Samsung
no
believes
more
that indicted for
competition,
espionage law
no.
that prosecutors claim enabled CXMT to mass-produce 10nm class DRAM, which may have cost Samsung
No need to
tens of
play
trillions of won,
Monopoly,
lost revenue, and national
no.
economic damage. That's a lot of won, but not a lot of winning. Ow! Samsung appears to be dealing with all kinds of corruption issues as the company is reportedly internally investigating claims that some of its staff may have taken kickbacks to steer memory chip orders and allocations, with the company interviewing employees in Taiwan and reshuffling some sales and marketing personnel as part of the review. The RAM shortage is nuts, but hey, if enough information leaks, maybe China will help pull us out of these troubles. Or maybe they'll just take a bunch of money for their own AI data centers and set the robot army to auto-invade. Who knows?
There's no way to predict.
They got robots and people. We'll take either of those. Speaking of AI, NVIDIA has dropped $20 billion to buy Grok without actually buying Grok. This is like a TikTok deal all over again. They're not actually buying it, one, because it's not a Twitter chatbot, but an AI hardware company called Grok, with a Q, and two, because the deal brings Grok's founder and president Jonathan Ross, along with other key engineers, over to NVIDIA, while Grok stays an independent company. They're kind of like a July distributor for Grok. The move gives NVIDIA access to cutting-edge AI inference chips and talent without
Sure.
Quick so much Christmas dinner, but I think they could have kept going personally. Those streets have got faster Metallics than Kobayashi or Joey Chestnut combined.
Famous for their
Hot dog swallowing.
Yes.
Asus was rumored to be planning to build its own DRAM memory chip fabs to help ease the global memory shortage, but those rumors have officially been shot down. Sorry, y'all.
Whatever.
Google is finally preparing to let users change their old @gmail.com email address. Something that's basically been impossible since Gmail first launched. The option will allow users to adopt a new Gmail username while keeping the old address as an alias, so you won't lose emails or account access. The feature was spotted early on a Google support page that appears only in Hindi, suggesting that this should be something on the way soon. Although why it appears in that language, God only knows. I'm just concerned that I'll never again get an email from adults still using addresses like Mel Gibson fan 99 or the_Thunderspants. Thunderspants?
It's what Mel Gibson wore in the Mad Max movie The Thunderdome.
The Spence. They can change our names, but they'll never take our memories!
Different Mel Gibson movie, but yeah.
AI data centers are getting so power hungry that U.S. company HGP Intelligent Energy wants to repurpose retired Navy nuclear reactors from submarines and aircraft carriers to power them. The proposal could deliver roughly 450 to 520 megawatts of constant electricity, enough for about 360,000 homes, and would rely on the Department of Energy support to get that off the ground. Finally, a solution that makes sense. And if nuclear warship leftovers isn't enough to Roger your jollies, data center demand is also reportedly bringing back the use of fossil fuel peaker power plants to help alleviate the load. There's also rumors of an expedition to the bottom of the sea to acquire the mystical gems that powered Atlantis in the Disney movie, which sounds promising, and James Cameron will probably be there.
And will the hot girl be there too?
Apple is allowing third-party earbuds to use AirPods style proximity pairing with iOS 26.3, meaning you can just bring them close to your iPhone and tap to connect. At least in the EU, where the Digital Markets Act has forced Apple to open up its ecosystem just a little bit. The land of milk and honey. Watches from other companies will also be getting limited notification support, so Luddite to insist upon circular watches can receive notifications on either their iPhone or their watch, but not both. You want to round the corners of a much more functional spreadsheet watch? And for what? Nostalgia, tradition, you'll be tied to it. The engine of progress, you sad fool. And here's some bad news for Ubisoft. Apparently hackers
I didn't drink enough coffee, I guess.
ban and unban players, unlock rare items, boost players around, and inject accounts with roughly 2 billion R6 credits. Valued at roughly $13.3 million. The hack force to shut down the game and marketplace and roll back recent transactions. But they clarified that players won't be punished for using the bogus credits. They're like a bank. Ubisoft has denied any large-scale leak of user data or source code, making it seem like this hack comes from an in-game exploit, which is ridiculous. Because isn't this the company that made Watch Dogs?
The ultimate hacker game?
They made Watch Dogs. And you should come back on Wednesday to watch these dogs hack your brain with more tech news. In the meantime, I've got to finish this job because I got more Christmas leftovers to work through before they spoil. Potatoes, baby!
Bro.
You want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough.
It's $300.
I gotta see those shots. Wow.
That turns me on. Oh, I'm fucking loading. Stick your finger in TV. Ouch! Stop! Don't touch me there. I'm still loading.
The period between December 26th to 31st was the full episode. After the Christmas hype, it feels like there's not a lot going on, as the next big thing that's coming is New Year's Eve. And after going back to work or school looming on the horizon, the ongoing prospect at the end of the holiday is depressing for some, a bit like the concept of the Sunday scaries, which tend to ruin all thoughts of actually enjoying time off. However, for some, this transitional period can also be an excuse to do absolutely cool and just treat life as if it were a filler episode from an anime like Naruto. This is why you'll often see clips of people representing a few days before New Year's via the music they would often play during a filler episode, as there's not a lot to do, and you kind of have to make your own fun away from the usual life path. It's this marriage between real life and anime that makes the memes surrounding the time period so relatable, as they manage to take a trope from a specific medium and apply it to a real situation. However, even if the person hasn't watched Naruto or isn't aware of the concept of a filler episode, they still recognize the feeling of not knowing what's going on or what's happening, as it seems many have taken time off during this period and are just goofing about. You can witness the same memes being shared year after year, with musings regarding what it's like to experience life during the Christmas void, a common theme. It seems people can relate to doing a whole lot of nothing really, except perhaps running errands and getting some cleaning done. Then as New Year's Day comes around and ends and January 2nd is on the horizon, all of a sudden everything kicks back into gear and reality hits as life becomes business as usual. Or if you're unfortunate to be in a position where the Christmas holidays don't really affect your working or studying routine, perhaps all of this seems like an unachievable pipe dream. However, the point remains that December does seem to have some sort of magic about it, as everyone rushes into the end of the year, but ultimately the end of the high must come. In short, the period from December 26th to 31st absolutely feels like a filler episode of an anime like Naruto, and this sentiment has been expressed thoroughly through posts as the world seems to agree that until January 2nd arrives, we are living in a void. What meme would you guys like me to give a lesson in next? Let me know in the comments below.
Subscribe!
Translate. What does it say? What does it say? Oh, finish video. Yep. Wait for the next year. Won't be any easier. Fair ups, I should go. It's gonna solve their problems. At least numb yourself away from the. Buh.
What is the value in 2025, 2026 of still learning C?
It is the same as it was in October of 2022 before ChatGPT came out. I think it's to understand from the ground floor up how computers work, how systems are designed, what it is these programming languages are doing for us, and I think most importantly to really help students appreciate that it's not magic. Like at the end of the day, the only building blocks we have at our disposal are these zeros and ones. And I also think it's especially where we transition in the class from C to Python. It is wonderfully eye-opening when we transition over the course of 1 week from our so-called week 5 to week 6 that we can take the dozens of lines of code we wrote the previous week to implement a large hash table into a single line instantiating a Python dictionary object. And that is exactly what we meant all prior weeks when we talked about encapsulation and abstraction.
Games novos e nostálgicos são da loja Nova Era. Link na descrição. Beleza, eu sou o Viu, estou aqui para fazer para vocês mais uma parte da nossa maratona desse podcast Zoom na Fita por Dia, temporada Nintendinho. E
Oh, what?
Nintendinho. E dessa vez temos mais uma joia obscura aí da plataforma Gundeck, que saiu em 1991 pela Sony. Uma verdadeira super produção, jogo policial, com pancadaria, corrida de carros e mais um monte de coisa bem inspirado nos filmes lá dos anos 80. E vocês podem ver até pela capa japonesa do jogo, que é aqui embaixo, botar Bruce Willis da capa, porque sim, é simplesmente Bruce Willis ali. Mas esse jogo foi lançado com um outro nome no ocidente e também com uma outra capa, que é essa daqui, ó. Deixei separadinha pra vocês verem. Vice Project Doom. Isso daí é o Bruce Willis também, só que misturado lá com o Arnold Schwarzenegger abraçado com uma...
My leg.
Só pelo preto, né? As costas de fora, isso daí. Capa mó bizonha. O jogo acabou não ficando tão conhecido assim nas quebradas, né? Mas quem explora mais a biblioteca do Nintendinho acaba caindo nele. É um jogo muito elogiado que eu nunca joguei na vida. Mais um, né? Da plataforma, como eu já expliquei antes, o Nintendinho foi um videogame que eu não joguei muito. Eu pulei do Atari direto pro Mega Drive. E eu tô aproveitando essa temporada para conhecer um pouco mais da biblioteca. E eu resolvi pegar a versão japonesa aqui, apesar do texto tá tudo...
It's always the Japanese version.
Que tem algumas melhorias, tem algumas coisinhas que estão melhores nessa versão, né, na Gundeck, do que na Vice Project Doom. Apesar que falam também que a história é muito boa e é interessante de acompanhar ela. Beleza? Vamos lá dar uma olhada, então? Ao play aí, aperta Start, beleza. Ó o maluco no carrinho. E a gente começa o jogo no carro. Aqui tem um turbo e tiro. Isso aí, o carro do cara tira. Dane-se. Deixa eu ver o que eu faço aqui. Atropelando pacote de lixo, pegando coisa, item. Isso aqui não dá dano não, né? Esses cones. É bem rápido, bem Blast Process esse negócio. O Nintendinho tinha uns jogos assim que a tela corria muito rápido. Esse aqui a gente já tá vendo que é desses. E o jogo foi publicado pela Sony, né? Só que o estúdio que fez esse jogo, vários integrantes do estúdio foram contratados pela SNK depois para fazer o Metal Slug. Pra vocês terem uma ideia do rolê. O problema de jogar esse tipo de jogo sem ler os textos e tal, que eu não sei nem o que eu tô fazendo aqui e o que é pra fazer também. Bom, apareceu um chefão, acho que agora vai. Ah, tá. Vamos lá. Uma navezinha de carro, tá? Explodiu o outro ali. Isso aqui é a introdução.
Those are not even cars anymore. Just the spaceships pretending to be cars.
E aí, tá, o cara moda a faca para um caramba. Só as posezinhas ali. O que aconteceu? Tá virando um lobisomem?
Yes.
Eu não vou nem arriscar ler o texto dele, tá passando muito rápido.
Burros.
Pegou a crise aí.
Não,
As
burros.
cutscenes são tudo muito legais. Por causa dessas cutscenes, tem muita gente que compara ele com Ninja Gaiden. Só que pelo que eu vi, não tem nada a ver um jogo com o outro. Só o estilo das cutscenes mesmo são cinematográficas e pá, né? Vamos ver agora no gameplay como é que tá. Oxi! Meteram a logo do jogo na nossa cara. Ó, olhando assim, ele lembra muito Shatterhands. Vai ter alguma coisa aí desse estilo mais pra frente, tá? Da nossa maratona. É um joguinho desse estilo de novo. Ai, ai,
Oh, my what?
sacanagem.
Cat Mario.
Sacanagem. Tinha algum aviso que aquele negócio ia cair? Então tá, power-ups. A gente tem arma auxiliar aqui, apertando os dois, porque tem ali embaixo, né? Falando que tem granada. Ah,
There's some time, bro.
beleza.
You have time.
Então, essa granada, na verdade, é uma espada. Parece uma granada. Aqui é tiro e aqui é atacar... granada. Esse é granada. Tá bom. Os outros têm munição. Beleza, tinha um indicativo que tava rachado ali. Só que pra alternar essas armas aqui é no Select. Opa! Bichinho cai. Esses bichinhos com roupa chinesa aí pulando, parece o do Alex Kidd Enchanted Castle. Os bichos xarope exatamente assim, pulando. Essa mesma pose. Não sei se tem alguma coisa a ver aí com a cultura chinesa. Ah, mas eu vou ficar esperando pra pegar item, né? Ó as ideias. Tá bom, me dei mal. Tá. Não é pra seguir pra cá, é pra baixo mesmo.
Cooldown.
Aqui eu acho que é pra cair, ou então desse aqui. Dá pra agarrar na tela? Não. Não dá pra pular na parede? Não.
Go to the side, maybe.
Opa, opa.
I still cannot understand
Esse
that
chão
enemy.
caindo aí tá um pior inimigo, viu? Começamos no começo da fase, tá? Primeiro game over na cara aí. Assim, o jogo é bem desafiante, mas não tô, por enquanto, achando ele muito injusto, viu? Por enquanto, mas primeira fase, engana que é uma beleza. Detalhe que também falam que a versão japonesa é mais fácil que a americana. Aquelas cositas aí que eu já falei na maratona, no vídeo do Ninja Gaiden, né? E na verdade não sei se já foi pro ar. Se não foi, dei spoiler, porque eu não gravo os episódios na ordem que eles vão pro ar. Ah, não,
Ai,
eu
tu
tô olhando o
forgot
bicho lá
aqui.
em cima e me distrai aqui embaixo. Eu vou olhando como que eu vou pegar ele. Beleza. Como é que a gente tá de vida aí? Aqueles filipinhos que tem ali embaixo, beleza. Ah, esse aqui, ele tá me atirando. Oxi! Que beleza a animação dele saindo da escada, hein? Como é que é a granadinha aqui? Será que ela quica? Não quica. Ela bate na parede e já era. Aqui tá zoado de descer.
What? Troca de arma.
Opa, frangão. Frangão não, é bifão.
Ouch. Bro.
E o buraco?
I mean, it has a stair there. Is
Que
this some...
beleza.
I mean, stair.
Ah, mas
Olha
de
mal.
novo, do mesmo jeitinho. Game over, yeah! Vamos lá, agora aprendi. Agora vai, agora vai, agora vai. Acaba que a espada aqui é a melhor arma, pelo menos pra meio de fase. Opa, opa, opa. Como é que eu pulo aqui mesmo? Aqui. E ela sempre pega os inimigos do jeito certo, só que daí tem que chegar perto, né? Isso, guri! Demora
I often forget there are two words: the letters and the stairs. The
Esse
stairs.
negócio de trocar de arma aí...
In Portuguese, it's the same fucking word, so I end up using the wrong word sometimes.
No Select é dose.
It's the letter. No, it's the.
E aí?
It's not the stairs or the letters. God damn it.
Munição é bem... Nossa, que transição, hein?
Oh, what?
Poxa, é um lobisomem mesmo que eu tô enfrentando. Onde tá? Ele abaixa? Abaixa. Os jogos não entendi que os caras abaixam.
What the heck?
Nossa, o dano que eu tô levando.
Just brute force.
Oi, chupa, lobisomem. Uma fase, pelo menos, a gente garantiu. E ó.
Yo.
E a Cris? Beleza, segunda fase. Agora acabou o tutorial, agora que a gente vai rever o jogo mesmo. É, realmente tem bastante tiro. Porque a pistolinha, vocês viram lá, né? Eu ia comentar, mas daí explodiu tudo a tela. Ela tem um alcance bem curto. É boa. É bem curto. Peguei um saquezão ali. Isso, joga um item lá no buraco. Muito obrigado. Não queria ele. Ah, tá. Ele atira pra baixo também. Tira pra cima? Não.
Bro.
Ok. Agora raiozinhos. Oh, o jogo é bem feito pra caramba, viu? Surpreendente mesmo. Desafio, jogabilidade, o level design, variedade de inimigos, Porreta, não. Assim, tá bem acima do nível dos jogos de ação do Nintendinho. É bem acima mesmo. Esse aqui já é meio fim de geração, né? 90, 91 por aí que saiu. O pessoal já tava tirando o putano do Nintendinho. Ah, nem vou pegar, não.
Bro.
É meio embaçado mesmo de usar a pistola, viu? Opa, chefe? São loucos, chefe? Que é isso, velho? Que é isso? Porra! Carinha meio bruto aí. Ah, vou ter uma tela antes. Essa tela aqui não é muito fácil. Como é que eu fiquei de munição? A munição que eu gastei lá não recuperei, não.
Kinda hard to dodge this thing. Oh my.
Muito dano. Ixi.
Não vai dar, não. Bro. Ups.
Chefe. O problema é morrer e não aprender nada. Tipo, não pegar uma estratégia e pensar, eu vou fazer assim, pra dar uma lançada. Eu não aprendi nada.
Stay on the platform whenever he dashes.
Não peguei os padrões dele. Ele dá muito dano.
1, 2, 3, dash.
Vou fazer de novo, vou tentar mais um. Você tava vendo, ficar perto dele nesse pontinho é melhor. Ele pula pra trás e vai ele no canto, né? Não é bem isso, não. Foi, tava nas últimas, mas é bem macete mesmo, bem macete. Tá bom, isso aí. Morre. Mais bom queixo. Eu gostava de assistir esse filme aí, mesmo sem entender porcaria nenhuma. Adorava. A família própria história. Eu era criança, sabia nem inglês, nem japonês, né? Eu via lá e... eu tava ligado o que eu tava falando.
But at least English is quite similar. The English language is very similar to Portuguese, so you could make some stuff up. Maybe, surely.
Tem algumas coisas assim, né? Por exemplo, cachorro correndo com um doido ali, mas... fora isso, o estilo de gameplay, o estilo de ação tá bem diferente. O uso das armas também bem diferente. É só uma leve inspiração na minha visão aí. Dragão! Opa! O que temos aqui? Que massa, velho! Mas tem algum outro jogo do Nintendo aqui desse estilo? No fliperama tinha bastante. Daí usava a pistola mesmo, né? Mega Drive, depois algumas coisas, Master System, tem um Rumble. Mas não lembro de nenhum jogo do Nintendo desse jeito. Então nem a munição que eu faço. Chega a minha munição, tá pela munição. Poder louco. E aí, o que eu faço? Choro? Ele recarrega algumas balas depois de um tempo. Caramba, tá dando as munições que eu tô fazendo alguma coisa errada. Tem 20 tiros.
3 hours.
Ai, não peguei.
Pew. You gotta focus on those ones.
Ô, porcaria, para de correr.
Bum.
Ah, não peguei a munição ali. Esses ninjinha pulando do fundo ali parece Shinobi. O bônus do Shinobi 1. Maneiro, hein? Maneiro. Esse aqui é o tal do jogo que tava muito à frente da sua época. Agora ninjinhas pulando aí com a espada pra baixo. Vamos terminar esse crédito aí, hein? Vamos ver até onde que a gente chega. As fases a gente apanha, mas por enquanto, né? Elas não são tão zoadas. Os chefes que são mais avacalhados aí pra você pegar os padrões deles. Lembrando que essa é a versão japonesa, né?
What the fuck?
Um pouquinho mais fácil do que a versão americana, pelo que eu pesquisei. Oxi. Vou esperar ele aqui.
No, he's not gonna come in.
Vem.
Nope, you gotta stay there.
Agora você não vem, né?
Nope, he always comes. Yep.
Olha que lazarento.
Just run. Oh, that's a mine.
Eu sou... Ixi. Tá.
Ouch.
A gente enfrenta samurai, ninja, lobisomem. Quais são os inimigos do jogo? Sim! Agora é aquele momento que o bitrate do vídeo vai pro saco. Ah não, esse aqui não tá tão avacalhado. Acho que é do Mega Man 2 aí que... Cachoeira aí zoa todo o bitrate do vídeo.
It's just uploading 4K. Lamau. Whoa. Não, maybe not.
Ele tá dando
Insufferable.
o gatilho da cachoeira do Rei Leão, hein?
Already.
Eu voltando de férias, posso fazer umas lives aí tentando o custe o que custar, né? A todo custo. Deixar alguns jogos aí com vocês. Pode ter uns de Nintendinho. Essa maratona aí que você acha que, pô, quero ver esse jogo até o final. Joga mais lá. Fale pra gente, que aqui numa fita por dia a gente só dá um totalzinho, né? Só joga o começo e tal pra dar uma aclimatada no jogo. Vocês podem comentar aí, também comente, né? Se você jogou ou o Gundek ou o Vice. O que você achou dele? O comentário é muito importante para nós, esse engajamento aí pra dar aquela força na nossa maratona. Falou! Falou! Likezinho aí, se inscrever também, né? No canal. Se você participa de algum grupo, alguma coisa aí de fãs de jogos antigos, manda um vídeo lá pra eles perguntando se eles já conheceram esse jogo. Daqui é uma boa pra pegar aí pra jogar nas férias, tentar fazer troféu de partida e tudo mais.
I'm gonna stretch my legs after this one. 3 hours.
Agora ele tá parecido com o Ninja Gaiden. Agora sim. Passarinho que é, tudo pelado aí. Pulando dentro do...
For some reason I cannot swim if it falls in the water.
Ah, eu falei pra parar o vídeo no Game Over, né? Esqueci. Caramba, é muito ruim você ver esse passarinho.
Cannot climb back.
Ah, que delícia. Pô, cada vez que a gente vai andando vai ficar mais fininho o escopo aqui. Vai embora. Vai, você vai. Ah!
Damn.
Não dá nem na natureza aqui, dá pra na Amazônia. Abre! Bora aí, chefe, o que tem pra nós aqui? Onde eu bato? Mais aqui. Onde que eu bato?
I hate the missiles. He's probably gonna go back.
Eu já dei dano nele, mas onde que foi?
I don't know.
Aqui em cima,
Yep,
tá?
holy shit. Oh, no.
Quem disse que eu acerto a granada ali, né? Tem que bater com a espada mesmo.
Oh, Lama, what?
Eu acerto, eu acho.
Bro. Nope.
Ah, não. Não acerta, não.
One hit kill. You jet.
Tá bom. Game over. Acho que é só ter um pouquinho de calma ali com os tiros e batendo no negocinho azul com a espada mesmo, né? Mas tá, game over. Agora vamos. Vamos aí, Gundek. Olha, jogaço, viu? Jogaço mesmo. Surpreendente. Tinha ouvido já falar desse jogo, falaram que era brabo, tal, mas brabo mesmo. Muito brabo. Porque sem zoas deve ser um dos melhores jogos do Nintendinho que eu joguei. Pelo totó que eu dei aqui no começo, né? Passamos algumas fases, conseguimos experimentar várias das experiências dele aí, já deu pra ter uma ideia, né? Mas nesse preview, realmente...
Ouch.
O bicho é bom mesmo. Deixa aquele comentário então para nós. Eu vou ficando por aqui e nos vemos no próximo vídeo. Falou!
Chaves! Chaves! Por que você tem tanto assim? Chaves! Chaves! Por que você tem tanto assim? É que eu sou gay. Vê se não tem mais hemorroides aí dentro.
Olha, Chaves, não sai comigo. Por acaso esse patinho não é seu? Sim. E ainda acha graça, né? Sim. Droga, fugiu com meu pão. Sim, escapa. Droga, fugiu com meu pão. Sim, escapa. E ainda acha desgraça, né? Chaves, tem tempo que não dá fora daqui. Já.
Tudo que ninguém.
The bubble argument boils down to this. Companies are burning billions on AI with no clear path to profitability. Bubble believers point to OpenAI's launch of GPT-5, which some critics say fell short of the hype and wasn't a massive leap forward many were expecting. OpenAI pulled in about $4.3 billion in revenue in the first half of 2025. Impressive on its own, but reports say it's also spent roughly $2.5 billion in the same period. With
What the?
OpenAI's launch of GPT-5, which some critics say fell short of the hype and wasn't a massive leap forward many were expecting. OpenAI pulled in about $4.3 billion in revenue in the first half of 2025. Impressive on its own, but reports say it's also spent roughly $2.5 billion in the same period. With the ongoing costs of research, infrastructure, and running its models. The internet took a while to take off as people needed to get their homes right. In comparison, AI has one of the fastest uptakes of any technology ever. By mid-2025, around 700 million people are using ChatGPT every week. But with AI companies burning through cash faster than they can make it, how much longer can they keep doing that without collapsing?
And so now you're living this other life where you're helping people, you're making content, you're living up to your potential, you're making money, you're going on vacations, right? Hopefully still dating, or maybe in a long-term relationship. Yeah, right? I mean, that's a whole other thing. Yeah, good, very good. So a lot of genuine emotion there, right? And then we laugh at it. That's how the other thing that we do as men. So we say, that's all, like, overall, like, like deep down, like, oh, yeah, maybe there's some concern and pain. That's the way that you signal to me that hey, this is not something that I figured out and I'm a little bit worried about it, right? And now when I say that back to you, you feel it? Like, so by the way, that feeling that you have, that's the feeling of being seen. So you know what's scary about me is I see you.
Usually I'm very good at, like, I like to feel as though I'm quite good at keeping a place.
Yeah, you are. You're very good.
Because if I was, like, a lot of times if I'm on dates with partners, past partners, they would never, like, you never show any emotion. I don't read you. Yeah. That's not one case. But I think that helps me a little bit because it's an element of but like, there was an element of mystery because they never knew what I was thinking. This video was original. The restaurant was the...
I'm stretching my legs because I said before. But I think I'm... maybe I'm halfway through, maybe surely. Yeah. Whoa. Yum, 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 yum. Whoa, dog food. Oh, wait, what? No, it's glitching already. Yep, damn it, I had to close it. Right. Yep, close before the computer crashes. Sometimes the entire machine crashes. Ugh. I'll close the red for now. I'll reopen the stuff in here. I still have my old tabs in here. It was downloaded. Man, downloading stuff from Bandcamp is so fucking painful. It's so fucking slow. Almost like if they don't want you to have that fucking shit that you pay for. Taking like 30 minutes to download a 2 gigabyte file. Like this. Yeah. How much was it again? It wasn't 2 gigabytes. I think I deleted it. No, 1 gigabyte. Yeah. 30 minutes. Oh, it's annoying. But well, it's gonna take forever. Well, until then, the red might as well keep it open, whatever. Bro. Yeah, plenty of time to just catch up with the feed, I guess. Pyrocynical said he would upload his shit, his Fear and Hunger video to before 2026, right? Maybe he uploaded it by now. Maybe he's about to do that. It's an 8-hour long video. If he is actually uploading it today, I'm fucked. It's gonna take forever. Where is my image? Where is it? I got nothing. Where is it? There it is. I stopped glitching. Yeah. Ow. It takes forever. God damn it. Ah, painful. I should wait an extra minute or two so I can initialize properly, but fuck it. At risk of crashing again. Ground
The sort of
news.
expensive one, where old men courted prostitutes and different champagne without looking at the prices on the menu. I worked in
It's this store and ground news. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. $3 p.m.
This video was originally published on horses.land. Because of content restrictions, this sort of work generally cannot be published on YouTube. For the uncensored ad-free version of this video and other work which is not permitted on YouTube, check out horses.land. New merch is also now available. Thanks to Ground News for sponsoring this video. The restaurant was the sort of expensive one where old men courted prostitutes and they drank champagne without looking at the prices on the menu. I worked in the kitchen and it was a heavy place. Everything was made of metal. The employees drank vodka and sniffed Benzedrine in the bathroom. The summer in Carolina was very hot and very humid. Some nights kitchen workers who stayed late and were scheduled to work early slept on bags of flour in the storage area because it was cold or they were drunk. The world had arranged its pieces as it desired, so we lived and we worked without much forward momentum. Demanding jobs like this one ask for 60 or 70 hours of your life each week. These jobs take over your physical life, and they too dig claws into your soul. They change the way you converse with life, and all things are realigned into the context of work. The most mean part is that these jobs do not usually provide much in return. At the time in my employment, I gained $8 per hour and some pains in my body. But one of the things these jobs do give is people. These jobs thrust people into your life. They are people who would otherwise be so distant and anonymous that they would have never even reached the distinction of being called
It's still bugging up.
strangers. In these jobs, these people are more than just acquaintances or coworkers. You spend most of your waking life with them, and you get to know them pretty good, whether you like it or not. For me, two of these people were Jimmy Jackson and Bohr Edwards. By the end of this story, Bohr will be dead. The U.S. military has attacked 3 more boats in the eastern Pacific, killing 8 people. This is a pretty loaded headline, and when I look at it on Ground News, I can understand more about the story than the headline itself. Coverage is relatively balanced between left, right, and center-leaning outlets, but we can see distinct differences in how the left and right frame this story. At a glance, we can see over 250 sources covering the story. Right-leaning outlets consistently include the White House's line that these boats belong to drug smugglers and that the operation was part of an ongoing war against narcotics trafficking. Those on the left seem less convinced, highlighting the controversial nature of these strikes and their mounting death tolls. We have a president who plays pretty fast and loose with the facts, and a media apparatus that tends to do the same. In these strange circumstances, Ground News can help us turn confusion into clarity. Viewers of this channel may have noticed a pattern this year. Ground News has been my only sponsor. That's because I'm not interested in promoting some plastic gadget of the month or the latest attention-sucking mobile game. I genuinely believe in the work that the team at Ground News is doing, and I believe more people should be using the service. Unlike other platforms, they don't push or suppress stories to influence your perception of the world. Their platform prioritizes giving readers full transparency on today's issues by pulling in the world's perspective on them, providing sources, history of failing fact checks, and even who's benefiting from you believing their version of the story. When it comes to news, finding the truth is getting more difficult every day. I sincerely believe Ground News can help us right the ship on this whole issue. Ground News is fully independent and supported by readers like us, but I partnered with them to get my viewers 40% off the same Vantage plan I've been using. Consider Ground News for yourself or as a gift this holiday season. Go to ground.news/horses, click the link in my description or scan my QR code to get unlimited access for $5 per month. By signing up, you're directly supporting the work I do here and your ability to think critically.
Still bugging out. Hold
Each morning, a man named
Hold on. A long pause.
Rusty dropped off a box of ability to think critically. Each morning, a man named Rusty dropped off a box of lobsters at the restaurant. They were alive, moving and fighting, but they had rubber bands around their claws, so no matter how hard they tried, they could not brawl in earnest. They could have climbed out of their crate if they had their claws unbanded, but the lobster company and Rusty made sure that wouldn't happen. I often looked at these boxes of lobsters and I watched them fighting each other with their banded claws in their crowded box. I don't know if they were made mean by God, but they were in a box, so they were mean. My job was to boil lobsters and then break the meat out of their bodies. I put the lobsters into a large plastic tub and covered them with small, cracked pieces of ice. As soon as the ice hit the lobsters, the animals stopped moving. The cold shocked them into stillness. Cold and unmoving, they were easy to dump into a big pot of boiling water with lemon, salt, white wine, and Old Bay seasoning. I never thought all that stuff in the water changed the way the lobsters tasted. I wondered how could such delicate things penetrate through the lobster's shells. It seemed against logic and most rules of cooking, which I knew. But I put the lemon, salt, white wine, and Old Bay into the pot because that was what the recipe said, and following that recipe, I could go home every week with $300. Before Boar, my coworker was a man named Tucker, who was from Utah, and he was young. Late at night, Tucker stole cars, broke them down into parts, and sold those parts individually. Tucker also made gin in his apartment, which he sold to the rest of us very cheaply. Neither his cars nor his gin were hugely profitable endeavors, and that was why Tucker cut lobsters. Tucker rode a bright green Kawasaki motorcycle. One night he was high, and he wrapped his Kawasaki motorcycle around a tree. He did not show up to work again at the restaurant. The restaurant needed someone to take his spot immediately. The most talented man I worked with was named Vladimir, and Vladimir was addicted to heroin. We never used that word, heroin. It somehow felt too morbid on the tongue. It tasted bad. We called heroin many other names: diesel, hard, gasoline, medicine, or dog food. The thing about heroin is that it does not forever bring a high. The first or second or third use heroin brings a repeated use. The heroin becomes like air, and a man needs it to survive at all. Then, even with the substance in his veins, this sort of heroin addict never appears high because the drug only returns him to a baseline of functioning. This man, with his heroin, he will appear as full of life and vibrancy as a man who has never touched the drug. Without it, though, he will suffocate in withdrawal. On more than one occasion, the chef Vladimir ran out of heroin. When this happened, Vladimir leaned on his cutting board with his head in his arms. He did not talk, nor did he listen. He became the closest to a dead man I had ever seen. The talented chef was suddenly useless to the enterprise without his dog food. Cutting lobsters was the type of thing a person could learn just by doing, even with no experience at all. So the restaurant hired Vladimir's heroin dealer to cut lobsters, but less stated to keep Vladimir supplied with his medicine. That heroin dealer was Boar Edwards. With Boar around, the talented chef did not run out of heroin, and there was now someone to replace Tucker. Boar was Haitian. He was under 6 feet tall, and he was about 40 years old. His head was shaved, and he had a beard. The weather on his eyes and the rasp in his voice made him seem much older than he was. He had a gold front tooth and many gold fillings in the back of his mouth, which shined when he spoke. Given 1,000 chances, I would not call Boar Edwards a good man, but he was straightforward in every way a person can be. He said things that he meant, and he did them with intention, and almost never the opposite. For that rare quality, he was a lot closer to goodness than most people I knew at the time, and many people I've met since. In those days, I could not really fall asleep sober. One summer night, I told Boar I had run out of marijuana and needed to buy more. Boar had some bad weed at his house, and he was willing to give it to me for free if I gave him a ride home. So after work, we got in my Toyota, and I drove Boar to his place. Boar's home was an apartment, and it was part of a larger, government-funded complex. It was a dense neighborhood of white square buildings with dozens of apartments in each one, and it was tucked away far from the city, as these places usually are. There he lived with his wife and their 6-year-old daughter. We got in his house, and it was very hot. Boar explained to me that there was no law which required government-built housing units to have air conditioning. Without air conditioning, the homes were cheaper to make, and so the government could build more of them more quickly. I usually saw many homeless people on the streets of the city, so I did not think this plan was working very well or earnestly. Boar told me all of the tenants bought their own window-mounted air conditioning units from second-hand stores, and so they often malfunctioned. Days earlier, Boar's had broken, and so now he did not have one at all. Boar grabbed a bag of weed. "Can you help me with something?" Boar asked me. By this time, I would have called us friends, so I replied, "Yeah, I mean, maybe. What is it?" "They are sleeping. I don't want to wake them up, you know. I just need to use your kitchen. You got a kitchen and a pot?" "I've got a kitchen and a pot." "Oh, and baking soda. You got baking soda?" "In my fridge, but it's old. It was there when I moved in." "That don't matter. That's fine." We went back to my apartment where I lived alone. It was small and old, but it had a kitchen, a pot, and a box of baking soda. I gave Boar the pot and the baking soda. He put the pot on the stove and the baking soda in the pot. He produced from his pocket a bag of cocaine and poured some into the pot. I knew what he was doing abstractly in the way I knew what surgery or demolition looked like, but I asked him anyways what he was doing, probably just in the interest of good conversation. It was a strange thing to watch a man cook cocaine into crack, and it would have been more strange to watch in silence. "Well, I don't have the money to just sell cocaine, and I don't know anyone who has the money to buy it either. So I buy the coke, mix it with the baking soda, then I get the crack. I don't know if I want to be doing this around my daughter, you know. Her mother says she doesn't want me doing it at all." Boar talked like a locomotive. When he got going, he went. I'm thinking, bitch, you think I want to be doing this shit? You think I want to be over here cooking crack and selling it to those ghouls outside? That's what I call them. I call them ghouls. Hell, I don't want to be cooking those lobsters. I don't want to be selling diesel. I don't want to be doing any of this shit, man. But I have to feed our girl. I have to get her clothes. I have to get myself clothes. have to pay rent and I have to pay the electric bills and all that shit. Shit, if it was up to me, I wouldn't be doing a damn thing at all. I knew that I shouldn't let someone cook crack in my apartment, but I was too polite and passive to stop it. In the years that followed, I've wondered if being passive around wickedness is itself a wicked thing to do, but at the time we all made habits out of these sorts of deeds. I picked fights and I thieved things and I deceived people for no broad-reaching moral battle that I can think of today. Boar's need to provide for his family was far more legitimate of a reasoning than I had for any of my badness. Some of this meant I was far from being able to cast judgment, and I didn't really care enough to do so anyways. We were all foul, and we did not know much, but we knew better than to masquerade as anything else. I know, I'm a father. This ain't right, man. This ain't what a father is supposed to be doing at 1:30 on a Friday night. Damn, that's dark, man. I'm sorry. I'm coming over, using your shit, and fucking your whole vibe up. Look at me. I'm sorry, Mike. So I asked Boar, out of only curiosity, if he knew his parents. Well, my mom's up in heaven. Maybe. Shit. And my dad, well, you don't mind. I mean, you asked, and you know this was a long time ago, so I don't think about it too much anymore. Boar looked down at the pot. He asked me for some tinfoil, and I gave it to him, and he poured the product onto the foil. It bubbled and then settled into a white paste, which would harden more when it cooled completely. Boar told me that his dad had been a drug dealer. When Boar was 12 years old, he got home from school and walked into his house, and he saw his dad on the floor, leaned up against a wall, holding his Remington brand break-action shotgun. His father's face was a hole, and small fragments of bone, and his teeth were glued with an explosion of blood onto the pink curtains behind where his body sat.
Oh boy.
That was what Boar told me. Boar was an honest man, and that was the last time I saw him. The fire wasn't on the news. Like most things which only affect the poor, the fire wasn't worth being on the news. But in a little town like that one was at the time, current events have their own way of crawling through the population. About a week later, I learned that all of those air conditioners plugged in at Boar's complex overloaded a circuit and caused an electrical fire. The fire burned down a large part of the project housing, including Boar's apartment, which in fact did not even have an air conditioner in it. That struck me as mighty mean. After the fire, police found all of Boar's contraband. I assumed dog food, mostly. Child Services took his daughter. Boar got put in jail and his wife left him. When he found out his daughter and wife were gone, he tied one end of his jumpsuit to the top bunk bed in his jail cell and tied the other around his neck, and he stood on the concrete ground and he leaned forward until the jumpsuit strangled every piece of life from his body. The world arranges its pieces at random, and some are given tools while others are given weapons. Boar was handed a grenade as he entered the world, and it took him 40 years to pull the pin, but I suppose he did pull the pin himself. His tragedy was a unique sort of sadness, assembled by his place in the world and then carried out by his own deeds. There are demons who do not need to hide, for whom all the world is a castle. These people look the same from every angle and at every depth, and I think Jimmy Jackson was one of those people precisely. He didn't own the restaurant I worked at, but his father did, and for Jimmy, that meant he owned the restaurant in a unique way, not captured by names on business licenses. Jimmy had bright red hair and pale skin and an underbite. He wore the stupid dress code of those men born into wealth who saw their wealth as an innate atmospheric condition of the world rather than any sort of remarkable advantage. His suits were expensive and they hung poorly with excess fabric on his body. His black leather shoes gleamed brightly with the labor of a shoe shiner's daily efforts. Jimmy Jackson was probably 35 or 40, but he was really a child. Being a child and an adult all at once can be a very good thing. Many qualities of children, those like wonder, ambition, and curiosity, are sad to see disappear in adulthood. There exist other childlike qualities which are more selfish and infantile, and these should be driven out when the time is right. However, this does not always happen, and as was the case with Jimmy, an adult can become the most unpleasant version of a child. No one had any patience for Jimmy, but we all had to pretend that we did. Jimmy didn't have an ounce of power, so we'd all listen to him with a passiveness which he was too dense to detect. We knew he'd have fired us, given the chance and the capacity, but Jimmy lacked both. His father wouldn't let him fire anyone, and Jimmy anyways could have never figured out how to do something so laborious as terminating an employee. I should not really malign Jimmy Jackson so severely, though, because the most accurate assessment I can give of the man is that he was boring. Talking to Jimmy felt like walking through a museum that was full of copies of the same ugly painting. That painting was ugly, but it was more than ugly. It was tiresome, and it was boring. Jimmy had ascended beyond being mundanely terrible and had become tremendously boring. One day after Boar was gone, Jimmy came into the kitchen. "Where's your friend?" Jimmy asked me. "My friend?" I replied. "Yeah, you know, the dark fella who's always back here doing the lobsters and the fryers with you." "What do you mean, Boar?" "I don't know." "Yeah, he's gone. He quit." "No, you didn't hear? He's dead in that fire." "Oh." There was a pause that was very long, and then Jimmy spoke. "Well, can you do all the lobsters yourself?" I recognized a road I didn't really want to go down, so I just replied, "Yeah, it'll be fine." Next door, attached to the restaurant I worked at, there was another building. Years ago, it had been a French restaurant, but now it was only an empty building with cloudy windows and dirty floors. Once there had been a dead dog in the building, which animal control had come and removed only after 2 days of the smell wafting next door. We never found out how the dog got in there or when it had died. Instead, we just accepted that the universe had somehow, and at some time, just sort of placed it there. We, the employees of the still thriving restaurant, had co-opted the disused back patio of the old French place as our own. One morning I went outside, and behind the French restaurant, a cook named Otis was there. Otis liked a brand of plug tobacco called Red Man. He used a small and dirty pocket knife to slice a cube of tobacco from a paper bag and pushed it into his mouth. I did the same, and the tobacco began its gentle burn against my gums. Otis had a young face and a full hairline, but he was old, and his eyes were old, with dark bags. I will never forget Otis because of the way he looked. He was like a summer which had skipped the beauty of fall and the celebration of Christmas and had run right into a cold, dark January. I said that Jimmy didn't know about the fire, or about Boar, and Otis was unsurprised. Jimmy doesn't think about us, he said. There was a long pause. He doesn't have to, you know. I know that Otis and I had a much longer conversation on that day, but I dwelled on this idea alone, and I still do. Thanks for the plug, I said to Otis, and I spat brown tobacco juice onto the concrete ground. Then I went inside and watched the lobsters fighting in their box.
Rough. Oh boy. This microphone. It's not the microphone fault. It's just that I posted the audio. And every time there's a sound from my gut, it captures it. And this stupid filter will not filter it out. Well. Oh. Yeah. This Thanks for cooking, boy. How to play what? Huh? What the hell is that? I guess I'll skip on this one. Oh.
If you ever sat staring at a vocabulary list wondering why none of it sticks, you are not alone. I've been there too, and in this video, I'll show you the method that turned the struggle into actual progress. As an aside, I actually still remember trying to memorize a vocabulary list for high school French to this day. I don't remember the list, but I remember trying to remember. This is my third year making a video like this, and every year there's a lot more to pack into it. In the last year, I got myself comfortable enough in Italian to manage 2 weeks in Italy with only 2 months to prepare, and I finally stopped wasting time on apps and learned enough modern Hebrew to navigate 2 weeks in Jerusalem. But why listen to me? Well, here's a few reasons in no particular order. For starters, I hold a PhD in linguistics. Of course, so do a lot of linguists who can't order coffee in the language that they've written 2 papers a year on for the last 20 years. But I also actually speak, understand, and read multiple languages at varying levels. I won't bullshit you. And I'm not afraid to show the learning process honestly, including making embarrassing mistakes in like every video. Because I've been studying languages and linguistics for the better part of 4 decades, I've failed too. I know how demoralizing it can be. I've probably failed in ways that you haven't even thought of trying yet. And what I present here is not just my personal experience, some anecdotes, and an approach that works great if you have a free 8 or so hours a day for a few months. Instead, it's an evidence-based scientific approach without bogging you down in all the dumb arguments in the SLA literature. That's second language acquisition. Like what order a classroom teacher should introduce pronouns in or whatever. For the almost half a milli who watched my 2024 video, here's a preview of what's new and different in this one. It includes new approaches to encoding and memorization that I either haven't discussed yet or my stats show not a lot of you watch. I've got some new technological hacks and tricks. I've worked out a new approach to textbooks, tried it out, and seen tremendous success. And I think I've finally cracked the code on what works in terms of how to incorporate language exchanges. I also just have better at it. If you're totally new to the channel, I'm Dr. Taylor Jones. I've got a PhD in linguistics from the University of Pennsylvania. And on the channel here, I discuss everything related to language, linguistics, language learning, and culture. If you're into those topics, be sure to subscribe and ring the bell for notifications. This is Language Jones. So if you've been watching this channel, you know I'm all about how language relates to thought, culture, and the day. But here's the thing, actually learning a language, that's where theory meets practice, and that's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, Lingoda. Lingoda is an online language school with live interactive classes taught by certified native level teachers. We're talking real conversations, not just XP streaks on an app. And with the new year coming up, they're running their sprint. Language learning isn't just
Anyway.
It's actually a lot of problems all bundled together. First, languages are just a lot. You've got different sounds to learn to both hear and make with your face meet in different combinations than you're used to. On top of that, you have to learn a ton of morphemes, that's the building blocks of words, and lexemes, that's words. You're gonna have to learn different grammar. In the most common scenarios, that's different conjugations, possibly for different conceptual ways of organizing things like time and how events unfold in time and speakers stand towards those events and all that stuff. It's also case marking or lack thereof, totally different sentence structures. Not to mention using the conceptually same thing differently, like how when you use the in English doesn't line up neatly with when you use the French. Not only that, but nobody teaches us to memorize effectively. Although Benjamin Keep on YouTube, if you want more on that, he's fantastic. But aside from him, teachers just act like everybody knows how to memorize and it's beneath them to teach you how. When in reality, almost nobody actually knows how to learn and memorize things, at least not effectively. If all that wasn't enough, for most of us, our goals are somewhere between 1, recognize written language and understand quickly, 2, recognize spoken language spoken at a normal speed and understand it online, and 3, have immediate correct recall of the appropriate morphemes, lexemes, and grammatical structures to express our thoughts approximately as quickly as we do in our primary language, and in a way recognized as correct, not just understandable by speakers of our target language. When you put it that way, that's a lot. And that's before you even get into things like what kinds of topics you're interested in, ideal use situations for your language, or social factors like who you'll be using it with, their norms, discourse strategies, and so on. On top of that, a bewildering range of options exist. Duolingo, AI apps, tutors, teacher classes, textbooks, self-study, just watching friends dubbed into your target language over and over again. That one actually seems to work for people for some reason. So what's the solution? Break it into different domains, solve each of the individual problems, and then execute a plan. And guess what? I did the break down the problem and solve it part for you. You're welcome. First, how to understand the parts of the language you're learning. There are 2 main approaches, and neither is right or wrong. There's the linguist approach, skim a grammar of X language and learn all the the pieces and approximately how they fit together. Conceptually, not practically. Then start working through how to implement learning. A later step we'll discuss very shortly. 2 is the YouTube polyglot approach. Dive in and start memorizing. Make connections where possible, but we're going to just brute force it with volume. And then once we have sufficient volume, start making connections, whether implicitly or with explicit study. Maybe that grammar the linguist started with. This is kind of like the inside learning I talked about in the previous video, but without a conceptual line. You're just taking advantage of statistical properties of language to assume that you're going to encounter the most useful, most frequent language approximately the most frequently. Neither's better. They're personal preference. I do one, my wife does 2. One would make her pull her hair out and scream. But recognize either way, it's all learnable and finite. The grammar fits in a book, sometimes in a small book. And while there's a ton of words, that's a finite set too. My goal has always been to be able to communicate effectively and to have the active vocabulary of, I don't know, like a high school graduate. Although my idea of what that means might be laughably out of touch. And the passive vocabulary recognition of a college grad. I'm not trying to write novels in other languages like, Nabokov or Conrad or whoever. Second, determining goals. Now, for me, I've got different goals in different languages. In French, where I already have a foundation, to the extent I'm working on anything, it's improving academic reading. For the other languages I've studied lately, it's just prepping for travel with the idea of being able to navigate day-to-day life and make small talk. In the last year, I actually calibrated my study to my goals, and wow, you wouldn't believe what a difference that makes. I might still have the overarching big goal of learn Italian, but starting with the smaller goal of learn the basics from a colloquial Italian course, and then working even smaller and shorter term, learn the formation of future tense, and when I'm most likely to encounter it or need it, works wonders. That leads me to third, determine which method will work towards your goals. I use the Routledge colloquial for travel and basics. For Italian, I'm moving on to extensive nonfiction reading in my field of interest, linguistics, and novels. For Hebrew, I'm moving on to memorizing the contents of a children's encyclopedia because all of that language is useful and the kind of thing basically every native speaker over the age of 8 knows. If memorizing an encyclopedia sounds sane to you, don't worry, you'll see how and why it's not in a few moments. Really not that bad. Your goals can and should be revisited every 3 to 6 months, and you should actually evaluate your progress. This is crucial. I spent so long, probably a decade, trying to learn languages without any sense of how to evaluate whether I was making effective progress. It was just an activity that I did kind of aimlessly. And sometimes I learned stuff and could use it. And sometimes I found I really wished I knew how to say something that I didn't realize I needed to know how to say because I had no idea what I knew and didn't know until it was actually in a live fire situation. Don't be like me. Fourth is the real meat of this, memorization. There's so much to be said about memorization, and I could just keep making videos about different aspects of this every week until I die and still probably only scratch the surface. I've learned a lot from people on YouTube like Benjamin Keep and Justin Song and a handful of others, but here are the main takeaways for language learning specifically. First, nothing beats smart encoding. Encoding is how you actually go about trying to create a memory you can well remember later. Smart encoding is multimodal. That means it's not just a written word in your target language. Ideally, spend time with the word or concept you're trying to learn. It should be something small and digestible, a word or a short phrase, not necessarily a full sentence. It should be multimodal. That means audio. Native speaker audio is best, self-recorded is second best, spoken out loud when you see your prompt, we get to prompts in a moment is third best, audiated in your head is fourth best, and no audio is bad and you shield it. It should also be visual. That means yes, the written word, but also a vivid image. Gabriel Weiner, Fluent Forever fame, is spot on here. Things that tap into your amygdala and give it a punch really help. That's sex, violence, cuteness, humor, strong emotions. I've also been drawing on a lot of different strands in the academic literature on neurolinguistics and on language learning, and I found that a partially phonetic rhyming mnemonic image supercharges memorization. This means some kind of mnemonic that has a sound overlap with target word. For instance, you could have the Ninja Turtle saying rad as a mnemonic for remembering the Hebrew word for an office. It's actually better though if it primes the onset of the word. So something like mice in the office, mies is a joking plural for them. Or making a shaka because they're so rad is stupidly effective. Literally, it feels stupid, but it's incredibly effective. Don't be embarrassed like I was to make dumb mnemonics. It's not betraying intellectual weakness, it's taking advantage of neuroscience. And not only should all of this be as vivid as possible, you should try to take a moment to connect it to other things. As an example, I may want to reflect on how miskad has that sound at the beginning. A suspicious number of derived place terms too. Mitbach, mikdash, miklacha. It's also the same root as the word to survive and as ruins. So thinking of a dusty mummified Babylonian scribe in an office in the ruins of a ziggurat with those mies saying rad is really going to solidify miskad for me. And that's before I actually build in any repetition or review. It's just a much more vivid and solid way of making lots of neural connections. Make enough neural connections that your brain can't prune them all. It's like a DDoS attack on your forgetting software. You tell them not a hacker. Ideally, you want to imagine scenarios where the thing you're learning will be used rather than just memorizing a list of words. Should smoke be coming out of the engine block? Or I hate the sound of the turn signal would have really helped me memorize that word list car parts in high school French. Now that I think of it, why are they having us memorize all the parts of a car? Up with that. If that sounds like a lot of effort, well, that's because it is. By design. I made a whole video about this, but encoding should have a level of what the neuroscientists call desirable difficulty. It's just hard enough to be worthwhile. Don't make it too hard. You won't do it. You gotta find your sweet spot. But honestly, if you're following the steps I outlined above, I don't know about you, but I find it actually kind of fun. I also get a laugh when I forget my mnemonics for something, and it's genuinely surprising or hilarious. I was reviewing vocabulary just before sleep a while back, and my wife kicked me out of the bedroom for waking her up by laughing when I saw this card. Now, all this encoding, I'm doing it with a spaced repetition software. I use Anki. You can use whatever floats your boat. The basic idea is it's flashcards with all the bells and whistles of a JSON object. And the reason for doing flashcards and what Rosetta Stone and Duolingo and everything else that's annoyingly repetitive is trying to build in is that you're testing yourself. And the very act of testing, whether you get it right or wrong, helps lock things into your memory. Of course, SRS systems then allow you to memorize better by optimizing when you next see what you just tested yourself on based on whether you got it wrong or right and receive difficulty of getting it right if you did get it right. That's right. Testing yourself is good, actually. Failure is fine. Forgetting is literally part of the learning process. I don't know about you, but that was a liberating concept for me. And in fact, Anki goes so far as to tell you what proportion of the things you have started studying you should not yet really consider yourself to know just yet. The basic idea, though, and maybe one of the most important in the whole video, is that forgetting is part of remembering. That encoding makes a ton of connections for your brain, but your brain prunes connections every day. So forgetting is natural and in fact desirable. The things you want to remember, you have to actually keep doing to stave off the forgetting. And each reminder strengthens the connections. And this is just a long-term thing. It's not something where you can repeat 100 times once and then you've got it. This is why those learn a language in a month or even 3 months things are complete nonsense. That's just not enough time to actually consolidate what you've learned into long-term memory. I can already feel the Italian that I studied this summer starting to fade. I mentioned those stats from Anki. Keeping track of your testing, what's hard, what's not, what you're still working on is incredibly helpful. Because otherwise, how do you evaluate progress? Vibes? Feeling like you know language? I mean, I love the confidence that I see from people on YouTube, but confidence and competence are not the same. Man, I'm dropping some fire in this video. Let me know in the comments if you want forgetting is remembering or confidence is not competent. Sure, so I might need to revisit making merch. Before I stop talking about testing, I should point out there's different kinds of tests. On the easy end are like flashcards you made. On the hard end is unstructured conversation in a foreign country. There's a whole range in between that's scalable. So spoilers, maybe a little light language exchange or tutoring sessions once you've got a good amount of grammar and vocabulary under your belt for unstructured conversation, but with guardrails. Probably a good idea. There's also non-negotiable other stuff you really want to optimize your language learning, and trust me, you're gonna hate it. That's your sleep, your nutrition, your hydration, your exercise. Have you had enough to drink today? Really? And you're going on a full night's sleep and nutritious diet? Must be nice. Let me know in the comments how that is. So those things are important. And the more you can do to manage your physical health and stressors, the faster you're going to learn your target language, putting the same amount of time and energy. So in the last year, I took the Routledge Colloquial Italian and later the Routledge Colloquial Hebrew and just dumped them into Anki using the method I described above, generating speech from HyperTTS, an AI-based text-to-speech subscription. Technically, I'm certain it's just a recursive neural net trained on a large data set, but whatever, we'll call it IntelliSense. I was still putting it all together with the Italian, so I need to go back and clean up a little. But by the end of this process with Hebrew, it was really, really noticeable how much better and faster I was learning. And it's wild because I was learning a Semitic language that's just not at all related to English faster and more effectively and confidently than I learned French. And English, my native language, is like 80% French. But how does this change when it's Biblical Hebrew or Babylonian Aramaic or Koine Greek or Latin? When it's Japanese or studying judo in Tokyo before going to Soken and Onsen? I really want to do that now. The answer is that it kind of doesn't. For a language like Latin, recordings are a little harder to come by. For, I don't know, Old Persian, it actually kind of makes it easier because you don't need to find a way to get good quality audio. It just doesn't exist. So you can just record your voice. And yes, you're going to be talking about things like laying waste to a city, not ordering a coffee, crushing your enemies, seeing them driven before you, hearing the lamentation lamentations of their women.
Crush your enemies. See them driven before you, and they hear the lamentation of the women.
Like, yeah, guess what? You can still find a mnemonic and get to work. My fifth recommendation is build in real-world use, scaling your goal, like not laying siege to cities or whatever. Let's take reading, for instance. When I was first learning French, I would buy books with the intention of reading them to learn French. Not a great plan. Now, there are some where it was actually a lot of comprehensible input at approximately my level once I was at about A2 or B1 in French, and those were great. Big shout out to Georges Simenon. I devoured the Maigret series about it quickly as he evidently cranked them out. And the fact that he was writing more or less on autopilot meant that I got just a lot of repetition of the same descriptions. Bad, or shall I say inattentive writing, was actually a memorization aid. Anyway, that's not what I recommend though. Start simple. At first, that's just planning on reading a sentence or two in your target language from a real-world source, not an exercise in your textbook. Later, you can scale up to a paragraph, then an article or chapter, then a book. Don't start with reading a book. If you do that, you just have an entire book that you haven't read and can't read that's just sitting there making you feel bad. The same goes for other media. Try playing podcasts just to get a feel for the language in the background. Just hearing it more is going to help train your ears. And according to at least some studies, this alone can improve your pronunciation without conscious effort. Later, listen for recognition of random words, then for getting the gist, then for every word. When you're somewhat comfortable with this stuff, that's where conversations on iTalki or something similar can play. With structure, role play language game, then scale to less structured conversations. For output, but a little slower with time to think, journaling is great. I've never been big into journaling in general, but I know that it works, and there are some who absolutely swear by it. The other option is to intentionally focus on, well, deconstructing writing. What is good writing? Good argumentation, good rhetoric in your target language. You can deconstruct that and memorize those pieces, and then use games, structured journaling, or whatever to actually get in the habit of getting those in your writing or speech. It's the same as learning academic language in your first language. Of course, some of you never learned that, so let me tell you a little about how I did. When I was in high school, I did the International Baccalaureate program, and all of us thought we were getting one over on the teachers by just learning how to bullshit. Turns out, tricksy teachers that they were feigning resignation against our unrelenting bullshittery to actually cultivate that skill. They fucking Tom Sawyer us. But we really felt like we were really getting away with something when we sat down to write an essay by hand in cursive, uphill both ways in the snow. And we worked in phrases like, to what extent? So they let us make learning academic cliches into a game and feel like we were seeing through sophistry whenever we encountered language like the primary locus. I cannot tell you how much this helped in grad school because I was in the habit of thinking of that kind of language as a bullshit game authors played, and more importantly, I was in the habit of translating it into simple concepts. Anyway, have fun with it. Let me know if you want a full video on academies, academic. Sixth and final recommendation, review progress with tracking and periodically assess. For the grown-ups in the room, you're doing a quarterly performance review. If you spend 3 months on learning, say, Persian, like I did a while back, and then you find that you have retained very little and can't generate any of what you studied, like I did, it's time to completely reevaluate your methods. What's working that you can build on? What's not working? More importantly, why? Now, this all requires some caveats. First caveat, neurodivergence affects things. Autistic and autism-adjacent people, I used to jokingly call this the academic spectrum, will excel at taking apart and analyzing the whole system, and possibly at memorizing lots of words, but will struggle with pragmatics, non-literal language, and all the stuff I discussed in my video about not being C2 in a language. ADHD will struggle with motivation, consistency, and in all likelihood both tuning out mid-task and also feeling like you should already know something when you're still in the process of learning it, despite not always actually following the process of learning it. One reason I like something like Anki is it basically shows me when I didn't study nearly as much as I thought I did. I studied every day for 3 months. Well, no, Jones, you studied every third day for 2 weeks. It just felt like an accomplishment at the time, or more realistically, a struggle. Your body and well-being also affect things. For women, where you are in your cycle, if you even have a cycle, the reason that you don't, this will all affect motivation and learning. For everybody, sleep consolidates learning and memory. It's been repeatedly shown to be beneficial immediately after a study session. We're talking naps, as well as just in general.
Weird.
As just in general. Get a full night's sleep. Nutrition and hydration and exercise all affect things. Seriously, you're gonna learn better if you're rested, hydrated, topped up on the nutrients and vitamins and minerals and shit that help with neurotransmitters, and you exercise. In fact, some studies seem to suggest that you learn even better if you're exercising while you're studying. I tried that with Persian a while back, elliptical and podcasts, and that actually was some of the stuff that stuck the best with. Most importantly though, there's no one size fits all. Do what's best for you. But also, it can be easy to claim what's easiest and most comfortable is just what works best for me. And if that actually worked best, you wouldn't be watching YouTube videos about how to learn a language better, would you? So you've gotten this far. Hopefully you took notes, but it's time to go put this all into practice. Remember, as stupid as it sounds and cliched as it sounds, slow and steady wins the race. Don't burn out on your New Year's resolution before the end of January. Serious. And don't be hard on yourself. If you like what I'm doing with the channel, you can support it. Please leave a comment there, great for the algorithm, and subscribe if you haven't already. Till next time, happy learning.
Well, I guess that's the one reason people can have small talks. Just, yep, I'm starting to learn a language. Let me ask about the weather, please. Well, I guess. I don't think I speak English as much as I wished, but it's good enough, I guess. It's decent enough. I see that people speaking Portuguese is like, you're doing well, you're doing good. It doesn't bother me personally, whatever. Well, it actually feels kind of uncanny to see other people from non-speaking Portuguese countries speaking very fluent Portuguese. Like, what? Oh shit, I thought you were a native, but I'm not. It's kind of weird. But it's, yeah, I've seen only very few cases here and there. Yes, the English language don't have any of that, because a lot of people can speak it, learn how to speak it, and an almost perfect accent. And just a few, yeah. Just a very few pronunciation issues here and there. There's barely noticeable, if at all. Oh yeah. That's the thing, right? Just learning English, it feels more like a homework. I didn't learn it because I kind of wished. I kind of wanted to learn anyway, but at the same time, it felt more like you must learn it instead of do you want to learn it. So I get it. At the same time, is there any other language that I really, really want to learn? Personally, I don't think so. I don't know. I thought about Japanese for a while, but what I want to do with this language, really, just understand some text in a Japanese video game, and that's it. I don't feel like traveling around, or anything like that. Just talking to people either. Nope. So I guess I just settle with Portuguese and English. It is okay.
Fellas,
me $800. What?
Lol.
That can't be right. What do you mean $800? Yep, that's probably how it felt for anyone who's fired up the old PC part picker over the last couple months. But why though? Well, part of it is the obvious one. I'm sure by now you must have seen the countless headlines about AI data centers and their insatiable demands for energy and water, and yes, computer memory. And they're using their fire hose of investment capital to buy up so much memory that one of the big three memory makers just said.
The third? Ugh. Oh.
Motherfucking big three, bitch, it's just big me. And then completely sunsetting their entire consumer line outright in an effort to focus on this sky-high AI demand. Separately, SK Hynix announced that they are sold out of production all the way through 2026, and Samsung just increased their contract pricing by 100%. This means that if the AI bubble doesn't pop, this is going to get worse before it gets better.
But like, can't they just make more memory chips or build more factories? Couldn't they just download more RAM? I mean, yeah, they could do those things, but I hate to break it to you guys, there's actually a lot of reasons for them not to do that.
Are you tired of boring screw?
To explain why RAM costs a small nation's GDP now, we first need a quick and dirty explainer for why AI models such as ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and Gemini are so darn thirsty for it. LLMs, or large language models, are trained by feeding them buckets of media files, often text, images, video, or audio, or depending on the model, sometimes a combination. And in the current arms race, the highest quality models depend on parsing through the largest buckets of training data. This training process can take anywhere from a few hours to months for the largest models, and that's where RAM comes in. Because RAM is so much faster than SSD, with more capacity than the cache onboard a CPU, it's essential, crucial even, for large data centers to get as much as possible to speed up their AI development and training efforts. It's also useful for inference, the stage where the user actually interacts with the trained model. For instance, if you have a long interaction with an AI model, more RAM helps to quickly reference the earlier context of your conversation in order to appropriately respond to your next prompt. If you want a deeper dive into this, I'm going to make sure I link some resources down below. But all you really need for us to continue is more. It just needs more. And companies like OpenAI are generating billions of dollars in revenue. Funding, which if they want to stay on the bleeding edge, means they need as much memory as they can get. But Elijah, isn't a ton of that memory being installed on AI GPUs or even memory sticks that are for servers? Why is my Gamer Deluxe RGB 360 no-scope kit also getting expensive? Here's the thing, while your favorite PC parts retailer might carry RAM from dozens of different manufacturers, most of them only assemble modules. The sticks that actually go into the slots. For the little black squares, the actual chips that contain the DRAM dies, there are really only three serious players right now: SK Hynix, Samsung, and Micron. These giants own the multi-billion-dollar fabs that produce those chips and use them to supply functionally every single industry on Earth. If it has a processor, it probably needs a little bit of DRAM. So yes, server sticks are separate from your gaming sticks, but at the end of the day, whether you're a typical gamer or an AI company, you're both competing, or more like bidding, on the finite quantity of these chips that can be produced by the big three. And I wonder who can afford to bid more: the individual who wants to play video games, or the multi-trillion-dollar corporation with no revenue whose stock price will cater if they don't buy more than anyone else in an effort to maintain their tenuous lead. So if you take off your angry consumer hat and put on your business monster hat for even a second, it's pretty easy to understand why Micron decided to pivot their internal resources toward fulfilling demand for their hungriest, wealthiest customers. It sucks, because Crucial was a really good source of quality RAM and SSDs at a decent price, but it's really not the end of the world. Samsung has zero presence in their DIY enthusiast space either, but that doesn't prevent module makers like Kingston or Corsair potentially pivoting and buying chips from them and building sticks for gamers. Speaking of Samsung, a rumor recently started that supply was so constrained that they couldn't supply their own smartphone business unit with RAM chips. Samsung has come out and said that that isn't true, but for it to be even a concern for the industry does raise a question. Why don't they just make more? Well, for a couple reasons. First, as I alluded to before, the current fabs that are used to make cutting-edge chips have a finite capacity. They already run around the clock with some of the world's most finely tuned supply management and highly trained engineers overseeing their operation. It's not as simple as just adding a production shift or turning the machine up to 200%. Those are delicate operations, and if something goes wrong in the middle of a batch, it could be weeks or even months to build it again from scratch. So they're not going to change things all willy-nilly. And second is that even if they could boost production to meet demand, both SK Hynix and Samsung have publicly stated they don't plan to because they don't want to. See, this isn't the first time DRAM demand has spiked. There was a big one back in the mid-2010s when affordable cell phone plans went online in India, as well as just a more general surge in demand for mobile computing devices. Anyway, in the past, DRAM manufacturers have boosted production to meet these spikes in demand, spikes that eventually subsided, leading to an overstock. You see, the same factors that make it hard to ramp up production at a moment's notice also make it kind of challenging to slow it down at a moment's notice. That can be good for consumers since that means cheap gaming memory, but corporate fat cats kind of hate that, especially when it leads to them selling memory at cost, sometimes even below cost. The third reason is closely related to the first and second. Building a fabrication facility for anything silicon wafer production, whether it's CPUs, GPUs, or RAM, takes literal years. And these aren't the kind of projects where you can just throw twice as much money at them to complete them in half the time. On top of the building itself, plans need to be in place for seismic activity mitigation, water access and management, power, staffing, logistics, good old-fashioned supply of the chemicals, gases, and high-purity silicon wafers you'll need. And even if one of these big boys does decide to shell out for another state-of-the-art fab, they would obviously want a return on their investment, so they would only do it if they expect these prices to stay high enough for them to operate it profitably for the next couple years. And a little open secret, that's not going to happen. The AI bubble is going to pop. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon, for the rest of your life. But when it happens, demand for memory isn't going to go away, just like demand for new smartphones didn't go away. But it won't stay at this level. And there is no shovel manufacturer on Earth that is going to build a several billion-dollar factory that might not be needed by the time it's completed. So it just seems that it's all the fuck. Where the fuck is that coming from?
From the Pacific Ocean, where I just learned that China will save us from expensive memory? Well, maybe. Regardless of your political views on China and their technology, CXMT, a relatively new chip fab that was born and raised in 100 Acre Wood, has just announced that they now have the ability to manufacture DDR5 chips. Great news for folks in China. Although maybe not as much for Americans unless the US and China can sort out their little trade kerfuffle. With all that said, according to some reports, CXMT is still about 2 to 3 years from reaching the kind of manufacturing output that the big three have. So it remains to be seen whether they'll be able to make a dent in the current demand anyway, which really sucks because as I alluded to before, this is probably going to get much worse before it gets better. Remember that bit about how SK Hynix has sold through their 2026 production? What that means is that even if the bubble pops, okay, all those chips are booked, and SK Hynix is going to do their darndest to make sure that whoever booked them buys them. So if a company like Kingston were to place an order for chips, it's going to be at those current market or bidded prices, and they're not going to sell them to you for the old price just because you're a poor consumer who just wants a decent price on memory. They're still going to want to get the money back from paying more for those RAM chips. So years then, back to you, Elijah.
Which means not only are RAM DIMMs going to be more expensive, but everything that needs memory will be: iPhones, Steam machines, smartwatches, cars, and so much more. So with all of that said, what should you do as a consumer? To be honest, I don't know. Micron and OpenAI make for convenient scapegoats for lining the pockets of corporate billionaires and politicians and leaving us to struggle, both now and when the AI bubble pops. But the flip side is they're just some of the players, and as far as I can tell, everyone is complicit. And if I'm mad at everyone, I don't know what to do. Boycott everyone that makes RAM? Then what? What videos will we make about products with no RAM in them? What video games are we going to play? I did find out some good news though that I'm going to tell you. The Ebola outbreak that is happening in the Congo has just been declared over. I mean, I didn't say the good news was going to be about the RAM crisis, but hey. To be fair, we're recording this on December 16th, so if the Ebola outbreak starts again, my information's outdated. But if you guys enjoyed this video, maybe go check back on the video where we talked about tariffs when they were introduced. We talked a little bit how TSMC is actually starting to hire for their American-based Arizona plant. It's here some similar vibes of this video.
They need to stop. It's vague. What is this about? Oh, the clickbait vague. The thumbnail doesn't 100% explain what it is. But I guess it's just AI stealing your job kind of thing. No. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I've seen so many of those videos. But this is 30 minutes long. What the hell? Mm. Oof. Well, I don't know. 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 Wow. Stuff. I'm gonna pause for a moment again because let me see what else is missing too. It's somewhat close. Somewhat close. Almost there. Almost making it. So yeah. Okay, whatever. It's pretty much 6. No, 6, no, I mean 16, which is 4 o'clock. So, well, 4 o'clock. Let's turn on the heater because it's getting cold. I am shivering. Well.
I've made a video where I established the bare minimum components I consider capable of running CS2, but I didn't test all of these Snows components together all at the same time. So here's more of a deep dive into how that £320 PC can run Counter-Strike. Put it simply, so long as you stick to low or medium preset at 1080p, this PC can run CS2 at well over 100 FPS most of the time. But on the infrequent occasion that it does run out of RAM, it suddenly feels like your gaming monitor has been swapped out for a 60Hz TV screen, and this persists for a random amount of time, sometimes just a few seconds, other times indefinitely until you restart the game. It's infrequent and quite random, and I wasn't able to replicate it even with several 4K Ultra video streaming in the background. What I'm testing here is a Ryzen 4 500 processor, a GeForce 970 graphics card, and 8GB of system memory, all components which I deem to be about as slow and as cheap and as limited as you can get away with. But put it simply, even in 2019, this PC specs would be considered a fairly standard mid-range PC. Back in 2019, you'd have bought 16GB of RAM because it was super cheap back then. But this is 2025 we're talking about now. Now benchmarking CS2 is hard. I didn't want to test it on a benchmark map because it doesn't really represent what it's like to play for real. I didn't want to play against bots either. So what I did was to boost out 6 different deathmatch games on 6 different maps, and for each I tested all 4 graphics presets, ranging from low to very high, to see how far we can push a budget PC with a measly 8GB of RAM. These were the averages of those 6 averages, and the 1% lows. According to this graph, this PC is quite well suited to medium presets. Bear in mind that low and medium aren't actually 1080p because it uses FSR to some extent. High is where it gets quite pretty to look at, but then also gets a little bit juddery and less responsive, and very high is not at all suitable for CS2's reflex-based shooting gameplay. But it did look very nice, especially with 8 times MSA. That's just overkill. So much we can learn from this simple graph. So let's show all 6 maps separately and see what's going on here. It was interesting to see Ancient performing the best at lower presets, but tapering off more quickly at higher ones. Though Inferno was definitely the hardest map to run. In fact, it proved to be a real issue for me to find a deathmatch server to benchmark on. It seemed like all the bots in deathmatch would rather just vote for easier to run maps like Dust 2 or Mirage instead. So with Inferno being one of the tougher maps to run, I carried out a few extra tests. I loaded up against bots and threw some smokes everywhere, which is one scenario that deathmatch doesn't test. A medium preset always fine, smokes everywhere and the frame rate wasn't impacted. But moving up to high was where looking at and passing through smokes started to impact performance, making the experience noticeably laggier feeling, and my aiming less responsive. I also noticed that a few textures take a while to load in. This is typically an issue with there not being enough VRAM, or maybe a super slow hard drive. But I think the blame here lies with the GeForce 970, which has just 4GB of VRAM, and only 3.5GB that is fast stuff. It can still run CS2, but this graphics card is absolutely on the edge. Maps like Dust 2 and Mirage felt practically perfect to play on, especially with reflex enabled. No signs of slow down on those maps at all. The more demanding ones like Inferno, and some of the current community made ones like Golden, were enough to give it all an air of lag. Still more than 60 FPS, but still low enough to remind me that the GeForce 970 graphics card is now 11 years old and past its prime. But like I said at the start, the only real issue that would prevent me from confidently recommending this system for a PC builder or an ultra budget is the possibility that 8GB of RAM occasionally isn't enough, which caused GPU and CPU utilization to drop along with the frame rate, even if Windows was still claiming that I had a gigabyte of RAM still free. Yes, that's right, I did only test on Windows 11. Your mileage with other operating systems might be different, but on Windows 11 at least, when I switched to 32GB of stuff, I couldn't get the slowdown to occur, and it was quite common to see 9, 10, and even 11GB of RAM being used when playing CS2 under the same situations as before. So I'm pretty sure it's the RAM that's causing the issue here. You can still get by with just 8GB, but I believe it was responsible for the game occasionally becoming a 60 FPS lagfest, no matter which graphics settings I used, which makes me think this game is right on the edge of needing more, and it only takes a slight RAM leak to cap your performance to double digits, instead of the triple digits the components this computer's using could potentially yield. The Ryzen 4 500 processor has a misleading name, despite being the 4000 series. It was released after the 5000 series and performs more like the 3000 series. So the Ryzen 5600 and above is the real deal. The 5500 and 5600G have only half the cache and are thus slower, and the Ryzen 4000 series has half the amount of cache again, making it much slower than the latest generations of processors. I'm in two camps about this. Yes, new processors are much faster. Since Ryzen's release, processors have come on in leaps and bounds, and CS2 is one of the few games to really utilize all that extra power. But at the same time, even with this cut down Ryzen 400, we're still talking hundreds of frames a second in the game. And my experience and responsiveness from the PC was more dictated by the graphics card being used and which latency minimizing features that graphics card supported. In fact, of the system, I think the most reliable component was the Ryzen 4 500, which might have been preventing the game from running beyond about 150 FPS, but I see no problem with that in an ultra budget build given the circumstances. I don't think the processor ever resulted in catastrophic frame rate dips or noticeable stuttering, even if the 1% lows were always below 100 FPS. The Ryzen 4 500 comes with its own cooler. It's the smallest of these 3 AMD coolers here. They do the job, but not a lot more, and they can be quite loud. So a possible question you might have is, should you buy a custom cooler for this processor? I'm going to say don't bother. The processor itself isn't power hungry. It's rated for 65 watts, and in all my testing, it never went far beyond 35 when playing CS2. But more importantly, with an ultra budget build like this, even a cheap custom cooler will probably get about 10% of the price of the PC. I just wouldn't say it's worth it unless you really care about minimizing the noise that your system makes. I get this is a do as I say, not as I do situation, since I am using a custom cooler just because the PC I used for my testing previously had it. But buying from scratch, it just doesn't justify the price premium here. But I would recommend stretching your budget, if possible, a little further in other areas. As you probably gathered from this video, the number one priority would be to get 16GB of RAM instead of just 8, just because you don't want to run out of RAM halfway through a long match and for it to cap you to 60 FPS for the rest of it. DDR4 RAM isn't particularly expensive, and if you can, go for faster speeds. I've been using 3200MHz in this testing, which isn't particularly fast, but for DDR4 it's not too slow either. Another thing that you probably want better than I've been using here is the graphics card. The GeForce 970 should be seen as an absolute bare minimum, but ideally get a card with at least 6GB of VRAM just in case. The GeForce 970 shows its age in other ways too. Despite using a 360Hz gaming monitor, the graphics card wasn't able to support more than 240Hz. You need a more recent card with faster DisplayPort or HDMI standards to be able to run these. But remember what we're testing here. CS2 on an ultra budget PC. In practice, you probably wouldn't skip so much on the PC only to splash out on a really expensive gaming monitor. And with a setup like this that I was testing, I think it would be better suited to maybe a 144Hz monitor instead, especially one with G-Sync or FreeSync to really extract as much responsiveness out of every frame as possible. And when I say it was responsive, I mean it. I'm not talking like 60 FPS responsive here. CS2's no latency 100+ FPS experience is a far cry from that feeling. I certainly wouldn't mind playing competitively at the frame rates this PC could provide at lower settings. Until, of course, it runs out of RAM. Ultimately, I constructed this PC to try and establish a bare minimum system spec that I deem good enough to run the game. And there isn't very much point in trying to get the bare minimum setup in 2025. You can get a lot more performance by spending just that little bit more. Doing this won't just give you more reliable performance today, but it will put your system in better stead for future updates the game might receive. Ideally, aim for a Ryzen 5000 series of processor, 16GB of RAM, and a graphics card that ideally isn't over a decade old. It turns out that going for the bare minimum does indeed give you the bare minimum.
Forgot the red. Well. Alright. Yeah. Just like I said before, VRAM is on video games is just pretty much for textures. God damn it, let me see. Let's see. Dead Space remake. Old game doesn't count. Redfall flop. Kerbal Space Program. This is 8.8. Isn't that the shitpost game? Yes, it is a shitpost game. Do you really tell me? A game with these graphics needs over 8 gigs of RAM. You gotta be fucking kidding me. It's a shitpost game. Yeah, sure. It's just... oh, I'm not sure. It may be one game so far. Flop. HD textures, and I hate this so much. See, you don't need the fucking... It's just... yeah, you don't need all the fucking 4K textures, man. It's just annoying. Doom Eternal, just barely. But Doom Eternal... It's Eternal, man. I ran Doom Eternal on this computer. It runs just fine if you don't put in a fucking Ultra. Even on my machine, that's about this on par on Steam Deck. But it barely counts. Same thing here. I ran this game just fine. It doesn't need. It's just slop. The Last of Us Part 1. Why'd they say Part 1? Say it's the fucking PS3 game. It's the fucking PS3 game with enhanced graphics that you don't need to turn it up all the way. You really don't have to, especially if you played the game before or you know about the story. It's just crazy. To excuse have more VRAM. Flight Simulator, maybe you can make an excuse on that one, maybe. Yeah. God damn it. Really, people just crave for more RAM to play most of those games. Only a few games in there that are okay. Maybe we could justify, maybe. It's just so fucking optional to get over 8. Optional. People forget that games are not only about graphics. Graphics should be just not only people who grew up in earlier generations of video games are like, no, what about my next gen graphics? They keep demanding for the shit to just come on. What about the game itself? Is it any good? Is it any good? Does it really justify needing over 8 gigs of RAM? Really? Just a handful of games. That's for the ultra settings that are just so fucking optional. Oh well. Ah, my slop. Oh, my slop. Oh, my belly. I did not watch the...
I think this clip shows why human voice actors are so important. Lauren Kubowitz is a voice actor who plays several of the characters in Silksong. She did an interview with the podcaster Dan Allen where she does some of her voice lines and talks about the process of making the game, and it is charming. I think this is an example of a game where AI brained people might consider replacing a human performer with a machine. I mean, they're bugs speaking gibberish, right? The way Kubowitz speaks these lines, which she actually remembers despite it being total nonsense, shows both the passion and the skill that she brought to Silksong. Personally, I think this game is a masterpiece, and this interview was a great reminder that the care that went into it isn't limited to the gameplay.
No. Go tell them. I'm not inherited to how much VRAM you got. Well, Mm-hmm. Burning water, the prime time. Whoa, burning water. Burning water.
Yo, chat, Gypsy, is Metapair real? How do I use it? I like to burn just a little bit of water every time I think about anything.
But I did not watch this PC game is too affordable. Depending on what you're looking for. High-end PC gaming that you wanted to run everything on Ultra 4K, 120 Hz, 120 FPS. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe a spare 5K at least, if you want all that.
The computer market is in crisis. AI data centers are buying up all the memory, causing prices to skyrocket. Which is why, more than ever, it's important to investigate how cheaply you can buy a PC that can run CS2. I got the M100 recently, a £100 mini PC that I said could run CS2, but you wouldn't want to run on it because it was a sub 40 FPS lag fest. So we need more than that. Plus, now the price of these mini PCs has more than doubled to over £200 thanks to the rush on RAM and stuff. So let's move on up to the Steam Deck. The cheapest version of this thing cost £350 back in July, but now, with the rising crisis, it costs £350. It's like a small miracle. But how does it handle CS2? Well, I didn't even attempt the Steam Deck's built-in controls, but rather tried using it like this. When playing in this way, I felt myself naturally gravitating towards viewing the screen at a 45-degree angle, with the keyboard further away from me than the screen was, and it just wasn't optimal. So then I hooked it up to a gaming monitor to see how it fared if used like a standard desktop PC. I've tested Counter-Strike 2 on this device several times over the years, and it has improved. But it is a hassle. All of its built-in components, like its on-screen keyboard, pops up when you least expect it. And its onboard screen makes it a hassle to get working with any external screens you might also have plugged in. But switching to desktop mode, after a bit of dabbling and adjusting the screen setup, I got CS2 working on my external gaming monitor at 120 Hz. It ran at about 60 to 70 FPS in deathmatch mode, with responsiveness varying between quite good and a bit laggy. Occasionally, my character's view model would go black. This used to be a much more prominent issue in this game on the Steam Deck, where large swathes of the map would be plunged into darkness. But in its current state, it's nothing more than a minor, albeit irritating, kind of bug. I played a deathmatch game on the device, and I have to say, was pleasantly surprised by how it performed. If it were any other game, I'd say its performance was okay. It's just a bit inconsistent with how it would respond to my mouse movements. At some points, it would feel like it was trailing behind my inputs by a few frames a second, but at other times, it felt perfectly responsive despite the frame rate it was operating at, and I was able to nail some pretty nifty reflex-based shots. But since this is such a highly competitive Twitch shooter where dying kind of sucks, I would not want to play CS2 on this device, which I would class as having borderline performance in this title. Get something better. So we'll say goodbye to portable solutions and hello to large, bulky, custom-built desktop PCs instead. I'll tell you the secret to building a cheap desktop PC right now. It's to use DDR4 RAM. The newer DDR5 source is being sold out all over the place, and while DDR4 has also risen in price, it hasn't done so by anywhere near as much. Unfortunately, opting for the older, slower source of RAM isn't the massive compromise you might think it is for building a budget rig, because many of the best budget processors also happen to be compatible with DDR4. Here's a handy little guide to how they should all run CS2. These ones in bronze will run the game, but with compromises. For instance, some of the older AMD and Intel processors in this category don't even support Windows 11. So do your research if you're going to go for these. Please don't go for these. The ones I've coloured in silver should already be able to run Counter-Strike 2 brilliantly, and with the exception of this one, can all be upgraded to significantly better processors at a later date, should you wish to. Processors like these gold options, which I consider to be excellent processors, but at prices that are wandering beyond the realm of ultra budget. Like with a lot of this video, excellent processors, but at prices that are wandering beyond the realm of ultra budget. Like with a lot of this video, I had to do a huge amount of work for what doesn't appear to be much. For instance, I actually went out and bought a Ryzen 4500 for science, then had to go through the rigmarole of fitting it. I swear, PC should be more like Lego. Just slot something in and then you're done. But instead, it's more like you have to pry metal wiring off serrated heatsink edges, apply thermal paste which always gets everywhere, push down hard on the motherboard and risk breaking it. And I did all this for these figures. Just to confirm that yes, the Intel 1200 and Ryzen 4500 can both run CS2, and at almost exactly the same speeds. I was honestly expecting the Intel one to be significantly faster, but oh well. They both managed well over 100 FPS most of the time on a busy Dust 2 deathmatch server, with occasional dips down to maybe about 90 FPS. Ignore what people say, the experience with these was very good. But of course, you should aspire to buy something as high up this list as possible. But I bestow the ultra budget honor to the Ryzen 4500 and Intel 1200 processors, which are just £60 or £70, are already so cheap that there really is no point in going even cheaper. But ideally, you should spend a bit more and get the Ryzen 500 instead, which is a big jump up. Or even better, spend quite a bit more and get either the Ryzen 5600 or Intel 1200F, which are like the no compromise versions of these ultra budget options. And even these can be upgraded further at a later date if you need even more performance. You really should be considering future upgrade parts when buying a budget build today. With the AM4 platform, you can go all the way up to processors like the Ryzen 5700X 3D, which as you can see here is a huge upgrade. I was honestly surprised by how good it was. However, AMD have discontinued making these, they're widely sold out and are wildly inflated in price. So I think these days the Intel platform has more upgrade potential. Get an LGA 1700 motherboard today, and you should quite easily be able to slot in a 3600 or 4600K into it later on. As there are loads of these going about, and they already sell for less than £200. At this point, they're not even great budget picks, they're just great all-round processors. Aside from possibly the processor, the graphics card is the most important decision you have to make. And fortunately, now is about the best time as been for buying one of these things. There's just so much choice in the second-hand market. I attempted a summary here. Problem is, there are so many options to choose from so many different eras, from so many different companies, and so many weird ones that they quite favor the rest of the naming scheme, whether RTX 3050 or Radeon 650 XT. I didn't even know where to put the Vega cards, but put it simply, unless you're on a mega stingy ultra budget, there's no point in getting something that isn't in the great category here. I feel very confident about these cards because I know they will be able to run this game really well. A second-hand RTX 2060, for instance, is one of the cheapest and slowest cards in this category. I tested it myself and I can vouch for it being excellent in CS2, and it shouldn't cost much more than £100. So try to find one of those. I'll just show you the benchmarks I did, ranked from fastest to slowest. All of these delivered smooth, totally playable performances, though I'd argue that only the GeForce 970 and above delivered flawless experiences in this game. And remember, this was using low preset 1080p, which looks like this. It's not even proper 1080p because it's using FSR upscaling. So if you want to use higher graphics options and graphics settings with prettier visuals, then I'd ideally opt for something with a bit more headroom. It really doesn't cost that much. And there are so many cards all priced so similarly that you can significantly improve the card you get by spending an extra £20 or so. I was somewhat limited to what I could buy in the local CEX shop. The GeForce 970, for instance, was £45. There's a nice bunch of cards all for around the same sort of performance, like the GeForce 970, 1060, Radeon 480, 580s. You can get these in 6 and 8 GB variants for £75 or even less. I'd start your ultra budget card hunting there. All of these cards though are heading up to being about 10 years old at this point, so paying more isn't just going to get you more performance, but also a card that's had fewer years of wear and tear. But if you want new, you won't be able to get such great value for money. Even the cheapest of the new AMD and Nvidia offerings like the 9060 and RTX 3050 are overkill for CS2 and will cost upwards of £200. Don't get me wrong, they're great for running CS2 on, it's just you don't need this much. So you can try to save a bit of money by opting for the cheaper RTX 3050 or Intel B570 instead. But honestly, if you're going to look at one of these, then you might as well go a bit further and buy the aforementioned 9060 or 5050 instead because they're much better. I tested one Intel graphics card, being the Intel B580. I really want to like this card. It's got great specs for a very reasonable price, but in CS2 I was disappointed with its performance. So get me wrong, it ran the game just fine. I even reran it at highest preset just to prove that point, because just because its frame rate on low settings isn't sky high, it doesn't mean it's struggling to run the game. Very high preset in CS2 helped this card to stretch its legs, and while it did perform marginally slower than no preset did, it still performed very smoothly. It's just that its frame rate underperformed how it should have done. This is a £200 graphics card being outperformed by a £45 GeForce 970 in Counter-Strike 2. I think this is because Intel are newer to the market, their drivers less polished, and this gets me onto the other thing to consider, because with graphics cards, it's not all about the frame rates. It's also about the lag reducing features. A lot of newer AMD and Nvidia cards now have anti-lag or reflex support in this game, which can make the game feel more responsive than its frame rate might suggest. And Intel cards do not currently have that in this game. They have a feature, it's called Excel, but CS2 doesn't support that. So it's a double whammy. Intel's frame rates in Counter-Strike are lower, and they don't feel as responsive as other cards would at those same frame rates. I wouldn't get the Radeon 380 even for an ultra budget build because its drivers are already 5 years out of date, and it's old and it doesn't support anti-lag. And the Radeon 600 XT, despite many concerns about its performance, actually ran CS2 amazingly well. It also supported anti-lag, but I'd still rather go for the slightly more expensive Radeon 6600 just in case, given the number of dangerously flawed bottlenecks in the
a 6500 XT graphics card, even if it didn't hinder its performance in this testing. How much RAM do you need? I need more, apparently, as my testing was a complete shambles. You think with all these sticks of RAM lying about, I'll be able to find a working pair of RAM to test 16 gigabytes with. I did have an earlier version of the script where I argued that RAM so cheap you might as well get 32 gigabytes and be done with it. But that's not the case anymore, is it? So instead I've had to test all sorts of weird combinations of 4 gigabyte sticks and 16 gigabyte sticks to try and cover the whole lot. Now you should never only have one stick of RAM in your system, since it halves the bandwidth and you don't get such good performance, apparently. We'll see. So here are my results. All tests were conducted on Dusty Deathmatch online. I tested my 32 gigabyte set at a slow 2666 MHz, but at its optimal config at 3600 MHz. But you can see how much of a difference the speed makes. A 13% improvement to the averages and a 24% improvement to the 1% lows. So on your PC right now, go to the BIOS and just make sure your RAM is operating at optimal speeds. It does make a difference. I then had two pleasant surprises with my RAM testing. The first was when I tested with just 8 gigabytes of RAM, and it actually performed perfectly well. I was expecting performance to drop off, the 1% lows to be terrible and so on. Yet it performs more or less on par with the slower 32 gigabyte set of RAM that I tested. That's brilliant news given the insane prices for RAM right now. Would I trust just 8 gigabytes of RAM in CS2? Well, I'd rather have 16, but 8 works just fine in my testing. Although I now have a video covering 8 gigabytes in CS2 more thoroughly, and there are a few rare instances where it would decrease performance. To learn more, click on that thing that's in the top right corner of this video to go to my other video on this topic. And the second pleasant surprise I had was when I tested just one stick of RAM in order to test just 16, and it performed just as well as the 2 sticks of RAM had done. How about that? In conclusion, minimum spec of RAM for a CS2 rig is 8 gigabytes, but 16 would be more comfy. And you might be able to get away with buying just one stick of RAM now and another later on. But don't hate me if it goes wrong. So with all this testing in mind, it's time to suggest some builds. This is a setup I configured on Partpicker, link in the description. We'll start with a no compromise build. The latest AM5 platform, 16 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM, a modern graphics card, and it costs £740. This is probably what you'd end up with if you kept going, oh, what if I get a slightly better processor or slightly better graphics card? So it's a sort of sweet spot. And yes, it will run CS2 extremely well, but no, you don't need to spend anywhere near as much as this. And yes, the processors come with their own coolers. But if you really want to, you can spend more and get a better one instead. I'm not going to though. No, I'm going low. My next build cuts the price to £604 by opting for a last generation processor, motherboard, and RAM instead, and it will still be bitchingly fast in CS2. But we can go lower still. £490 by compromising the processor by opting for a Ryzen 5 500 instead. It is still a pretty decent 6-core processor, which for £79 is a bargain. The GeForce 3050 is considered a rip-off, but it's about as cheap as you can get for a new graphics card. It's great for CS2, and for this price new, it's either that or the Radeon 6 500 XT. Take your pick. There's definitely value to being able to buy all these components new, away from the unpredictable nature of the second-hand market. But without much effort and a few second-hand purchases, I managed this for just £320. The pricing changes every day. The GeForce 970 is ancient, but it still supports reflex to make the frames feel more responsive, which is awesome to have. And CX, the shop reported from, bundled it with a 5-year warranty, so I have a bit of peace of mind there as well. The Ryzen 4 500 comes with its own cooler, which I think is probably enough for something of its power, and I opted for just one stick of 8 gigabytes of RAM, but it's fast. There was probably a time a few months ago when you could have got 16 gigabytes for the same price, but here we are. Now, I'm not saying you should get a build with just one stick of 8 gigabytes of RAM, but at least if you do, you can slot in another if you're struggling. Because something feels wrong about spending more on RAM than on the CPU or GPU. It makes me think Valve should definitely sell the Steam Machine in a variant without RAM or a storage device at all. For people who probably have older setups where they can just use the RAM storage for that, maybe they should sell the machine with just one stick of 8 gigabytes to keep the price as low as possible for esports builds. But failing that, there's always this. CS2 is playable on a budget.
More.
ASMR videos are, this is going to be so hard to explain. The thing I'm trying to figure out how to get around here is that if you just see an ASMR video, it will strike almost everybody as just really creepy, or is this something indecent to some people? What you will see on the screen is someone talking in a low voice, very often they're whispering into a microphone. They'll be cutting their hair, or they'll be moving a paintbrush across a piece of paper. They'll be putting a bunch of marbles from one jar into another jar.
You kind of think, like, am I watching a video of someone's kind of fetish or something? Like, what is happening here?
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Is there somebody out there who has marbles moving from one jar to another jar fetish? Like, there's nothing indecent on the screen. Maybe I should back out of this room really slowly and leave these people to whatever they're doing.
I'm gonna bleep that.
No, don't bleep it. Don't you dare. I don't let you bleep it.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like I'm doing this by accident, because I don't like talking too loud. But it's not intentional. I'm not supposed to. I mean, since I'm recording this to myself, nobody else, not much to. Bro. I don't know. I think the only reason his ass doesn't click on me is because it feels a little too pretentious. If it catch me off guard, like I'm not even expecting that. Or maybe it wasn't supposed to feel like that. It wasn't intentional. Yeah. The weirdest hate crime. I hate you. Then there's some toasts and banana.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This has to be one of the weirdest hate crimes of all time.
Damn. Oh.
What?
Oh.
This guy was seen traveling with his 4 hogs at the airport.
Bro.
Because of a recent ice storm, the netting at this golf range fell apart.
Next time better, Nettie.
Blow your nose. Good job. One more time. Blow your nose.
Bro.
She's way braver than me because I would never do this.
No,
Is that a
not my clothes!
on your... What?
It's in my hand. Wow,
Bro. Yeah, no. Okay, I really
This
thought he
would be
would
the
toss it
longest
away.
cat in the world. It started to rain, and they both had their priorities.
Yep. What the hell?
This one sea lion really
Bro.
wanted some food.
Crazy.
This aquarium wanted to see if this electric eel could light up this Christmas tree.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, too close.
This guy thought of a super smart way to cool down his PC.
I'm not sure. I wouldn't say that's smart, but okay. That's kind of dumb if it breaks. Alright.
No, no se puede.
No, vai dar merda. Yep. Pá. Yep. You asked for it. Bro. Bro.
I guess this is why you don't want to be at the front of the sled. This kid was already waiting for the mailman.
Oh, you scared me.
These students built a small wooden bridge that was strong enough to hold up all this weight. So I guess this explains why these dogs were bred to hunt for rodents and holes.
Did you get any of the spray on him, Will? Well, because that man will slow him down.
Bro.
He had no idea that this deer was so close to him. When a wind turbine is broken and can't be fixed, they often use explosives to take them down.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I guess it makes sense.
This guy found a fish that loves a good pet.
Olha lá, ó, ele coloca todos pra correr e volta e fica do lado do Jefferson. E o Jefferson alisando ele. Olha só pra você ver.
Yes.
They perfectly body surfed on his wave. These train doors close a little too quickly.
I think I've seen this one. But it could... Isn't there an emergency button to press?
Let the elf sound!
Ugh.
Free the elves! Let the elves out!
They decided to sneak into this refrigerator.
Crazy. Yeah.
Her daughter didn't know how to say the letter P.
And what don't start with the letter A?
Pizza.
What does pizza start with? And what letter is that?
She lost her keys and asked her dog to help find them.
Find them. Where are they? Find them. Find the keys. You are such a good girl.
This guy got upset that this little dog was chasing after his car.
Oh no.
I guess this person is a professional egg breaker.
What are the chances of getting a little bits of the show in there? Bro.
I taught my fish a trick. Ready, watch this. Do a flip. Do a flip. Yes.
This happens every time they open up their gas tank.
Crazy.
Bro.
Yay.
Oof, you ready for this wet one?
Whoa.
I wonder if it... Oh, yeah.
That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
That was nice.
Asus was rumored to be planning to build its own.
Fortunately, actually, hold on. Continuing. Hold on. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. What is this?
Fortunately, the resistance has shown it is willing to accept a new leader. And this one has proven to be a fine pawn for those who control him. How about it, Dr. Freeman? Did you realize your contract was open to the highest bidder?
Oh, what? Yo. Maybe he was. Well, he was expecting to. He already had this animation done, but he didn't upload yet. He hopes Valve would announce the game soon enough. That's what I think it was happening. Oh well. But yeah, it's nice. I'm too poor for it, I'm sure. Probably $500.
A few years ago, Dennis and I checked out the Secret Lab Magnus Pro, and we liked it a lot. However, the price can be a little bit of a sticking point. So, Secret Lab sponsored this video today for us to check out the Secret Lab Magnus Evo, which is a more affordable option. Let's get into it. Oh man, for how heavy these desks are. The Magnus Pro is all steel, while this one is a mixture of MDF steel with laminate on the top. It's supposed to be soft touch, so we'll be checking that out in a minute. So let's get organized first. What we got here? We got a quick start guide. We're going to be following this to the T. I'm not going to mess this up like I do every other desking chair. One thing that I really like about the Magnus series in general is all the different attachments. So we'll be getting into that a little bit later. And probably my favorite feature of this series of desks is the integrated power in the legs. So you can feed all of your cables in and have like one cable coming out, which is really nice for cable management when you're setting them up. Another difference between the Pro and the Evo is that the desktop itself comes in a few pieces and slots together. So we'll be testing and seeing how that holds up when we're done here. Like the Magnus Pro comes with quite a bit of packaging, but I do like how clearly everything's laid out. And if I recall, I remember the instructions being pretty easy to follow as well. Oh, okay, just heavy. Just heavy. Woo! That almost just damaged the TV. I almost hit the TV with that. Don't throw your pieces, kids. This thing feels springy and almost knocked me over. Yeah. Oh, hold on, there's tips in the bottom of the box. Tip, use this for easier assembly. Remove this T-shaped board from the box. Place the desktop on top of this T-shaped board. Proceed with assembly. Sure, check this out. That's pretty neat. That's a good idea. I find sometimes building desks on a flat surface like a floor is actually really difficult. So they are smart for using the packaging for you to build them. So you can get up off the floor and kind of maneuver a little easier. Especially when it's so heavy. Now it's time to start building. We have 4 steps for assembly, and it says it's going to take about 30 minutes here. And it says it's easier on co-op mode, so I might need somebody to come help me. Maybe I can solve it. I don't know. We've also got all of our parts listed here from A to I, which was marked on the bag for each one. I probably shouldn't take everything on the bag, but it's pretty easy to understand what goes with what. So let's do it. Are you tired of boring? Let's do it!
Bro.
What's this? Nah, I don't need that. Step 1, place the desktop on top of the T-shaped board provided for easier assembly, and then we're going to install the desk extensions on both sides and start with that. What's this? Oh, silicone gel. Do I eat that? Skip. No, I don't think I'll take that yet. I should probably just follow the instructions. Tools, there should be tools somewhere too. It's a lot of packaging, but I do like how nicely labeled things are. You know, little dummies like me can figure it out. Anybody can figure it out, right? Ooh, cable ties. These aren't LPT store cable ties, but something. Oh, dude, that's so sick. So sick. Never thought I get so excited about screws. Is this real or is this 34? Like, wow, these screws are labeled. That's so exciting, kid. So then, right? Is that right? Literally labeled on the bottom. Whoops. You slide them in. It's plastic doesn't real. I should use plastic. You know. No, I just want to suffer. Let's put these extensions in. Line up the hole. Okay, we got this. We don't know where. Good old. You just kick it. Yeah, sure. Is that manual? Yeah, is this like more detailed or what? Assembly guide. Quick start guide. The screws on the desk extensions are already installed. You just need to tighten them. And then just put the screw covers on. We're good to go. Very important when installing screws. Righty tighty. Lefty loosey. Okay. Next up, we're going to install the side frame screws onto the side frames themselves, and we can move on to step 2. It's actually pretty straightforward. I'm just listening to it. Next, screw all fasteners into main frame. Also, all these side screws are going to go next. Okay. Main frame screws, nicely labeled. We'll install these next. I'd like to celebrate moving from step 1 to step 2. Good job, guys. We did it. Now for the light column cable tray assembly. Install the light columns by connecting the cables and inserting into the desk frame. Fully tighten the fasteners. Fully tight. Not loosely tight. Fully tight. Look at these chunks. Look at these things. I say chunks is an endearing term because all the cable management is in this, which is awesome. I think we have to like move this stuff. Back when we unboxed the Secret Lab Magnus Pro, you were able to swap the legs to have your power delivery go to whatever side that you want. Secret Lab has updated that desk, and also with this desk, they allow you to swap your legs so you can feed power to whichever side makes the most sense for you, which is really cool. With that said, we're going to keep everything as is for now. So just want to check and make sure everything. These go into these. Oh, wait, take that off. Oh, that's your problem right there. Yeah. I like how that just slots in so you know you're not going to get it in the wrong spot. No, these are heavy, man. Ta-da! This is what I do with cable management on my PC. I just shove all of the mess of cables in there and they don't even exist. Alright? As long as everything works, we're good. Okay, that's done. Probably techniques. What am I doing with my life? Step 2.2, install the mounting bracket. Pull stuff out. Finishing caps. Extra packaging. My son's a camera. We'll set you. Tag your it. Cringe. Mounting brackets. I'm going to install these first before I can install everything else. There's a lot of packaging, which is like just the one thing, but sure. Oh, it's magnetic. It's so sick. Actually, it's not sick. Stop. It's like pulling it. Stop. Don't move. The magnets are pulling it away from where it needs to screw in. Man, sponsor videos are tough because I really like how straightforward all this stuff is, but can't like pipe it up too hard because then you guys are like, where's the sponsor? But no, it's actually like very straightforward stuff for building things, which I like. I have PTSD from spending 4 hours on camera, which is cut down to 10 minutes or whatever, building just atrocious things and the wrong instructions. No instructions. They magnetically snap on the cable tray. What do you mean? Just like, you just, wrong way. Yo! Like that? No, that's not right. Hold on. That was loud. Guys, I'm confused. Just, oh, this way probably. What the? Whoa, that magnet's crazy. Hello? Oh, I see. There's 2 little screw holes back here that I want to, but it is bonded. The magnet is very much engaged on the front. Cool. Cable tray screws. How do these? You know what I realized so far? I don't need any friends to build this. I do it all by my lonesome self. So we are called cable tray's installed. I just screwed in the back here because you can actually kind of open it a little bit to install the cables, which is really nice. It's magnetically attached to a strong magnet too. So we're on to step 3. Now we need to install the desk feet. My favorite part of this. I don't boil the feet. Am I doing this? I've been saying like this, but you need the feet facing out. Yeah. No, I know, but look at the screws. I've installed everything wrong. I gotta start again. This is? These are, you can delete all that. Yep, that's problem right there. That's got my directions mixed up. Don't mind me. They hired the best person for the job. We're basically done. We just gotta install these finishing caps on each side. Ah, that looks right. Final touches. With at least 2 people, gently tilt the desk, rotating at 90 degrees until the control panel is facing downwards. I'll do it myself. So we are called. I wouldn't recommend that. You can kind of feel the thing. Could have been a little bit, but it's good. You know? It's the butt drop. That's not too cheap, Mark. No, I didn't. Feels good even when it's on the desk. So what you're looking at here is the 2-tone desktop that we were talking about a little bit earlier. So this portion here is metal, and then this portion here is MDF with a laminate top. The laminate top is soft touch, which I do like, but if you've got really gross gamer hands, you don't have a desk mat, it might get a little dirty over time. But that's okay. We'll plugged in, now we can see calibrate it, so I'm just following directions here. Turn the control panel on and press and hold down button. Do not release until the beep is heard. I think it might already beeped. When I first plugged it in, it beeped immediately. I think it might already be calibrated. So it goes from 72 centimeters up to, come on baby, 117. That's pretty tall. We'll stop. One thing I really like about the Evo is that the motor is pretty quiet. There's a little bit of wobble, but I really wouldn't worry about it given the metal construction of everything. It feels secure. Well, I'm really high up, guys. Be careful, buddy. If you're afraid you're going to hit one of these controls and adjust your desk, you can turn this off. Don't worry, it's not going to turn off the power to your legs. Those will still work really fine. You've got 3 profiles here that you can save to and go to any point. And that's pretty much your control panel here. I'm using my work laptop for demonstration purposes, but imagine you have a whole desktop system here, okay? Grab the cords, run it through here, plug it right into there, and boom, you have power. One thing I really like about the Seeker Lab Magnet series is that they have a full suite of accessories that you can choose from. So they've got PC mounts on your desk, headphone holders, they've got monitor mounts, cable management, but if you don't have one of the ways that Seeker Lab is able to sell the Evo for a cheaper price than the Pro is instead of having the entire desktop being completely magnetic, they have magnetic zones. So we already talked through the one on the back. They also have some different areas as well. Like the front here, again, you could have a magnetic headphone stand or something there. Another really cool feature Seeker Lab has is it will detect if it's going to crush something. Let's try it. 3, 2, 1, go. It did it. It stopped. It's a little sketchy looking, but confirmed works. That was good. That was good. It stopped. So that about does it for the Evo. We've got the XL variant here, which you can pick up online for $849, or you can get the standard size for $749. My overall honest thoughts, I really like the build quality. I think personally, if I was going to buy this desk, I'd probably spend a little bit more for the Magnus Pro itself. But overall, the build quality, the power delivery, being able to switch it from side to side, and pretty much everything, I would say this is the go-to gaming desk that I would pick up. And I know that's weird when it's a sponsor video, but genuinely I do believe that. So what are your thoughts? Let us know in the comments down below. Make sure to like it if you liked it. And thanks to Seeker Lab again for sponsoring this. I'll see you on the next.
And that's the cheaper model.
Bye.
The other ones are like a 1,000 or over that. There was another one I saw the other day, was not from this brand, for some like $500. And that wasn't the discounted price. It's too expensive as fuck. Well.
GitHub made a big change to their GitHub Actions, and of course, people freaking out, sending all caps tweets. It was a bloodbath in those streets. And so, of course, what did GitHub do? They rolled it back. Today, we're announcing updates to our pricing and product models for GitHub Actions. We got ourselves a pricing change. There's going to be a price reduction of 40%. And you're like, oh, okay, you're making things cheaper. But then, we're introducing a 0.2 cents per minute Action Cloud platform charge for all action workflows across GitHub hosted and self-hosted runners. The big glorious change landing was that some people will save some money, some people attempting to do a little self-hosting themselves, they might start getting charged. Whoever was in charge of this, how you been go, oh yeah, this is a horrible idea. I don't need the community's feedback on this one to know that this is a bad idea. People who are securely attached tend to have the highest level of self-love. And secure attachment comes through our conditioning. It comes through the way that our parents raised us. So if your parents treat you with respect, if your parents treat you with unconditional love, then you learn to love yourself. If I take a kid and I bully him every day, that child will internalize the way that human beings treat them. That's like literally what we do. So if you take a little kid and you say, oh my God, this wicked baby is the second incarnation of Jesus Christ. Oh my God, my wicked baby is the best wicked baby in the world. And my wicked baby has the best poo-poos and the best smile and is just the smartest wicked baby. And anything that he does wrong is not wrong. It's your fault. If you raise a child like that, the child will receive that conditioning. They will become a crazy narcissist. They will become incredibly entitled. If I abuse a child growing up, they will internalize a negative sense of self-worth. So the first thing we gotta understand, for the majority of human beings on the planet, the way that they determine their self-love is through the way that they're treated.
I get it.
Olá, se você tem barbosa em casa, está bebendo suco hoje ao pai, porque dentro dessa mesma folha que cura, existe um líquido amarelo que uso prolongado em doses altas pode causar danos ao fígado sobrecarregado, rins e em grávidas, aumentar o risco de complicações sérias como aborto. E a maioria das pessoas não faz ideia de que está tomando esse risco, achando que está tomando remédio. Mas aqui está o que é estranho. Essa mesma planta foi chamada de planta da imortalidade pelos egípcios. Cleópatra passava no rosto todas as manhãs. Alexandre o Grande conquistou uma ilha inteira só para garantir o suprimento delas para seus soldados. Então, como a mesma planta pode ser remédio e veneno? Que a ciência está investigando desde aliviar a gastrite até ajudar na saúde da pele. Mas o mais importante fica no final, porque eu vou ensinar a técnica exata para separar o remédio do veneno. Se você pular essa parte, pode transformar um dos remédios mais antigos da humanidade em risco real para a sua saúde. E eu te garanto, o benefício número 1 vai te surpreender. É algo que a ciência só confirmou recentemente, mas que os egípcios já sabiam há milênios. E pode explicar por que Cleópatra era considerada uma das mulheres mais bonitas do mundo antigo. Mas antes, já deixa o like para esse vídeo chegar a mais pessoas e vamos comentar. Você já tomou babosa? De que forma? Espalhe para todo mundo, escreve embaixo. Vamos lá, a babosa não é só moda da internet. Ela é provavelmente a planta medicinal mais antiga da história humana. E não são só os antigos que acreditavam nela. Hoje, a aloe vera movimenta o mercado de mais ou menos 13 bilhões de dólares por ano no mundo. Empresas de cosméticos, farmacêuticas e alimentícias estão todas apostando nessa planta. Então, alguma coisa tem. Deixa eu te contar uma história que vai mudar completamente a forma como você olha para essa planta que talvez esteja aí no seu quintal esquecido. Há mais de 6 mil anos no Egito Antigo, a babosa era chamada de a planta da imortalidade. Os faraós acreditavam tanto no seu poder que eram enterrados com ela para garantir que teriam vida eterna no além. O papiro de Ebers, um dos documentos médicos mais antigos da humanidade, de 1500 anos antes de Cristo, já listava a babosa como tratamento para queimaduras, infecções, parasitas intestinais e problemas de pele. Mas a história mais impressionante é sobre as duas mulheres mais poderosas do Egito Antigo, Cleópatra e Nefertiti. Reza a lenda que ambas aplicavam um gel de babosa no rosto, no corpo, todas as manhãs, como parte do seu ritual de beleza. Cleópatra e seduziu Júlio César e Marco Antônio, dois dos homens mais poderosos do mundo. Era descrita pelos historiadores romanos como uma mulher de beleza hipnotizante. Coincidência? Talvez não. Mas a história que mais impressiona é sobre Alexandre o Grande. Dizem que quando Alexandre conquistava territórios, ele não buscava só ouro ou pedras, ele buscava a babosa. A história conta que Alexandre o Grande ficou sabendo que uma ilha no Oceano Índico, a ilha de Socotra, no atual Iêmen, onde crescia uma variedade especial de aloe vera. E o que ele fez? Conquistou a ilha inteira. Não por riquezas, não por posição estratégica, mas para garantir que seus soldados teriam um suprimento infinito de babosa para tratar ferimentos de guerra. Imagina, um dos maiores conquistadores da história, que tinha o mundo a seus pés, considerou uma planta valiosa o suficiente para conquistar uma ilha por ela. Já Cristóvão Colombo chamava a babosa de um remédio em vaso. E nunca viajava sem ela. Era o kit médico das grandes navegações. Então, a pergunta que fica é, se reis, rainhas, conquistadores, navegadores, durante 6 mil anos, confiaram na babosa, será que os antigos estavam certos ou errados? A resposta da ciência moderna é provavelmente sim, eles estavam certos, mas com ressalvas importantes. Porque dentro da mesma folha que cura, existe uma substância que pode fazer mal, e a maioria das pessoas não sabe separar uma da outra. Outros são 7 benefícios do gel da babosa que a ciência tem investigado. Mas presta atenção, benefício número 1 vai te explicar o verdadeiro segredo de Cleópatra. Benefício número 7, curativo líquido para o estômago. A babosa pode funcionar como curativo líquido para o seu estômago. Se você sofre com gastrite, refluxo, azia ou aquela queimação que sobe depois das refeições, preste muita atenção. O gel da babosa é rico em mucilágidos. São polissacarídeos que, quando você ingere, formam uma espécie de película protetora nas paredes do seu
Yeah, no more
por dentro do seu sistema digestivo.
Okay.
Essa camada gelatinosa protege a mucosa irritada do contato com o ácido gástrico, dando tempo para ela cicatrizar. Mas não para por aí. A babosa contém compostos anti-inflamatórios como a bradicinase, que é uma enzima que pode ajudar a reduzir a inflamação da mucosa irritada. Alguns estudos preliminares, ainda para amostras pequenas, sugerem que o consumo do gel de aloe vera padronizado pode reduzir sintomas de desconforto abdominal em pacientes com síndrome do intestino irritável. Outro estudo no Alimentary Pharmacology and Therapeutics indicou resultados promissores para sintomas de refluxo gástrico. Embora a ciência ainda esteja consolidando essas evidências, o importante é entender que os resultados são encorajadores, mas ainda precisam de mais pesquisas com amostras maiores e produtos padronizados. Mas aqui está o problema. Não adianta você cuidar do seu estômago se estiver prejudicando o intestino no processo. É exatamente sobre isso que eu vou falar no próximo benefício. Benefício número 6, o equilíbrio intestinal. A babosa pode ajudar a equilibrar seu intestino, mas existe um segredo. O gel transparente da babosa, aquela parte gelatinosa e cristalina, é um excelente pré-biótico. O que significa? Significa que ele serve de alimento para as bactérias boas do seu intestino. Quando você alimenta essas bactérias, elas se multiplicam, seu intestino funciona melhor. Pesquisas iniciais sugerem que o gel de aloe vera pode ajudar na motilidade intestinal, ou seja, contribui para que o intestino funcione de forma mais regular. Reduzir a inflamação intestinal, o que pode beneficiar quem sofre síndrome do intestino irritável, fortalecer a barriga
But if you have salmonella, probably should not take the shit.
Se você usar casca ou líquido amarelo da babosa, achando que vai ajudar na constipação, você vai ter um efeito laxante e violento. Esse líquido amarelo contém uma substância chamada aloína. E eu vou mostrar exatamente como evitar ela no final do vídeo. Por enquanto, guarda isso. Use apenas o gel transparente. Agora que você sabe como a babosa age por dentro, que para descobrir o que ela faz por fora. O próximo benefício explica por que Cleópatra passava a babosa no bolso todas as manhãs. E a ciência finalmente começou a entender o real motivo. Benefício número 5. Pele de dentro para fora. A babosa pode contribuir para a sua saúde da pele de dentro para fora. Você provavelmente já passou a babosa na pele depois de uma queimadura de sol, né? Mas o que pouca gente sabe é que consumir o gel da babosa pode ter efeitos interessantes. Estudos preliminares em dermatologia sugerem que o consumo real de aloe vera padronizada pode estimular a produção de colágeno, a proteína da firmeza e elasticidade da pele. Contribuir para a produção de ácido hialurônico, o mesmo ingrediente dos preenchimentos estéticos, mas produzido pelo seu próprio corpo. Também ajudar na hidratação da pele. E um estudo pequeno, mulheres consumiam gel de aloe vera por 90 dias, ela está melhor na aparência da pele. Isso provavelmente acontece porque a babosa é rica em vitaminas, antioxidantes, vitamina A, vitamina C, vitamina E e compostos bioativos que combatem radicais livres. Ainda precisamos de mais estudos para confirmar esses efeitos, mas os resultados iniciais são promissores. Agora você entende por que Cleópatra pode ter feito isso há 2.000 anos. Mas a babosa não é só benéfica para a pele. O próximo benefício pode interessar quem tem diabetes ou pré-diabetes. Benefício número 4, controle do açúcar no sangue. A babosa pode ajudar no controle do açúcar no sangue. Se você tem diabetes 2 ou pré-diabetes, a babosa pode ser malhada complementar, claro, sem jamais substituir seus medicamentos. Algumas pesquisas científicas, a maioria ainda para amostras limitadas, sugerem que o consumo regular do gel de aloe vera padronizado pode contribuir para a sensibilidade à insulina. Suas células respondem melhor à insulina que o seu pâncreas já produz. Auxiliar na redução da glicemia, alguns estudos mostram reduções modestas no nível de açúcar em jejum, ajudar nos marcadores de controle glicêmico, como a hemoglobina glicada. Um estudo publicado na Phytomedicine acompanhou pacientes diabéticos que consumiram gel de aloe vera por 8 semanas e observou melhores nos marcadores. Mas é importante ressaltar que eram amostras pequenas e o produto era padronizado, não caseiro. Lembre-se, a babosa é um complemento, nunca um substituto. Continue tomando seus remédios e seguindo as orientações do seu médico, mudando de vida, fazendo exercício, tudo isso também ajuda muito. Por falar em saúde metabólica, o próximo benefício pode interessar quem está cuidando do colesterol. Benefício número 3, colesterol e saúde do coração. A babosa pode contribuir para o perfil lipídico. Alguns estudos humanos e animais sugerem que o consumo regular de gel de aloe vera padronizado pode contribuir para a redução do colesterol LDL, colesterol ruim, ajudar a manter o colesterol LDL, o bom, mais alto, auxiliar no controle dos triglicéridos. Um estudo publicado no Journal of Nutritional Science and Vitaminology observou melhores no perfil lipídico após 12 semanas, mas, novamente, com amostras limitadas e produtos controlados. A ciência ainda está investigando os efeitos, mas os resultados preliminares são interessantes. E como você já deve saber, um bom perfil de colesterol é fundamental para a saúde cardiovascular. Agora, vamos falar de algo que a maioria das pessoas nem imagina. A babosa pode beneficiar sua boca. Benefício número 2, saúde bucal. Você sabia que a babosa tem propriedades antibacterianas e anti-inflamatórias? Isso faz dela uma aliada interessante para ajudar na redução de placas bacterianas. Alguns estudos compararam bochechos para aloe vera e bochechos convencionais encontraram resultados similares. Auxiliar na cicatrização das aftas, a babosa pode reduzir a inflamação e ajudar na regeneração mucosa. Não são necessárias mais pesquisas, mas é uma alternativa natural que merece atenção. Agora chegamos ao benefício número 1. Lembra que eu disse que ela ia te surpreender? Lembra que eu falei que explica o segredo do Cleópatra? Pois é, esse benefício único que a gente começou pele, intestino, inflamação, em um conceito que a ciência só começou a entender recentemente. Benefício número 1, grande segredo, modulação da inflamação. A babosa pode atuar como modulador de inflamação sistêmica. Por que Cleópatra envelhecia também? Porque Alexandre queria a babosa para seus soldados. A resposta pode ser na capacidade da babosa de modular a inflamação do corpo. Veja, a inflamação crônica hepática é considerada hoje um fator de risco para diversas condições modernas. Doenças cardíacas, diabetes, envelhecimento precoce, diversas condições degenerativas. E aqui está o dado que impressiona como médico. Alguns estudos mostram que compostos da aloe vera podem ajudar a reduzir marcadores inflamatórios no sangue, como a proteína C reativa, as citocinas inflamatórias como interleucina 6. Esses são os mesmos marcadores que nós médicos pedimos para exames para avaliar inflamação crônica no corpo. A babosa contém mais 75 compostos bioativos, incluindo vitaminas, minerais, enzimas, aminoácidos, polisacarídeos, que segundo pesquisas preliminares podem trabalhar junto para ajudar a reduzir esses marcadores inflamatórios. Fortalecer a barreira intestinal e lembre-se, grande parte do nosso sistema imune está no intestino, combater radicais livres, reduzindo-se estresse oxidativo, modular a resposta imune, ajudando no equilíbrio. É por isso que a babosa pode beneficiar tantas coisas diferentes, estômago, intestino, pele, metabolismo, porque ela pode atuar em uma raiz como a inflamação. Os antigos não tinham microscópios, não tinham estudos científicos, mas eles observavam que as pessoas que usavam a babosa pareciam viver melhor, cicatrizavam melhor. Cleópatra não sabia de citocinas inflamatórias, mas ela sabia que a babosa funcionava para ela. E agora a ciência está começando a entender por quê. Os riscos, essa parte crítica, guarda atenção. Eu prometi te ensinar a separar o remédio do risco. E essa é a parte mais importante. Lembra do líquido amarelo que eu mencionei? Ele se chamava látex de aloe, ou alumina. Fica logo abaixo da casca verde, entre a casca e o gel transparente. A alumina, quando consumida de forma frequente ou em quantidade excessiva, pode ser prejudicial. Há relatos associando o consumo prolongado desse látex, diarreia severa, desidratação, perda de potássio, que pode afetar o coração causar arritmias, risco aumentar de danos renais, uso prolongado, possível hepatotoxicidade, ou seja, sobrecarrega o fígado, desequilíbrio eletrolítico. Em mulheres grávidas, a alumina deve ser evitada. Há relatos que pode estimular contrações uterinas e causar aborto. Por isso você nunca deve bater a folha inteira no liquidificador. Esse é o erro mais comum. Consumir a parte amarela ou comprar produtos aloe vera sem verificar na procedência. Como preparar? Se você optar pelo preparo caseiro, aqui está o passo a passo. Passo 1, escolhe a folha certa. Pega uma folha grande, madura, de preferência da parte mais baixa da planta. Passo 2, corte estratégico. Corta a folha bem na base, deixando a parte cortada para baixo. Passo 3, segredo da drenagem. Corta a folha em pé, dentro de um copo ou recipiente limpo, para a parte cortada para baixo. Deixe por pelo menos 2 horas de preferência, de um dia para outro, na geladeira. Você vai ter o líquido amarelo, escolha. Essa é a alumina sendo drenada pelo agradável. Passo 4, lave bem, descasque esse líquido e lave a folha em água. Passo 5, estação do gel. Com uma faca limpa e afiada, retire a casca verde dos dois lados, como se estivesse filetando um peixe. Que deve sobrar apenas um gel transparente e cristalino. Passo 6, lavagem final. Lave esse gel em água corrente para remover qualquer resquício amarelado. Sem houver partes amareladas, corte fora. Passo 7, consumo. Pega uma colher de sopa desse gel e bata no liquidificador com água, limão, laranja para melhorar o sabor. Uma fruta de sua preferência, abacaxi funciona muito bem. A dose sugerida. Um copo pequeno, comece com 50 ml, tá testando seu corpo, 100 ml, 150 ml por dia é suficiente. Se você nunca tomou, comece com 50 ml e observe como seu corpo reage. Não exagere. Aviso importante sobre segurança. Agora, um aviso importante, o preparo caseiro exige cuidado. Se você não tem certeza que removeu toda a alumina, ou se você não vai consumir o gel imediatamente, só mais se comprar produtos industrializados da aloe vera, desde que sejam de procedência confiável e tragam no rótulo informação livre da alumina ou decolorized. O que significa decolorized? Significa que o látex amarelado que contém a alumina foi removido no processo industrial. É o padrão de segurança. E se você for usar o gel fresco caseiro, guarde na geladeira, consome até 3 dias. Gel escurecido, com cheiro de descarte, e lembre-se, o erro mais comum é bater a folha inteira no liquidificador. Isso mistura o risco com o benefício, nunca faça isso. Quem deve evitar, quem não deve consumir vapor? Grávidas, risco de complicações lactantes, pode passar do crianças pequenas, sistema digestivo ainda imaturo, pessoas com problemas renais ou hepáticos, consulte seu médico antes. E os anticoagulantes da bola podem interagir com a medicação. Quem vai fazer cirurgia, suspenda pelo menos 2 semanas antes. E lembre-se, se você toma medicamentos, especialmente para diabetes, pressão alta ou problemas do coração, converse com seu médico antes de iniciar o consumo regular. Então é isso, a babosa é uma planta fascinante, usada há 6 mil anos para egípcios, gregos, romanos, navegadores, mas como qualquer substância foi feita no corpo de respeito e conhecimento. Use o gel, transparente, remova a urina, prefira produtos padronizados quando possível, não exagere na dose, e você poderá aproveitar os potenciais benefícios dessa planta que atravessou milênios. Por isso, compartilhe com alguém que você ama e que a babosa, essa informação pode proteger o fígado e rim das pessoas. E deixa o like para esse vídeo alcançar mais gente. Qual vai ser o próximo vídeo mais divertido? Vou deixar duas recomendações se você sofre com problema digestivo. Assista meu vídeo sobre a Santa, que é uma planta brasileira que ajuda na gastrite e refluxo. E também, se você acha que ajuda na gastrite e refluxo, alcançar mais gente. Qual vai ser o próximo vídeo mais divertido? Vou deixar duas recomendações se você sofre com problema digestivo. Assista meu vídeo sobre a Santa, que é uma planta brasileira que ajuda na gastrite e refluxo. E também, se você acha que a cura de várias doenças, diabetes, câncer, tamanho, assista esse vídeo aqui. Eu vou te mostrar. Tá perto. Meu nome é Débora, cardiologista, e esse é o cardiodef.com.br. Lembre-se de se inscrever. Até o próximo vídeo. Obrigado.
Start by recognizing that your personality is social anxiety. This is you. This is the first most important step that you can take. This concept of the real me is one of the most damaging concepts because it implies, I want you to think about this, it implies that the perfect product is there. I just need to get to it. I need to get rid of all this stuff. But there's the perfect me. The perfect me exists. If you're socially anxious, what happens is we make ourselves small, and then we project their dislike of us to make ourselves smaller, and then we try to disappear, and then we end up where our real self doesn't show up. This is real self too. Do you ever feel social anxiety has killed your personality? At my core, I'm witty and goofy, and it's my favorite thing about myself. My social anxiety has gotten so severe, I feel like I've lost all my personality. At work, I can hardly think of anything to say. Will often be quiet for hours while all my colleagues chat with each other. When I do talk, my voice gets shaky and no one listens to me. I can never think of a single joke during the conversation when I was once so witty, and I feel like my colleagues think I'm the most monotone, boring person on earth, and it makes me so sad. Only my mom and sister know my funny and funny side. Can anyone relate? In the early days of my psychiatric training, we used something called the 5-axis system to diagnose people. Axis 1 was disorders that happen to you. Axis 2 is personality disorders. The way you are is messed up. So I want y'all to understand the difference between these two things. So depending on how I was raised, I can develop a personality, right? So this is the way I am. It's not something that happens to me. So if I have a narcissistic personality disorder, I have an insecurity that is baked in. It's not something that happens to me. So I have an insecurity. I think I'm pathetic. I think I'm a loser. And so I have this narcissistic defense where if anyone points out that I'm a loser, I'm going to tell them you're wrong and I'm going to get them to stop. I want awards. I want everyone to show me how great I am because I don't feel good on the inside. And early on in my psychiatric training, they explained to me that this is different from depression. Depression is when you have a normal personality structure, and when someone has major depressive disorder, there's a change. So this is the normal way that they are, but then they change, and then they have a sense of negative self-attitude. That's the technical term for it. They feel like they're pathetic, they're losers, they just have a negative attitude towards themselves. It can take all kinds of different shapes and sizes. The key thing is they think negatively about themselves. And the whole point of negative disorder is that it fluctuates. Here's your real personality, and the depression is layered on top. And when it's active, you become a different person. You don't become a different person. Your mind alters its functioning. You're still the same person. And as we've learned more and more about psychiatry, we started to realize that these distinctions are somewhat artificial. There's avoidant personality disorder, there's social anxiety disorder. The overlap between them is pretty big. And so the most recent version of diagnostics, we've gotten rid of this axial system. We said it's all basically one bucket. So here's the question that I have for you. You exist, and there's a funny and witty version of you. And then you go to work, and there's a quiet, monotone, and terrified version of you. Why do you assume that the witty version of you is the real you, and the socially anxious version of you is not the real you? Why isn't it that the socially anxious version is the real you, and the overly relaxed version of you is the fake you? Where do we get this idea that there is a real us and a not real us? This is the real me. Oh, but I just stopped being the real me over here. So this is the really nutty thing. There's a lot of science that sort of supports this, right? This idea that this is the real me and this is not the real me. And if we look at things like trauma responses, if we look at things like, serotonin imbalances or whatever, so we can look at like social anxiety. What happens in social anxiety? I'm going to be technical here, okay? So I enter a particular environment. There are certain stimuli from that environment. I go to work. There are coworkers. I see coworkers. When there's a particular stimulus, it triggers a reaction. So that reaction is I start to think about what I'm saying. I overanalyze what I'm saying. It triggers certain changes in my brain, not changes in my brain, activations in my brain, where I start to see ambiguous stimuli. So I walk past someone and they don't say hi. So this is an ambiguous stimulus. Maybe they dislike me, maybe they like me, maybe they're occupied, maybe they're thinking about what they need to get from the grocery store on the way home. Maybe they have a song stuck in their head they're trying to get out of their head. But we take an ambiguous stimuli and our brain interprets it in a negative way. And then we have certain behavioral manifestations, not just what's on the inside, but then that manifests with monotone. I'm not going to talk. And we say this is not the real me. This is the activation of our sympathetic nervous system, fight, flight, freeze. This is the survival mechanism of our brain and our body. When you're being chased by a tiger, are you the real you? Are you witty? Are you funny? When you are fighting for your life, when you get mugged and someone's attacking you with a knife, are you the real you? Or is that a fake you? Now, pathology, illness, is in psychiatry. Because we say, okay, we don't like this part of us. That's fair enough. If you don't like it, it's interfering with your goals. That's totally fine. Like, I understand that needs to be fixed, needs to be changed. But that doesn't mean it isn't you. Social anxiety is your personality. This is one of the hardest things to understand. So you don't like to think this way. But this is actually, it's a revolutionary way. If you're trying to conquer your social anxiety, and this is where we look at some of these things like radical acceptance. Literally, evidence-based stuff. Start by recognizing that your personality is social anxiety. This is you. This is the first most important step that you can take. And what I mean by this is the reason I laid it out that way is because this is like a technical thing about personality. This is what personality is. So let's define what personality is. We're not saying we're not going to change it. We're not saying you can't change it because you can change your personality, which is absurd. I don't know. This is what I mean. It's like there's the real me and then there's the false me, and I want to be the real me and I don't want to be the false me. How about instead we say this is the real you and we can shape it in this way? This concept of the real me is one of the most damaging concepts because it implies, I want you to think about this, it implies that the perfect product is there. I just need to get to it. I need to get rid of all this stuff. But there's the perfect me. The perfect me exists. I'm so witty. I'm so funny. That's the perfect me. I want to get rid of this fucker. I just want to be that guy. That's the real me. This is the false me. And if you look at studies on radical acceptance and dialectical behavioral theory, you begin to realize that the moment that you start to believe there's a fantastical person or the perfect version of yourself, you open yourself up to all kinds of problems, like addictions. Oh my god, dude, I'm not addicted to marijuana. I just get to be me when I get high. I get to live life the way that everybody else gets to live life. I get to be my authentic self when I'm high as a kite. It's the real me that comes out, not the part that's socially anxious. That's not the real me. I get disinhibited. The true, the deeper real me gets to come out, and all this noise on the top isn't the right me. I love that idea, man. That sounds so beautiful. Turns out it's wrong. And if you're interested in applying some of the and start your journey today. Let's understand what personality is. I'm not saying we're not going to change. I'm not saying you can't be witty and funny. I'm saying there's a different way to get there. Remove the delusion that there's a real you and that there's a false you. Instead, accept all of this is you and all of this can be worked on. Be clear there, okay? Just because I'm arguing against the model does not mean that I don't agree with the goal. Agree with the goal. We just have to understand how it actually works in order to help you get there. Personality is three things: the way you perceive the world around you, the way you internally react, and the way that you interact with the world. That's literally what personality is. Perceptions, reactions, interactions. So if I take two people with different personalities, the whole point of personality is in the exact same situation. These two people will behave in different ways. I take two human beings who both get a B on a test. The reality of their situation is the same. They both have a B. The way they perceive that B is different. The way that they react to that B is different. The way that they change their behavior is different. One person says I got a B, thank God. Another says I got a B, oh shit. The reality is the same. The way we perceive the world around us, the way that perception evokes reactions, relief, and then the behavior.
Straight A's.
oh my God, I didn't
What
say
happened?
reality is the same. The human being, the personality determines the way that we react to our circumstances. So let's start with the understanding of the whole reason we take people with social anxiety and we help them rewire. So when you're at home and your mom or sister walks by you and doesn't say hi to you, how do you perceive that information? When you're at work and someone walks by you and doesn't say hi to you, how do you perceive that information? What is your internal reaction when your mom or your sister expresses dissatisfaction with your work product? Hey, this pie is a little bit burnt. How do you react? Oh, my bad. I'll do better next time. Let me try to focus on that because your reaction is based on this idea that they love you and you know that they love you. But when you receive feedback, constructive feedback about your work product at work, what is your reaction? Oh my God, this person thinks I'm terrible. So here's the key thing to understand. And there are personality disorders and social anxiety. I think there's some good evidence to suggest that these two things are separate, right? That there is a social anxiety disorder, there's an avoidant personality disorder. Those two things are not the same. They have just different diagnostic criteria. What I'm talking about is not the diagnosis and treatment of a psychiatric illness. What I'm talking about is this perception that there's the real you and there's the flawed you, and you're trying to be the real you all the time. What you need to realize is they're all you. What you need to realize is that even in your social situation, your brain has been programmed and activates a different script. It's not that one is you and one is not you. It is the scripts that your brain is activating. They're all you. Social anxiety is your personality. Is that a problem? Absolutely. But here's the key thing. Everyone thinks personality is static, and this is important to understand. If we think we have a perfect version and we go hunting for it all the time, that is different from understanding that we are wired a particular way and we need to change our wiring. Right? One is something that requires wiring and effort. The other is something that requires hunting. How do I bring this finished product out of me? And this is what I've seen as both a coach and a clinician. The wiring way seems to work better. And there's avenues to use the hunting way, which we can talk about if you guys want. But generally speaking, I think accept that social anxiety is the way you are. This is part of your personality. Your personality, the way that you respond to situations, is by perceiving ambiguous stimuli as negative, is by reacting in a particular way, is by behaving in a particular way, being obsequious. Oh no, really, I'm great. You're so awesome. You did such a good job. Can I do anything else? Can I get you this? Is this okay? Is this okay? Do you love me yet? Do you like me yet? Do you accept me yet? Can I be kinder and kinder and you can accept me more and more? And when we engage in these interactions, it does not help us. It actually reinforces things because they say, yeah, you are great. So I did all these 10 things. You asked for range dressing, your styles, and French dressing, and I know you like your styles this way. So I did this for you. I did this for you. I did this for you. Will you love me and accept me now? And I'll say, yeah, this is great. Thank you so much. You're doing a great job. And we think this helps us. It doesn't help us because what did we have to do in order to get that? Now the actual answer is absolutely nothing. But when we overperform in order to get someone to like us and we get that positive feedback, what are we reinforcing? Overperformance is the only way that I can get acceptance. When you have to overperform to get acceptance, you'll continue to be socially anxious because look, they don't accept me. They accept this pretend version of me. This isn't the real me. This is me doing a lot of extra stuff, and the real me would have gotten rejected. So I have to do all this extra stuff. When you're inducing someone's love, you will never get confidence. So how do you feel relaxed? What's different about your mom and your sister is that you don't have to induce their love to receive it, and that's where the confidence comes. So if you're someone who's struggling with social anxiety killing your personality, step number one, understand it's not killing your personality. That there are parts of you that are activating, which are activating certain scripts. There's a relaxation script and there's a stress script. They're both part of you. They're both critical for your survival. You can try to activate the relaxation script, but oftentimes there's a reason why we don't do that automatically. So first question you got to ask yourself is what makes it hard for me to activate relaxation.exe. Second thing you can do is literally adjust each of those steps. This is so interesting. Very few people train themselves to question their perception. We always talk about training our willpower, training discipline, training emotional regulation. We never talk about training perception. Most of medical school is not about treatment. It's about training your perception. What do you hear when you auscultate? What do you feel when you percuss? When your patient comes in and says, "Oh my God, you're the best psychiatrist on the planet. You're so amazing. I've had 16 psychiatrists before you, but you're Dr. K, and you're amazing. Oh my God, you're the best on the planet. You can save me when no one else can. You're so great, Dr. K." And if I'm not sure I have to train my perception, I'll be like, "Oh yeah, tell me I'm great. Oh my God, tell me about oh my God, I'm going to be empathic and compassionate. Tell me about all these other psychiatrists that are so bad. Tell me about how they screwed you over. Oh my God, I'm going to be compassionate. I'm going to be so unfair. You're so unfair. You're tragic. Oh my God, such trauma. And then this has screwed you, and I'm going to be you wanted to be your hero. I'll be your hero." Instead, we train our perception. Oh shit, this is polarization. This is splitting. This person could have borderline personality disorder. Today, I'm getting the positive side. Soon, I will be number 17 on the list. Train your perception. Recognize your mind perceives certain things. Specifically with social anxiety, the money is on ambiguity. When someone doesn't speak with you, when they don't say hi, what's the differential diagnosis? What are the reasons they cannot say? Have you ever considered that they're socially anxious too? And when they walk in the room, they see you observing them like a hawk. And they're like, "Oh my God, this person is pissed off. They're not smiling at me. I better try to be small because I want to piss them off." Or they don't say anything to you. Two socially anxious people walk into a room and they walk out each feeling like they're a piece of shit when they're terrified that the other person doesn't like them. And all they want to do is tell the other person how much they like them, but they're afraid to. Number two, what is your internal reaction? Just because you react away doesn't mean that it is real. Take a deep breath, go for a walk, really think through things. Number three, behave in a way that moves, that makes you live the life that you want to live. Don't behave in a way to try to make them feel a certain way. So when someone comes in and you're afraid that they don't like you, what is the life that you want to live? Do you want to say hi to people who walk in the room? Yes or no? Is that the kind of life that you want to live? Do you want to behave with them in the way that you behave with your mom or your sister? Then behave that way with them. But they may not like it. Absolutely. So then if you get data, right, we want a differential diagnosis for the ambiguous data that they interpret. But here's the cool thing. When people usually don't like you, I know we're sort of living in a world where everyone's ghosting and they don't actually tell you they don't like you, but here's the key tip. If you're afraid that people don't give you feedback when you do something wrong, the number one reason for that is that they don't think you can accept feedback. Why didn't you tell me this is coming out of nowhere? I feel like I'm being blindsided. Yeah, the reason you're fucking blindsided is because I tell you react like this and then you disincentivize me from telling you. People will give you feedback. And the funniest version of this is like when people are really anxious, they'll ask for feedback. Hey, bro, can I have feedback? Am I doing okay? Am I doing okay? Yeah, you're doing fine. You know why they tell you you're doing fine and then you end up getting a B or you don't get R's in the rotation? Because every time they tell you you're not doing fine, the anxiety takes over and then they have to deal with that shit for a while, so they can't afford to give you negative feedback even though you're asking for it. The way you receive feedback determines whether people will give you feedback. And so the cool thing about social anxiety is if you're really bothering someone, they will let you know. If you're socially anxious, what happens is we make ourselves small and then we project their dislike of us to make ourselves smaller and then we try to disappear and then we end up where our real self doesn't show up. This is real self too, but that other self can show up. You need to behave in that way. What is the way that pay attention to the way that you perceive your mother, the way that you perceive your sister? Pay attention to the way that you react when they do or say certain things towards you. How are those two things different? Take a piece of paper, line down the middle. When mom or sister does this, when people at work do this, right? And there's some modifications that you have to make, some things are not appropriate. I feel like my real self when I'm with my wife and she says, "Hey, although your hair looks great today," and I'm like, "Take me now. Let's go to the bedroom. I'll show you other kinds of hair." That's something you do, right? So a little bit of difference there. But like I think there's a big gap between those two things, right? You don't have to like duplicate your at-home self at work, but you also like there's something in the middle there that's pretty healthy. And then when HR calls you in for sexual harassment, you'll receive that feedback with grace and aplomb. Hey, y'all, hope you enjoyed today's video. We talk about a bunch of topics like this on the channel, so be sure to subscribe for more. If you're already subscribed, GG, and we'll see you in chat.
Oh shit. Lemon. Lemons. Oh shit. Pleasure trick. What? And this.
Feedback, rooted, error, caustic, confused, disgusted, can't get it, diagnostic, distress, disconnected, safety, waiting, closure, triggered, warning, run it, feedback, rooted, error,
Was that Daft Punk?
bark it.
Very nice.
Mexico is one of the
Whoosh.
Mexico is
Mexico is Mexico. Cocaína. What are we? What is this? I want to watch this. I don't know what it's about. Put and watch later. Whoa. Mexico. Yeah. It's just some more good noises. Okay, I did it. This forgetful. I'm being demented. Paste on clipboard. Save just in case.
One of the most beautiful countries in the world, full of color, music, and life. But like any place with deep history and struggle, beauty often exists right beside fear. Being Mexicano myself, I've grown up surrounded by both the warmth of family and tradition,
Brazil
but also
Spanish
the stories
edition.
of violence of the cartels, specifically the Mexican cartels, which we're going to talk about today. I know how often people online reduce Mexico to just cartel beheadings, so in this video, I want to give you guys real context. From public beheadings meant to send a message, to victims dissolved in acid so that no trace of them remained, to entire families caught in a crossfire they never asked for. Today's video will dive into the brutal reality of cartel executions. These aren't legends or exaggerated stories. They're real accounts of when power, fear, and money twist human life into something unrecognizable. And I'm not here to glorify any of it. In order to demonstrate these executions, obviously, I'm not going to show that on YouTube. I can't show that on YouTube. So we do have 3D modeling once again. You guys seem to really like the 3D modeling. It seems to get the point across way easier than just showing some images on the screen. And plus, sometimes we literally have nothing to put in the background, so this is the perfect solution for a lot of stuff. So you will be seeing 3D modeling more often on this channel. With that being said, my name is Alberto, and I'm here to break it all down in a way that YouTube doesn't give me limited ads, to help people understand why these tragedies happen in a country that deserves to be known for so much more. DEA agent murdered by the Guadalajara cartel, torture. There's a reason the DEA calls February 7th of 1985 the day everything changed. Before that date, no American drug enforcement agent had ever been murdered while working undercover in Mexico. After that date, the entire relationship between the US and Mexico would actually never be the same. Enrique Camarena, also known as Kiki, was 37 years old and just 3 weeks away from transferring back home to California. He'd spent 4.5 years working undercover in Guadalajara, getting close to some of the most powerful drug traffickers in Mexico: Rafael Caro Quintero, Ernesto Fonseca Carrillo, and Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo. These 3 men formed the core of what would become known as the Guadalajara cartel, and they were making hundreds of millions of dollars trafficking marijuana and cocaine into the US. Uncle Sam wanted to deliver a solid blow to the cartel, but this time the job required a bit more patience. It wasn't enough to just arrest the kingpins. Kiki wanted to get to the root of their operations, literally. So he went undercover so deeply that he ended up finding their plantations. In November of 1984, Kiki's intelligence led to a raid that destroyed everything Caro Quintero had built. Mexican soldiers backed by helicopters stormed a 2,500-acre marijuana plantation called Rancho Buffalo in Chihuahua. The place was enormous. Some reports say it held up to 10,000 tons of marijuana worth $8 billion. Caro Quintero lost everything, and he knew exactly who was responsible. So on February 7th of 1985, around 2 p.m., Kiki walked out of the American consulate in Guadalajara, heading to lunch with his wife. He was just steps away from his pickup truck when 5 armed men surrounded him. One of them, Samuel Ramirez Razo, a former police officer working as muscle for the cartel, flashed a badge from Mexico's Federal Security Directorate and said, "Let's go, the commander wants to talk to you." They threw him into a car and sped off. The same day, they also grabbed Alfredo Zavala Avelar, a Mexican pilot who had been flying Renaissance missions with Kiki to spot drug fields. Both men were taken to a house at 881 Lope de Vega in Guadalajara, a property Caro Quintero had bought just a month earlier for 4.3 million pesos, roughly $239,000 in today's money. The place was known among the cartel as El Campamento, aka the camp. According to court documents, the house had been prepared specifically for this. Gunmen and bodyguards from both Caro Quintero and Fonseca Carrillo had been arriving since 11 a.m. that morning. Even corrupt state police were there as security. When Kiki arrived, the witnesses say Caro Quintero himself came out to greet him, put his arm around the agent's shoulder, and walked him inside to a study. That's where the torture began. For over 30 hours, Kiki was interrogated about DEA operations in Mexico. He was beaten, tortured with electric shocks, his bones shattered, teeth torn out, body burned, and assaulted with a stick. Court records show his skull was pierced with a metal rod and his ribs were broken. At one point, they even brought in a doctor to keep him alive so the torture could continue. According to autopsy reports, he died from multiple traumas and asphyxiation caused by a fractured thyroid cartilage. That means they likely strangled him or crushed his throat. The same fate must have befell Alfredo the pilot. Their bodies weren't discovered until March 5th, nearly a month later. A farmer in La Angostura, Michoacan, noticed a terrible smell coming from 2 black plastic bags abandoned near his property. Inside, Kiki and Alfredo were found wrapped in plastic, already badly decomposed. Grenade thrown at crowd in Morelia. The date of September 15th in Mexico is usually loud. Fireworks, music, thousands of people packed into plazas across the country shouting Viva Mexico. So when 2 explosions went off in Morelia's historic center that night in 2008, most people thought it was just part of the show, but then they saw blood. Around 30,000 people had gathered in Plaza Melchor Ocampo, right next to Morelia's cathedral, to celebrate Mexico's 198th Independence Day. Families were everywhere, parents with smiles on their shoulders, teenagers taking photos, street vendors selling flags and noisemakers. The governor of Michoacán, Leonel Godoy Rangel, had just finished the traditional ceremony called El Grito, where he reenacted the moment in 1810 when a priest rang a church bell and called Mexicans to rise up against Spanish rule. It was just after 11 p.m. when the governor gave his final cry of Viva Mexico and the crowd erupted. That's when witnesses saw a well-built man dressed in black standing in the middle of the plaza near the cathedral pull out a grenade, a fragmentation grenade to be specific. He threw it into the densest part of the crowd. Then the man turned to people standing next to him and apologized for what he just done. The grenade detonated as you'd imagine, or maybe like in the movies, quick and loud. But the thing about fragmentation grenades is that they're not designed to just explode. They're designed to kill through shrapnel. When one goes off, it sends hundreds of metal fragments flying at incredible speeds at every direction. Think about it like a bomb made of razor blades. The lethal radius is anywhere from 5 to 15 meters, but the shrapnel can travel much farther depending on how packed the area is. Almost simultaneously, a second grenade exploded about a block away at the intersection of Avenida Francisco Madero and Calle Andres Quintero Rue, right next to the Church of La Merced. Same method, same weapon, same devastating effect. People started screaming and running in every direction, trampling over each other, not knowing where the attack was coming from or if it meant more explosions were coming. The plaza was now covered in smoke, debris, and bodies. Dozens of people were sprawled on the ground in pools of blood. Women, elderly people, some were missing limbs, others had shrapnel embedded in their faces, chests, and backs. Within the first 24 hours, the death toll stood at 7, 5 women and 2 men. But the real horror was the injuries. 132 people were wounded, many critically. Some victims lost arms or legs. Others were permanently blind or disfigured by metal fragments that tore through their bodies. Governor Godoy immediately pointed to the cartels. Mexico's drug war had been escalating since President Felipe Calderón deployed thousands of troops against the traffickers in 2006. By 2008, the violence had already killed 2,700 people that year, but those killings were mostly between rival cartels or against security forces. This was different. This was an indiscriminate attack on civilians celebrating their country's independence because they wanted to send a message. But what message, and from who? Investigators believe La Familia Michoacana carried out the attack specifically to provoke a government crackdown on Los Zetas, who controlled that part of Michoacán. But to this day, nobody has been held accountable. The Cadereyta Jimenez massacre, beheadings. Around 4 a.m. on May 13th,
it was nothing but
Highway 40
a lot of
in Cadereyta
death.
Jimenez started noticing something was wrong. A foul odor drifted towards them and was so intense it could be detected from quite a distance away. Some people thought maybe an animal had died nearby or something mundane. Nobody imagined what was actually waiting to be discovered on that stretch of road. When Mexican federal police arrived at the scene just after dawn, they found 49 bodies. Yes, 49 bodies, all dumped along the highway about 75 miles southwest of the Texas border, but bodies doesn't even begin to cover it. Honestly, what they actually found were pieces of bodies. Each person had been completely dismembered, head severed, arms and legs removed. 43 men and 6 women reduced to torsos, all stuffed into black plastic bags. The forensics teams who arrived to process the scene had to wear face masks because the intensity of the smell was apparently unbearable. And not in an exaggerated way, because the Mexican authorities covering the area were said to have had to cover their mouths and noses just to function around the scene. Strangely, also, some of the bodies had been frozen and some of the bodies had been covered with lime. The rest were in advanced stages of decomposition, which could suggest that these people had been killed up to 48 hours earlier at a different location, then transported by truck to where they were found. It was the most bizarre puzzle right there in front of them, because each victim was methodically dismembered specifically to prevent identification, or at least make it nearly impossible to quickly identify who these people were. First, that's because decomposition changes the body so much that visual ID becomes almost impossible. And second, when bodies are dismembered, it's even harder for forensics teams to figure out who they were, when they died, or how. The cartels knew this. And despite what most people think, lime doesn't destroy bodies. It actually slows decomposition by stopping bacteria and hiding the smell. Freezing does the same, keeping tissue intact. Together, these tricks created confusing timelines that made it nearly impossible to tell when the victims actually died. So that left them with no faces to recognize and also no fingerprints to match. Pretty much just anonymous flesh. By 2012, this exact method of decapitation had become the signature move, especially for Los Zetas and their main rivals, the Gulf and Sinaloa cartels. Then it quickly became clear that the first group was behind the massacre, but not because any of the police work. Right near the plastic bags was a banner claiming responsibility signed by the Zetas and specifically naming their top leaders, Heriberto Lascano and Miguel Trevino Morales, known as Z40. A large black Z100% was spray painted on a nearby road sign just to make absolutely sure everyone knew who was responsible. Later, the police were able to identify the man behind the massacre as Jesus Daniel Elizondo Ramirez, known as El Loco, aka the Crazy One in English. He was arrested on May 18, 2012, just 5 days after the bodies were discovered. Under interrogation, he confessed that Lascano and Trevino Morales had ordered him to carry out the massacre to, quote, cause confusion among authorities and the public. The original plan was even crazier. They wanted the bodies dumped in Cadereyta's main plaza during daylight, but El Loco disobeyed and chose the highway instead. So, who were the victims? That became the cruelest part of this story. Initially, authorities said it might be Gulf cartel members killed as part of the ongoing cartel war, but others suspected they were US-bound migrants who had been kidnapped from buses, couldn't pay the ransom Los Zetas demanded, and were slaughtered. Either way, no name showed up, and just like that, the government decided to throw all 49 victims into a mass grave, condemning them to anonymous deaths. More than 10 years after that event, and after extensive work done by anthropologists, 19 victims of the massacre had been identified. The rest remain unidentified. Jalisco New Generation Drug Cartel dissolved students in acid. Back in 2018, Salomon, Daniel, and Marco were making movies. Nothing more, nothing less. But you could say they were doing so in the wrong place at the wrong time, and that simple fact would be a death sentence for them. The 3 boys were making a horror movie for a class project when they disappeared. A month later, authorities confirmed that they'd been kidnapped, tortured, murdered, and then dissolved in acid by one of Mexico's most brutal cartels. And one of the guys that was part of the crew that did it, well, you wouldn't expect him to be a rapper, right? Yeah, in there, as part of their cleanup team, was a rapper with almost 125,000 YouTube subscribers who was apparently getting paid $160 a week for his services. Let me paint the picture for you. It's March 19th of 2018, and Salomon Aceves Gastelum, of age 25, Jesus Daniel Diaz, and Marco Avalos, both age 20, 3 students from the University of Audiovisual Media, are out filming this thing in Tonala, Jalisco. They're shooting at a ranch, completely unaware that members of the Jalisco New Generation cartel are watching the property, waiting for a rival gang leader to show up. The cartel members see these 3 guys with cameras and equipment, and they make the assumption that these must be scouts for the rival gang. So when the students' car breaks down on the highway, men dressed up as police surround them and force them into vehicles. The thing is, the Jalisco New Generation cartel doesn't mess around. They're one of Mexico's newest and most aggressive cartels, formed around 2010, and they've been expanding rapidly through extreme violence. Anyway, the students are taken to another location. Salomon is questioned, tortured, actually, to find out what gang he belongs to. He quickly dies from the blows, and having gotten nothing from it, that's when the cartel members realize their mistake. These are just innocent guys. But instead of letting the other 2 go, they decide to get get rid of all witnesses. Daniel and Marco are executed. To somehow fix this, the cartel calls their cleanup guy, Cristian Palma Gutierrez, better known as QBA, a 20-something rapper from Guadalajara. QBA had been recruited by a friend just 3 months earlier to work for the Jalisco New Generation cartel. His job was making bodies disappear, and he was getting paid 3,000 pesos per week. Now, disappear could mean a lot of things, but in this case, the guy was hired to use a method that Breaking Bad shows perfectly, dissolving bodies in acid. This was a method actually used by many cartels in Mexico, but one man in particular perfected it back in 2009. Back in 2009, authorities in Tijuana arrested a man named Santiago Mesa Lopez. They called him the Pozole Maker. Pozole is a local stew, and you get the idea. Mesa worked for Teodoro Garcia Cimental, a lieutenant in the Arellano Felix cartel based in Tijuana, and his job was to carefully fill large plastic bins with acid, dump the corpses in, and bury whatever remained. But how are there any remains? Well, yes, there are remains because dissolving a body in acid isn't just a 1-hour affair. Acid breaks down a body by hydrolysis, eating away big molecules like proteins, fats, carbs, and DNA into much smaller pieces. And also, soft tissues dissolve faster than bone and teeth, but bone can be eaten away too. But apparently, at room temperature, it can take a day or more depending on how strong the acid is. But this is a meticulous task. Even when criminals think a body has completely dissolved, microscopic traces of bone usually persist. Those traces are useful if you know exactly where to look. And yes, this is exactly what QBA did with these 3 guys. It took weeks for authorities to piece together what happened, but they finally did. When they finally arrested QBA and another suspect in April of 2018, the rapper confessed everything. The 3 students, quiet, talented, caring young men who just wanted to make films, had been dissolved in acid simply for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Alright, so I just wanted to make a statement in this video. There was something on my nose like for the past, I don't know, maybe like 10 minutes for you guys. Luckily, I don't show my face that often where I'm just, you know, I show background footage, but I don't know what that was, bruh. Y'all gonna say it was a booger or something? Coincidentally, every time I check my recording, because I have it on this monitor, right? I didn't notice anything. Was it a booger? Was it drywall? Was it a parasite? I don't know, but my nose is clean. Look at my nose. Look. I don't know what that was, bruh. But am I gonna re-record? No. We're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep it going. Just wanted to make that clear. I wipe my nose. let's keep going with the video. Cartel killed him and his dog, beheaded. So far, we've covered terrible murders, but like in this next case, when it's about your loyal dog trying to protect you, then dumped on your corpse as a final insult, that's beyond sadistic. This is exactly what happened to a man in Michoacan in 2007, in what locals described as one of the most brutal killings they'd ever seen. And these were people already hardened by daily bloodshed. So it was April 18th. A man connected to his Valencia gang is driving his truck when cartel gunmen intercept him. They force him out of the vehicle, and that's when his dog, an off-white mongrel, does what dogs do. It tries to defend its owner. The sicarios don't care. They tie the man's hands and feet and proceed to torture him. They shoot him multiple times in the face, disfiguring him beyond recognition. But even when shot in the face, death isn't always instantaneous. There's a window of a few minutes where victims can remain.
Nice.
There's a window of a few minutes where victims can remain conscious if major structures like the brainstem aren't hit immediately. That's why he was still alive at this point, but they're not done. To finish him off, they drive the man's own truck over his head, crushing his skull and brain. Then they shoot the dog in the neck and dump its body on top of his corpse. Finally, they nail a menacing note to the dead man's chest, a message for his relatives. And rather bizarrely, the whole scene unfolds in a street in the town of Buena Vista, Tomatlan, for everyone to see at dawn. Even in a region where violence was becoming routine, this particular act of cruelty shocked everybody. And when I say routine, I truly meant it. This murder was just one of 4 bodies found that day in Mexico. But it speaks to something much larger happening in Michoacan at that time. A war between the Gulf Cartel and an alliance led by Joaquin Guzman, aka Shorty, that was tearing the state apart. The Valencia gang was caught in the middle, and the cartels were using increasingly theatrical violence to establish dominance. And the thing is, this wasn't even close to the worst of it. Less than a year earlier, something else happened in the state. On September 6th, just past 1 a.m., 3 SUVs pulled up to a bar called Sol y Sombra in Urapan. About 20 men step out, all wearing fake Federal Investigation Agency uniforms, all carrying AK-47s and AR-15s, all with their faces covered, and they just opened fire on the building without mercy. Inside, it was chaos. Everyone was running through the club, trying to escape the bullets, when 2 armed men carrying black bags made their way to the dance floor. And then they simply dumped the contents of the bags right in the middle of everyone. 5 human heads roll across the dance floor. And then they simply dumped the contents of the bags
Oh, my way. Unbelievable.
made their way to the dance floor, and then they simply dumped the contents of the bags right in the middle of everyone. 5 human heads roll across the dance floor. The gunmen leave without saying a word, but they do leave something else behind. A cardboard sign with a message: the family doesn't kill for money. It doesn't kill women. It doesn't kill innocent people. Only those who deserve to die. Know this, all people. This is divine justice. This was the world's introduction to La Familia Michoacana, and this massacre, many consider it the spark that ignited Mexico's full-scale drug war. 2 months later, President Felipe Calderón would launch his military offensive against cartels, starting not coincidentally in Michoacán, murdered and hung on a bridge. Unfortunately, it's not a weird thing either for morning commuters in Mexican border cities to encounter violence on their way to work. What motorists saw on Friday morning, June 13, 2025, at the southern entrance to Ciudad Juarez was something beyond horror. 2 bodies, one of them completely naked, were hanging from ropes suspended from a highway overpass on the Pan American Highway, displayed for everyone passing below to see. And just to make sure nobody missed the message, there was an abandoned black SUV nearby with a cardboard sign on the windshield: "There are your crystal dealers, Archie, for stealing fuel." Crystal here means crystal meth, because in Juarez, methamphetamine has become, because this is something currently happening. Anyway, it's become the cash crop of street drug sales for local gangs. It's big business. In just the last 2 years, U.S. Customs officers in El Paso alone seized over 7,500 pounds of meth at border crossings. So when someone messes with that business, when they steal fuel that's needed for meth production or try to muscle in on territory, this is what happens. They become a warning hung from a bridge. Now, if hanging 2 bodies from an overpass sounds extreme, let me tell you what happened about 400 miles south in Culiacan just weeks earlier. It was a Sunday night of June 30th. Around 11:30 p.m., authorities get reports of bodies on Highway 15 north of Culiacan. When they arrive, they found 4 decapitated bodies hanging by their limbs from a bridge. Nearby, there's a pickup truck and a bag with 5 severed heads inside. But that's not all. Inside the truck, investigators discovered 15 complete bodies and 1 more decapitated body. 20 victims total, all male, Moreno, all shot to death. There were messages too in this one on a tarp tied to a truck, others painted directly on the vehicle's frame. The messages indicated the attack was carried out by a faction led by Ismael Zambada Siqueiros, aka Mayito Flaco, son of Ismael El Mayo Zambada. But those messages were aimed directly at the rival faction of Los Chapitos, the sons of Joaquin Guzman, aka El Chapo. This was 1 year into a brutal war between these two Sinaloa cartel factions. The conflict started in September of 2024, right after Mayo Zambada was allegedly kidnapped by Joaquin Guzman Lopez, another of El Chapo's sons, and delivered to U.S. authorities. At least that's the working theory. Since then, Culiacan and much of Sinaloa state have been literally drowning in violence. Back in Juarez, no arrests were made for the 2 men hanging from that overpass, and in Culiacan, none of the 20 men murdered have been identified. The only thing they know is that the cartels are involved, kidnapped and forced to kill each other. Now, what if your night out with friends turned into the last moment of your life? Crazy, but it wouldn't be the first time we're talking about that on this channel. You might remember, for example, Irina Glazunova, a 24-year-old Russian influencer that we talked about a while back. She tripped and fell to her death literally on the street during a night out with friends. Anyway, this case right here is much worse. Back in August of 2023, 5 young men in Lagos de Moreno, Jalisco experienced exactly that. A night out turned deadly. Roberto Olmeda, Diego Lara, Uriel Galvan, Jaime Martinez, and Dante Sideo were just regular guys. They boxed together, went to the movies, worked normal jobs. They were engineering students, welders, and construction workers. Dante had won national cycling medals while Roberto helped his mom sell pozole on Saturdays. I mean, normal guys. On August 11th, they met up where they always did, the San Miguel lookout point in their hometown. At 10:55 p.m., they sent their last message saying they were heading home, but they never made it. By Sunday, fear had taken over their families. They gathered in public, desperate for answers and frustrated by the silence from authorities. It was that day that the search operations began, and somewhere along, they discovered a large bloodstain at one lookout. Still, it wasn't clear if it belonged to any of the missing young men. In the days that followed, police carried out several raids where they found a motorcycle, high-powered rifles with full magazines, stolen license plates, and bags of drugs, all potential clues in what was quickly becoming one of the most horrifying cases in the region. It turns out that the 5 friends were intercepted on their way home that Friday night. Their car, Diego's brown Volkswagen Jetta that he was so proud of, was later found burned on the highway between Lagos de Moreno and Encarnacion de Diaz, a notorious red zone where the Sinaloa cartel and CJNG fight for control. Inside the trunk, police found charred human remains, but that wasn't the worst of this case. Just days after they disappeared, the killers started posting photos of them on their knees, gagged on a dirt floor with their faces smeared with blood. Soon, a video started circulating across all social media too, and I warn you, it's buried under layers and layers of censorship because of just how gory it is. But what I can tell you, with the help of 3D models, is that it shows the young men bound, bloodied, and forced to kill the others. One of them was handed a brick and forced to bludgeon one of his friends. Someone off camera was giving him instructions, tossing him tools to use, while 2 bodies already lay motionless in the foreground with their white shirts soaked in blood. The monsters behind this wanted everyone to know exactly what they had done to the 5 missing friends. The video even had text overlaid on it saying Puro MZ, a reference to Mayo Zambada, leader of the Sinaloa cartel faction. Investigators later found the ranch where the video was filmed, discovering bloodstains on the floor and scattered shoes. On August 21st, authorities located 4 burned and decapitated bodies near where the young men were kidnapped. The bodies matched details from the video, decapitated, just like what was shown happening to one of the victims in that footage. And with all the pain in the world, the families confirmed those remains were their sons. Police officer burned alive. Ciudad Juarez in 2011 was literally one of the most violent cities on the planet. In fact, it had a
Almost.
literally one of the most violent cities on the planet. In fact, it had a homicide rate over 200 per 100,000 people. To put that in perspective, that's about 40 times higher than most major US cities. It sits right on the Texas border from El Paso, and by that time it had become ground zero for Mexico's drug war. President Felipe Calderon had declared his crackdown on cartels back in December of 2006, and since then, about 43,000 people had died across Mexico. But Juarez was in a league of its own, and if you were a cop there, well, your life expectancy wasn't great either. That brings us to a Tuesday morning of December 20th. Around 8:30 a.m. in the Paseos del Alba neighborhood, people are starting their day, heading to work and grabbing breakfast. Then a vehicle pulls up and dumps something, or rather someone, onto the street. It's Jose Everardo Sanchez, a 27-year-old municipal police officer. He'd only been on the force since August of 2010, so just over a year. His hands and feet are tied, and there's a plastic bag over his head, but they're not done with him. His attackers, still right there on the scene, doused him with some kind of flammable liquid, then they lit him on fire, right there, in the middle of the street, in broad daylight. Several witnesses watched the whole thing happen. CNN reported that people saw him writhing in agony as he burned alive, while the guys who did it were just standing right there. Now, Jose had been kidnapped the night before, on Monday. Nobody knows exactly where they held him or what they did to him during those hours, but Tuesday morning they decided to make an example out of him. They even left a note at the scene. Prosecutors confirmed it was there, but they never disclosed what it said. Judging by the way the cartels communicate, it was probably some message for the other cops about what happens when you don't play ball. Unfortunately, it wasn't even an isolated incident. Jose was the 33rd municipal police officer killed in Juarez just in 2011, the 59th in the last 15 months. That's more than one cop killed every week for over a year straight. It all came down to one thing that the cartels wanted everyone to know. It doesn't matter who's in charge, it doesn't matter how tough you think you are, they could still grab you off the street, tie you up, and burn you alive in front of everyone. Buried man alive. So I'm pretty sure we've all heard of man alive. So I'm pretty sure we've all heard of El Chapo. He's quite literally the epitome of a cartel lord. He was one of the most feared and powerful drug lords on the planet. The guy who turned the Sinaloa cartel into a massive empire built on drugs, violence, and corruption. We've already talked about what his sons did, and from that, you might be right to guess that he's much worse. He was cruel, especially when it came to his enemies. El Chapo, unlike others, didn't let others do his dirty work all the time. He would in fact personally torture and murder. He did so to at least 3 men from rival cartels. Obviously, these are just the known cases. One of his victims was a member of the Arellano Felix cartel. When Valdez first saw him, the man already had burns made with iron all over his back. His shirt was literally stuck to his skin. Burns from a car lighter covered his entire body, and his feet were burned too. Someone had spent time methodically torturing this guy before El Chapo even got involved, but El Chapo wasn't even close to being done with him yet. They locked the man in a wooden structure for days, just left him there, not knowing when or if someone would come back. When they finally did pull him out, they blindfolded him, tied his hands and legs, and drove him somewhere. Freedom, maybe? No. They brought him to a graveyard. El Chapo started interrogating him right there. The man was responding, thinking if he just cooperated, maybe they let him live. But mid-sentence, El Chapo shot him with his handgun. Somehow, the man didn't die immediately. In fact, he was still gasping for air when they dumped him in the hole they had dug and started burying him alive. El Chapo carried out at least 2 other murders himself, but that particular murder was testament to how drug cartels buried people alive as a method of torture and killing. Another example of such requires us to fast forward to February of 2025 in Tabasco, where police got a tip about a 19-year-old kid named Rafael who'd been forced to sell drugs in Villahermosa for a cartel. When authorities found him, he was entombed inside a wall. Cartel members had literally built a concrete wall around him, creating a tiny space where he was trapped alive. Police had to use sledgehammers to break through freshly laid cement blocks, smashing their way in to reach the teenager inside, who incredibly was still alive in that concrete tomb. Alright guys, that's gonna be it for this video. If you liked it, make sure to leave a like. If you think I earned your subscription, make sure to subscribe. I have a lot of morbid videos on this channel, so if you want to go check them out, make sure to do so. Last month was Iceberg month, so we had weekly uploads. I usually try to do weekly uploads, but all of those were Iceberg. So if you want to check that out, if you want something to fall asleep to, aka my beautiful voice, make sure to binge my channel and give me that ad revenue. Follow me on Instagram, my name is Tub. With that being said, I'll see you guys next time I upload.
What? Bro. Um, uh, I don't know much else to say about this. It is a just yep. It's the folder. Balatro. 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 Toyota. Oh, wait, he's still alive. The Rusty. Holy shit, he's still alive. Happy New Year, I guess. Holy. For a moment, I really thought he was just distant from the internet. I had a suspicion that it was just all fake. He said he would sue the person who was uh, accusing him of being of sexual assault and all that, but he would not comment further on that as well. The trouble is, he just said that he would sue the person and stay quiet about it, and it took forever for any further updates. It really took forever for any further updates, which made me almost think that, well, maybe he could be on it wrong on that one. He was not providing any further feedback. He got a bunch of responses back to him, but well, just back at him, and nothing more happened after that. He just read it in Twitter, trying to cancel him over and over and over. And I went to check on his Discord, it's just nope. Radio silence. It had. I think he was preventing more people from joining it, or something like that. Oh. But yeah, this is a channel I subscribed back when I bought Splatoon 3. It was nice to watch, but well. Let me see. Posts. 1 year ago. Which date exactly? It's hard to tell. Yeah. Crazy. Oh man, what a way to finish the year. 30. How many pages again? 41. The last page says, I wanted that person banned from the Splatoon community. I want the damage she has done to my career to be mitigated as much as possible, outside of what is necessary to accomplish these goals. I never want to perceive or interact with her again. I will not support any Splatoon event that she is allowed to attend. I will not continue to interact with anyone who remains friends with her, because that exposes me to a risk of further harm. I don't know at the time of writing to what degree I will return to this Quit School channel. There are too many questions that need answering before my next course of action will be clear. Thank you for hearing me out. Please stay safe and respect our privacy. Whoop. Well, that's the very last page. It's not showing up here, but yup. I may take a look at that, or maybe not. I'm not very into drama or anything, but if I have nothing else to do, maybe, surely. Pin. Oh yeah, did I pin? Okay, I thought I clicked wrong. Okay. A pin and put it somewhere. Oh shit. There. Just leave it there. But I don't think he's gonna talk about it here on the stream, maybe. Let me see.
Okay.
I hope he's doing
audio
alright.
check.
He
Got it
seems
on
to
this
be.
screen specifically because the music is louder. So just want to make sure that I can be heard over the top of
It
it.
just sucks when someone tries to ruin your fucking life. And it's not even a fair cause. It's just
Hi, Devi. Actually, I'll turn up the volume to where I'm going to have it and see if it's back feeding into the mic. Audio good, everybody? Am I at a reasonable volume compared to the game audio? Oh my god, everything just jumped. Can hear you? Awesome. Oh man. Game audio seems very low or clear. Okay. That's for the best, probably. The game does get louder and more chaotic in-game, but that screen is a little bit louder than, like, the lobby, so jeez. My controller was all sorts of tangled up there. Okay. Of course, it has to be right when it's showing this awful plant's power. Alright. Hello, Monster Cat sped up. Hi, Gracie. Hi, Gratacino. Gratacino? Probably Gratacino. It's not AI. This is. I mean, AI wouldn't give me hair like this. This is the longest my hair has ever been. Hi, Senior Cheeto. Thank you. Hello, Prif. Hello, Sacred Razor and the BLT production and Over Me, and Neogenesis and Hytor Preditali. Assuming that's a character that I don't know. And hello, MJ and JTK. I like that. I like that. Hi, Good Sir Bear and Cryptic and Abyss and Is That Done and TCT's King and Jacobs and Splat Thomas and the Willow Wisp. Hi, Orange Gaming. Hi, H2O Overdrive 99. Hi, that Mario Player. Hi, Genos. Hi, Spaceman. Hi, Kite Pyro. Christmas was pretty good. This last week has been really exceptional with the unfortunate exception that my grandfather's in poor health, and so just stressed about that. But outside of that, everything's been going swimmingly. I'm gonna get this Christmas. Hi, Dingus. Hi, Carl. Hi, Sella. Hi, Chop 109. Hi, Galactica. Thank you. Hi, Agaric Bickies. I don't know what that means. Hi, Okozar. Hi, Smidge. Hi, Shobito. Hi, Polito. A lot of playing some names. Hi, Kaiser Cobalt. Hi, Kiko Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Dean Jammin. Hi, Lord Rouse. Hi, Charge Bonsai. Hi, Taco. Hi, Layuni. Hi, Mason. Hi, Slicky J. Hi, Vegetable. Hi, Lemon Waffle. Hi, RDB. Hi, Magister Maddie. I was thinking Magi for a second, so many like Hi, King Eno. Hi, Jazz Chomp. Long hair, exactly. Hi, Long Decline. Hi, Zusneen. That's just your name? Oh, okay. Long hair looks good, thank you. Hi, Spectre Bits. Yeah, I like having my hair longer. I'm probably going to cut a little bit shorter. This is really hard to show on screen from the angle I have to be at, especially with the camera focusing like that. But the thing is, it's starting to get towards like bunching up on the collar, and I don't want to go too much longer, so I'm probably going to cut it a few inches shorter, but I still like it longer for sure. Hi, Ribbon Toaster. It's been so long since I've seen you. I thought you were going to say I've seen where you live. I'm like, I hope you haven't never seen that, but that's not what you said. Hi, Dark Wizard.
wait.
Blackbird. Wait, Blackbird. Are you Solid's friend? Is that because I saw your tweet, if that's who I think it is, and oh my god. Genius, no notes. Thank you so much. Hi, Red Parasites. Hi, Bloomin. Oh, thank you for the membership. Oh, shoot, it didn't play the noise. Wait, I can fix that. That's a thing that I have to have open. Oh, it needs to update. Okay, that's sorry. We're not going to get noise alerts, I don't think, unless, maybe we will. Hold on.
Am I watching the whole thing? I'm not sure.
Darn, okay. I thought I remembered to get everything back online for the stream, but it looks like the subscriber membership alerts died, so I'll have to fix that. So, wait, I'm on a hype train already when that happened. Oh my god, I seem to have missed some. Oh wow, I have missed some things. Holy moly. Okay, I need to keep scrolling. I'm fine in chat already. Okay.
So what else is missing?
Okay. So I'll probably have to say this again to get more people, but here is.
If only.
I'm seeing a few people in chat who are understandably skeptical of me being here in the first place. And there are also probably some people who have no idea what happened. So a few days ago, I made a statement about a situation that's been happening to me personally, legally, professionally. There's been some pretty serious allegations that I'm facing. I am not going to comment on those at all on this stream. However, if you have not seen that statement, I would urge you to please go and see that. If you need any help finding it, I've instructed mods to like reach out on Mixers or whatever, anything like that. And you can easily find it on my Twitter or anything like that. But if you haven't read that statement, I totally understand you being skeptical of my being here. I totally understand you thinking that this is not a thing I should be doing. But I do feel as though I have cleared my name to the fullest extent that I'm going to be able to for a very long time. And I would just ask that you go into that document with mine. But for everybody else, I am again not going to be discussing that situation in the slightest on the stream. But it is still an ongoing legal situation, and as such, this is the Miranda rights. For criminal cases, it really applies to any kind of court, even real life. Anything you take can't be used against you. I'm just not going to talk about it for now. I've already said everything I need to say in that statement. That's enough to be satisfying. But
After a whole year.
More about it at the time. if somebody does come in and they're talking about it, like, give them some grace because not everybody saw like what that's taken out there. But I would just say don't engage with it. The mods have been instructed to handle that kind of situation and should be able to get to the right understanding of things. So, okay. And hello, Mr. Mystic, Sapphire, and Tiny Ladyfly, and Joshua Bearfield. Indeed, I like this man. I don't know if I've ever met him before, but he's already great. Hello. Moonfrog. I didn't do anything. Frog's making me very happy and excited. I am Jamie. I know I sound like Hydra, but I'm not. You have it in your head. You are a part of the criminal, so hello. Alright, I'm gonna call it there. I have to go and get there. But thank you everybody for coming. Really appreciate having you all here. We'll see. This is not on a regular schedule or anything. I have to figure out how to fit things back into the new normal. But I will definitely be around. Thanks everybody for coming again. And thank you for Debbie and Jamie and Stormy for playing with us. Feel free, Debbie, Jamie, Stormy, to shout out your channels or whatever else you're doing if you want people to see it. And so here's the cat in the meantime. Romeo says goodbye too. Are you gonna shout anything out or should I just sign off?
Hold on, I'm putting my thing
Oh, okay, you're putting in chat.
Yeah.
Alright, sounds good.
I can't get to work right now. People coming.
There it is. Alright.
Alright. Well, hope it does okay. Hopefully. There's no way this can escalate even further. Yeah, it has escalated for long. Yep. What?
For months, you kept requesting us to have...
12
Well, I hope you're happy today. Today on the show, we have Rafi, Neon, and Alice. God. For months, you kept requesting us to have Nikke characters on the show. Well, I hope you're happy today. Today on the show, we have Rafi, Neon, and Anis from the Goddess of Victory.
Bro.
Oh.
What?
Nothing. I'm just shocked by how fat your thighs are.
My thighs aren't fat.
Lol.
Please stop.
Can you tell us why we're here, Commander?
Sex.
Off stream.
Mr. Tomodachi?
I don't know. Ask her.
Okay. Please let me become a Nikke. What? Why would you want to become one?
Isn't it obvious? Nikkes are guardians of humanity and the only ones stopping the Rapturers. Daki must have been moved and wants to help us with the war effort. Brings a tear to my eye.
She's just gonna continue.
No, I just want a thick robotic body.
Yep.
That's a stupid reason to become a Nikke. Being a Nikke is suffering. We fight Raptures on a daily basis. We are forced to work for incompetent commanders. Except you, Commander Sama.
Off stream, Anis. Off stream.
And almost everyone in the Ark hates us. Neon, Marin, back me up here. Here, do the crimes with this.
Oh, thanks, Got Up says Lolly. I feel somewhat bad doing this to you.
Oh, what?
Die here. So, it turns out that the average weight of a Nikke is between 200 or 300 pounds. You can probably guess what happens next. Make sure that bitch stays in our trash can.
Aye, Commander.
Bro.
Can we focus back on me?
Sorry. Now that I think about it, you don't look like Nikke material. Why don't we give you some tests to prove yourself? If you succeed, then I'll help you put in a request to the central government.
Yes, Mommy! Thank you, Mommy! Can I get out of here?
No. Let the tests commence!
Not until you're 18. Yeah.
You missed your target.
You clearly haven't watched us. Who's she? Oh, that's Dorothy. She's a bitch, but she's our bitch.
Daki, your next test is...
Getting me out of this trash can?
Surviving one of Dorothy's lashings.
Okie dokie.
You're a little short to be a Nikke. Besides, Are you prepared for the suffering that awaits you?
Suffering?
Don't you know? Most of us Nikkeis have a tragic backstory.
What's yours?
Mine is becoming a meme.
Huh?
Crazy.
Oh, and something about humanity betraying me. But this is way more tragic!
Bro.
A few years ago, someone posted this image of me on the internet. Since then, Nikke fans keep posting this ridiculous meme. Do you know how much this corrupted my angelic figure? What?
Crazy.
You think you suffered more than me? Please, share with the class.
Do you know what it's like to be looted? By your fans? By your own creator? Damn it, Die!
The grind never stops!
No? Well, that's what I have to deal with ever since I appeared on this freaking show! I seldomly enjoy my Wednesdays because of the hell that is Waifu Wednesdays! So don't come at me with that weak sauce of becoming a meme!
But all of us got looted.
Shh. He definitely passed this one.
Daki's 1 for 1. We need one more test to see if she's Nikke material.
Oh no! Marian is getting corrupted!
Perfect timing. Daki, your final test is putting Marion out of her misery.
Oh,
Wait, give me a minute. Okay, free me from this mortal coil.
You did the right thing.
You know, I was wrong. You are Nikke material. Dibs on Marion's thick body!
Congratulations, Daki. You've proven yourself. All you have to do is sign this contract. Then we can begin the process of you becoming a Nikke.
Great! Let me give this a read and I'll sign it. I'm horny, not illiterate. Well, I don't see any issues with this. My commander is who?
Oh, Kakyoin. We figured since you two know each other that you guys would be a great unit.
You really convinced them to join after seeing your test.
Ready to serve, my Nikke.
Shame. She was definitely Nikke material.
Just proves that being a Nikke is suffering.
Get your ass back in there!
So, you know what it's like to be turned into a meme?
Yep, totally.
You're not saying that so I'll become one of your side bitches?
Well, yes, but also... no.
Are there any benefits to being your side bitch?
Okay, that's the episode of the year. Make sure you like and subscribe if you enjoyed it, as well as check out past episodes, like Rock Lamont's episode. We're gonna go on a brief break and be back around late January with a special Fantasy episode/announcement. With that said, thanks for watching, and hope you have a wonderful day and night. Laters!
Laters. Happy New Year. Oh.
The Russian embassy just dropped the funniest Christmas video ever. Here goes the joke.
Okay. Ba-dum. Lever. Lever. Wow, what no. Gop. Thank you for another rate here. Even though I never played the game, and I don't think I ever will. Joy. Big 50, 150. But better. What is always says 50,000? No.
Today is a very special episode of the Stand Up. Trash Dev, Casey Muratori, Tej, and me give away a lot of money provided by PlanScale, plus the magnanimous Twitch chat. Do sales from the art sweater, and a little bit extra. We end up giving away $50,000 to our favorite open source projects. So have a Merry Christmas, and I hope you enjoy the Stand Up. And thanks again to PlanetScale for making open source Santa pop.
Alright, anyway.
As 2025 comes to a close and 2026 is around the corner, many are finding themselves at the end of a year that hasn't been particularly fun. As a result, there seems to be a yearning for simpler times, and because 2016 seems to have generated a solid reputation as an incredible year, many are saying 2026 will be 2016 all over again. Nostalgia and rose-tinted glasses have led to the year being perceived as essentially infallible, always summer, always fun, and always happy. In this instance, the trope of rose-tinted glasses has become literal, as the Rio de Janeiro filter that dominated mid-2010s Instagram has become the de facto representation of 2016. It's interesting how a digital filter can be used so much that it actually influences the memories of the people who lived through certain times. It's kind of like how older people sometimes dream only in black and white, as that was the color of the TV and movies they watched for a huge chunk of their lives. Then there's the theme song of 2016, which seems to be Lean On by Major Lazer and DJ Snake, which actually came out in 2015, but it would appear most seem to associate it with the year afterwards. Perhaps in the end, all of these memories aren't necessarily of the exact year 2016, but an amalgamation of a decade ago when things seemed easier. It is a running gag that our memories aren't perfect and tend to romanticize the past, as demonstrated by the comic of a guy sitting at a computer and remembering how good things were several years ago, despite them being exactly the same. I'm sure that for many, 2016 was actually a terrible year and not worth thinking about, or perhaps it went entirely unnoticed. However, if the social media ecosystem collectively agrees that it was the best ever, then that seems to be enough to influence the world into believing 2026 could be just as good as the mythical 2016 was. Then there's the Great Meme Reset to consider too, which also utilizes the tool of nostalgia to promote the idea of old memes coming to the forefront, including classics from 2016. It really does seem as if there's a concentrated push to go back 10 years, and it would be great if all the best and most memorable aspects of 2016 do actually return. With the constant uncertainty and fear gripping the world at every moment, it seems like everyone could really do with a nice hit of nostalgia. In short, 2026 becoming 2016 is a trend that takes elements such as 2016 being the best year ever, as well as the Rio de Janeiro filter, and marries them together to create a format demonstrating humanity's romanticization of the past.
I didn't watch this yet.
Guys like me, leave us next. Let me know in the comments below.
And remember, like and subscribe. I know a game you can run on your old potato rig, Roblox. This video is sponsored by The Forge, a community on Roblox.
No.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Newswaves. So tomorrow is New Year's Day. There won't be a Newswave in the morning. I feel like people will be recovering in the morning. But then also the next day is Friday. I'm just back and forth. But I think what I'm going to do is there will be a Newswave on Friday. Either we'll be back next Monday to kick off 2026, the first Newswave of the year. But what we're doing here is just other videos throughout the next several days. Some really fun stuff I think actually that we'll set up here. Just editing out like kind of mini vacations. Just want to remote in to edit Newswave on Friday. Again, a couple of days here off and then we're back next Monday. But I do have a bunch of stuff over here to close out 2025 with now the last Newswave of the year, and that does include Nintendo looking into maybe even fixing a major flaw for the Switch 2, especially in portal mode. We also have Sean and talking about a universal game format across all platforms for the future that I just have a lot of questions around. And the whole RAM shortage thing continues to come up with now some manufacturers even looking toward backwards some of the old technology to kind of solve this current crisis. But all that and more, guys, if you enjoyed these videos, hit that like button. Also, that's on. And if you're new here to the small channel, make sure you subscribe down below. And of course, remember to get news early. If you would like to learn more about that, click the join button or link in the description down below. We're starting today with the Epic Games Store, as they have been giving away games for like the Christmas holiday season. And I just want to point out most recent one you can see. It's Trying Classic Collections. Trying 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm sorry, you will need to have an Epic Games Store account to claim these, but if you already have it or you're willing to set one up, go ahead. They're free. That's how they get you in the door giving away free games. And I just want to bring this up because apparently they're going to have 2 more games. I believe that they'll give away collections like this. So just a heads up, and I'm expecting, like I'm sure many people, they probably close out strong with probably one more big reveal. So just keep an eye out for that. But yes, if you have not done this and you have an account, we're going to really set one up. Go ahead and claim the Trying Classic Collections. It is. Also got some more sales data for the Switch 2. This though over in the UK, and we can see from Christopher Drink saying Switch 2 has now outsold Wii U, Sega Dreamcast, and PlayStation Vita in the UK. These will be lifetime sales for those 3 platforms, whereas the Switch 2 will be what, like 6-7 months. Yes, okay, so I look at this is where we are. These systems, especially one as popular as the Switch brand, it's going to outsell 3 systems that probably just didn't do well. They came out in lifetime over the Wii U, the Vita, or the Dreamcast has gone 2 years. Sony hasn't made a handheld since the Vita, and the Wii U had people question Nintendo's existence completely. So yeah, go figure the Switch 2 is rolling along and outselling all those platforms in the UK, and based on their current trajectories, worldwide, globally, they'll have it completely outsold for these 3 platforms here. Probably the next time we hear about sales from Nintendo, that'll be in February for the next investor briefing. Oh, and of course tonight clocks will tick over to January 1st, 2026, and there's one system that people are slightly concerned about, if not curious, as to what happens because the clock doesn't actually go that far into the future. And that's for the Xbox 360. Now we can see this. This is over on Pure Xbox, and they are quoting an image over on the Xbox 360 subreddit of a person realizing, wait a minute, the clock doesn't go past 2025. So when you set your initial, like when you turn on the system for the first time, you're doing this, it may ask for the date and the time. Well, that doesn't go past 2025. I mean, 20 years on the market, maybe Microsoft was thinking about it. However, there was one user who did kind of simulate this, jump ahead, and then see what happens when it ticks over into at that time the theoretical 2026. And it looks like the system can count beyond 2025, but you're unable to manually set the date beyond that. So maybe Microsoft will come back and do some sort of update. They've done rebootless updates, I guess, and then it's a very small change. It will happen without needing to do a full like reboot of the system and notify you really. So maybe that's something they do, or they just don't really care because it's the Xbox 360 and they very clearly moved on from it. And guys, some quick news out of the way. Let's get into the bigger stuff. Let's start right away with Nintendo and their Switch 2, an issue that was noticed around launch, and since then it's sort of picked up a lot of traction because people were able to measure just how slow the screen is for the handheld system, and they realized that it's actually one of the worst in terms of that responsiveness. Like on the market.
the market at all. And a lot of this comes back to Nintendo and the amount of power they're drawing from the system, trying to fit into a certain box for the wattage that they're using in handheld mode. And part of that we think comes down to the screen itself. And while they could overclock the screen basically or do overdrive, it may affect the battery life that would become more noticeable, more of a problem. But because of all this, like so for example, if you go into NSO, fire up Mario, Super Mario World, this is a great example people are showing even online. You run across the screen as Mario, you'll notice behind Mario's sprite there's like this trailing pattern almost as ghosting because of the responsiveness of the screen. Well, it seems that maybe Nintendo is going back and working to fix this, whether it's with another screen library we have to look forward to now in manufacturing, or maybe through software. So that's something that's been floated is that Nintendo could push a firmware update that would overdrive the screen and make it so that it's less noticeable for some of the ghosting. There's kind of blurriness in the screen when you move around. Now, this first came out from Digital Foundry. We can see this, and this is part of their video they posted a few days ago over on the Clips channel with John Lemon discussing a UFO 3.0 test, and that mostly shows off screen responsiveness and everything. Saying a Patreon artist that I talked to regularly, who we met back in London, who goes by the nickname Draga, recently stopped by a Nintendo shop where he was over in Japan that was showcasing Switch 2 and it's a brand new shop. So the demo units were also new, and he was comparing the screens in the demo kiosk to his own personal Switch 2, and noticed he perceived a noticeable difference in motion clarity on the new unit, which now has us wondering, did Nintendo make a hardware or software adjustment to the screen? So that's kind of the issue right now. Much more data is required here as they're going off of just a write-in from a patron here who experienced what they thought to be just a clearer screen when demoing it at a new shop. And right now, a lot of Switch 2 systems have been sold, especially on the holiday season. Millions, I'm sure, over the last month or two have been sold. So there are systems that have been recently manufactured that maybe would fall in line with this. So one of the reasons I want to bring this here, and while it's going to be very difficult for people to compare unless they have a friend who's had Switch 2 for a while, if there's a Switch 2 you just got, I mean, like seriously, this past week, or maybe you're planning to get a Switch 2 in 2026, the first month or two in the year, I mean, I think it'd be interesting to see if we have maybe a different screen going around. Like the screen library's been brought up for all kinds of Nintendo handles. This wouldn't be new. Like IPS screens, a warm, like a yellowish tint screens, even the Switch 1 was the whole thing. The 3DS has gone through this at length. So that's one concern is that Nintendo isn't necessarily figuring this out through a software or a patch of some kind. They're figuring it out by just going back and changing things out in the supply chain, which is great for people who buy Switch 2 now or going forward. But a real shame for people who are early adopters and pick up the system at launch. And I will say it has been theorized for a bit now that Nintendo could fix this problem with a firmware update. And one of the reasons when a firmware update happens, people are very curious to see any notion of that maybe behind the scenes because I don't think it's something Nintendo would just outright announce. Hey, we fixed some of the responses or the blurriness on the screen. With how Nintendo kind of works, sometimes these technical details of firmware updates, they just kind of leave it up to us to discover this. And we know many accounts or data miners like go through these updates to see what exactly changes in the firmware, and that's certainly something that would be noticed. And of course, people would then do different tests and try to figure out how much they were able to alter or maybe improve that screen. But Digital Foundry has already kind of mentioned they're looking into this, so just something to keep in mind and at least to keep an eye out for. Especially again, if you end up getting a Switch 2 here sometime soon, if you have a friend who has an older Switch 2, put them side by side with the same game and see if there's any difference. Next up, let's talk about that.
Ik never get anything. Get it.
About that RAM shortage once again, that is, I'm just sweeping headlines. That's all we're hearing about because it's also all we're seeing when it comes to pricing. Now it's very noticeable with RAM and solid state drives. It's definitely something people are keeping an eye on now outright when it comes to updates as to how these companies can sort of solve this thing. Well, one answer could be working backwards. So we can see this. This is over on videocards.com saying a rumor from board channel that Asus is adjusting its Q1 2026 motherboard production plan. The post says the company is shifting supply chain and factory capacity for DDR4 models in response to increasing price of DDR5 memory. AMD side claims that Asus will raise output for AM4 boards. The post points to higher supply for B550 and A520 DDR4 motherboards to meet demand. This is something that's already come up. The idea of, alright, look, DDR5 is incredibly expensive, but DDR4 is not that expensive. At least it wasn't. Something I've also noticed because I had that idea too as I saw this coming up. So I wonder if DDR4 is really that problematic for people. RAM speed is something that I don't think people notice much. The reason that people get DDR5 or upgrade their RAM for the most part, that's how it's always been for me, is because the new processor you got that requires a new motherboard that you got requires new RAM. I've really never been in a situation outside of, okay, maybe relying on an APU. I've never been in a situation of this 2800 megahertz RAM, it's not doing it. I need to go up to 3200, no way I can play the game. It's just not something that people notice much. So I do think there's an avenue for people who want to save money but still kind of build a PC right now. They're rely on older parts and go back to DDR4, or maybe just buy DDR4 because they never got DDR5 in the first place. And the thing now though is because demand is starting to shift a little bit in that direction, pricing's going up for RAM for DDR4. Even motherboards, slight uptick, although the used market for motherboards is vast. So you can probably find an AM4 equipped board relatively cheap. Again though, you would be going used, and there is always a risk involved, especially with the motherboard side. So now I'm wondering if Asus does this, will they be able to just let the market a bit more new parts? And is that something that would work to be a short-term solve? Because eventually DDR5 has to be figured out. And I'd like to think that sooner rather than later, but again, I believe we'll end up in 2027 most likely before we see any kind of resolution because a lot of the contracts that have been signed according to reports is going all the way through 2026. So it's gonna be a bit. But I have some builds I was throwing together as well, some really weird stuff. That'll be interesting to see, like a $150 gaming PC that's like changing the BIOS in the video. But we're going in there, okay? So keep an eye out for that stuff. I think it'll be a lot of fun to see how much we can squeeze out of pretty old parts. Next up, let's talk about Sean Layton, as his former Sony executive, PlayStation, over to Tencent. And occasionally he'll do interviews that at times I think is really telling us where some of these big publishers want the industry to go. And again, working at Tencent, he does talk to a lot of other people at these different publishers. So it's worth hearing him out on what he has to say, even though sometimes he'll say stuff like, I don't know how that would actually work in the real world with gaming, but still we can see this. This is transcribed over on IGN as they were quoting Balls for Thought and Naomi Kyle YouTube channel. Sean Layton talking about the gaming industry overall, a bunch of different things from the current going on with it. But he did talk about VHS and Betamax. Kind of mentioning why did VHS end up being Betamax? Well, they had a universal format that was used by multiple different manufacturers. And then he goes into talking about this, saying I think we need to get in a world where we have a gaming format. Maybe it just comes from PC. Maybe find a way just to do it on a Linux kernel or something. And then we have a consortium around that. You have licensing programs which allow other manufacturers to build into that space. And then you can talk about numbers. That's how you get to ubiquity of the toaster. Right now, we're tracking entertainment. So funny about this. Ex-Sony executive. He's talking about Microsoft Vision right now with Xbox. And people look at that and go, how's Xbox? Well, not great. I guess more of a branding thing currently than anything else. But the idea being you have even just one OS, one game format. Because that's kind of what you would need. It all have to be very uniform. And it would work across multiple different devices, even from all these different manufacturers. So he mentions the VHS. He also mentioned DVD. I mean, hey, look, DVD is one format that works on the Panasonic TV player, works on the Sony TV player, works on Toshiba TV player. Pop it in. Same with TVs. You can say that. At least back in the day now with the, I don't know, the smart TVs and stuff. There are certain apps that work on some, but not the others. This whole thing there. But the idea being, if you buy a DVD and your friend has a TV player, it's going to work there. It doesn't matter if it's Sony's or Microsoft's TV player, we'll say. But then you get back down to the idea of it's very different because these systems have their own stores attached to digital. So they collect royalties on game. And all that is predicated on the idea that they have a console that is part of a walled garden or ecosystem that they have worked to build up. Because otherwise, there's just not much reason for them to make these systems in the first place, or at the very least subsidize these systems. They would have to charge much more for each one because they look to make money on the hardware itself. So while Sean Layton, what he's saying, man, what a world that would be. Right? It's just you buy a game, you buy the newest Call of Duty game, and it just works on everything. And you know, Dell can get involved, HP can start making a game system, and to a degree that is what Microsoft sounds like right now. But again, Microsoft is more focused on the OS, the operating system, the driver of all the hardware, rather than the hardware itself. So how people really want the entire gaming sphere to be, where there's just one OS. It's what it is. There's one company that technically owns the OS, and that's kind of it. I don't know. That just seems like a strange future and one that kind of pulls away from the idea of the competitive nature that we've had all the way up to this point when it comes to console manufacturers battling it out for your dollar. So again, it sounds like he's imagining utopia that I just don't know if it really exists right now with the technology, but then also kind of the business nature of him. In our last news, we'll talk about the first gaming showcase that has been announced for 2026. We can see this as it's posted over on the New Game Plus account, saying introducing a new type of game showcase. The New Game Plus showcase. It's created no game placements, genuine exciting conversations about exclusive game footage and interviews. 45 games coming to you on January 8th. I have no idea what's going to be shown here. It's a very new account formed in actually this month in December. Some people mentioned Crimson Desert might be there, and they're doing eye emojis, I guess. And this seems to be something from Jake Lucky and a few other people who have worked with this together. As he mentioned on his account, saying spent the last 8 months working with this together. New Game Plus showcase talking about what we all love, video games. And look, I mean, at the very least, I would like to check this out just to see what they announced. And if nothing else, go through the press releases and see if they have any genuine surprises or really cool updates. But just want to make you guys aware, we do already have a showcase coming up here in about a week, so keep an eye out for it. And before we go to
Imagine if Half-Life 3 is there for some strange reason.
Dragon Quest 1 and 2, HD2 remake, Dragon Quest 1 and 2, 52% to 48%. Wow, that's the lower seat taking out a higher seat here. And the Dragon Quest fandom is rising up here. Take out a Kojima game, one that was nominated for Game of the Year at the Game Awards. Dragon Quest 1 and 2, HD2 remake, nobody seen at the Game Awards really, but here it is, working to take out one of the favorite seats, some would say. So that's big moves there. And never count some of these games out, guys. So I'm saying we'll see what else we have over the next few days as Game of the Year madness will continue to run, even though we're all for news on Monday. And we'll finish up with comments of the day reviews from Lowe says that's actually good news for the next generation consoles because we don't need them anytime soon. That's what I'm saying. All the comments below the news for this was, oh good, I don't have to worry about buying a PlayStation 6 or an Xbox.
Every
It's a year,
little
right?
bit.
For 5 years for that thing. It's not a big deal. Even cross-gen, I might be okay with the PS5.
PS5, and I see people say it feels like the PS5 or the Xbox Series hasn't really been stressed at all. And I mean, look, when I played Final Fantasy VII Remake, Rebirth, I should say, and there's performance with blurry for 60 frames per second or 30 FPS for quality, I started to go, okay, maybe we're seeing it. Then the PS5 Pro comes out, and it's been fine with that game, and it's been a sketchy launch for the Pro, but I still think there's a lot of headroom for that system. So it's like we have the option if you go, you know, I would like better visuals right now. It's there, it exists, but you don't have to get it. And that's the thing. I think with previous generations, leading up to the end, when we were 6-7 years in, you start to think about things you'd like to see solved. You don't really know what people want to see solved right now, outside of maybe install times when you pop the disc in, and we already know more than half the user base is digital anyways. They just download the game, so Sony has the work cut out for them. Because all they're really selling people on right now is ray tracing. People might legitimately hang on to the PS5 till like 2035. But ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna do it here for Newswave. If you enjoyed this video, guys, hit that like button, not the dislike. Leave comments down below everything we talked about here today. If you missed yesterday's news, up here in card, or maybe you did get a Switch 2 very recently for the holidays. You want to hear all the things you should know about your new system. Whatever that video, I'll leave it below. Thanks guys for watching. Have a great weekend. Have a great New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. Have some fun. Be safe, and I'll see you guys next Monday, 8 Eastern time for Newswave.
Let's do that. It's Race Car Special JavaScript Challenge. Check if the string reads the same forwards and backwards. Ready, 3, 2, 1. Here's how we did it. Share your solution below.
Didn't pay attention.
Ouch.
I don't really think about things that I down to do right. For this video, my entire plan is not so I saw a short and I was saying some of your right. And I like the idea because I don't really think about things that I down to do right and what comes of them, where they go, you know, they turned out good or bad, why they turned out good or bad. Like in the moment I put them, they're either continuing to be done, deleted, or got. I tend to just right. So I just kind of brainstorm here for a little bit. And I care there is so much of it. Now that I'm probably getting a lawnmower.
Holy.
I remember bringing that back. So I think we'll start here, and I'm thinking with the bad. Now most of that happened to me literally within the past like month and a half, right? I shouldn't necessarily say bad, like a lot of bad, but some of it had a lot of time out of me, right? Which so just within the past like month and a half, I had my shower leak, which destroyed the like my kitchen roof or ceiling, which was made of drywall, leaked onto it and destroyed it. So I had to have some come out, dry everything out, cut that down. That's still the roof hasn't been honestly the shower leak hasn't fixed either. I'm so bad about getting anything like that. I am so arrogant about it. Lazy, stupid, whatever label you want to throw me, or if that may go better than it. But I'm good at it. I'm good at it. Calling thing called, whatever. I'm just essentially I'll go until it literally has to. Like I do not get a choice no matter. And typically by the way where it was when I started. That's just how I am. That was the first thing that went wrong. And then also had a mishap with my computer where a buddy of mine and I were trying to essentially go and delete what was it? I'm gonna call them cached files. That's not right. Essentially go in and just delete files that have overnight. There's a word for it not coming to my brain. Kind of bother. Either way, we went to go delete excess files that shouldn't have been there that just like stopped everybody. And we fucked up the code command and deleted our entire C drive. So I lost a lot of stuff. And I haven't recovered it. Like I lost a lot of this. Like I lost about a decade of Red Material. Because and whenever I say Red Material, I don't mean like the story I was working on. I did lose the other story that I wrote last year, but I have that somewhere else. I get it. I just lost all of the
There's nobody making backups anywhere.
So the first version of it, which were essentially me from scratch, right? If I knew I was
no cloud backup.
changes, I would just start I had
No file synchrony between devices. Nothing.
So I lost all of those, sadly. I also lost a previous version to the thing that I'm currently working on. But the decade of that I lost was just like random ideas that I had throughout all over. Like if I had an idea for a civilization or a type of monster or a creature or some sort of person or god or something like that, I would just jot it down in like Microsoft Word, I for my computer. That way, if I needed inspiration for something, I could just through all those documents. Like, this is an idea. How could I make that here and there? Can I maybe have that be a like something going on in the background that's influencing me? And I just lost it shit. I know there are recovery tools. I have used some of them, tried to get it back, but I corrupted, and then all the ways that I searched around online, corrupt shit was not working. So I have the corrupt files like me. I just do not know how to fix that. Right? So that's something that happened. That really took the wind out of my sails. Thankfully, so like all of them, I'm gonna say like the characters I had made up for the character, my story, they're gone. But the story itself I don't have because I had it saved to my phone. So it deleted it off my computer, but I had a copy on my phone. So I did, and thankfully it was the most updated copy saved to my phone. But that's something that happened. Holiday round, I don't know about anybody else holiday. We hosted Christmas Eve for my family or her family. So that was like Christmas Eve at our house, had to clean up, do all of that, get everything, you know, together. And then and then we had a Christmas party at my father's house. Her Christmas party for her family was done a couple days after. So it was Christmas party into Christmas party into making sure the house was clean again, like cleaning, be ready for a party, go get everything fixed, and then go to my father's dad. So both of those were exhausting, and then have to re-clean the entire house again for her family to come. And I'll be out of the house here like 4 days later is still a mess from that part. I don't have the will or the energy to go down in it. Here, what is it? When they probably today or tomorrow morning I wish to go clean all of that stuff. Trash day, I'll have to go in it even if I don't, so that I don't miss trash. But all that stuff happened, which I'm not exactly complaining about. I'm not here going, oh, the worst thing ever. Oh, and I hate it. It's just exhausting. So there's that. And then also on the 23rd, my check-in came on, and I did a preview with my shower fee. I got it, getting that figured out. So now there's just a lot of shit just constantly swirling around my head that I need to get done. I am so I don't want to say incapable of getting done, but I just struggle with gaining a willpower. I don't know better words for it besides I struggle to action. And again, you can whatever word you want me. They're probably true. Whatever makes you feel better. I know that it doesn't. Like you can call me lazy. I call myself lazy. I don't shit like shit. So there's all that. That's a lot of the negative currently going on. Oh, I mentioned my mower, which I have a riding mower that I got from my grandfather, but it is old and it was not maintained correctly. So I learned over summer just how unmaintained it was. So it's not actually linear unless I want to maintain it. Because it's got a bunch of various issues that are essentially just running the way harder than it should. And then I had to fuck up the engine. That's what I was told. I don't remember all the specifics. Just damn, so now I have to borrow my push mower to mow yard, all that shit. And I should have also again I'm not fuck this shit up and doing that shit. So it's just essentially a shitty lawnmower. So that's a lot of that. I did also partway here. I think May quit my job because it made me look like another trash and I want to hang myself in their warehouse. I'm not saying that as a throwaway gag. I had a plan in a row. I was on the verge of myself to make it. Wanted to get myself out of that struggle, which also tension change. So I quit. So quit that job. Took a couple months off. Got another job. Can't say I like my new job anymore. But it is just another job. Specifically, that's how I did it. Right. I think now that is all of the bad, right? That is part of my year. There's probably more that I ever got, but that's all that I can right now. So I'll say now we can move on to like the other little project, right? So I've started my channel this year. This is just one of them. And I went through and I totaled like how many videos I made, how much. Essentially, I'm going to say more than rounded down. And then about how many hours I made, right? So I started 3 channels. One was buddy with a buddy of mine. I was essentially just going to be editor for his YouTube channel, wanted to make our content, around his stuff like that. And I was essentially just going to take his raw footage and edit it to make it something that you want to put up. That has gone nowhere. No videos. I have yet any raw footage. I have yet like edited nothing. Made a YouTube channel and that. So that's kind of sad. Honestly, I don't expect it to go anywhere. I kind of have more than half expected that to be what happened. In fact, I told him that's what I because I need to start projects on my project. So that's sad, but all in all, so I think I'll move on to the other channel, the channel that I was super happy that it has become what it is. It is a channel for my cousin and I that I every week. I think if you know anything about Hank and John Green, they do Vlog Brothers. Very similar concept, except for all videos are private. Very similar. They private, talk about what you want to do, setting up, and have no worry of it, right? No worries of it. And with that, between the two of us, I made 41 video, which that's awesome, right? That's roughly what I'm going to say here. It should well if it was. But I'm very happy with that. I'm very happy with serving the purpose. So on that channel, 24 videos were mine, and counted for I made about 686 minutes, about 11.5 hours of content. Which it was nice for me to go and just how much work that, right? Just how much. Looking at the numbers, I realized not fully, but help me understand just how much I did. Right? That is 12 hours of my life that I would be project, right? That should have ended to be counted, right? And that was just my part. I didn't total video, like I didn't total his videos or how long they lasted or no all of that. In all honesty, my year. And then there's just the video I did total. I don't know how long the video is going to run. And it's currently the 3rd of December, last day, right? It's currently 12:34 a.m. It's another day, so I'm not worried about it. Right? So this year, exclude video, I have 45 videos that have a total of, and this surprise that this channel actually had more like I made more content on the channel than because the other one I've been consistent every single we started doing. I made 8 in there, typically between 20 minutes and an hour
long. So I'm very surprised this one, even though it has twice many videos, still had more. Actually, now that I think about it, it did have very. But a lot of those videos are shorter, where like they're between like 3 and 8 minutes. So I kind of didn't expect this channel to have more minute content. And all of that works out to be about 12.5 hours this shit. Which means that's neat. I didn't realize that it was that much. It didn't feel like that much. And something that I did want to note is like, so my most viewed video was like in the past with 300, which is wild. Beyond my wildest speculation, right? I expected that most of my video hitting like ever. For some reason, this one went to the stratosphere and hit 4, which that's awesome. I'm hesitant to say I'm proud of that, but unexpected and it was just like, wow, that happened. That's nice. And if I was smart, I had more energy. But I should have and or could have probably read that way to help boost the channel. But I don't know. And if I run into the ground, I run into the ground. I'll say I started other projects, right? Of the ones that I can remember. I started 2 other little projects. Tried my other cousin. One of them being like not necessarily brand, but like doing like essentially Frankenstein or clothing, match our own, right? I also kind of said that would go anywhere. We talked about it one day, and then I brought it up about it that where I force it, and I'm not done. So if he's not interested, I'm going to let him plus something or I brought it up. If you want to do it on his own, it's more about me not forcing myself. I'm not right. That's that. I'm not going to be angry or that if he goes on his own, and that becomes on him. However, it is also like they're both angry by so they're also just they're like not where I'm ready to start hunkering down by the door, makes I'm sick. They're not there yet. Right? One's getting there, but I don't think I show about trying to start like a side hustle because he's only had 1 reel, right? So he still has hope as I have. And all that. That was a clothing brand. With the other one, it was going to be around like a very he had a gang or band of band and a couple of Canada. He's still in high school, and they actually went up and like sang during a little like in their school that their school was host. That to me whenever he told.
What?
And like in their school that their school was host. That to me whenever he told my fucking mind. That shit, like I'm all, never would I have expected for anyone in our family to go out, not just say that they wanted it, but orchestrate and make it happen. Right? He was the lead singer of that band, which I think is awesome. Right? So he essentially, whenever I heard that he wanted to make a band, I threw the idea of, hey, you need help writing, doing song, or someone like if we're listening to something doing feedback, let me know. And he said, yeah, he could do that. And he was having that. Same with like I have my own interest in writing, which I am still kind of doing here and there whenever I feel down to do it. If I feel creative, nothing is like wrong on that. So essentially, for the most part, it was a hey, we could do this. He has like taking up on the offer, or been like, yeah, get in here so he can work on that, doing it on his own. I added for me and my part in that project. Right? That's fine. If he's happy, it's what he's doing. I would guideline as much as I am, right? But for my part in that project, it went nowhere. And as of right now, it will not be anything changed. But I'm sad, but it is what it is. Someday I'll be able to figure that out. See if I can find something. Because the first cousin I was talking about, like him and I are both reading, we're both right in our I go writing, like raw, and he's a graphic design at a job. So like we're both trying to find it because I want to see more reality job, right? Same with the other one. I might still in high school, so I want to be able to interact and go to college, learn how work all this stuff. So I'm probably a decade away from being anything, but that's fine. Everything takes note of me though. I'm not. The next thing on here is I'm so sad. I have stopped doing art entirely. Part of it was I was feeling kind of burnt out, and my own animation made it so that like I could not get art the way that I wanted and the way that I liked. Time frame where I would stay, right? Because like I know that it's just my own animation skill, my lack of knowledge, anything. But like even if I grew like tweaks at an artist and motivated the entire time, that motivation, that everything would eventually cease, and then I wanted to force myself to get right frustrated, right? But whenever I accidentally my computer, I wiped it all gone. I made it all gone. I have a issue starting to where there are games like Skyrim. I cannot play. I lost a save file over a decade ago. I lost a file, and my brain is still like, no, I hate this starting over. So I am going to have a lot of trouble getting back into art. If I get back into art, I lost it. And I was working on like my profile picture where I lost a snippet of something where I wanted to make it a bigger story art, right? And it was very important whenever I got my logo, whenever I write about very important, very. I want to say, but I've now lost the artwork. I've over done now work on what's the story that I wrote for that character arc of my own, and it wasn't supposed to be like other thing that I'm working on towards dedicated and drawn out perfect. Quite literally, the story that I wrote, the better word right now. Where like when it was just use whatever comes to your mind, right? That term, I'm going to go back. That was what the right. It was supposed to be raw. Not so I say like it wasn't really perfect. And it like me wanted to help, but I want to share with because some of those are very dark that don't get talked about. Like talk about depression, like talk about depression, talk about that. But all of those are kind of because people don't tend to talk about exact because very I think they're would like not necessarily talk about, but would like to see someone else see what I not talking right like to know say just the feeling of say about staring at it stare at. What about whenever like the void staring at you trying to find like it's understand what happened whenever the only thing to back at whenever all yourself whenever and yourself not good enough, but although care to let it all go. Those are very easy that I had. Other would overshoot, right? It's not going to be for everybody, but comfortable we have position. And that's all but I now and you could say, oh well, can we create it, make it again? And I still plan on having a very fast state and I'm not interested in it, right? Typically it takes a lot of things over a very long time to break down my memory wall. And I haven't like that equipment like I started feeling it a little bit where I got my new job, but that shred about get another job doing shit like I don't get a job and it made me terrible like awesome. I started feeling a little bit then, but I've had my job. I still hated it. I don't like any job. And I know that there is no job right because if I force it, but all of that aside, it will take me a long while to care about because like I have the character, I have the art, I still have the guy that work and that's the same I cannot come up with the same. There's no other way to put it like the same. The words that are being said can't draw out same bad. They would right. Well, yeah, bad. Third word and actually will resonate differently now, right? I can try to gate it, but the exact word, like the exact thing about it, make me a certain way about that same word. I can't right? I'm sorry, I went on a very long tangent. Describe that's really important. It's really frustrated that I lost. But say life goes on. I would just talking about that so long. But down below that I have stream. I watch stream a little bit. I stream not, but like I never have a schedule or find that I want to show. Most of the time I'm like Smite. I have a lot of fucking game. I hate it so much, but I put so much time into it. Like, right? It doesn't even like calm me down or make me feel good. Most of the time pisses me off and fucking mobilize everyone off to play much. So why I play it, I honestly don't know. I tend to pick it up for a while and then put it down for a while. But that's most of the time like what I would stream if I was streaming. So it would kind of come and go as I like. And now like I don't even know what I want to do. I was kind of dabbling in before I got my computer. I was dabbling in trying to like YouTube, which honestly seems kind of fun. But I can't get the models to behave the way I write. Like I have the VTech. I have like a little hand sync thing used for what you call it for VR gaming and shit. That, like you put it on like your head or your desk or something like that. And it's just I can't get it in a position to where it will constantly read my hands correctly. And half the time whenever I'm using it, it'll like reverse my fucking hands like this on the model. I still to this day, no matter how much research, how much fucking with it I do, I cannot make it work. Like it'll be like at the shoulders, the model arm will just reverse, to where like the arms are crossed at the fucking shoulders, and then like the hands are backwards and shit. And it's like what the fuck is going on here? Why are you doing this? No one fucking knows. No one tells me all the fixes that I look up and see don't work. So that's something that I have to figure out with it. But it's less honestly about VTubing, more just getting all the software working, because I have a bigger idea for it at some point where I want to essentially just use the VTubing software and model essentially make a story with those, right? To where like I want to be able to essentially like mocap myself onto these characters and like green screen them and then put them into other world and stuff like that, so that I can do storytelling that way, right? Because that I think is where my end goal is, where I want my end is to be able to not just write things in a book. I honestly don't really like writing like that, but I think where I wanted to go, be able to spark note something out and then try to create something in like that 3D space with essentially remodel and shit like that. Because like I even got like voice mod and I have that set up, run voice meter and then into OBS, so everything works the way I want. It's just getting the detail and like I bought and upgraded my computer specifically so that I could do all of that shit. Like, do all of that and then also video editing to try to
Just remember to boost your audio.
So that I start working on all of that shit, right? That's kind of where I'm at with that, streaming, all of that shit. I also, this year, going a little bit, so I ended up looking into, like, game making, game maker, and like, RPG maker, stuff like that. Again, I want to tell the stories, but I don't necessarily want to be in a book, right? Like, I don't just want to write books. I want to be more engaging, interactive, right? Like I said, my end goal with the VTuber stuff is, like, I want to, my true end goal is I want to be able to stream it all, right? I want to actually be able to have that mocap suit and the VTuber model, but I want the VTuber model to be, like, I want to go and make, essentially, a game for that character to play, and then have them react to whatever's happening in that game, right? But, like, obviously, the game's not going to be like a game. It's going to have to, like, set piece, right? Where they'll be going through whatever the story is, and then instead of just being, like, a 2D cutout in a, a 2D cutout in something like Renpai, in, like, a visual novel, instead, I'd rather be streaming it to Twitch as they're playing it as a character, and then that be the experience, and then we upload it to something like that, and then potentially have certain character in the future have some sort of, like, site, maybe this would be a completely different side story compared to like my main shit, but like be able to have them interact with chat some way, where chat might be like voice in their head, or it might be some sort of like whisper to wind, where like certain things that are said or done or have voted on, like the character will interact with, right? That I think is super neat, super engaging. Like I feel like that would be a lot of fucking fun, right? Like maybe have their build this game out around them, but then also have like all choices inserted. So like it's kind of like a choose your adventure thing with these characters, right? So that's gonna take so much time, so much effort, and I need to make the stories first, right? And then I would love to actually have those kind of like characters influence the actual like big overarching story that I have going on, right? Like I don't necessarily just want to come up with the ideas on my own or decide on the ideas on my own. I want to include other people. That is like my big thing. I want to include other people in the shit that I'm doing. I think that makes the experience so much better. So that's game making right now, where it's dead. All the files that I was working, also got the leader, anything else working on, like everything in Renpai, everything in RPG Maker, everything in Game Maker, all fucking gone. And next thing on here is Blender, same thing game making. I was dabbling in it. I was really excited about it. I was learning a lot, but oh fucking hard. People make it look easy in the tutorials, and no matter what's going on, it's just there's so many steps, so many things to remember, so much shit. It's gonna take a lot of time to learn and implement. But I did want to learn it, and I was playing around in it. I still like art. I think art was sucking. It's something that I want to learn, but I played with for a little bit and I gave up. So that was that with Blender, and then I brought up doing earlier. VTuber, I just like streaming, but like I said, I did figure it mostly out. There are some
For
bugs
an indie game, risking doing 3D as an indie developer is so fucking risky. It's better stick to 2D. Because getting 3D right, even AAA developers, most often than not, they don't get 3D right. Mostly because of performance, really. Bad performance.
I've been working on this for 15 years, and these are other iterations. I landed where I'm at, so my day, fuck off. Especially now that I've lost all that shit, I'm way more wary. But in general, so with my rating, so this year I've written just under 28,000, which is not much. I know. Look at Stephen A. Look at Brandon. Look at whoever you want to. They probably write 2 million words a quarter, you know. But I'm not that. So for me, looking at 28,000 going, that's a fucking lot. That is a lot. That is roughly twice the amount that I wrote last. So to me, I'm looking at that going, that's pretty damn good. So for Microsoft Word, you know, the 11, yeah. So the characters being size 11, single page like that. It's right around 64 words in right. And then if you, so I talked to a publisher earlier this year, so maybe that's something time, and they said roughly the way that they measure novel pages, there is about 205 words per novel page. So that works out to be about 100 pages. Now this is just a rough. This is my first iteration of taking my third iteration, but I'm still on the first draft. So to me, my first iteration of the novel, and I wasn't expecting novel, but anyway, my first iteration where I'm just trying to get the story right. Where I'm trying to get the story written down, where I get the entire everything written out, so that I can write another way to put it besides just where I'm getting my character to go point A to point B to point E to point E and go through their arcs, right, or to go through whatever changes that I think they need to go, or they will end up going through that. Because the way that I write, for the most part, the way that I write is the story is character driven, right? I have a rough idea of where they start, where they end, but how they get point is right. To me, it is the characters themselves. I'm not going to shove them into, oh well, you have to go here, and then now they have to go here and get this item to go here. Like if a character doesn't follow direction, the character doesn't listen, they're not going to follow a 3-step plan. They're going to go do whatever the fuck that they want to do. You know, especially if you piss them off by trying to make them follow that plan, or you know, belittle, demean them, something like that. They're going to go over there and say, fuck you, fuck all of you, I'm going over here. So, and then if them being over there derails the entire story until he can manage to get back to where he's supposed to be via whatever means, even if it is just plot convenience. Oh, he just popped up there because he doesn't know which direction, which, you know, that works. But in general, that's how I'm running the story, right? And the story in and of itself has changed drastically, even in the 3 versions that I've written now, in the 3 essentially ideas, like the original. Essentially, ideas like the original ending has changed probably 4 times, right? Which I think is fine. Like I don't have any problem with that, but it's because as I've learned who these characters are, as I'm writing about them, learning what their priorities are and how they're going to essentially change as people throughout it, the ending change, right? It doesn't make sense for the original ending for it to happen to these characters because they're not the same characters, right? So, and especially as I'm learning who they are and how they're going to go through their arcs and who they're eventually going to end up, it doesn't make sense for that same ending. Which, originally I was going to have other characters, like the entire short story was essentially to shoehorn 2 other characters from later on in my series, essentially, just so that I could like show off essentially who they are, show their personality, like okay, who people are, and then people like in retrospect go, oh, the short story had this person in it, so it fits this in the timeline, and then it could like flesh out everything that's going on. But now it doesn't even make sense for them to show up at all in the story, so I've just kind of retconned it, right? Like they still might show up. Like I think that they might, but if they do, it's going to be because essentially word got out that people are here, even though they were sent there to die. So now essentially those characters that were originally like the entire story, like came into because of them. The only reason there is not necessarily kill them, but just to see if it's true they die, right? Because very specifically, there's one character that would get saved by like a higher up age, right? And they would send these characters specifically to go get her to see if it is true that she is still alive and to go save the others who fucking that one important, right? And whenever you look at her, you wouldn't even know that she is important. Doesn't know she's not that important story or anything like that. She's literally just a girl. She's literally just a girl that ended up weaseling her way into the heart of somebody that essentially didn't even know that they form a bond with, right? And it was because she's a super sweetheart that doesn't really see that this person is quote unquote, right? Essentially, she just took up the same hobby as this person. I know it is what you call it. What's the word? It's very tropey. It's very whatever. But it's literally she's just a girl. But she became important to this other person. Why she became a target to another person and she ended up where she's at. Well, that's the whole reason that those people he sent they get sent, right? I still need to decide how some characters essentially that like just came into the fray because as I was writing, I need other characters to first come up with. Essentially, how do these characters react to how do they react to what's going on? And it doesn't make sense for them to essentially send word up a chain about these people existing where they are, right? These people being where they're at. It makes sense for them to tell them. As of right now, I think yeah, late, and so I think that they probably will come and try to do this girl, but not in the same thing as others were thinking. Right? I know being very vague, not really much. I just want to write the story and sit and have people enjoy it without fucking ruining the everything about it, right? Sorry, I went on a tangent. We're already at 47 fucking minutes. So getting back to this, so wrote 102 novel pages or what have like 100 novel pages. Over this year, I think I have made more, but the ones relevant to the story that I'm telling right now, I have made 1 character and their latest story. The 5 main characters, the novel that I'm working on, I made like old like characters, like who they were, where they came from, why they act the way they are, the art they're going through, how they you know like their personality, their traits, the way they the world, the way they interact with the world, the way they interact with each other, stuff like that. I made all of those for those 5 main characters, and I think that I started them for some of the other characters. Some of the side they kind of becoming how the story goes. but some for those other characters they've since been deleted because of the fucking that happened here a little while ago. So they're all gone, and I'm not planning on making them again. I know I will not be able to make the same one. And in all honesty, it was more or less just to get me started with the character. That makes sense. Essentially knowing who they are, where they came from, that way whenever I write it, who they were in the beginning, and they are like, wow, I had something to base it on. But now I actually know who the characters are, right? Because 100 pages, I know they are now, right? So I don't have as much need for them anymore. And honestly, the main purpose of the game in general was in case I did get help with it, right? In case someone showed interest, wanted to help me with it, whether it be doing art or that, I guess work in general, I could give them the things like, okay, these are carry this over and see they are where they are, right? And why they are with it. Instead of me just trying to explain to you, here's some reading material they can go back to. And then also, potentially, if I were to start messing with the character much, they might be able to draw me back in and go, hey, this is where this character's coming from, remember? I'm going to change, right? But no one's helping anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. And if someone does show interest in want to start helping, I can. Right? It did take me a little while. It took me a lot of brainstorming. And for the most part, again, I know who the characters are, I know where they came from, right? So it's not like the first time where I was actually creating the character the first time, right? Figuring out who they were and where they came from. Essentially, I just kind of, right? It just I know them and I'm not creating which there's a huge difference. There's a huge difference between essentially messing with something, you know, like making it cater to what you need or what you're reading it for the first time. Oh yeah, that's what I am now. So I want to say there's that character. She said that I made. Actually, I think I did end up making a couple more other throughout the timeline, and they're gone now. It's unfortunate. I don't know if I'm going to do that again. Maybe I'll start it back up if I have a purple but until then, or I guess if I make a new without figuring out the character, or did I like? Besides that, also here within the past, like I started working on like an actual overarching timeline for all of the events happening throughout like story. Like this thing that I'm currently working on is one story. I've got about 300 issues of story within this timeline, right? And this story is quite literally just essentially taking part in a week, 2 weeks, something like that. Like the entire story is just something about this much of it, right? It's supposed to be a little side story. It wasn't supposed to blow up be as big as it is. The original concept for this story was supposed to take essentially it's supposed to be 3 days, right? 3 days. A short story about these people going through what they're going through. 3 days. Now I don't think it depends on how it goes anyway. More than likely only 10 is right now. I've got an entire 300-year history that I'm working on with this timeline. That's what I'm going to write for the rest of it, right? So essentially I'm going to say like 100-year gap. It's not going to be perfect. In fact, the first one might only encompass like 20 years, something like that. Like the first part, because I don't know how many books going to be on parts. Each part I made them all. But the first one's probably only going to measure like the first like 20 years, right? And then the second one might encapsulate an entire 100-year span. And the third one may also encapsulate a whole 100-year span. But as of right now, because the original concepts for the books to sell, it's just essentially going one character's story, like one little event or thing that they go through. But the amount of time that takes to might be a right? Like not like here and now, but like because like I know in part 3 there's going to be more short here. Yeah, that should happen. That is part of everything that's going on there. So whenever it comes to the timeline, right now I've got the timeline for I'm going to the ancient pantheon of the giants. I've got that worked out, or some of it worked out. The gods of the pantheon that I need for the story, essentially, or everything that's going on. The parts that I need right now, I work on it, right? And then for parts 1 and 2, I have the initial timeline worked out with those. I still need to make out the timeline for part 3, but not on the. I'm kind of ready to do it because out of everything that I've worked on, so my entire story, everything that I have, universes, all of it, right? All started with part 3. Part 3 is the one that I've put the least amount of time on. Because essentially it started with part 3, and then I'm like, okay, where did this person come from? Where did this come from? Oh, it came here, and then I started working on it, and I'm like, okay, there's enough here that I need to tell a full story to explain everything, so it makes sense in part 3. And then as I was wrenching on like mentally part 2, I ended up in the same situation where I'm like, okay, I need to explain where this person come from and why they are the way they are, and then I ended up with enough information going, I need another part, I need another book to explain all that so that it all fucking makes sense. And most of it's for emotional payoff, right? Whenever something happens, I don't just want to be, oh well, that guy's gone. No, I want there to be a right. I don't want you to be disconnected from the antagonist because, oh well, he was just the antagonist. I didn't understand him. Now that's not acceptable. I want you to resonate, understand who they are and why they're doing what they're doing. Whenever so that way, whenever they're gone, even if they were doing bad things, you still understand, right? You can sit there and read what they're doing. So that's all of that. So
I've got stutters.
So that's all of that. So I've got the ancients that I need, parts 1 and 2, but also it's been so long that I've actually like dwelled and thought about reading.
And more stutters, and more freezing, and more this and that.
Scared to try to put the timeline together. I'm also kind of afraid that I'll interfere with part 1 and 2 because the things that I need to happen in part 3, I might have to arrange some of the other stuff I want in part 1 and 2 whenever I start working on 3. So I'm just kind of scared of working on it in general, which is kind of why I haven't at this time. And also something I realized is because it's taking part in 300 years time, I need to worry about mortality rates. Like not just mortality rate, but like people will die within 100 years, right? People from part 1 will not survive to part 3, and I need to keep that in mind. So that people are returning to places at times. I need to know who is around during that time to know, okay, is there a chance the person would appear? Yes or no? No, because they're dead, or yet or alive. Now is there an actual chance they would appear because of the position, right? Because like if this person, you know, is devolved to a commoner, let's say they're just running like a fish market now. Well, if this person comes into this town and is looking for food on their way out, there's a chance they're running, right? That's just kind of stuff that I need to work on and keep track of. And so I went through and started making a list of just when all the characters were born, right? The dates that they're all born, and then I based that off of how old I want to be whenever something important, like whenever a main character is born. Oh well, their parents. Oh well, I'd say they'd probably be, you know, like 38 position that they're currently makes sense to be in a high position of power in their early 20s, right? So 38 might get them, or maybe even older, really high position of power. Maybe they're in their 40s or 50s before they had their first child, right? But now because they're in their 40s, 50s, now I have to sit here and go, okay, how much longer will they be around while this child is alive, right? That's something else that I just have to work on and figure out. And also, like for the most part, most of the characters are going human in the story. Humans aren't the only thing around. There are other, like I mentioned, giant. But something that I can manipulate because creator of everything here is how long humans last on average. So like if they don't die from like war or murder or you know breaking a bone or something, how old can they live? I'm thinking that the average is only set to 1, and the limit could be like right because like here in our day and age, the average is 75, right? People like average life for a male is 78. So I can kind of manipulate that, right? That means that there are. It's not unheard of for people to live to 120, but in order to counterbalance that, you know, like right, and that'll counterbalance the 100 average. And I think that'll help some issue with the fact that this higher than is, you know, 300 years. That way, some character that I may need to recycle in part 1 can still be alive in part 2, right? But that doesn't mean that they'll necessarily be alive for part.
But not again.
Mean that they'll necessarily be alive for part. Just more or less like right. But yeah, so there's that. Worked on the timeline. Something more work. Something else I'm planning on doing that I think would be a really idea. When I post-it notes, we'll see if this happens. Probably I know myself. But once I get the timeline worked out, or once I get the initial timeline worked out, right, I'm going to probably decorate this back wall, post-it note about all the things that are happening. That way I can visualize them and be like, okay, so this is what's happening, and then I've got them in different colors so that they were. That way I can visualize. Go, okay, this still makes sense here. This still makes sense here, and just kind of pick it apart. Right? But I'm gonna say I went off on a lot of tangents here. I need to get the fuck to bed. I'm tired. Also a little bit, but I'm gonna wrap this up here. I'm gonna say this is everything that I can remember for a year in review. I'll probably remember more stuff after I upload that. Like, damn, you fucking idiot. How did you forget that? How did you forget it? How did that? But I'm just gonna go ahead and an hour and 2 minutes now. So I will see you in the next video.
Games novos e nostálgicos são na loja Nova Era. Link na descrição. Bem, beleza? Eu sou o Fevereiro, estou aqui para trazer para você mais uma parte da nossa maratona especial de férias. Uma fita por dia, temporada Nintendinho. E esse aqui é meu, hein? Esse é meu. The Simpsons Start vs. The World, que saiu em 1991 para o Nintendinho e também para o Game Boy e o Game Gear. E esse era um jogo que eu via muito nas bancas de revista, nas revistas. Às vezes eu ficava morrendo de vontade de jogar. Pô, velho, Arte contra o Mundo, nossa, deve ser o gote de tudo esse jogo. Mas não tive oportunidade pra jogar lá atrás. Quando cresci, tinha emulador e tal, esqueci do jogo. Acabei nunca jogando. Agora eu tava montando, né, a lista para os vídeos da maratona aqui do Nintendinho. Lembrei dele e falei, não, agora eu vou jogar. Agora eu vou jogar. Coloquei na lista e vou jogar aí pela primeira vez com vocês e já tô pronto
para me decepcionar. Naquela época, lá, finalzinho dos anos 80, começo dos anos 90, os Simpsons era super popular, principalmente o Bart com a molecada. Então saiu um jogo pra caramba de Simpsons no Nintendinho mesmo, acho que foi um 4. Depois, Mega Drive também veio um monte. O mais popular no Nintendinho foi o Space Mutants, que recebeu porte pro Mega Drive também, e esse eu joguei no Mega Drive. Muita gente falou que era tranqueira, eu gostava muito quando era criança, e hoje eu acho que ele é tranqueira também. Depois saiu o Bart vs The World, e esse não recebeu porte pro Mega Drive. E aí a Acclaim, né, que tava desenvolvendo os jogos, eles começaram a fazer uns jogos de Simpsons mais trabalhados para os 16 bits, com uns bonecos grandão e tal, né? Foi lá o Nightmare, o Virtual Bart, né? Esses aí, que daí já explorava mais os poderes consoles da outra geração e deixaram o Bart vs The World no Nintendinho mesmo e só nos portáteis, tá? E pelo que eu vi, ele deve parecer um pouco o Space Mutants, posso estar enganado, vou descobrir agora. A história aí é meio inusitada, o Bart participou de uma competição de desenho no programa do Krusty que tava valendo uma viagem à volta ao mundo, coletando coisas do Krusty, né? Uma caça ao tesouro. E depois aparece o Burns aí, que é o chefe do Homer, falando que era tudo um plano pra acabar com os Simpsons. É isso aí. Esse rolê todo pra sumir com os Simpsons do mapa e ver se os lucros da usina nuclear dele voltam a subir, né? Tá falando que o nosso primeiro destino é a China, que a gente vai encontrar o terceiro primo, né? O Fu Manchu, o terceiro primo dele, Fu Manchu, igualzinho ele. Então, o Burns tem um primo chinês. Deixa eu ver o que tem aqui. Trivia. O que é isso? Combinar cartas, Jung. Isso aqui é minigame? Vamos pro bar. Opa, olha, não é por mal não, mas os bonecos do jogo parecem que foram feitos em Paint. Como é que eu bato neles? Não bato, entendi. Não tem nada na pausa, não tem nada no select. Isso aqui. Isso aqui eu prego? O que é isso? Não faço ideia. Cara, isso aqui foi feito em Paint, certeza. E sim, já tinha uns negócios parecidos com Paint na época. Ah, sai!
You cannot even jump.
Estão jogando bombinha em mim? Que situação, hein? Cabeça do bicho lá, mas como é que eu subo? Ah, pelo mastro mesmo, legal. Nossa. Caramba, quanta coisa que estão me jogando, velho. Me odeiam tanto. Eu não peguei uma arma. Ah, tomei um Sunday ali. Map.
What happened? What? But what?
Trivia, deixa eu ver. Que presente Homer surpreendeu Marge como o seu aniversário? Uma bola de boliche. Até hoje isso daí é referência pra mim. Quando alguém dá um presente que ele mesmo quer pra uma pessoa, eu falo que ele deu uma bola de boliche pra ela. Não esqueço de jeito nenhum dessa. O que Homer prometeu fazer se Bart perdesse a miniatura, o golfe miniatura? Ah tá, aqueles mini golfe, né? O mini golfe para Todd Flanders. Ixi, não lembro desse episódio. Sobre a Dixie.
Oh yeah, what the fuck is this?
Porta de cereja.
Oh gosh.
E a cortar a grama usando a roupa mágica do Minigo. Qual é o nome do gato dos Simpsons? Bora nem dois. Agora ninguém tá com vontade de fazer sentido. Deixa eu ver se sai aqui. Aí vai você pega o vídeo aí, vai lá. Vamos pro próximo. Agora vai. Bob, Catra, Olhos, Wonders, Mole. Nossa, dois planos. House, dois planos. E House. Mole. Dois, Wonders. Catra, dois planos. Mas é bom. Aqui o quê? Eu não era da mas tem. Tá com fogo aí, vai. Vai fazer o quê aqui? Agora se fazer muito, eu acho. Vamos ver. Faz aí, posso ir. Morreu, me bota aqui. Nossa, cara, é isso mesmo. Vamos. Vai fazer uma coisa que eu vou fazer. Vamos. Faz tempo dessa. Volta tudo. Essa daqui tá mais legal. Botei uma ali. Não sei. Socorro. Eu vou mais logo. Caramba, velho. Checkpoint. Só que era pra você. Quero chegar acostumado a fazer hoje aqui. A dois passos checkpoint, né? Em jogo nem existe isso. Mas tem mesmo. Além dos aqui. Vamos jogar com o bicho. Isso mesmo, com o Bob. Mas não vai nada. Você quer parar agora? Putz, viu? Eu sequinho pra fazer. Eu não lembro. Por causa que você vai fazer. Opa, tira. Só que eu não consigo subir ali pra baixo. Você vai achar. É, velho. Então, ela ali assim, pra baixo. Assim, a mesma calçada. Aí, um acerta ele. Você vai assim. A minha bolinha vai mais ali. Você vai bem essa, você vai bem aí. Acabou esse problema. Uou. Ele vai bem, né? Começa. Eu posso subir. Vai ser. Pau. Olha. Você tem como. Só tira e reza. Você for. Ah, tá. Só que eu vou usar o fogo com a comida. Aí, achou, papai. Duas vidas. Peguei tantos cassinos. Agora, a gente vai ter que colocar o norte e pegar o 10.
They're making noise upstairs, so
Parece que ele fosse frango, pegar frango, tirar, cozinhar o frango, transformou os miúdas, e o pau lá virou isso aqui. Não é nem um pirão, sei lá. Mas tá bem caralho, já joguei muito pior aqui nessa maratona. Mas enfim, comente aí pra gente o que você achou. The Bart vs The World, já tinha jogado ele?
Nunca vou.
Não conhecia da vontade de jogar? Deixa um comentário pra nós, que é muito importante esse engajamento para a gente conseguir fazer essa maratona, já que o YouTube não entrega esse tipo de vídeo pra galera. E o maluco aqui ainda vai fazer 31 vídeos seguidos no mesmo tema que o YouTube não indica. Tem que se ferrar mesmo. Não vou ferrar, porque vocês vão dar essa moral aí com engajamento. Likezão aí. E se é a primeira vez que está por aqui, inscreva-se para acompanhar os lançamentos. Amanhã tem mais vídeo de Nintendinho pra você. De jogo bom dessa vez, beleza? Eu vou ficando aqui, nos vemos no próximo vídeo. Falou!
Esse sofá parece um que eu vi na porta da Febem. E esse parece o caixão da Chiquinha. Esse relógio parece um que eu vi na casa da bruxa. Chaves do seu Madruga. É? Ladrão! Mas se a gente encontrar ele, o que a gente faz? Vamos ter que matar ele. Olha só!
Hooray.
Welcome back to Slop Live. Today's Slopic, it's already 2026 in New Zealand.
Yep.
So first of all, Happy New Year. And second of all, because I'm in the future, I thought I'd let you guys know what's been going on. Half-Life 3 was finally announced by Valve today, though there's been a bit of backlash because it's now a rhythm-based gacha game with microtransactions and AI-generated art. The DIA has released even more episodes that they magically found, and sadly, it looks like Britney Facebear, a loved mascot, is on the list. But that's not all. OpenAI, the creators of ChatGPT, have announced due to soaring RAM prices, they will now be incinerating orphans in order to generate more energy so people can keep rating AI slop on YouTube Shorts. How thoughtful. And unfortunately, people are still saying 6-7. So yeah, not looking too good. Hopefully not spending your New Year's watching Slop, and thanks to Slop and Barn.
It's over. Truly over. Truly over. Truly over.
Hey, buddy, how's it going? Welcome to today's episode of How You Getting Fucked. I'm your host, Lewis Ross, and today we're going to be discussing Section 12.1 of the MCA yet again by way of discussing wheelchairs and medical devices. I did a video a few weeks ago talking about the lies that are told to try and reinforce this horrible law that makes it illegal to show other people how to fix what you bought and paid for, and that you can see here. I'll link it down below. And today I want to discuss somebody who hacked their wheelchair in order to get access to the functionality inside this device that costs over €6,000. This is a really awesome story that comes from Elfie. She was sick and tired of some limitations on her wheelchair and decided, I'm just going to figure this stuff out myself. So she is an IT security specialist with multiple sclerosis, and she uses an Albert eMotion M25 electric wheelchair to get around. This is approximately €6,000 to get this device, and they lock certain features behind paywalls. So to give you an idea of some of the features that are locked behind a paywall, it's €99 to unlock a higher speed, 8.5 kilometers an hour versus 6 kilometers an hour, €600 to lose remote control, €100 to use the phone app as a remote. Cruise mode is also an extra cost, so you get a cruise mode, which makes it easier to try to push a card. One of the comments that really got me was catching the bus is obviously a premium function when referring to the fact that it would take 4 minutes at slow speed to catch a bus and 2 minutes around 50 seconds to catch it at the faster speed. The premium wheelchair is €8,000. It's the same hardware, but just with those features unlocked. And one of the things that you'll hear people say is you just pay more to get those higher features. And similar to the issue with the heated seats in the car, this is something we already pay for it. They just want more money for you to get access to what you already had before. You're not seeing these devices get cheaper as a result of innovation and economies of scale and costs coming down over time. Rather, the cost of these devices continue to go up while they just find new and innovative.
Just rating the fucking thing at this point.
This is the type of innovation they're talking about, putting a 1 or 2 kilometer per hour speed increase behind a paywall. So what you found is that the security keys to the device were stored as QR codes on the wheel hubs of the wheelchair. Anybody can scan this, and these features are enforced in the app, but they're not enforced on the wheelchair if you get access to this. So these free trial features disappeared. And what she did is she created an application and tool that makes it easy for anybody to get access to it. As you can see here on GitHub, it says your wheelchair, your rules. Python toolkit for the Albert eMotion M25 power wheels. You're paying €595 for Bluetooth.
The help is seen there.
And it goes over the features that you get, and it's just awesome. Now, what's important to go over is that under United States law right now, even though what she did was literally scan a fucking QR code to get the keys off of the wheel of the device, that by circumventing that digital lock that the manufacturer does not want you to circumvent, she has broken the law, and by showing you how to do it, that is punishable after 3 to 5 years of federal prison time in the United States. Now, she is not in the United States, which is a good thing here. But one of the things to understand here is that if they'll do this to wheelchairs, they'll do this to everything. I'm not saying this to be an asshole. I'm just saying it to be like realistic with this. When you look at the groups of users that exist, like my customers that will show up saying, I paid $3,000 for my luxury Facebook machine, I spilled coffee on it. My parents won't buy me a new one. There's not a lot of sympathy there. When you're talking about people with multiple sclerosis, people with disabilities, people not able to get around, there's a certain level of societal sympathy and empathy for people that have these types of problems. And if we are willing to apply in this type of education to people over there, then the bar is in Hades at this point. This is what I'm trying to say. And this is just going to continue onwards throughout everything. Like, there's no industry that's safe from this garbage. Medical device manufacturers are using software to try and extract rent from disabled people. Ownership means nothing. If software is going to control everything. I've avoided discussing medical equipment a lot on the channel when it comes to any of this type of breaking digital locks thing because it kind of starts to make people queasy. People are okay with the idea of breaking digital locks so that your cell phone or your television works again, but not medical equipment. But I want to start being a little bit more forceful in pushing back against that, because it's medical equipment that's actually the most important. Because medical equipment is the stuff that is the most important. When the stakes are the highest is when it matters the company that made the product is able to fuck you any way that they want. I went over all the lies and bullshit in this video, and I cited all of my sources very clearly. When they say that it is dangerous to break a digital lock in order to service or repair medical equipment, they are completely and utterly full of shit. They do not have the facts in their favor, and they never did. They do this to fearmonger you. This law in the United States needs a lot of reform. I go over these things in this channel because I don't see it in terms of I'm not in a wheelchair, so fuck them. I see it in terms of I could be in a wheelchair someday. When I am, I would really like to be in a better situation. I started talking about wheelchair rights back in 2021. It wound that bill that I was talking about that failed here, wound up passing a year and a half later with some lobbying money into it. And I showed you Thomas Cleaver's nonprofit where he tries to build open source wheelchairs, but you don't have to worry about any of the beginning. These things matter to me even if I'm not the one that's on the other end of it, because you never know when I could be on the other end of it. I had a horrible, what I thought would be a permanent spinal injury in March earlier this year, and what I learned after getting some unconventional European healthcare earlier during my certification is that it wasn't a permanent injury after all. My spine actually performed pretty damn well. In all seriousness, simply because something is not going to immediately affect me does not mean I'm just going to say fuck this group of people. Rather, I'd like to see how we can make things better for that group of people, because if they're willing to pick on this group of people, then let's be real, they're going to pick on everybody. I could be in a situation at any point in my life when I am. I hope to live in a world that we're working to create rather than the world that we live in now. Currently, I'm the president of the Food Foundation, which is a nonprofit dedicated to reform of Section 12(1) of the Digital and Copyright Act and pointing out this stuff as often as possible. And I know that Kevin and everybody else is away on holiday right now, but I really want to start considering coming up with something like the Flu Medal of Freedom or Flu Freedom Medal of something to award people like this, even if they're not in the United States, for doing something that I find beautiful. Showing people how to break digital locks, showing people that breaking digital locks is not dangerous and it is beneficial for our most vulnerable populations, as well as everybody else. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Do you like that wheelchairs have a paywall to unlock something like 1 or 2 more kilometers an hour? I did a software update to my wheelchair and now I have to pay to make it go faster. That's the one. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. That's for today. As always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you all in the next video. Bye now.
We also have the duty not to infringe the IP rights in the process. It is in fact the manufacturers who have the relevant rights, not consumers.
Bro, put a sponsor block on the outro. None. Yeah, now we're fucked.
Did you ever hear the tragedy of GPU prices? Not a story the AI bros would tell you. Well, hope you're bending over because suppositories coming in one way or the other. A recent report indicates that Nvidia is going to be pushing the prices of RTX 5090 up to 5K. This is still an unconfirmed
It's already
from insider
2K,
sources.
we
So,
wasn't.
from what I can understand, that's kind of like, boots on the ground that's talking about it right now, which is where this headline is coming from. Previous price was 2K. This is over double.
Yeah.
That's an awfully hard bargain there. 5,000
Over
for a
double.
GPU here. Not exactly an easy sell to most people. I would imagine most sensible, sane human beings on the planet would be pretty upset about that. Now, again, this isn't fully confirmed, but what we do know is that, well, prices are probably going to be going up, which isn't all that surprising. I think most people were able to predict this. Don't need to be Baba Vanga to have that kind of future sight. We're already seeing it with RAM prices, and I gotta tell you, you might not like to hear this, but remember the band-aid off is because of AI. Everything that was once good in your life, or everything that was reasonably priced in the tech sector, is getting significantly worse and significantly more expensive because of AI. If you want to keep plugging your ears to that fact, or just keep kicking the can down the road for the realization of AI having a supremely negative effect on your life, that's your call to make. But regardless, the sun still rises. The AI plague, the scourge, is coming. Whether you want to accept it or not, doesn't matter. It is coming fast, aggressive, hard, and unlubed. It is wrong. So I think it's best that you start paying attention to all of this now. Anyway, back to the regularly scheduled doom and gloom here. So the claim about the GPU prices from Nvidia and all that, it comes from Nusis.
You're barely ended, man. Barely ended.
The GPU space report explained that sources have suggested RTX 5090 stakes from $2,000 at launch this year to as much as 5K later in 2026. AMD's RX 9000 series is apparently set to mimic that ticket growth, but not as steep. The article also has a brief mention of the RAM prices, which I've also touched on, and what I've also bitched about quite a few times now because of AI-driven data centers, and also one of only 3 RAM manufacturers just abandoning the consumer market come 2026 because they'd rather instead just exclusively sell and work with AI. So, yippee, that's great for all the normal people out there that want some technology in their homes. Hopefully you'll like fucking flint and steel and start learning the ways of the Amish, because soon technology will be a luxury you can't afford. It's crazy how as we get more and more advanced, it just starts to price people out. It's not getting cheaper, it's getting so much worse because of AI. And there's this crazy hopium, this fucking crackpot lunacy thought process that people have, that once these AI data centers are all established and all these companies, where trillions, start slowing down a little bit, well, then everything's gonna get so much cheaper. It's gonna be great for all of us. It's just gonna be long-term pain, or sorry, short-term pain for the long-term gain, because that always works. Trickle down has a great history. That is a fucking flawless. That's 100% win rate when it comes to trickle down. And not only that, we all know corporations love to lower their prices. So once they're set up and once they've made oodles unfathomable amounts of money, they'll definitely start lowering the prices for every average Joe Schmo out there. That happens all the time. They love lowering prices. We see it often because they are for the people. So it's really just a matter of time before everything's really affordable again in the tech sector. We just gotta wait for them to reach the golden age, and then it's all smooth sailing. We're in good shape. Until then, well, why don't you just go ahead and start renting computers? Yes, a subscription-based economy. You just start renting your PCs because you don't need to own anything. Companies don't want you to own anything. You own nothing, you'll be happy. You can have the imagination of ownership with their little permission slip. You can license it for a certain amount of time. That's all you need. That's the ownership of anything, especially on a computer. I'm getting a little lost in the sauce sarcasm. It's all totally bad right now. It sucks. This wonderful little nugget of good news also comes on the heels of a previous blessing that Nvidia gave us, where it was announced that Nvidia might be cutting supply by up to 40% in 2026 due to memory shortages. I already talked about that, where there's the potential that Nvidia is going to be cutting back on supply by 30 to 40% come 2026. Very few things to be smiling about when it comes to the future of PC gaming, and not just PC gaming. I don't really focus on that. This affects every industry in the tech space.
Just saying, some people will get killed because of that. And I would not feel bad about it, bro. Just do nothing about it. Be a pussy and let other people do the job.
Both companies are reportedly planning to continue raising GPU prices every month going forward. Highly likely that the price increases will extend across their entire product line, encompassing not only consumer GPUs but also GPUs for AI data centers and servers. The average proportion of memory in the overall GPU manufacturing cost has recently exceeded 80%. This comes from the insider that's making these claims. Again, none of it's fully confirmed or anything, but it also wouldn't even fucking surprise me. 2K to 5K is an incredible leap, but it's also just not that unrealistic anymore, actually. Like, take for example something even simpler, like a Game Pass. They literally doubled the price of that product. Companies aren't really afraid to absolutely blow up their price because people still pay it, so they just say fucking cowabunga and let it rip. So I do think 2 to 5K, while being astronomical, isn't something that's off the table. Now again, it's not confirmed. Maybe it won't be up to 5K. Price will increase, no doubt, but maybe it won't go up to that crazy level. Maybe it doesn't. But even still, it probably will be a sizable price increase that is just something to not look forward to. And it's really like I'm not seeing any like good news coming in the future with all of this shit. Like, it feels like it's only going to continue to spiral more and more out of control for just your average consumer. It just super sucks. And even the most adamant of deniers will eventually have that come to Jesus moment of, wow, I can't afford things now because of AI. This is having a detrimental impact on my life. It's going to happen at some point, but until then, I guess they'll just continue to AI generate trash Reddit tier fucking Keanu Reeves Deadpool videos out the wazoo till the cows come home, and then eventually they can't afford the computer to do that anymore. Yeah, terrible stuff. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. You thought I was sleeping. Nope, that's called acting. I learned that little maneuver from Patrick Stewart himself. It's 8:15 a.m. Got a full night's rest of good quality slumber, and I'm up bright and early, baby. Nope, that was also acting. I was simply playing a character that had gotten a full night's rest. But me, I was white, I've still not slept yet. Insomnia has really been beating my ass. I'll tell you what. It's been rough. I've been going through waves where I'll have like, maybe 2 weeks of like good high quality sleep, and then 2 weeks where I sleep every other day, maybe. I don't love that. I'll be honest with you, sports fans. Anyway, though, not here just to whine and complain about not being able to sleep. I'm here whining and complaining about AI, which I've been doing pretty often because holy shit, it is totally out of control. Now, this one's gonna be a little bit different here from my typical bitching on AI, where typically I've been focusing on like the new stuff coming out with it and how it's fucking all of us in the face or exploiting people, just all kinds of degeneracy. Instead of focusing on that, I instead want to talk about just how cringe the people that use it and try and pretend like what they're doing is hard are. The sleep deprivation is making my grammar awful. I'm going like actual Cro-Magnon brain. What I want to do is shoot spitballs at these fucking dweebs, these unlovable twerps that are making these AI videos and pretending like what they're doing is backbreaking labor.
No.
That was thought-provoking. That one penetrates the very soul, sending viewers through an existential dread crisis. Gives you a lot to chew on, doesn't it? An AI designer went through painstaking effort typing that sentence into Grok to generate that, where fucking homunculus is folding pizza dough looking like my nutsack to try and show what overthinking is like. Yeah, well, no one would know that better than an AI designer, which I guess is now the new nomenclature they're trying to go by to make it sound like what they do is a real job. Prompt engineer kind of flopped for him and became a laughingstock, so I guess they're trying AI designer now. Loser, that's the word you're looking for. Loser, not AI designer. So all I want to do is just make fun of these people that are posting AI videos going like, they call it slop, but look at this checkmate, or AI designer shows what overthinking is like. Like, that's a shame. You're gonna generate AI videos for whatever fucking reason for Twitter updates. Can you at least not be fucking cringe about it? Like, you're not doing anything at all besides just being a goddamn nuisance. Can you at least have the decency to not be an insufferable dweeb about it? A fucking fungus that likes to pretend that generating AI videos means something and takes some level of creativity. It doesn't. Stop pretending. This shit is so lame. It's so pathetic, the ego that they get because they'll type a couple sentences into a fucking AI video generator. So I saw this one floating around. Never do this. Passing off someone else's work as your own. This Grok image effect with the day to night transition was created by me, and I'm pretty sure that person knows it. Goofball, you didn't create anything. Oh my god. When I read this at first, I thought it was satire. I thought this had to be a joke. He's just taking this. To make things worse, their copy has more impressions than my original post. Not cool. Like, it is so comically delusional that I thought for sure this had to be a joke. This guy just generates AI videos and now has the gall to say that someone else stole his prompts and is like trying to publicly shame them for it, claiming that he created the day to night transition that he typed into Grok. Like, that's his fucking trademark right there. He's patented those words there. So when he saw someone else with a day night transition on an anime AI video, he fucking had a conniption. And it seems genuine because in the comments he is fighting with people about why he's in the right and that this person is like scum, a criminal basically stealing his prompt. Like, here's somebody commented, I'm a big fan of yours and have been for a while. I normally agree with pretty much everything you say, but I'm a little confused with this. What exactly was stolen? The actual artwork is different, the transition animation is different. Is it just this idea with Grok specifically? Imagine trying to make a stink out of ideas you spit to Grok for day to night transitions. Like, the clown is right here, you don't even have to imagine what kind of pathetic loser that might look like. They're right there. The idea or the trick, call it what you will, is everything. And using an anime style is not even bothering to hide the theft. And then he just folds the guy who initially was like, I'm a little confused. This makes sense. Like, oh, okay, I hear you. I kinda see your angle, and that it's an imitation of a recent post of yours, but the idea exists. I've done it with other models multiple times. He's admitting to theft as well. I can't believe he just openly admitting to a crime. Lock him up, officer. Throw the man in the slammer. He stole Oscar's prompt. It's actually almost poetry. Just the inability to recognize how absurd something like this is coming from someone using AI videos and then making a fuss about stolen work. That's very That's very interesting, isn't it? Fascinating.
Almost perfect. Here, for the nose.
Give it to me, kid. That was perfect.
Sorry to interrupt your party. Have you seen my dog?
I haven't seen it, but I can be your new dog.
What? This AI-generated Reddit fever dream goes on for another minute with more celebrities popping in there. What makes this so embarrassing and makes me want to spit is that Goofball had the audacity to put this in there, directed by their name, AI-generated by their name. Holy fuck, you despicable fungus. You didn't direct anything. You typed sentences into Grok. That's like me calling myself a chef if I go to Subway and tell them what I want on my sandwich. It's just so lame, and that's par for the course because these twerks that are obsessed with generating AI videos for just the dumbest garbage ever are just fucking losers. Like, they're just actual losers, fedora-tipping dweebs. Like, these dorks. Like, can you at least just do it quietly? I'm begging you, just shut your pie hole. Like, the whole internet is already infested with this shit. It's inescapable, and it's only getting worse. Like, YouTube specifically, so much AI-generated slop trash is already plaguing the platform. Can you at least just not make noise when you generate shit like this? Everyone knows, including you, how quick and how easy this is. It's not a talent, it's not creative, it's not some kind of laborious undertaking to generate an AI-generated video with Deadpool talking to Keanu Reeves. Like, just please, Lord, just shut the fuck up. Like, that's the entire point of this video here. I keep seeing these pop up occasionally, and it always just is so annoying. I just had to make a whole video yapping about it. That's really about it, so yeah.
The Intelligence Sprint is a collection of 45 games. On paper, you do get an excellent line of games, but there is some minor criticism. The price is higher than expected, it doesn't take cartridges, and you might want to compare it to the Intelligence Flashback, which is cheaper and contains 60 games. Is the Intelligence Sprint worth it, or should you go for the Flashback? Let's take a look. What's going on? It's Poacher coming at you with another video. I just wanted to say Happy New Year and Happy Birthday to my mom. Her birthday's today. If you want to be part of a family community, just go to our Discord server, discord.net. Lumasex, Groovy Gravy, Odds John, me, Super Gamer, Sky, Ark, and a few. Okay, we're gonna give this a shot. In 1977, former Mattel employees came together and bought the rights to the Intellivision and most of its games. This allowed for many licensed products to happen, like the Intellivision Flashback, which was a decent collection. The controllers resemble the original, and you do get a fantastic line with 60 games. The only problem is the age of the products. The Intellivision Flashback came out in 2014, which means it only uses composite output, and there's no additional features that current collections would normally have. The unit is completely bare bones with no in-game settings whatsoever. But if you don't care about that, this might be the console you want to pick up. In 2023, Atari acquired M Network, which was a division of Mattel that published 2600 versions of Intellivision games. Shortly after, those recently acquired games would be included on the Atari 50 collection. While these are games that were originally on the Intellivision, this did not mean that Atari acquired the Intellivision brand as a whole, at least not yet. In May of 2024, Atari did exactly that. They purchased the Intellivision brand and most of its games from Intellivision Entertainment, which previously acquired the rights from Intellivision Productions. With this new acquisition, Atari not only had the rights to the 2600 versions, but the original Intellivision versions of games too. Sure enough, Atari followed up on this recent acquisition with the Intellivision Sprint. The console is much bigger than the Flashback, but still smaller than the original Intellivision. The controllers are wireless and the buttons feel great. The original controllers are supported via the adapter. Not only does this unit come with overlays, but they even give you extras just in case. The overlays are very helpful for understanding the control scheme for certain games. The console comes with an HDMI port, which is one huge advantage over the Flashback. You're gonna get much better picture quality out of this unit. You do get a power cord, but no adapter, which means you have to plug it directly into the TV. Not a big deal, but you might prefer plugging it into an outlet. The in-game menu is a decent improvement over the Flashback. We actually get visuals of the boxes and gameplay. This looks way more aesthetically pleasing than the last collection. You do have a few more settings to mess around with, but that's not saying much. You can change the aspect ratio, view the control setup for each game, and change the order you want the games to appear on the menu. This is definitely way better than the Flashback, where you got absolutely nothing, but they still could have done more. There's no here on the menu. This is definitely way better than the Flashback, where you got absolutely nothing, but they still could have done more. There's no save states, no option to add or remove bezels, and it doesn't support scan lines. Compare this to the Atari 50, where you pretty much had everything you need. I mean, you have bezels, scan lines, and even the original instruction manuals. Thankfully, Atari did push out a system update, which does add QR codes for the instruction manuals. It would have been better to just have the instruction manuals within the menu, but at least there's a way to view them. I have a quick update. I tried scanning the QR codes for some of the games, and I'm not impressed. Most of them go to a blank page on Moby Games. Some of them are completely dead links. Only a small number of games actually bring you to the instruction manual. It's
Not even to work off that argument.
Anyway,
If you didn't feel like keeping it up,
it's a top-down racing game. The
get
menu is a
in
little
it.
confusing. You can select what car you want, but after you select the course, nothing happens. I tried different button combinations, and I reset the game
With
numerous
the
times, but I was not able
Wayback
to
Machine,
get
not
to
even.
resolve the issue by looking in the instruction manual. You're supposed to use the second player controller to start the game, even if you
they're
only
so
play one
lazy.
If you have the manual, you're gonna be fine, but I still think it's odd that this is how you start the game. The game itself has very lousy tank style controls. Your car moves on its own by default, and you can only go slower by slamming on the brakes. That's weird. When you crash, the game takes way too long to reset the nearest checkpoint. Your vehicle doesn't turn fast enough, so it's near impossible to avoid collisions, even when you're using the brakes. I do gotta give some credit though. The screen moves in all directions, which is not something that would have been possible in the Atari 2600. I think this would have been an alright game if it weren't for the controls. Let's try Snafu. It's a game of Snake where you can increase your length. The idea is you must survive as long as possible and be the last person standing. You can increase your chances of winning by cutting off your opponents, but they can do the same to you. The game has different modes that change up the gameplay, like this one where there's obstacles you have to avoid. My only complaint is not even the game's fault, but the controllers. It's hard to make precise movements with this weird D-pad, and a few times I crashed into a wall unintentionally because of it. The game is basically a better version of Surround on the 2600. In that game, you can only play up to 2 players, and there's only one mode that supports 1 player. In Snafu though,
you can play against 3 computers, and there's more ways you can customize the game.
game. This is among one of the best intelligent games, and I'm not surprised it's on here. Buzz Bombers is one of the more creative intelligent games. You play as a can of bug spray, and you must shoot down all the bees before they reach the bottom. If they do, they'll build a nest, which limits your left and right movements. You can't actually die from enemies' projectiles, you only die from running out of bug spray. The idea is you must conserve as much of it as possible. The game is similar to Centipede, where the beehives will shorten the distance that the enemies have to travel. This is easily one of my favorite games on the console. Thin Ice is another good one. You play as a penguin who must draw a square around the enemies to make them disappear. You can only draw a certain amount of lines before they disappear, so your squares might not always line up. Your biggest enemies are the seals, who follow you throughout the stage and ruin your lines. If all the enemies fall into the water, you advance to the next stage. This is among one of the first intelligent games I think of and super underrated. Here's Boulder Dash. It's a puzzle game where you must collect all the diamonds. If you dig too close to the rocks, they'll fall on your character. You have to be careful where you dig holes so that you can grab the diamonds without triggering an avalanche. My strategy is to stay above the level as much as possible and only go down when I absolutely need to. The stages are very large and scroll in multiple directions. The frame rate in scrolling is a little choppy, most likely because of the falling rocks. If they tried to make it scroll smoothly, it probably would have had a lot of flickering. If you're into puzzle games, this is not a bad option. Stadium Mud Buggies ended up being a cool game. It's a racing game where you compete in various events. At the beginning, you have a lot of options to pick from. You have many courses to choose from, and you can add a second player or CPU if you like. Some of the courses have cool designs with many hills and terrain to drive through. The perspective is actually very convincing, and I wasn't confused at any point. The controls are also way better than auto racing. Instead of using tank style controls, you just push the direction you want your vehicle to move in.
Oh, my cringe.
To come out, which is no surprise considering how advanced it is. This is definitely worth checking out. The console has a few other noteworthy games. In Shark Shark, you must collect all the fish that are smaller than you. If you eat more fish, you increase in size, which allows you to eat bigger fish. If you touch a fish that's bigger than you, it's an automatic death. This is one of the more well-known intelligent games and definitely worth trying. In Astro Smash, you get to shoot down all the asteroids and comets that fall to the ground. You earn points for any you shoot, but you lose points if you miss. This is another one of Mattel's classic intelligent games. The collection does cover a lot of genres. You get puzzle games, sports, adventure games, shooters, and more. You might be disappointed that the Intelligent Sprint does not take cartridges, especially because the 2600 Plus does. But I think I know why. The Atari 2600 is still a very popular console, and I imagine many people still have games in their attic somewhere. The Intellivision, on the other hand, is not as popular. Atari might not have prioritized having a cartridge port because it wouldn't have been used as much. Besides, there is another way you can add games to the Intelligent Sprint, but not in the way you might expect. The console doesn't have an SD card slot, only USB ports, which means you need to use a flash drive. You can add all the ROMs you want in the root folder, but some games won't work unless you use the recorded config file. You also have to add your own artwork for each game, although it's not required. I did want to thank Gen X for his video on how to add games. If you need help with this, I linked his video in the description. I also want to thank Ruby Gravy for bringing this to my attention and helping me get this set up. The ability to add ROMs does make up for the poor line of games, but it's not super easy to do. The console doesn't support SD cards, and you need to grab your own config files and artwork. You have to dedicate a decent amount of time to get these games to work. If you don't mind that, the Intelligent Sprint is the absolute best way to play intelligent games, but otherwise you might have to weigh out your options. Let's say you don't want to add your own ROMs. If you're looking for as many included games as possible, you might want to hunt down the Intelligent Flashback on sites like eBay. But if you're looking for a collection that has a little bit more polish despite the lack of games, you're most likely to be happy with the Intelligent Sprint. There's a few things I don't like. I wish the console had more settings. I'm very surprised there's no save states, scan lines, or bezels, but otherwise you're still getting a good product with an excellent line of games. There's not been an intelligent collection in years, so I'm happy that Atari finally made it happen. If you made this far in the video, do me a favor and hit the subscribe button right there. And do you plan on picking up the Intelligent Sprint? What are your experience with intelligent games? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching.
Alright. What? Nothing but that. Oh, my audio. Yup. Bro. Give me no. Yes. What? Oh my cringe. The last video came over. That's such an odd meme, holy fuck. Oh. Anyway. Old meme detected. Even though they're one on the list.
It's the end of the year. I want to pump out one final video, so let's take a look at what I'm hoping for from 2026. Number one, more affordable RAM prices again. The AI boom is in full swing. Large corporations are buying up all of the RAM and the stuff that they can, and it's starting to impact everybody. If you want a decent amount of DDR5 RAM for a new build, then you're looking at spending like £300 on RAM alone. That's probably more than you spend on the processor or graphics card, and they're much more interesting. I can't think of a more boring waste of money than the equitable quantity of RAM for your computer, especially with the awesome power of hindsight reminding us all that it would only been a fraction of that just a few short months ago. So I guess what I'm saying is, I'm not actually hoping for cheaper RAM, but for a catastrophic market crash. Sure, it will wipe trillions off the stock market, it will plunge millions into financial difficulties, and this is finally the first year I'm max out my stocks and shares ISA. But let's be honest, all that really matters right now is that RAM returns to affordable levels again, because it's killing the PC industry. Scratch that. It's destroying all of gaming and all of computing in general. You can't even get a mini PC for £100 anymore. What's going on? Oh, it's an annoying click. I'll try to hold it still. And as the prices have risen, it's killed my passion for it. I remember being able to browse hardware, Nvidia, Intel, or AMD subreddits, and for them to be full of exciting new releases and speculation and discussion. But now I look and there's still front page from like 3, 4, 5 days ago, lots of posts of new builds, just boring, and lots of people complaining about prices. People are bored because we don't want fast components. We just want what's already available at more affordable prices. Oh, let me put this instead. We want to return to how the tech industry used to be before everyone realized the potential of computing components. And that ain't gonna happen without some serious market corrections. Now, I don't think AI is going anywhere. It is going to change the world forever. It has already. I don't resent technology. Powerful technology comes with great pros and cons. And unfortunately, it's the human side of things that's currently resulting in more cons than pros. But there's no nuanced discussion to be had about this at the moment. People are so worked up about it. Like, why not the electricity costs of training models in the first place with the usage of AI? You don't consider the millions of hours of research and development that goes into making your phone or graphics card or whatnot. But that's a run for another day. So yeah, cheap RAM prices again. It's always been a fiddly component. I remember several times in the past where it's ballooned to several times its normal price. Then one day it just magically returns to normal again. People forget about the whole thing. So here's hoping that RAM is made affordable again. Number two, I want some new Intel graphics cards, because while the RAM situation is ruining everything, Intel being in the graphics card market is the one positive I can see. recent years. We've had decades of just AMD versus Nvidia, and a third option is very welcome. I love what they've achieved in just 2 short generations of cards. I still really want to be able to recommend their cards like the B570 and B580 in particular. It just needs further refinements to the drivers. For continued investment into their upscaling tech, I've a sign that Intel are serious about remaining in the graphics card market. After some quite concerning comments from Intel's new CEO about how they're looking to cut costs by focusing on their core business. I'm hoping they can bundle graphics cards into that vision. They promised 3rd and 4th gen graphics cards a few years ago, like Celestial and Druid, and I really hope those things haven't been cut back or cancelled, because this is an industry where you have to take risks. You can't play it safe when you're up against behemoths like Nvidia and, to a lesser extent, AMD, who right now are actually quite good in the mid-range market. So let's start with hoping for the release of cards like the B770, which could stand to compete against cards like Nvidia's 5070 series and AMD's 9070 series of cards. Because like I said earlier, we don't need faster. These cards are fast enough. What the market really needs right now is what's already available, but at more affordable prices. And I fear that getting this in the graphics card market is also dependent on RAM prices crashing first. A lot of my list is dependent on a market crash. Upcoming games. It's always nice to have games to look forward to, even if I can only really get excited about sequels to games I know already. And with this being point 3 on my list, you know which game I'm hoping for. Slay the Spire 2. I want to see if they can recreate the magic that was the first game, but again, it's so perfectly balanced. But that's not a 3, I hear you cry. No, that's why I'm also looking forward to GTA 6. I think everybody is, and unlike the 3 you might be thinking of, GTA 6 might actually release in 2026, so long as they don't delay it any further. Again. As for Half-Life 3, I think Valve will be holding off until they can number the new technology. Half-Life 2 came with Steam, Half-Life Alyx came with the Valve Index. So with Half-Life 3, maybe they're hoping to bundle it with the Steam machine to break into the console market with a killer title and a piece of hardware at a console-like price. But again, I suspect this will also require RAM prices to plummet. Damn it. I'm also hoping for the Stretch too. Number 4, a more reliable upload schedule from our favourite YouTube channels, 2 and 3 clicks for them. But mostly 2 clicks for them. Stephen King famously writes 6 pages a day, which is why he can churn out bangers with such alarming frequency. And I'd like to be able to do similar by waking up and by typing up a whole script. Doesn't matter what about, I'll find ideas as I go along. That's why I did this video. Of course, YouTube is a lot more difficult than writing a book. I mean, what's a book? Just a load of words. Anyone can type that. Whereas for me, it's the filming and editing and research and so on. And I could really refine my workflow in lots of small but meaningful ways. And I know 6 video because you don't need to know about it. Primarily, my goal is not to get sidetracked by cheeky games like Spyro every damn waking hour. But right now, I just need to force myself to come up with more ideas and to get more scripts done. Because as Stalin was claimed to have said, quantity has a quality of its own. Which gets me on to the 5th point. With global recession and war very likely to happen in the coming year, I hope to finally get my blue belt in jiu-jitsu. Doing something like this has confirmed what I've always suspected. That I'm really stupid and an incredibly slow learner. I just get obsessed with something and do it again and again and again until I'm really good at it. Which works just fine for things I can do on my own, like juggling or making music or all the stuff you know me for. But when it involves having to train with somebody else, that really shows how bad I am at learning. I just apologise every session. It's like I look at the move and I'm like, right, I'll remember that, but then I forget what I'm meant to do with the rest of my limbs. It's a real problem. I end up having to apologise to the newbie I'm paired with who apparently has picked up more in one session than I've managed in 20 years of doing it. But what can I do the rest of the time? Girlfriends famously don't like being used as training dummies, and I can't be all like, hi mum and dad, can I try out this new leg lock on you? It's been a year at first. I broke my first bone earlier this year. Up to then I thought I was invincible, but it turns out it's quite easy to not break bones when you just sat at your PC every day. Not so easy when you're getting choked out by a big sweaty burly man. So that was fun. Also one of my knees constantly aches now, but that could just be because I'm 36. So I'm going to try and grind out that blue belt this year by continuing to attend lessons and by picking fights every time I go on a night out. And I know the colour of your belt doesn't change how good you are. Believe me, after all these years I tell myself that more than anyone else does. But then you see someone shoot you with stripes and lap you and it's like, oh, suddenly I care again. I've made great leaps and bounds. I used to get constantly choked out, whereas now I continue to get constantly choked out. But here's hoping that this might finally be the year of the blue belt, which I'm sure will put me in good stead come World War III. Oh, and I also hope to continue outdoors making my housework with my robot lawnmower, my cleaning bots, and to finally repaint the living room a slightly less horrible colour. And to take off again on more midnight walks so you can finally be the dog that I always wanted her to be. So those are my hopes for 2026. What are yours? Leave your hopes and dreams in the comments section below and smash that subscribe button.
Every fall, I find myself hoping that this is going to be the new iPhone or the new iOS that's going to inspire me to switch back to Apple. And yet, every fall, they seem to fall short. But while it used to be by a lot, this last round of updates has me this close to jumping into their walled garden with both feet. So, I did it. I spent most of the last couple of months daily driving this iPhone Air. The sex appeal of this device is undeniable. And it's different enough from their past models that I really wanted to give it a fair shake. Then I spent the last couple of weeks with the iPhone 17 and the 17 Pro Max to see what I was missing out on by going with the skinny one. There ended up being a lot for me to like about all of them actually, but as you would expect, I also managed to run into my fair share of only Linus could break an iPhone this horribly issues as well. And as you would expect, this segue to our sponsor, Dbrand. I bet you didn't know that robots could be charitable too. Well, they can. And Dbrand is giving away a Samsung Galaxy Trifold right now, so stick around to the end of the video to learn how you can. Just like last time, my Switch
funny.
Just like last time, my Switch Android got off to a pretty rocky start. Apple's move to iOS app is, to put it bluntly, utterly useless. Almost as useless as Apple's support, whose only advice to fix the issue was, I don't know, just try it again. So after several failed attempts, I settled for what little it managed to copy over for me, and I manually set the rest. These issues might become a thing of the past, by the way. 95Matt recently reported that Apple and Google are apparently working together on making platform migrations more streamlined, but I'll believe when I see it at this point. Overall, my opinion of iOS hasn't changed much since my iPhone 16 review last year. The liquid glass interface looks pretty, but it's not what I would like Apple to be working on, with my main gripe still being iOS's meme-worthy autocorrect and complete ducking lack of meaningful keyboard customization. Even with third-party keyboards that work great for me on Android, I type on my phone a lot. Text, emails, team chats, editing video titles, and updating our tracker sheet, and much of what I do requires frequent use of special characters and non-norming vocab. If I can't text efficiently, then I can't operate efficiently. We've heard all that before. Let's talk about new stuff. My first impression of the iPhone Air was absolutely outstanding. It's so sleek, it's so light, which I really appreciate now that Apple's flagship phones have gotten so brick-like. But here's the rub. No, like right here is the rub. Once you actually hold the Air and use it day to day, the Imperial frame creates kind of a pressure point on the pinky right here. And also, because of the camera bump and the compute game up here, the weight balance is not great. Of course, you can fix all that in the case,
let's put a case here.
It's like ordering a Diet Coke with your bacon. Another ergonomic challenge is picking up or holding the phone without mashing the camera control button here. Now, to be fair, this can be tuned in Apple's favorite hiding place for useful features that should be obvious, the accessibility settings menu, but the default experience is noticeably worse than other members of the iPhone 17 family, where there's a little bit of solid ground on either side. The same goes for battery life. It's mostly fine, simply because Apple's idle battery management is so good. But I did have a couple of days where I was traveling for factory tours and I needed to hotspot off my phone. I ended up running out of battery as early as 6 p.m., which simply wouldn't happen on my Pixel 9a or on one of the junkier iPhones. Once again, Apple does offer a solution for that, a MagSafe power bank, but fake news. You get the point. And the Air also charges slower than the other 17 models, which actually, I don't want to spend the rest of our time together on this thing. So let's get through the rest of this quickly so I can talk about the iPhone that I actually liked. The mono speaker is atrocious for watching my content. The single 48 megapixel camera feels extremely limiting, even for someone who only uses it casually to snap pictures of kids and cats. I had on-again, off-again reception issues, both with Wi-Fi and cellular, and while I initially appreciated its heroin chic figure, the novelty of the form factor wore off pretty quickly. Now, there has been some speculation that the main reason that Apple put the iPhone on a diet was to aid the development of a future foldable phone. I can't speak to that, but what I can say is that like so many of Apple's first-generation products, the Air feels like an expensive niche device for early adopters. And if the reports of slow sales of the Air are anything to go by, I'm not the only one who feels this way. And I didn't miss it even a little after switching to the iPhone 17, which resolved pretty much every issue that I had with the Air. To be clear, there are things that are great about the Air. It's just that they also happen to be great about the whole iPhone 17 lineup, like the displays. Good lord, are these things ever freaking awesome? Like seriously, Corning's durable ceramic shield 2 glass is tough. Like even in my clumsy hands, I managed to make it through months with these things with no scratches. I mean, look at this ding in the titanium frame of the Air. That's titanium. I dropped this thing on the concrete when I missed my pocket. Like, where are the scratches on the glass, Jerry?
The ceramic shield 2 is definitely a massive improvement this year.
And that's not even the best part. Apple has finally put 120Hz adaptive ProMotion displays on the entire lineup rather than and paywall and smooth scrolling behind the Pro text. Across the lineup, these displays get incredibly bright, almost hitting a claimed peak of 1600 nits in a 1% HDR window during lab testing, not to mention a whopping 3000 nits when auto brightness kicks in, and that's not even the best feature of them. I love being able to drop down to just 1 nit when it is time to relax before bed. Seriously, it gets so dim that if you forget to turn that feature off, it can be hard to turn it back off when you're actually in reasonable light. Anyway, it's a super cool feature. Of course, it's hidden in the accessibility menu, so do yourself a favor and add a shortcut to Control Center. Now let's talk a bit more specifically about my favorite iPhone right now, the iPhone 17. There's not really much to set it apart, but that's a good thing. It works great as a phone with only marginally lower performance and it's bigger, more professional. It's got a solid camera, too, in fact, plus the outstanding new Square Sensor selfie camera that looks great in both portrait and landscape. It's got solid video capabilities, not on par with the Pro, but better than pretty much anything you'll see on the Android side of the garden wall. And it's got stereo speakers with decent options for storage, 256 gig space and a 512 gig option. All told, I think the iPhone 17 is the best rounded iPhone in years. It's a hair shy of the Pro version in every way that matters, but hundreds of dollars cheaper. It's so good that I think it's the reason that Apple dropped their Plus model. Like, if I could get a bigger screen without screen for the Pro Max, that is 100% the route I would have taken. It isn't perfect. It's got USB 2. It wobbles when it's placed screen up, and like any modern iPhone, it uses iOS 26, which has felt uncharacteristically unpolished during my time with it. Wi-Fi tethering had this weird habit of just kind of turning off, and across all the phones I used, I experienced a wide array of just buggy behaviors. Finally, let's talk about the Pro Max. I didn't really use 17 Pro since it didn't offer anything over the 17 for me, but if you are big into vlogging or doing pocket photography, it's probably worth the extra. The extra 48 megapixel telephoto lens is a welcome addition. The Pro gets a nice speed bump with USB 3 up to 10 gigabit per second, which you will need if you want to record ProRes 4K at 120 FPS to external drive. And our lab team found that the Pro Max had the best we had ever tested. Also, the Pro and the Pro Max can be equipped with up to a terabyte and 2 terabytes if you like a $2,000 price tag. I don't need any of that though. If I was to stick with iPhone this generation, I'd be going for the regular 17. But I don't think I can do it. No side loading, no keyboard customizations, crappy default screenshot management, including locking, scrolling screenshots to only particular apps. Like, what? And also that I can have a software experience that is every bit as buggy as Android. I don't know, Apple. Maybe next year. Maybe with Apple Full. Until then, I think it's back to Android for me and back to Segway. For our sponsor, Dbrand. If you guys like
Crazy.
the iPhone 17 launch in September, it's a good little round of all the new features and the new hardware.
Trifold, what?
The Samsung Galaxy Z Trifold is a 10-inch Android tablet in the palm of your hand. It is flipping incredible. Get it? The wildest part though is even though it's as thin as 3.9 millimeters, it still has flagship specs with a Snapdragon 8 Elite processor, 16 gigs of RAM, up to a terabyte of storage, and a 5600 mAh battery. Wait, there's more. This is the first phone ever that Samsung allows to use in their desktop experience mode without plugging it into an external monitor. What? Look at this. This is incredible. What? If you want to see my full first impressions, you can catch them right here.
This.
Oh,
Bro.
I can't do it. That's okay, because Yoda was wrong. There is a try. And it's in this box. I finally got my hands on the Galaxy Z Trifold, and I've been daily driving the Galaxy Z Fold 7 in preparation, so I could be ready for this. But other than that, I have learned as little about this as humanly possible. Other than I read a couple of articles, I couldn't help it. I am so excited. Inside this box, I get a case and accessories. It's surprisingly honest. See, phones these days don't come with accessories. They just come with accessory if you're lucky. It's a USB 2 cable, typical, which is weird because this phone comes with freaking everything from a free screen protector replacement to a discounted full-on screen replacement to VIP Samsung service centers to even a dedicated helpline. And they couldn't include a USB 3 cable. Let's have a look at the case. If it's anything like every other folding phone case, it's gonna kind of suck. But that seems to be real carbon fiber, which is pretty cool. Huh? Is it though? It's not light. It's a really convincing fake of its fake. Is that it? Accessory was more honest than I wanted it to be. Since basically the beginning of my career as a tech YouTuber, I've been waiting for these future display technologies to finally make it onto devices you actually want to own. And I think I might have to wait a little bit longer while I find out if there's any more accessories in here. 45-watt power adapter. Thank you, Samsung. But hey, at least it's included. That's pretty nice. Wow. The screen is so big. This is a tablet. It folds up and fits in your. Oh my god, I almost folded it wrong. Apparently there's a warning if you fold it wrong, but I guess if it's not powered on, there's no warning, so that's cool. That's good. It's a little heavy, but I think I could be convinced that it's a reassuring sort of heavy. And the difference in thickness is not too bad. You can kind of catch it, right? You can kind of catch it on the thumb right there, but it doesn't distract when you're just holding the device. So this one's 4.2 millimeters, this one's 4.0, and this one's 3.9. It's so thin that when you fold it, it is still not that much thicker than the Fold 7. It's thicker, but like, how did they manage to make the individual components even thinner and still manage to pack in a Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy Edition, so it's like kind of a tuned Gen 4, along with 16 gigs of RAM, up to a terabyte of storage, a 200 megapixel main camera. Actually, I can see how they typed that. They just put a big camera on it. And it's IP48 water and dust resistant. This thing is incredible. Oh, there's 4 more cameras that I haven't mentioned yet. They've got a 12 and 10 megapixel, that's ultra wide, and a photo at the back, as well as 4 megapixel cameras on the cover screen, and then another one, a whole bunch on the main screen. We've got a USB Type-C port, and you can see this thing is as thin as anything could possibly be, while still having a Type-C port on it. We've got a speaker here, so interesting. I see why they had to do that, but that's going to mean that it's optimized for vertical content consumption if I want stereo sound. On the top, which is I guess the side, we've got another speaker, as well as all the noise canceling microphones. On the right, we've got a fingerprint sensing lock button. I can see that they've actually upgraded this a little bit compared to the Z Fold 7. It sits a little bit more proud, and it has like an indent here that allows you to landmark it a little more easily. I have a really hard time finding this for fingerprint sensing sometimes, as well as a volume rocker, and then over on the left side, we've got a wow, some tray. Apple couldn't put one in the air, but Samsung managed to put one in a trifold. Show off. Shut up, dual SIM, and it has a 5600 mAh battery in there. Wow, I like it. I want to do this thing so bad. Let's turn it on. Oh, and let's thank our sponsor. Oh my god, it's glorious. 10 inches. Or as I call it, way too big. You don't need that. I do. It's hard to get a proper sense of the scale next to these childlike hands. Like, this is an iPhone 17. It's literally the guy she tells you not to worry about. Like, look at this thing. It's a monster. Even when it's folded. Okay, it's a little on the chunky side. She wobbles even harder than an iPhone if you try to use it on the table. But like, you know, as a 90s kid, I'm looking at this form factor going, yeah, I could use that. Sure, I could do that. It is thick. 12.9 millimeters to be precise. But unlike other foldable devices, which in my mind are more useful for productivity or like retro content consumption, because you know you can find videos that are 4:3 aspect ratio, this actually unfolds in a way that genuinely gives you a bigger screen. When you expand this, you're not actually getting a wider picture than you already had, right? But when you expand this is awesome. I would actually have to use the split keyboard though, which I don't bother with on my Z Fold 7. Like I'll just reach, but there's no way that I'm doing that on this. It does up to 120 Hz refresh rate, so you get that nice smooth scrolling. It'll do up to 1600 nits HDR, which is pretty far off of the brightest displays these days, but more than acceptable for how a lot of faster, and it'll actually go up to 2600 later. And the resolution, which I mentioned, is 2160 by 1584. So this is like having a taller, slightly above 1080p resolution, but at this size, that is really fun. I like a lot. The question is just, do I like it in theory or do I actually like it in practice? See, I've been daily driving the GPU Win 5 lately. Cool handle device, great performance, a lot of day-to-day practical issues though. And I do wonder if this would be full of the same things. See, unlike the Huawei Mate X2, which can be used from a cover screen like this, or with just two like this, or completely unfolded, the trifold can only be used either on the cover screen, which did I mention real glass ceramic too? This stuff is incredible. Like everything should be made of it. It's so hard to scratch. I'm gonna put exact everything out of job. Yeah, so either cover screen or a full screen. Also, oh, I didn't actually notice this before, but the Mate XT has a slightly wider, more media consumption friendly aspect ratio too. Oh man, can you believe these are phones, dude? That's freaking nuts. That's also a really cool fold action. Whereas this is like, you know what? That's pretty satisfying too. Oh, and how many times did you do that? I'm not gonna test it, but somebody already did. It was like 150,000 folds they got to, I think, before it like really started to fall apart. There are some drawbacks to Huawei's design. It leaves the display edge exposed, which probably not the greatest thing for durability. What else can we say about the Samsung? They're using some kind of special super durable aluminum for the frame as well as titanium in the hinge. I feel like I'm at my command station. I gotta look back and forth for my keyboard. Alright, we'll switch to a calibrated mode. Let's fire something up here. This is insane. For this to be something that you can carry around in your pocket, like, see, I love Fold for spreadsheets. Here's our random topic checklist. So here's what it looks like if I'm on a regular phone. That sucks. Boom. Now I can see all my, you know, what's gonna be rapid fire between the main topic. This is very usable. You know, but for content, it's just marginally larger than a regular phone. It is still a little bit larger than watching on the cover screen, just not by as much as you would want it to be. The point that I'm trying to get to is that yes, a Fold is a bigger content watching experience than a regular phone, but only marginally. So 2 is not double of 1, but 3 is much greater than 2. If that kind of makes sense. I'd say this is about like going from a 55-inch TV to like a 75-inch TV. It is an enormous difference in usability. Here's the challenge though. That was great. Wow, that's incredible. I freaking love it. But we're basically asking people, instead of carrying around a folding phone that is still about the size and weight and shape of a phone, we're asking people to carry around a tablet that does fold, but isn't really the typical weight of a phone anymore, and certainly not the typical thickness. The more I hold it, the more I think the thickness could be a deal breaker for some people. I mean, let's think about what is successful out there in the market. There are phones that are this thick. In fact, we covered one on Short Circuit quite recently. It had like, was it like 3 weeks of battery, something like that was rated for? That exists, but very few people choose to buy that. So in a world where products like the iPhone Air aren't necessarily massively successful, but clearly people have rejected super thick devices. I do wonder if this is going to struggle to find an audience. That's a cool feature. Here it is. If you start to fold the wrong way, like, no, and it vibrates. You try speakers. I was not a fan of the positioning of them, but who knows? Maybe they'll blow me with their quality. God, how awesome is that? Like, how usable is it from like a, no, you can't really like use it as a stand or anything. Yeah, that's not going to be a thing. Okay, that's a little disappointing because one of the features that Samsung is touting for this is the ability to use DeX, their desktop experience, for the first time without connecting to an external monitor. You can just use DeX, plug in a keyboard, mouse, and just go. They also tout the multitasking as a major feature. So here we can actually do that right now. So you can either multitask like you would on a regular Samsung device, where you just go into the multitasking interface and you just be like, yeah, sure. Or you can create a desktop layout like this. Ah, yes, wonderful. And then also a browser success, and then you can do like window snapping. So yeah, I still haven't tried the speakers. Yep, those are definitely where the speakers are. Oh, that's something. I mean, prevents you from accidentally blocking with your hands, so that's a plus. I don't know what I expected, but still base, it didn't have a lot of room to work with. They're compromised. What about the cameras? Well, 7 cameras. Actually been pretty happy with it. Clearly not as good as my wife's iPhone, but fine. Oh, we're gonna have no context. We're on a new set. Oh, right. I don't need a lot of context to know that this is not the finest camera that I've ever seen, but what I can tell you is that, boy, am I ever gonna be able to look at that picture before. Look at that quality right there. Pretty decent detail retention. It's not terrible, but it is worth noting that 200 megapixels does not mean that it is 200 times the quality of a 1 megapixel camera. This is not working a little bit.
That's nice, but the price is gonna be horrible. 3K.
Okay, so this is how you record landscape.
3K.
Oh lordy, they use Apple
So yeah,
sensor technology
3K.
like that, because that is not the greatest experience what I'm doing right now. And typical Android fashion, motion handling just isn't as good as an iPhone, but colors other than being overjuiced just a little bit, not that bad. What about the selfie camera? Well, how about the selfie camera? There's a couple. First, we got a whole bunch. Oh wow, oh that's hilarious. Right, see, because the camera's over here, so if you hold it centered, it's like that. Okay, I can do better than. It's not bad. So just imagine myself pulling this out at like my grandparents' place when I'm trying to show them pictures, and they go, oh, let me get my glasses, and they like can't see anything I'm showing them. If I could just boom, grandpa, cool picture of your daughter, or cool video of your son playing volleyball or whatever. Game changer. Really looking forward to trying this. Already tell there's gonna be some little bugginess in the experience. And also, Samsung, what is this? Someone help me out. I need a tech tip because I've got mirroring for my icons, and there doesn't appear to be a way to have them be over here where my thumb is. So if anyone has a tech tip in the comments, please hit me up because I do not want them there, but I do want to use mirroring. Oh yeah, I never actually tried the case. Here, put that on. That thing that goes over a fraction of the device. Cool. But what does it all cost? Well, there is no US availability and therefore no US pricing yet, and same goes for Canada where I am. But you can convert the pricing from Korea and it works out to about $2,500 US, which puts it pretty close to the Mate X2. That, as far as I know,
terrorists,
this outside of
3K.
China or this outside of South Korea anyway, so it's not like you'll exactly be shopping between the two of them. I think that's all I can say for now without really trying to daily drive the thing. Will an Android tablet, because you know how popular those are, be enough to be worth carrying around a brick of an Android phone for? What a question. Who pies? What a time to be alive. Subscribe to Short Circuit.
Oh shit, he uploaded it. Nah, fucking cunt. I'm not gonna watch today. Nope. Fuck you. Yep. Well. You had to wait until New Year, right? God damn it. Intellectual property. Yeah, first, yep.
I know this will be a controversial and brave take in a tech stream. I am for I know this will be a controversial
There
and
comes.
brave take in a tech stream. I am for copyright. Like, I think copyright is a good thing. I think if you produce a book, you should be able to say, hey, you can't take my book. I think if you produce a song, you should be able to say, hey, you can't take that song. I know. Brave and controversial take. You want to be compensated for your time? I know. Crazy. I also think that if I produce an educational piece of material, it doesn't have to be for free. I don't think education should purely be for free. Again, crazy idea that these people have. Education should just be completely for free. Yeah, okay, so then what about all the people trying to put their time in?
You're getting so many things wrong. Education, as in teaching, mentoring, education as in making content available everywhere for free. Free of cost at least. If you want to support to donate, to keep the servers up, okay, whatever. But free of cost. Even if I don't know, it's just... Well, it's like, I don't know, imagine if archive.org just make everything available to everybody and just rely on donations, or maybe even, I don't know, like the government of X, Y, or Z country just want to keep the servers up to everybody. That type of education is mentoring as that part of education, sure. As for everything else about intellectual property, is just it's just a made-up term, pretty much. Just the idea of ownership on something that you cannot take hold of. You just want to have regulations on top. That's what you want to just make up the term. It's another retarded made-up term. Even worse than intellectual property is denaturalization. It's even worse. Gonna artificially make someone denaturalize themselves. How in the fuck does that make any sense? Just denaturalization. Oh, you committed a crime in a country you were not born. Independent of the gravity of that crime, I'm gonna denaturalize you. Like what? What? Just made up terms. People just gonna sell some fantasy, and as reality is just so fucking retarded. I mean, sure, you're gonna be compensated for your work, but you don't really don't need to make mandatory like that. Really don't have to. It's like to live in a fucking free country where in an actual democracy where the government is so fucking small and not very intervening and all that. You just don't need to have rules to be put in place because people already have a good sense of common sense. I wouldn't need that, but no, people need to just be told what they can do or not, because people have been like that sense of common sense, I guess. Be fairly compensated, sure. Okay, well, but being forced like that, I don't know. It's stupid.
It only works for government institutions, idiot. It's
Go
ridiculous.
back.
For your time, I know, crazy. I also think that if I produce an educational piece of material, it doesn't have to be for free. I don't think education should purely be for free. Again,
Reduced or regurgitated, that's the thing, right? But if you're gonna produce on your own way, I guess it's fair to be paid for that. But at the same time, just gonna police everybody who has a copy of your work. I mean, so she's just retarded. I find it retarded. I don't know, man. Like most music that I buy on Steam, I could just pretty much have pirated it, but I just feel like buying it. I just felt like buying it because fuck it. I wanted to support the developers or whatever the fuck. I could pretty much have pirated it all. But I just don't because, well, I guess the reality that I live in kinda allows me to afford it. I just want to be nice. But I could pretty much have pirated. I have a month of Prime, Amazon Prime, that I'm not keep that subscription up. I just pirated Pluribus. I didn't have to, but I still pirated it. Because I feel like pirating it. If I don't have Amazon Prime anymore, I'll still be pirating anything from Amazon because I don't like the fucking company. Same for Netflix. Fuck that. If I feel like pirating, it's way more fun to do that. Way more ideal. Don't have to just give. I'd watch on the fucking service I don't like. It really, really depends. I don't like the idea of having property. Oh, fucking idea. It's just stupid. It's stupid as fuck.
crazy idea that these people have. Education should just be completely for free. Yeah, okay.
I cannot be completely. You cannot put a fucking fence on everything either.
So then what about all the people trying to put their time into this? It only works for government institutions, idiot. It's ridiculous.
Go back on that one. Go back on that.
Crazy idea that these people have. Education should just be completely for free. Yeah, okay, so then what about all the people trying to put their time into this? It only works for government institutions, idiot. It's ridiculous.
Even the government forces you to pay taxes to. Well, even taxes are not exactly optional. They're gonna force you to do that to keep the whole state afloat. And yeah, well, the whole country came to exist because nobody wanted to pay taxes to the Brits. But okay. Oh. Yeah, it's just very. Well. It's just. Oh, well. It's a mixed bag with putting a fence on everything. Even on a fucking idea, not even a material thing. People want to support you. Don't give them reasons to support you. Got only because of. This is a intellectual property meritocracy. It's almost the same thing. But I've worked so hard on this thing. I want to sell it to you. You must pay for it. It's a merit. God damn it. There's fucking reality. They just want to create a fantasy on their mind and turn it to reality with laws. I mean, you can sort of do that, but fucking hell. Sort of do that. But it doesn't mean it's ideal. Doesn't mean it's ethical. But yeah. Samsung Trifle again. God damn it. Nope. Every major. Oh, whatever. Well, Christmas. I'm gonna watch this one on my own. Maybe I'll do it. Like this game, I tried to play it on my own. I couldn't run on my machine. Somehow, a game made on RPG Maker, not being able to run on my machine. Somehow, it's so poorly. I don't know. It's just the performance is so awful. Performance Just see. Low FPS in Fear and Hunger 1. Even when you meet the fucking minimum requirements. Temporary fixes. What the hell? I had to refund this game, it's just so unbearable. The game is already fucking hard. Oh well. Intense scenes. This is awful. This is awful. Yeah. No, I've never, ever had an issue like that on any other RPG Maker game. I thought it was called the engine Deus, the RPG Maker or something like that. What is this? It's almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. Oh no, there's no way that's a fucking tree. That is so depressing. Holy shit. Why even try?
Christmas time and holiday season is finally here, and cities all over the world are dressing up. And my home country of Russia is no exception, especially Moscow. Russia wants to create an image of a rich and very prosperous place, and Russia's capital is spending record amounts on lights and decorations in the city. And while the government propaganda and supposed videos all over social media showing Moscow as the ultimate winter wonderland, the Russian people living in the rest of Russia are feeling a little bit differently. So there's actually a trend on Russian social media which Russian people are showing the Christmas lights and the decorations in their city and pretending to be amazed at them kind of ironically as a joke, while also comparing the decorations in their cities to the ones in Moscow. And quite obviously, the Christmas lights in a lot of cities of the rest of Russia are not really holding up, to say the least. But why is this actually happening? Is the Christmas spirit in Russia simply just not for everyone? Hey there people, Alicia, we're running your favorite neighborhood Russian, and welcome to a brand new video in which we're going to talk about Russians that are making fun of the insane difference between the Christmas lights in Moscow and the rest of Russia. Talk about why Moscow is the Grinch that stole Christmas from the rest of Russians, and also discuss how this explains the way Russia really works. Now what's quite funny by the way is that amongst all this, while the regular Russian people are complaining about how the decorations in their cities are really poor compared to Moscow, the Russian propaganda is actually saying that it's Europe and the West that are having issues with Christmas lights.
Тем временем в Европе начинается волна экономии, даже на рождественской иллюминации. Для таких уроков вынуждены отказываться от праздничного освещения улиц. Нету достаточно средств на оплату электроэнергии. Это действительно погружение Европейского Союза в тьму во всех смыслах.
That was a pretty tisholo.
Рождественской иллюминации.
Really poor compared to Moscow, the Russian propaganda is actually saying that it's Europe and the West that are having issues with Christmas lights.
Тем временем в Европейском Союзе начинается волна экономии, даже на рождественской иллюминации. Для таких уроков вынуждены отказываться от праздничного освещения улиц. Нету достаточно средств на оплату электроэнергии. Это действительно погружение Европейского Союза в тьму во всех смыслах этого слова.
So yeah, guys, absolute truth. Europe is genuinely dying right now. I can attest to this. I was just in Madrid recently in Spain. Check out the Christmas decorations. They're horrible. No electricity anywhere whatsoever. So yeah, folks, you all heard the Russian government's official. Europe is dying. You don't have any money anymore. You're all basically going towards the end of your civilization. And since the West is basically the brink of the apocalypse, I suggest that you Westerners start preparing for the end of the world. And that is why
what?
the amount of money you'll spend on decorations and lights. And that is why I'd like to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, the book The Four by Off Protocol, which is an illustrated survival guide designed to teach you how to handle yourself in 4 different apocalyptic scenarios. The Four is not just a typical guidebook, it's the most creative way to imagine the end of the world and also learn some useful tips. The book is absolutely massive, feels very premium, and is also full of awesome hand-drawn arts. Inside you have 400 pages which are divided into 4 chapters. Global warming, a worldwide pandemic, a zombie outbreak, and last but not least, my personal favorite and the one that's most likely to actually happen these days, nuclear winter. You can learn pretty much anything you ever need, including how to warm yourself and get protected from the toxic elements. Every chapter in the apocalypse scenario has its own unique art style, rights, and an approach, and I was personally pretty surprised to see that the zombie section actually has tutorials on how to defend yourself from zombies and even what weapons you can use. Overall, The Four is the perfect gift for anyone who loves post-apocalyptic aesthetics. Trust me, you don't need a bunker. You need this book. So if you guys like to be prepared for the apocalypse, or you guys would just like to have a cool coffee table book to share with
There are
friends,
free and open source alternatives to that.
The 4 survival guides. Don't forget to use my code Roman for book and check out to get a discount. Huge thanks to Off Protocol for sponsoring this video. Let's get right back into it. So yes, as you can clearly tell, the amount of money you'll spend on decorations and lights in Moscow and the rest of Russia is clearly very different. And it tells all this time basically because as always Moscow just gets the best stuff because Russia is a very centralized country and all the taxes from all of Russia go to Moscow first and only then divided and sent back to the rest of the country, which makes Moscow the richest place in all of Russia. Most of Russia's wealth is concentrated in Moscow, all the richest people are there. Moscow simply just gets the best treatment and the standard of living in Moscow compared to the other cities in Russia is way higher. The Russian people even have a saying for this, Moskva не Россия, which quite literally means Moscow is not Russia. The point is that even though these days online you see a lot of videos about Russia saying that it's the most developed country that's actually ahead of the West and so on, in these videos showing how perfect Russia is, you usually only see footage of central Moscow. And most Russians from the provinces, like myself for example, we do think that Moscow is not a good representation for the rest of Russia. And we can see a perfect example of all this with all these Christmas decorations. Moscow is spending record amounts of money this year on Christmas lights and decorations, which of course makes sense in a time of war, guys. And all the Russian and Western social media videos that are showing how epic and magical the decorations in Moscow are. There are installations with Christmas trees inside giant glass balls. There's an entire alley and a market area dedicated to tangerines, a popular New Year's food in Russia. Basically, it's great, and the Moscow residents are loving it. And since Moscow supposed to love these videos enjoying the Christmas decorations in Moscow, so decided to do the regular Russians in rural Russia. And it became a hilarious trend. So here I have one from the city of Rostov in Russia. I mean, yeah, not bad, I guess. Not quite as good as Moscow, but this one right here from the city of Tver in Russia. Yes, absolutely incredible, guys. Moscow can be jealous, but somebody in the comments point out here, basically put a fence around it. This masterpiece is garbage. I mean, yeah, just so fucking hilarious that they put a fence around it too. Because of course, I guess they don't trust the citizens of Tver. It's not coming to destroy these wonderful nations or something, I don't know. This one right here from the city of Samara.
Wow, man, they should might even try. Sad. The whole point of making decorations is to make it look happy, you know. Just make it look like sad like that, make it look not.
Amazing, it's free too. Sick. So yeah, clearly guys, Moscow and the rest of Russia are living in completely different realities. And what can I say guys, I'm very happy for the citizens of the country of Moscow, which you guys have a great New Year's and stuff. Here's another video from Moscow, for example. Moscow has the longest ice slide in all of Russia. Cool. It would be nice if you had something like this in Chelyabinsk, is all I'm saying. And yes, essentially became an inside because like hundreds and thousands of people have made videos like this all over Russia showing how much of a joke the decorations in their city really are compared to the grandeur and happiness of Moscow. And it actually got so bad that apparently even the Moscow news talks about this.
Набирает популярность новый тренд. Пользователи региона выкладывают конечные ролики с подписью названия города «Ты что творишь?». Ну, например, Москва, ты что творишь? Петербург, ты что творишь? Там сравнивают новогодние инсталляции в их пункте соглашений Москвы. Видео получилось очень празднично.
Not even St. Petersburg, man. How sad.
Но согласись, по сравнению с нашими московскими областями, есть чему стремиться, кем вдохновляться, скажем так.
Incredible. Muscovite news reporting. The database said that the rest of Russia needs to get inspired by Moscow and do better next year. You fucking assholes. These smart assholes. That's what it does. And you guys might say, look, it makes sense that in the smaller cities of Russia, with as much.
Because
That's what it does. And you guys might say, look, it makes sense that in the smaller cities of Russia, with as much money, of course it makes sense that Moscow's going to be more epic. It's probably great in like St. Petersburg, for example, right? Well, guys, apparently not, because a lot of people from St. Petersburg actually been comparing their city to Moscow in holiday season. But this year, a lot of people are really mad because apparently, according to the numbers that are floating around, St. Petersburg spent 3 times the amount of money on Christmas lights compared to Moscow.
Не знаю, слышал ты не слышала, а то, что там куча миллиардов потратили, вообще, мне кажется, весь миллиард ушел на это самое дерево, или незаметно. А так, ну, хуй знает. Мне кажется, обычно. Мне особенно вот это нравится. Вот эти вот звездочки. Вот это самый кайф. Сука. Центр города.
Yeah, start with that, for example, was the unscripted reaction the video that my friend who lives in St. Petersburg sent me. It seems like he's kind of underwhelmed with the quality of the decorations. And this is like all over the internet right now. People in St. Petersburg are pretty offended by the fact that their city looks not quite as nice as Moscow.
Вы знаете, я правда не понимаю людей, которые говорят о том, что, мол, Питер плохо красит по Новому году. Просто смотрите, это роскошь. Ну, это же просто, это прям, ну, это прям иллюминация. Это прямо по-богатому. Это роскошнее, чем красный в Москве.
Apparently, St. Petersburg spent 1.5 billion rubles on decorations, while Moscow apparently spent only 400 million rubles. And apparently, a lot of people think that it's nonsense and that Moscow's actually spent way more. For example, a member of the St. Petersburg government stated that Moscow actually spent about 20 billion rubles. And honestly, guys, I believe it. I wouldn't be even surprised if Moscow spent more on decorations than the entirety of the rest of Russia. I remember hearing a few years ago that Moscow spends like more money on lights per year than some regions of Russia spend on healthcare. So, but also St. Petersburg and the local officials, they are very corrupt. So, it also makes sense why St. Petersburg doesn't look as good as people want it.
Если вы вдруг думали, что все украшения в городе свежие, новые, а хотите правды?
Dude, I remember seeing this right here. When I lived in St. Petersburg, that was the new year of 2022. I was literally under these lights, like I have it in my vlog actually. I have proof. They just reusing old shit, which is fine by the way. Like countries in Europe do this, for example. But also at the same time, not every country in Europe spends 1.5 billion rubles on one city, okay? So it's corruption. They stole the money. The St. Petersburg government has of course denied the fact that they spend that much, but the people are still pretty pissed off and they feel like they've been ripped off. And once again, what's quite funny is that at the same time right now Russia is spreading propaganda saying that Europe right now cannot afford electricity and cannot afford Christmas decorations. I actually talked about this in a recent vlog in Madrid, which I went to actually for the Christmas holiday.
Тем временем в Европе Союзе начинается волна экономии, даже на рождественской иллюминации. В Европа вынуждена отказываться от праздничного освещения улиц, нету достаточно средств на оплату электроэнергии.
There's like a clip that's going viral right now of especially the press secretary of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs saying that all over Europe right now they're saving money, they can't afford electricity, they're saving money on Christmas decorations. Yeah, guys, I can clearly see it. Truth.
Это действительно погружение Европейского Союза в тьму во всех смыслах этого слова.
Truth. I mean, like, it pisses me off to know how the fuck can they produce such garbage and people still believe it. It's 2025 when we have the internet. You can look out this right here and see how fucking Europe looks in Christmas. Man, people just live in different realities, and I think the internet has shown us that. But even if you show people proof that right away disproves their bullshit, they will still find a way to cope and still like believe their fucking nonsense. I love it, man. And that probably applies to me as well to some degree. So everybody, guys, humanity, we're doing great. So it's just completely ridiculous, right? Once again, the projection is insane. And actually, when I was looking at these videos of people showing what the Russian city looks like during the holiday season, I noticed something quite interesting. So, like for example, here's one from the city over Irkutsk, which is a pretty large city in Russia, like Siberia. And yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. Like, it looks a lot better than a lot of these cities. But I also noticed that Russia particularly gave a lot of effort to occupied cities. Here's for example a video from Sevastopol, so Crimea, right? There you go. It looks pretty good, right? You know? Like, what's up with that, right? It looks like they actually tried once again. Well, here's another one, for example. Christmas tree in Luhansk in 2025. Wow. Wow. And fireworks too. What is this, Dubai? Look at this. What the fuck? What the fuck, dudes? This is Luhansk, okay? That's quite interesting, right? It's quite interesting that it feels like the only places where Russia actually cares to provide good decorations is Moscow and also occupied cities. I guess the whole idea here is that, you know, in these occupied cities, Russia kind of wants to show the people that, look, Russia's here now, we're a rich country that can provide this kind of, you know, incredible spectacle, fireworks and stuff. You know, something that poor Ukraine will never be able to provide you guys. I guess that's the point, right? And also in Moscow, obviously it's the capital of the richest city, and also all the propaganda is still there about how amazing Russia is. So of course, you gotta look good for the cameras, you know, so I guess the only way to have nice Christmas decorations in Russia is to either live in Moscow or an occupied city. There Russia actually tried, okay? If you're from any other provincial city in Russia, even a large city like Chelyabinsk, even St. Petersburg, go fuck yourself, okay? Nobody gives a shit about you. What you think it was like an equal country or something? And look, you guys need to understand that obviously it's not all bad. Like I said, once again, there are some cities in Russia that actually seem to have good decorations despite everything. And the thing is, look, even here in Europe, not all Christmas decorations are like amazing. Like example, just in Madrid, Spain, even though I thought the city looked absolutely beautiful, the decorations, the lighting was all there, you know, it looks amazing. Even in Madrid, a city with great decorations, there are still some that kind of look like ass. And here, guys, is the Christmas tree of Madrid. Now, I think it looks alright, but I always have to comment that
It's 0 out of 10. Like, what the fuck is this?
yeah, I know basically this is like something that I noticed. I always like to shit on like these Christmas trees in Europe because she thinks they look broke as hell. And I have to agree, I can like this. Yeah, I mean they could have put a better one here, like, you know, but yeah, this Christmas tree is far better.
Yeah,
Gotta be honest.
definitely.
Maybe this right here is probably like the main, most coolest like Christmas tree in Madrid. I'm sorry, maybe I just don't understand something, okay? But I don't think this is like amazing, okay? But the point here is actually in the dichotomy and the difference between Moscow and the rest of Russia. I'm sure there's gonna be some difference between Madrid and some regional city in Spain, right? But I do not think that difference is gonna be quite as drastic as the difference between Moscow and some small city in Russia. And the whole reason once again is because actually pretty much every single provincial city in Russia had the budget for lights and decorations reduced this year because of course the special military operation is happening and the regions need to provide money for that. But Moscow, of course, guys, who gives a shit? Moscow always has to celebrate and shine like there's absolutely nothing going on. Because of course, once again, the people in Moscow simply just deserve more, you guys. This is how Russia works. Now, why do they do this? Why is Moscow so much different from the rest of Russia? And why is the amount of spectacle there and the amount of money they spend so ridiculous? Well, first of all, it's pretty much for propaganda purposes. Russia wants to show to the world that they're doing well, and it produces tons of content basically showing that look, Russia is actually more drippy and rich and luxurious than the West. And also in a way, it's pretty much done to make people forget about their problems. It actually reminds me of this classic video right here. Yeah, so this is a man who understands what's going on in Russia, right? It's a video that's like 10 years old at this point. A man has been nasty, he likes the Christmas tree, and he says that, you know, what the fuck are you even talking about? Like, my life is horrible and poor. My country has betrayed me, right? This is what he's saying essentially. But this whole guy has pretty much cracked the code because that's exactly what Russia is doing, right? Russia wants to create this sort of epic holiday season, so that people look at all this beautiful stuff and kind of just try to forget about, you know, the war that is happening, the fact that prices are increasing and that, you know, the regular people of Russia are only getting poorer, the fact that the internet works like shit even with the VPN. The government is about to introduce like new even higher taxes that are going to kill like small businesses and so on. Things are not going great, right? However, Russia wants to provide that kind of opium for the masses because just for a time you can kind of enter this, you know, holiday coal mine, have some drinks, have some fun, look at the beautiful sights, and try to get the right off of a fucking cliff. I mean, this year the amount of days the Russians get off during the holidays is the biggest it's ever been. They do want people to just go into a drunk coma. And it's also of course about keeping Moscow satisfied. Once again, Moscow is the capital, it's the place that gets all the attention in Russia. All the richest, most influential, most powerful people are there. And the Russian government basically has to keep the high standard of living in Moscow and essentially make life for Muscovites as better as possible so that they cannot revolt. And it makes sense, right? In a city where the protests would be the most dangerous for the government. So essentially, you know, give more candy to the kids in that city so that they, you know, are not mad at the parents. Okay, guys, that's much today's video though. I want to talk about this ridiculous situation in Russia. And if you guys enjoyed this video, then as always, make sure to slide the like button on it. Also, if you guys want to support the additional guys financially, you can go over to the link down in the description, either become a YouTube member or buy a copy. It helps me out quite a lot. Yeah, people, thank you so much for watching this video. Happy holidays, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Happy New Year.
Hello, it is nearly the end of 2025, which means I get to revisit my 2025 bingo card, which I did indeed make. And I get to see how I performed on this year's bingo. And did I get any bingos? Let's find out. We're gonna do this as quick as I can. I did actually pull up sources for the claims that I'm about to make in this video. We're gonna go from the top left to the bottom right. And we're gonna see how I did. Bingo. Wait, everyone. I get a bird flu vaccine. I did not, thankfully, get a bird flu vaccine. Bird flu is remarkably out of the news this year, though not because there have not been more cases of
bird flu, indeed bird flu has continued to occasionally spread to people, but there have been other things going on, so we're not focused on it. I love that. That's so fun. But I know that there are people that continue to work on potential vaccines and treatments for bird flu.
Strange. I thought it would be something like to the world, not to the own self. This is gonna be a long one.
to those people who are doing that work. Next, new organelle. I did indeed get this one. Called it, everybody. This was called the hemifusome, and it interacts with perculating nerve droplets, mediating multivesicular body formation. These guys are basically, from what I understand, like little docking bays for vesicles. And we didn't know about them, now we do, and we named them, they're called hemifusomes. So great, I got it, you guys. Next, JD Vance becomes president, JD Vance did not become president. How do I feel about actually having included that one? There's a number of different ways that JD Vance could become president. How do I feel about actually having included that one? There's a number of different
What do you mean by that?
vesicles. And we didn't know about them, now we do, and we named them, they're called hemifusomes. So great, I got it, you guys. Next, JD Vance becomes president, JD Vance did not become president. How do I feel about actually having included that one? There's a number of different ways that JD Vance could become president. There was
Oh, okay.
time where we all thought, well, not we all, people were like, oh my god, President Trump's dying. He wasn't dying. Anyway, number next, 5 people fired from the Trump administration in 1 month. I'm gonna give that to myself, even though this isn't really what I meant. What I meant was like in the 2016 term, there was oftentimes the people that he himself had like brought onto his team as representatives of the Trump administration had been fired. But it is very true that people who work for the Trump administration, a lot of the people in the administration have been fired, and many more than 5 people have been fired. That's not really what I meant. I'm gonna give myself anyway. Next, surprise Taylor Swift album. Now,
That's
also not really what I meant. I meant
yes.
an album that was gonna drop out of nowhere. But Diary of a Showgirl, not that I know much about Taylor Swift's discourse, I think counts as a surprising album. We're gonna give that one to myself as well. Next, Weird Space Signal isn't aliens, and that should honestly that should be the free space. That's gonna happen every year. Now, 3i Atlas had multiple different weird
What?
every year. Now, 3i Atlas had multiple. Space signal isn't aliens, and that should honestly that should be the free space. That's gonna happen every year. Now, 3i Atlas had multiple different weird space signals coming off of it that turned out to not be aliens. But in addition to that, we have this story: scientists discover strange signal coming from deep space every 44 minutes. What is the mystery behind it? Here in the Times of India. Times of India, as you can tell from the headline, not the most credible of sources. In fact, they bring up around news, but they lean right, and their factuality on average is mixed. And yeah, this video is brought to you by Ground News. Here's me and another shirt to tell you about that. That's right, it's Background News. It's a website and an app that gathers related articles from all around the world. Next, probably the best pull I had of this entire bingo card, U.S. Mint stops printing pennies. Indeed, they did do that. United States Mint hosts historic ceremonial strike for final production of the circulating 1-cent coin. I'm in favor of them stopping making pennies. And interestingly, they did not say that pennies were no longer legal tender. They continue to circulate, you can continue to use them and accept them. But I didn't say that pennies weren't legal tender. I said that the U.S. Mint would stop making them, and they did. This is huge for me. That's a real win. RFK Jr. Did he ban pasta? No, he did not ban pasta, in fact. But he did say that people who go to Europe and eat pasta there, they actually have a lot of the symptoms of their diseases clear up. But we all know, you go to Europe and you have a vacation. It's like, well, walking around a lot, probably the things that physiology most. Undetectable amounts of glyphosate inside of pasta. No, it's probably other things going on. But anyway, this actually was from 2024. So I called nothing. I got it wrong. And also, he criticized pasta at a different year. Somebody reboots house? No, nobody reboots house. I did look this up. In fact, Hugh Laurie says no,
That was
never,
such a
zero interest.
wild
World War
guess.
collapsed, injuring Matt Damon. Now, that would have been a better poll than the pennies thing. But it turns out that also didn't happen. Also, not happening. The Vicky Twins, they did not release a cup noodle brand. I don't know what the Vicky Twins are up to. I don't know.
The what?
Vicky Twins, they did not release a cup noodle brand. I don't know what the Vicky Twins are up to. I don't know.
That was so specific, autistically specific.
Next, AI assistants complain about bosses. I want to take that one because I'm sure
It's
that,
more
their
like
sellers
a please do you guys, please do you guys, please do you guys. Release your not a print, please guys, do you guys.
Cup noodle feels right to me. You've seen them. I don't know. That feels cup noodle to me. Next, AI assistants complain about bosses. I want to take that one because I'm sure that like there's some version of reality where that's
More like a suggestive for them to do that,
we
didn't
didn't
it?
know about again another poll for me.
Wait, what?
Kids, we didn't know about again another poll for me. This indeed did happen in February. Not even a couple. We didn't know about again another poll for me. This indeed did happen in February. Not even a couple of months in. Elon Musk welcomed his 14th child, his 4th baby. So that baby had existed for a while. So it wasn't just born. It had been around, and then they were like, it happened. These two celebrating their 4th child together, though it is unclear when the baby was born. It doesn't seem like the announcement was like up on birth. It does seem like there was a kid we didn't know about. Next, Apple Vision Amateur. You know, I'm allowing myself one carryover from 2025 to 2026 bingo card. And Apple Vision Amateur. It does seem like there was a kid we didn't know about. Next, Apple Vision Amateur. You know, I'm allowing myself one carryover from 2025 to 2026 bingo card. And Apple Vision Amateur is going to be it for me because I think that they're going to look at the Apple Vision Pro and they're going to say this was a bad idea. We need a wearable glasses type device that is not like this. And so I still think Apple Vision Amateur could totally happen. Next, a weird pickle thing. So many weird pickle things happen. I don't even need to get into it. Again, that should be a free space. There's always a weird pickle thing. Oh, I put some pickle stuff in here. There's like weird National Pickle Day stuff going on. Dyson Sphere. No, we did not detect or build a Dyson Sphere. There was this paper that came out in 2025 about how Dyson Spheres could actually exist because there were some ideas that like maybe the gravitational stability blah 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 couldn't actually happen. But according to a paper, maybe they are in fact possible. I don't know. I didn't get the details of this. Much more likely as a Dyson Swarm anyway. But no. And next we do have reality TV star does a murder, and this did happen. This was a contestant on Beauty and the Geek, Tamika Chesser. She was been charged with murder after 39-year-old Julian Story's dismembered remains were found in an apartment in South Australia last week. So that's not fun. Mr. Beast did not clone a woolly mammoth, though Colossal is working on it. I would not put it past Jimmy to do some kind of partnership. Well, Colossal is working on it. I would not put it past Jimmy to do some kind of partnership with that. But we'll see. Irish reunification of 2025. This is a Star Trek: The Next Generation joke that many people see. My business card did not take it that way. They took it as me being in favor of the reunification of Ireland, which, having been there, seems like a fine thing to eventually do. Probably, I think you could do it. So now that the new president of Ireland, Catherine Connolly, is a reunification advocate. So we got closer. We took a step. Not that there haven't been people who reunification in leadership in Ireland before, but it does seem to I have not been to Ireland in a very long time. When I made this bingo card, but I did go this year and I loved it a lot. And it seems messy with the two Irelands, but you know, world's messy. Life is messy. Good job handling the mess. Is I think everybody's overall opinion on how you've dealt with that in the end, at the current moment anyway. All right, if you have Canada joined the EU, that's a fun one, but I can't say that it happened.
What?
Canada did do something though. What did they do?
At this point, any country can join the EU.
Join the EU's $170 billion safe defense fund. Not join the EU, not really even halfway join the EU, but there was a thing. I think they were the first non-European country to do that. Good job, Canada. Everybody
the EU at any point at this point.
Lots of speculation about it. Switch 2 is out, but no
What?
to do that. Good job. Safe defense fund. Not join the EU, not really even halfway join the EU, but there was a thing. I think they were the first non-European country to do that. Good job, Canada. Everybody's working together. Next, we have New Animal Crossing. Didn't happen. Lots of speculation about it. Switch 2 is out, but no New Animal Crossing yet. Next, we're gonna have a 500 breakdown. It didn't have a nervous breakdown. It did have one of the most, like, I think I felt a panic this year in a way that I maybe never have. From like being out in my yard and just like feeling the pressure so hard, like I couldn't see clearly, and it was kind of hard to catch my breath. And it was like at a time when I was doing the particularly stressful thing. And like, I've been through fucking cancer treatment. This feels like is this like what a panic attack is? But it didn't get like it faded fairly quickly. But yeah, it was like I felt like I needed to sit down or I was gonna fall over. I wouldn't call that a nervous breakdown. But if I had said I have a panic attack, then I probably would give that to myself, even if it didn't go all the way. But I did have the thought like, oh, I should be going to the hospital right now. There's something wrong with me. But then it cleared up and it coincided with a very stressful moment in my year. So I think that is what it was. Anyway, I wouldn't call it a nervous breakdown for sure. And then finally, Ska Swing Revival for some reason. I did wear my Ska Tune Network shirt.
Wait.
Swing Revival for some reason. I did wear my Ska Tune Network shirt just for this because of this swear. And look, I wouldn't call it the way that we once had. We no longer have a unified culture of any sort. So you can't say that we have those. But
Like
there's lots of good ska music
25%
right now.
or
I'll
so
say that. So I'm gonna give me this. I don't know if there's more good ska music being
of the bingo card,
I don't feel like there's some like good ska vibes.
which is
So
silly
thanks to
stuff.
everyone on Ska Tune Network, which you can check out, put a link in the description. And what we find, you guys, is that I didn't get a bingo. I didn't even really get close. I'm 2 away at the closest. I'm 2 away diagonal. If only Mr. Beast had cloned a Woolly Mammoth and there was a bird flu outbreak, then I could have got it there. You know, and I think there's one other way I could have got it if JD Vance had become president. I was really leaning on that bird flu outbreak, but oh well, I guess. I'll get you next time. Stay tuned for my release of my 2026 bingo card. I'm still working on it. I got like 18 right now. I'll post that on the community tab. Or maybe I'll just talk about it in a video. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Thanks for watching. Play Connections. Oh my goodness. QQ. K. Q. K. Sir Bunny Ears. Q. Devil Gnome. Grill. Seer. Bowl. LR. Well, I got
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Today we're going to shit on the DMCA. Yeah, I know that's horrible, but I don't script it. I don't write or deal with on the channel. So today we're going to be discussing how one of the shittiest laws in the United States we have with regards to digital technology is being exported to other countries even today. This law came out about 27 years ago. It says that it's illegal to break a digital lock and something you bought and paid for, even if what you're doing is just fixing something. And if you show other people how to break the digital lock, you can go to prison for 3 to 5 years. We've been trying to demonstrate just how shitty this law is with our bounty program here at Food Foundation. We have everything from Nest learning thermostats, water filters on fridges, these weird locks that stop the app from working in an air filter if you use an aftermarket air filter, where we tell people if you break the digital lock that we'll give you money. Now, I, as a US citizen and as a company owner and everything else, would never tell you to break the law by releasing the solution. I can't do that. I also can't control grown men and women. I'm not your mother, not your father. I'm just a dude on the internet that offers people money to break digital locks because I find it fun. We're trying to do this program to try to demonstrate just how ridiculous this law is. That if somebody manages to get a smart thermostat to work after the manufacturer says it cannot work, if somebody shows you how to fix a video game console when one of the parts has died, the manufacturer doesn't support anymore, that's against the law. That's silly, that's dumb, and I think it is really horrible. We live in a world where digital ownership is going away every single day. This law was created back before most people even had the internet. 1997 when this came out, the internet was considered a luxury to many of the people that lived in my neighborhood. Most people did not have it. If you did, you're part of the upper class, the bourgeoisie, the type of person that does not wait 2 weeks to get a skin favor done buttons to top button and a polo shirt. But now that almost everything connects to the internet and your devices can be turned off by the manufacturer if they decide they want more money by way of subscription services and internet things crap, it really does matter that you have the ability to break digital locks when you want to pay for it. Because often you're breaking digital lock simply to get back access to what you got. So I'm going to be reading some of the translated article here. My apologies if the translation was poor. I'm American, which means I speak English and broken English in most of the languages. Arrivederci and buongiorno, as Aldo Ring would say. Margaretti. Yes, okay. So this is about Chile. The Economics Committee of the Chamber of Deputies will begin analyzing the bill the government of Sebastian Pineda entered. It is one that seeks to regulate intellectual property in order to regulate technological protection measures. Technological protection measures are otherwise known as digital rights management, DRM, which is the thing that keeps you from doing what you want with what you want and pay for. It is the digital lock. All these instruments oblige the contracting states to provide adequate legal protection and to establish effective legal sanctions against the action of circumvention of effective technological measures that are used by copyright or related rights holders in order to protect and exercise their rights recognized by these same treaties. Thus, in order to introduce the concept of technological protection measures and to establish sanctions for those who elude these measures are the central axes of this initiative, which the President of the Committee on the Economy, Victor Pino, Democrats, will put on the table in January. All this with the aim of raising the standards that the United States exists for free trade agreements. Among the main axes of the project is incorporated Article 5 Act number 17,336. A new point is that Z introduces the definition of technological protection measures. For the elaboration of this, the definitions contained in the international treaties already mentioned were considered. Secondly, the same law incorporates a new Article 81 BIS, which establishes new criminal types to punish two specific types of conduct described in subparagraphs A and B with an alternative penalty of minor imprisonment to its minimum degree or fine of 5 to 1,000 universal technical measures. UTM. Likewise, the document indicates that the described conduct in the subparagraph corresponds to the circumvention of one of the technological protection measures, misuse of work, interpretation, execution, phonogram, or other material provided by copyright-related rights, and that literal B punishes a series of actions, manufacturing, import, sale, and others with respect to devices or their components that have been directly designed, produced, or adapted in order to allow, facilitate the purpose of the same. Such conduct shall have a graduation in respect of penalty of fine and consideration of the amount of injury caused. Third, the new Article 81 TER is incorporated, which establishes a second criminal type to sanction a third conduct with a penalty fine of 5 to 1,000 universal transaction. I don't know, fuck, I couldn't spell. According to this initiative, the new article comes in sanctioning the actions of manufacturing, importing, selling, among others, with respect to devices or their components, or the provision of services that are promoted, advertised, or marketed for the purpose of circumventing any MTP media transfer protocol, provided that it has been carried out maliciously and for marketing purposes. Now again, who is it that chooses whether or not something is being carried out maliciously? If I use Netflix, I hate the 4K fucking plan. I cannot use that 4K plan. I an application on a smart TV that spies me by default. That's all my information on what I watch back to the manufacturer. Should it be illegal if I wanted to create an alternative operating system for my TV that allows me to view that Netflix in 4K without getting spied on by the manufacturer of my television who sells my data every time to Harry after I pay $36 for it? Is that malicious? Should that have me thrown in prison? If I make that operating system available, I put it on my website, people have the option to donate so they use it. Should that be something that's punishable by prison? Remember, this law came out in 1997, and in 1997, the idea that breaking a digital lock, which you bought and paid for, was ridiculous. That was before your refrigerator, your motorcycle, your car, your toaster, your television, your baby monitor, all connected to the internet, had the ability to stop working when the manufacturer decides we don't want to support this anymore. In 2025 and 2026, these laws should be reformed, repealed, revoked, and completely redone to deal with the fact that we don't own what we bought and paid for in the modern world. They should not be exported to other countries that do not have these types of draconian restrictions. If you live in Chile, I highly suggest that you do what you can. Email your local politician, show up at their office, call them, whatever it is that you need to do to push back against this as often as humanly possible, so that you don't have this clusterfuck of law that exists in the United States of America. It's one thing if Food Foundation and everything that we're doing fails at reforming this law in the United States. If I fail at reforming it in the US and it gets exported to other countries, I'll be fucking pissed. Help me out with this if you can. Thank you very much for taking the time. And as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you in the next video. Bye now.
We also have the duty not to infringe the IP rights in the process. It is in fact the manufacturers who have the relevant rights, not consumers.
I've seen the regular video.
Got your ass asleep. Get your ass down. What do you thought that shit was? Poking your head out the door. Oh shit. That boy shot me up. That was like a menace to society ended. You see what he did to Kane?
Matt Garman is CEO of AWS. Here is what he has to say. I was at a leadership group, and Matt Garman is CEO of...
Got your ass asleep. Get your ass down. What do you thought that shit was? Poking your head out the door. Oh shit. That boy shot me up. That was like a menace to society ended. You see what he did to Kane?
Matt Garman is CEO of AWS. Here is what he has to say. I was at a leadership group, and people were telling me they're like, we think that AI, we can replace all of our junior people in our company. I was like, that's like one of the dumbest things I've heard. Amazing. So let's first go over the 3 reasons why AIs can't work.
I've seen this.
People with ADHD grow up with this sense of constant dread. It's kind of like baseline paranoia, that something is going to pop up and it's going to screw me over and I'm going to be in big trouble and everyone's going to be disappointed.
I kind of seen this as well, but well.
You grow up in a situation where you cannot rely on your mind to remember. Technically, it's not remembering. Technically, it never goes in the first place. Let's remember that memory is stuff getting stored to the hard drive and being recalled to the hard drive. So a lot of people with ADHD think they have memory problems. They don't have memory problems. Memory is actually perfectly intact. It never gets written down in the hard drive in the first place. You weren't paying attention, so it didn't sink in. It's not that you forgot, it's that you never knew. Now, the practical result of this is that if you got ADHD, you walk into school one day, you're not worried about anything, and then you discover that you forgot and I'm not worried and I'm in trouble. A week later,
I'm just gonna list this one.
Oh my god, I forgot I had a test. So over time.
Lol. Because not this one, the other one. That one I hadn't seen. Boom, boom, boom. Paste. No intro 2026. Bro, no. I did not watch that. It's it. Double check with the actual official feed. There may be some missing bits. Nope, apparently not. Yeah. Besides this one, of course, but I'll catch up with that one tomorrow. Probably. So I got exactly 80 links. I gotta double check, of course, but fuck. Let me see. I got some stuff in here, of course, so I'll catch up with that, and then that's it for this year. Let me see. The online Gooner epidemic.
On average, how often do you drop a week?
Quite a few times.
50 times? More? 100 times? More? 200 times? More? 500 times?
Probably.
Gooning, the act of becoming completely self-absorbed with your and masturbation, such that your face and mannerisms take on the personality of a goon. Tongue out, vacant expression, grunting, muttering. Then gooning often prefer hours of edging to actual release, an artifact of modern times and plentiful. Now, if you hadn't understand any of that, let's be honest, you yourself might be a gooner. But I don't blame you, because at this point, who the fuck isn't? I'm not exaggerating when I say this. We're in the middle of a gooning crisis. No, a gooning epidemic. Because I've been noticing an alarming trend these past few years, where it seems like gooner culture has gotten way too mainstream. What I mean by when I say mainstream gooner culture is the normalization of being a chronically horny bastard online. If I could pinpoint exactly when this gooning shit started getting bad, I'd go all the way back to the pandemic, a time where everyone around the world was locked inside and had non-stop access to the internet. While many people use this unprecedented time to fulfill their hobbies, learn new skills, or spend time with their family, others found it far more productive to just jerk it all fucking day. Seriously, the daily routine of a pandemic gooner was to wake up, off, eat breakfast, off, brush your teeth, off, go on Discord, off, go to bed, and then off to go to sleep. Forget praying 5 times a day. These motherfuckers be gooning 5 times a day minimum. Now, a lot of the blame for this deservedly falls on the gooners and their lack of self-control. But I'm not gonna lie, this problem has become exponentially worse due to the fact that gooner content isn't just in the dark corners of the internet anymore. You know, there used to be a time and place, an active effort, an intention required to seek out that type of content. But now it has never been easier to be exposed to this shit, whether you want to see it or not, because algorithms on social media all push this shit in your face 24/7. I look at a popular tweet, all the replies are OnlyFans promos. Go on YouTube, you got scam ads rivaling fucking sites, and when I scroll on TikTok, it's only a matter of time before a big ass BBL takes up my entire goddamn screen. Like, I legit feel violated when I see this shit sometimes because I'm not actively seeking it out. If I want to look at I wouldn't be on TikTok. And what's even worse, I got all these motherfuckers who make more of this shit on these platforms. Like, if I was a kid with unrestricted access to social media, I generally don't know how cooked I'd be, because normal online spaces being flooded with all this gooner brain content, who would have guessed is breeding a generation of gooners? I am in genuine disbelief that there exist so many communities online that celebrate the fact that they're chronically addicted to I don't recommend looking any of these up before your awareness. You got entire devoted fucking subreddits like r/goon, r/goonethub, r/goon meetup, r/goon galaxy, and of course r/edging talk with a combined membership of over 3 million users. I've had the misfortune of reading some of the comments in these communities, most of which describe how gooning has completely consumed their life, from wasting their entire day to more extreme cases like losing their job or other things. Now look, I am aware that this behavior is not out of character on Reddit of all places, and I understand that it might come across as goonophobic of me to pretend like all these gooners are exactly the same, because honestly, they're not. Understand that there are levels to this shit. Like, someone who is a level 1 gooner is just somebody who probably watches a lot of they're bored and got nothing better to do, so they use it as a way to get cheap dopamine hits, which, while still bad for you, believe it or not, is also the least dangerous of the gooner levels, because if you're able to quit, you avoid the downward spiral that comes with this destructive behavior. But once you've evolved to, let's say, a level 10 gooner, you are now far more invested. A level 10 gooner is someone who gets excited and craves the next batch of goon material like they're anticipating the next episode of a fucking Netflix show. And if you know anything about binge watching TV shows, you know damn well that shit isn't free, which is why the level 10 gooners more often than not financially invested just as much as they are emotionally. These are the premium users, the top 1% donor on OnlyFans, people who are now too attached to go back to the free content. And more often than not, these motherfuckers are some of the freakiest shit imaginable, because the vanilla goon material doesn't hit the same anymore. But what happens when premium content is still not enough? This is the level 50 gooner, a gooning connoisseur who is not satisfied with the 10 terabytes of they consume on a daily basis. These are the freaks that can only get satisfaction from turning literally anything and everything they see into something sexual. And these level 50 gooners have now manifested the power of AI to do things that should honestly put you on a watch list. There's an AI model on Twitter called Grok, where any user on the app can tag Grok to a tweet along with whatever prompt they want. Keep in mind, you can privately use this service. You don't need to tag these tweets to your account. But as you'd expect, gooners almost exclusively use this shit for a public off session, which 99% of the time uses doctored, non-consenting images of real fucking people. Like, anytime an attractive woman posts a picture of herself online, literally the first goddamn reply will be like, Grok, take off her clones. Grok, Grok, put white dripping glue dripping from her face with her tongue out and make her eyes cross a little bit and give her a visible small red blood. Kill yourself! These gooners are so desensitized to the amount of depraved content they watch that being this shameless with real people is just normal to them. And as pathetic as that is, it's important to understand that gooning to this degree is itself a symptom of a larger problem. Because everything is so accessible, we constantly fill the void to satisfy ourselves with shit that then reinforces a lack of discipline. And as that experience, let alone the gooning experience, continues to become more and more personalized, we never run out of supply. Like, not too long ago, Google released the VO3 AI video model, and it's scarily impressive. It has better, more realistic quality video with
if you're not watching this video, it means I'll die next year. Holy shit.
Time until people were like, how can I jerk off to this? Leading to the creation of AI-generated videos with audio. This is genuinely terrifying, and I'm just imagining the Pandora's box that this opens. I already know that scam ads are gonna get worse, and gooners are gonna get freakier. And look, it's not like the act of jerking off is inherently bad for you, but we as humans are not designed to comprehend having constant, personalized 4K, ultra digital HD, dual monitor, PS5, VR headset, ass and fucking titties flying in our face. But if having infinite goon material at your fingertips still does not satisfy you, you might actually be the level 100 gooner. A gooner so unabashedly horny that they take their depravity out in public and wear that shit like a badge of honor. I'm talking about in the school bathroom, straight up watching in public libraries, or even worse, committing acts that get you on the sex offender registry. As you'd expect, flashing your gooning problem around real people can actually put you and others at risk. Something best demonstrated by an event known as the Goon Ride. Once upon a time, a man driving a Dodge Charger pulled up to a bikini barista drive-thru. As the barista approached the window, she was shocked to see that the man was very comfortable in his car.
Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
After getting humiliated on camera, the gooner drove off in the sunset and took the matter into his own hands, literally, and then logged off from the server. Seeing someone go this far and losing everything all because he was horny is fucking hilarious, not gonna lie, but there has to be a lesson in here somewhere. I'm not trying to victimize the guy considering he was clearly harassing these drive-thru workers, but at the end of the day, this guy logging off of Minecraft has been completely eclipsed by the fact that bro was a certified gooner. A lot of which I think has to do with how much the internet is comfortable with this topic. Beneath all the memes, the goon is a grim reality of how gooning addictions can spiral out of control and have devastating consequences. I'm not surprised that there's been such an uptick in self-improvement content specifically catered to gooners. It's so destructive that people will resort to literally anything to rid themselves of this problem, like watching off AI motivation videos with Batman or fucking Vegeta. Given how much of a hold this shit has on the population, it was only a matter of time until multi-million-dollar companies realized that deliberately feeding into horny posting and gooner culture is a profitable business model. And look, I understand that the phrase sex sells has always been true when it comes to advertising, but shit like Sydney Sweeney's bathwater is a lot more deliberate, in-your-face gooner bait compared to something like using hot girls to sell fucking cheeseburgers. The fact that the product sold out instantly and is being relisted for like 20x the price is intentional. Nowadays, the product being sold is the gooner because that is enough for a lot of people. Buying a girl's bathwater is now being associated with niche internet degenerates to the mainstream. Remember that AI model I mentioned, Grok? Well, Twitter just released an update to the model that now comes with an AI anime girlfriend for Premium Plus users.
Oh, babe, that rugged ass in the
Oh, what is this video again?
We might actually be cooked. I don't think anything can stop the progression of
No,
brain
it's
rot in
pretty
the social media
strange.
sphere, but to anyone struggling with gooning out there, let me give you some advice that I think genuinely will help. Remember, whenever you happen to bust, you release literally millions upon millions of sperm in one single nut. And knowing that information, just imagine wasting liters upon liters of every day on a Chun-Li Fortnite twerk-off.
Bro. Yo, that's embarrassing. Whoa.
Alright guys, we gotta talk about this Meat Canyon situation. It honestly does make me feel like I'm back in 2016 when everyone was trying to cancel everyone for legitimately the dumbest reasons ever. We're here in almost 2026 and people are trying to... I feel so dumb saying this, and I feel like the girl that made the TikTok being like...
So basically the internet didn't change.
That's how I want to come across, and
Okay.
these are woke libtards who don't think a group or a few individuals represent everyone in this situation. And the people we're gonna take a look at, yeah, everyone's a fucking retard. So let me set the stage for y'all. Meat Canyon is a YouTuber with 10 million subscribers. I really enjoy his content. I think the first video I saw from him was his Naruto video from a few years ago, and that's what got me hooked. And a few days ago, he made this post to his YouTube channel, and he just said Wicked. That's Ariana Grande with, I forget this chick's name, Cynthia something. They're from the Wicked movie. You've seen the reels, you've seen the interviews, and you see how weird they are with each other. So Meat Canyon decided to make this. He does this with everyone. From what I've seen, and I've seen a lot of his content, he just treats everyone equally, and there's no malice behind it. But a few days ago, it went viral on Twitter, and you kind of know where this is going. And this is a video that was made of them.
Ariana, Cynthia, thanks for your time. So tell me, what was it like being on the Wicked set again? Was it a lot of fun? Why did you bring it up? Did you enjoy singing on the set? No. We can get you in. Must be nice to hear fans.
Great.
That was just the average Ariana Grande Cynthia interview. I would say, as someone that's watched a lot of his videos, this was definitely attained. I mean, if you've seen his content, you know that it could get pretty extreme, if you will, which I like. That's that's disgusting. That's inhumane. You're making fun of multi-billionaires. How dare you, Meat Canyon? This is something that's been around. Oh, shit. I mean, this is an art form that's been around forever. Exaggerate the features of people. This is literally how they act on every single fucking interview. It's annoying. Now, once again, if you're someone with a live video, it's a parody, right? Haha, moving on with my day, right? Not to terminally online individuals. This video got Meat Canyon so much hate that Gen Z tried to cancel Meat Canyon. Fucking disgusting. People are trying to disguise literal bullying as a joke, and it's definitely not working. I think the numbers prove otherwise. I'm actually curious what the replies are. It's Meat Canyon. It's meant to be satire. Hitting satire still doesn't excuse the fact that it's absolutely messed up. It's dehumanizing. Okay, bro. Ariana Grande is not gonna get you free tickets for next tour just because you're a fan. Like fucking satirical Meat Canyon video. You losers want to make jokes illegal so bad. Y'all call it a joke, but y'all need to realize those are real people. She's already facing tons of online bullying because of her physical appearance, and this is just proving it. I mean, this is the same as going to the Instagram and like, you're so fat while they're being skinny. Insert insult here. I guarantee you this person right here, the person that's bitching about this is so dehumanizing. This is bullying. I guarantee you these people or this person is the same person that's reposting or making Charlie Kirk jokes or George Floyd memes. And you know what? I've said this before and I stand by it. And it's something that I truly do believe in. Anyone and anything should be able to make fun of, because if you're like, well, this is funny, but this is right on the line. It only draws a line because it hurts you, right? Because now it's affecting you. Now you're hurt. But everything else was good, right? Everything was haha, very funny. But now that this thing hurts your feelings, now it's not okay. My belief is just make fun of everyone. But to label this as bullying or because of you, Meat Canyon, she's gonna fucking kill herself. It's like,
Don't like this joke, just stay away. Don't like the joke, move on, block the person, turn off the recommendations, etc. It's so difficult to do that.
To turn off the replies so no one can reply to them because we're getting absolutely cooked. And I love how they continue to crash out. The Straggits, Alpha, we are Charlie Kirk, MAGA Trump, the sucking audience has found this. Well, yes, you are
Crazy,
horrible.
what
They say
the
you look
fuck?
Kirk, like the iconic Charlie Kirk song.
Bro.
And they keep going. This is how they spend their days, by the way, just fucking bitching on Twitter. They're just straight boys crying, and I mentioned because I said mocking women. Isn't funny, but sure, we are the snowflakes here, LOL. I mean, you are the snowflake. I mean, I don't like saying the word snowflake. That's like 2015, in a word. You can't be calling other people snowflakes, yet you're crying, bitching, and moaning and pissing at the same time. About this cartoon, really? Anyone who doesn't think this is funny is literally just a horrible being. Based? This is not mocking women. The thing with Meat Canyon is he does not care. I mean, don't you guys remember? This was pretty viral a few months ago. This is literally a Charlie Kirk Meat Canyon video. And it was worse than what Ariana and the other chick got. So this person says, y'all are only realizing he's an asshole now. He's made several videos that are just bullying autistic people on his second channel. So I actually did pull up the second channel because if there's a YouTuber that's making fun of autistic people, of course I got subscribe notifications on, right? But I couldn't find it. I mean, he made a video on cringy ass millennials. Maybe that's the autistic people we're talking about. I mean, I don't see like anything relating to like autistic people. I'm trying to see where the autistic people bullying comes in because what is this fucking thumbnail? What is this? This is not Mr. Beast. Yeah, I don't see any autistic kid being bullied, so I don't know what that Twitter user is about, but okay. I find this funny. Translation. I'm an absolute freak who never watches it goes outside, praise Israel. Oh my god, this is just gross. Why can't y'all just let them be? Because they're weird. In every single interview, they're so fucking strange and weird. Like, it's not normal. Yeah, guys, they're clearly unhealthy. There's something wrong with them. They're weird or shady as fuck. But just let them be. Don't you dare ask them questions. Like, I gotta check this person's profile and yeah, yes, he's alright. Very dehumanizing. Nothing about this is funny. I would argue that this shit's hilarious. Actually, he does this with everyone. It's always the go-to response anytime someone gets criticized for being unfunny. That's not always. The thing with these people is they're just fucking losers. I mean, who can forget the pirate software video? JD Vance, anyone? The Authentic problem? No. Disney adult.
Max everybody.
One video about a black woman and one video about a black woman with a white girl more skinny, and that would be the schedule. No, care. He just makes whatever is trendy and whatever he likes and whatever he thinks he'll do well. And of course, this is coming from an Ariana Grande stan account from Twitter, and they say this is the most dehumanizing shit ever. How can you make this and think it's okay? So we have guys, unemployed people being criticized by an unemployed individual. Life is crazy. Life is crazy. And I think Meat Canyon does this with ill intent. But I think he goes with the mentality, going in, recording and editing and making this video like, I want this person to fucking kill themselves right now, right? I wanted to watch my cartoon and I wanted to reach for the nearest gun possible. I want to respond. I need to be like ASAP. Go. I don't think that's the mentality. Meat Canyon did nothing wrong. He is based in Sigma and Red Pill and Chicken Chat.
Yeah. Unemployed. They're probably teenagers. Most likely, if not teenagers, they have a mentality of a teenager. No, we can mock this such type of stuff, but not everybody can be mocked. It's not like they just died or something, or if they have, or if their deaths were not justified, of course. Whoa. Whoa. The internet is kind of pathetic in general, but yeah. That's something I want to talk about. Wait, I think this happened. Open image. Huh. Maybe I missed something. Because I was checking his channel. I don't sub to him because I don't watch everything from his channel, but well.
Not something I normally make a video on, but I just saw the news about the fatal car crash that Anthony Joshua survived, and unfortunately claimed the lives of two of his friends, Les and Cena. A very tragic and just very sad accident that I think the reason I want to talk about it just kind of reminds you how quickly life can change like that. It was only like, what, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, maybe, where Anthony Joshua just made, like $100 million or something like that with the Jake Paul fight, and now he went home to spend time with family in Nigeria, and then just out of nowhere, a freak accident that ends with 2 of his friends dead and him with injuries as well, based on reports are not like serious injuries, but even still, the loss of his friends like that has got to be beyond traumatic. There's quite a lot of footage of it because tons of people gathered around. It looked like they were gathering around for like the New Year's Eve ball drop. It was unbelievable the amount of people that crowded at the crash and just started filming it, which I know is commonplace everywhere in the world. Anytime it happens, the first people start filming. But in one of the longer clips, someone was like actually moving people out of the way that I believe were trying to help Anthony Joshua out of the car, so they get a better angle to film that. It was very disturbing.
Weird.
You can briefly see in that clip that the SUV they were traveling in is just completely destroyed, just obliterated. Now, according to officials, what they believe happened is that the SUV was attempting to overtake another vehicle on the road, so they traveled over the speed limit to overtake them, and while doing so, ended up crashing into a stationary truck, which led to the loss of life here. Just a horrible thing. Wishing the best for the families going forward. Anthony Joshua, according to people that have talked to him since this, is like physically okay. The injuries weren't like super severe. He's shaken up, which obviously makes sense. The fact that anyone is walking away from this accident alive is nothing shy of a miracle. The carnage is horrifying. Now, I want to make a little special mention here to see it in an article I read on this because at the very end it had this statement. Joshua could not immediately be reached for a comment. No shit. You just blown from stupid down. Obviously, he's not going to immediately be scrambling to give you a statement for your piece. Why would he even bother like reaching out or trying to get a statement from him? A mere hour, 2 hours or something after a fatal car accident, claiming the lives of 2 of his best friends. That's crazy. That's just like a lack of humanity. Like, quick, Joshua on the horn ASAP. We need to hear from him about what he's feeling right now, so I can write about it and make money off it real quickly in my piece. But we need to talk about this. Doesn't make any sense. Fine. I was trying to say he couldn't be reached for a comment. Selfish. I understand it's like standard journalism, but that kind of thing always just rubs me the wrong way in the event of a tragedy where they try and like reach out to whoever survived it or something as quickly as they can so they can be like the first outlet to have a statement from them. I don't know. It never really fully sits right with me. Anyway, like I said at the beginning of the video, I don't normally cover things like this, but when I was learning about this story, I don't know, man, it was just such a terrible thing, and it's a very scary reminder of just how quickly life can change. Where things can go amazing for you in life, right? Like Anthony Joshua just recently started having the best week of his life, everything going on, and then just from out of nowhere, at the height of everything going really well, a heartbreaking tragedy can occur. It's just sad, scary, it's just fucking terrifying. You just gotta cherish life every second of it. Every second you spend in this corporeal realm is a gift, and you know it's just you never know what can happen. So I'm wishing the best to the families of Lance and Cena moving forward, and wishing speedy recovery to Anthony Joshua and the other survivor from this tragedy. I just kind of wanted to talk about this a little bit because I was reading about it, man. It was horrifying stuff. So anyway, that's really about it. So.
Yeah, that's why I feel like everybody should have a fucking smartwatch these days. It's not a matter of looking fancy, aesthetics or anything. It's actually really necessary. Ugh. It is tough, yeah. Even when the world's kind of against you, your own fucking body may go against you out of nowhere. It has never started on a good note in the first place. Six ways to crush his Scribblenauts. Oh. Let me. Almost over. Another 8 hours, I think, kind of thing. Grappling hook. Terminator. Lol. It's too impressive the game can just do that. Based on what you type. Anything. Unless there's a limit on what you can type on it. I don't know. Bro. Crazy. Funny. Trouble. Like. What the actual fuck? Anyway. Oh. Could be the last. Yeah, maybe the last. I think I don't have any. I mean, the hour-long ones. Can wait. Oh, this one actually can watch this one. I just watched the movie, so yeah. But first, this one.
Hey, Comet, you ready?
Comment. Don't comment.
Yeah.
No, funny. Okay, what is this about?
Hey. Maybe there's another way for both of us to get back. I don't want to leave you here all alone. But it doesn't have to be me. I'll find a way back home. Promise me you'll go to the moon. Space Cadet?
Mm.
I promise.
Autopilot activated.
Mm-hmm. Huh?
Got lost. I think I'm stupid. Bro. Okay, I guess. So this is not even the original, what? YouTube recommended it, so whatever. And whatever actor. Last. Is this a song? Probably right. Bro. Wait. Mm. That was weird. My phone is acting weird again. The lock screen shows up the media stuff from VLC, but I'm not even using it. That was a bug I had when I first bought the fucking phone. I thought it was over, but I guess not. Weird. Well, I'm back here. Well, better pause, just yeah. Well, okay, distraction is over. Oh yeah, I can hear Apex on the. Oh, it was a good movie. So I watched about 3 movies recently. I'm not into watching movies at all. It was this one first. The second one was I don't recall the second one now. Might as well just double check. Oh yeah, the Warriors. I already had watched the gameplay footage recently. The whole playthrough, the walkthrough, was a very long walkthrough, 4 hours or so. It was a nice game, but when I watched the Warriors movie, yeah, there wasn't much surprise, because yeah, the movie did better and worse things to the game, and vice versa. Yeah, but this movie was alright. I gotta see why he likes it. Yeah. Well, it's very nice. Very emotional towards, not, yeah. It was nice. It was nice. Oh. And there was another one, a third movie that I watched after those 2. That was even better. It was, what's the name again? It was a strange name. I think it was Butonia? Butonia or something like that. I think I got it wrong. Bugonia, yeah, Bugonia. Yep, it was a very nice movie. A very nice movie. But I guess it got some, it didn't get a very good reviews, I guess, because, it does talk about some, yeah, I guess people who are like crazy into conspiracy bullshit. I know that may not have liked it. Maybe, surely. Gonna justify the insufferability of the humans being towards one another. Nope. Maybe these people just didn't like the movie because of that, how it ended. But I enjoyed the movie. It was very nice in general. Like, because I have 0 expectations for it. Like, what the hell is this movie about? What? It's about a bunch of weird conspiracy shit. It didn't feel like I could predict the ending. So yeah, those kind of movies are nice. Yeah, I'll drop it like. That makes it 85 now. 85. Nothing new. I could complete with one of those two, maybe. They're kind of the same video if you think about it. The dark web and the internet. So I start with this one and then this one. I'll put it there, but after this one I'm gonna pause. Actually, I'm not gonna watch it. Actually, not. Now I realize I'm gonna do some things before the year turn. For instance, I deleted a bunch of, like about 30% of all the music I had in here. Stuff I just shouldn't have added in the first place. Because normally I'm just too lazy when I buy a soundtrack, the entire album. I just put the entire album on the fucking playlist, on the fucking music folder, I mean. And then I realized I should not have done that. Yep, so I had to trim it by 30%, and now I have to add a bunch of other stuff as well. Games I played and bought the soundtrack, but I never put the fucking audio. Any audio of their soundtrack on my music folder that I synchronize with my tablet and my phone. Right there. But yeah. Remove and add, update, etc. And sometimes I need to fix the fucking metadata as well. It takes a little time because sometimes I download some stuff from even Bandcamp and it has no metadata whatsoever. It's so fucking stupid. I gotta add it manually. But yeah. Buying something has no metadata. Sometimes you got something better from the fucking pirates, but yeah. When you age my intellectual property, you gotta pay for it. Even if it's a worse product, you gotta pay for it. Don't blame me or the system for that. Anyway. Last refresh, if that's it, that's it. And yeah. As for next year, I don't know. My only resolution for next year is just to stop killing myself at home, not doing much else. Oh, my phone is ringing. I was about to say something important, but I guess not. Oh, get damn it. Oh, distractions, but yeah. Nothing. And take a peek on this one. But it's not started yet. Yeah, okay. No, yeah. Just go more outside. Avoided the crap. That's why I just bought a bunch of crap from this market. Maybe after this, just nope. Yep. If there is any trash that my parents buy from the market, just throw in the trash. Soda, frozen goods. Just trash. Frozen quote unquote goods, you mean, right? Just ultra processed food, just yeah. May as well go to the trash. It's healthier. So just doing it now. The last day. Then after that it's just yep. It kinda helps me to put as a fucking guilt in my consciousness to eat a bunch of trash now so I can yep. It's better this way, I guess. But if it kills me, well, funny. I still don't find it. I still don't find it like. And I don't know if I feel to understand why the fuck I'm still alive. A year after another after another. It's not like I have them too much to live for anymore. And I feel like if I start putting important stuff, it was gonna be painful. So I have to justify sacrifices and a lot of emotional burden, which I don't want to. So, it's kind of like a blessing in disguise, I guess. Not having much to look for, but at the same time not suffer because of that, for not having anything to look for. I don't know. Even the whole immigration situation is kind of a blessing in disguise. It's like the perfect excuse to need a home. Pretty much. You could pretty much help the country by lending a hand, but nope. I guess that can wait. You can wait the paperwork. That is expensive. And no, there's no guarantee it's gonna work out as planned. At least to my parents has been working out so far, but we have a lot of attorney fees, I guess. They were only able to afford because some other people decide to help them out. Yeah. But well. Yeah, it sucks. This year sucked a lot. I'm not expecting to be any better next year. It always progressively gets worse and worse and worse. But yeah. So no, again, resolution is just try to take care of myself a little more. Just that. Oh yeah, I need to buy some other stuff as well, just to protect myself outside. Cause yeah, with all those AI cameras here and there, it's just I don't want to be part of his stupid quota. His stupid quota. So well, I'm gonna protect myself. Yeah, buy other stuff on Amazon. That's just to mitigate some issues. That should not be an issue in the first place. Yeah, but I think that's it.